3 years ago, Lin Yuan, was forced to go to the battlefield in place of my brother. I stepped into the hellish battlefield full of monsters and beasts, covered in blood and wounds. But when I returned, my father asked me to give the credit to my brother. My mother advised me to be sensible, my sister called me a waste, and my brother watched coldly. They never treated me as a family member. I laughed. At that moment, I understood that I was not their son, but just a tool, an abandoned child. In this case, I didn't want this family anymore. They don't know that I am not just a soldier now, but a general in the Eastern Theater. My position is higher than my father's. I will take back what the Yi family owes me little by little. They will see that Lin Yuan, who was abandoned by them like a piece of grass, has already become a general who controls the world. Chapter 1. 400 years into the martial arts era, in the Jiangbei province of Xia State, Lingwu City. The Yi family. It's time for dinner. When can you come out of the room? A cold and impatient voice came from outside the door, breaking Lin Yuan's nap. Sure enough, my memory is correct. Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long sigh in his heart. 3 years ago, he traveled across time. He came from the Blue Star, but unexpectedly fell into a high-level martial arts world where monsters were rampant and the starry sky was broken, and he became the eldest son of the Yi family in Jiangbei. His father was a great master-level warrior, the general of the Demon Suppression Army, and a one-star general in Jiangbei. He had made great military achievements. The Yi family had an unrivaled status in Jiangbei, Xia State. As a second-generation military officer, he should be living a carefree life in everyone's eyes. However, Lin Yuan just couldn't be happy. The moment he crossed over, he actually found himself on the battlefield. Monsters were rioting, the war was urgent, and a conscription order was issued, and all qualified warriors were summoned to the front line. What shocked him was that the Yi family actually sent him the conscription list, and his younger brother, Yi Bai, was on the list. Yi Bai was a martial arts genius of the Yi family, and his parents regarded him as the heir. However, facing his brother's upcoming battle, his parents actually let him, Lin Yuan, replace his brother to go to the front line. This decision is simply ridiculous. Is his brother's life just life, and his life is not worth mentioning? Filled with anger and dissatisfaction, Lin Yuan had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the battlefield. After all, the reputation of a deserter was a shame he could not bear, and running away might cost him his life. And behind all this, there is a secret. He was bound to a system on the battlefield, which allowed him to survive the battle and even be promoted from an ordinary soldier to a general in the Eastern Theater. When your parents come back today and see you like this, how disappointed will they be? Lin Yuan's cold voice came again from outside the door, breaking Lin Yuan's thoughts. He slowly stood up, opened the door, and saw Lin Yuan standing outside with an expressionless face. I have fought for you on the battlefield for 3 years, and I haven't even seen you. Lin Yuan sneered in his heart. Care about me? Is it because they think of me because they haven't even met them since I came back? He snorted in his heart. Lin Yuan looked indifferent, as if she didn't care about her brother. She didn't see Lin Yuan's efforts at all, and just thought he was just a useless brother. She said in a cold voice, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Anyway, I've already come to call you. Then she turned and left. Lin Yuan looked at her back calmly, with disdain. He no longer had any feelings for this family. After traveling through time, this feeling had long been unfamiliar to him. If your parents are so indifferent, it is better to leave as soon as possible to avoid disgusting yourself further. In the living room, the dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Father Yi Tai stood tall and dignified, while Mother Su Rong was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had an extraordinary temperament. Lin Yuan's heart moved, and memories came flooding back. These were his parents, the symbols of power in Jiangbei province. His father, Yi Tai, was the general of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army. His mother, Su Rong, was the head of the largest genetic medicine company in Jiangbei. Lin Yuan, come and sit down to eat. Mother Su Rong greeted him with a smile. Lin Yuan did not respond, but walked silently to the dining table and sat down. In addition to Lin Yuan, there was another young man sitting beside him with a cold look in his eyes. That was his younger brother, Yi Bai. What surprised Lin Yuan was that Yi Bai, like Lin Yuan, had a cold face and did not greet him at all, as if his 3 years of fighting on the battlefield for his brother was not worth mentioning at all. A surge of anger surged in his heart, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but whispered, You treat me like this after you come back? However, before he could respond, Yi Tai spoke up. What are your plans for coming back this time? Wait for a while, and then go back to the military region. Lin Yuan responded indifferently. I will handle the military district's affairs. Now that you are back, just have a good rest at home. Yi Tai said after pondering for a moment. Why? Lin Yuan frowned with a hint of confusion. Your brother is going to take the military exam, which will give him extra points for his military achievements. Yi Tai said calmly, but with a sense of authority, I plan to promote your brother to major in the military, so that he can accumulate merits for taking over my position in the future. Lin Yuan's heart moved, and he instantly understood his father's intention. All of this had nothing to do with him. His parents were always concerned about his genius brother. Although he had worked hard for the family, he didn't get any attention in the end. The teacup clinked softly, Yi Tai drank the tea, and an elusive smile appeared on his face. So, what does Yi Bai's college entrance examination and joining the army have to do with my return to the military region? I looked directly into my father's eyes and felt some hint in his words. Give him your military exploits, and then go to your mother's company to help. Yi Tai frowned slightly. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes, but he did not show it. I stood there in shock. For 3 years, I stood on the front line for this family, fighting against monsters to the death. Now that I'm back, all I get is handing in my military exploits. 3 years ago, I joined the army in place of my brother Yi Bai and fought hard for this family. And now, they are asking me to give my military achievements to him? Who am I? I asked myself in a low voice, anger boiling in my heart. You'll just be a security guard. Lin Yuan snorted coldly and muttered in a low voice. This made Yi Bai sneer as well. Suddenly, the atmosphere became depressing. I know you have made many contributions in the military region, although your martial arts talent is mediocre and it is difficult to get promoted. Yi Tai seemed to notice my silence and continued, but you give the military merits to your younger brother. In this way, he will not only be able to enter the top 10 martial arts academies, but the Yi family will also firmly control the power of Jiangbei's demon suppression army. After hearing this, I couldn't help but sneer out loud. It was full of irony, contempt, and absurdity. I have made far more military achievements than these, enough to be on par with Yi Tai. But my parents have never cared about me. 3 years ago, my talent was revealed, and I became the focus of the military region. But until now, their news still remains 2 years ago. If I had a normal family, how could I be like this now? Let me hand in my military exploits. My tone was cold and almost emotionless. I have joined the army for my brother, and I have done enough. Hearing my rebuttal, Yi Tai raised his eyebrows, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. How dare his own son refute him? Seeing this, I couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This scene actually made me feel extremely relaxed. Since there is no emotional bond, why should I wrong myself for this family? What? Are you not satisfied? Are you reluctant to give up your military achievements? Yi Tai asked provocatively. He continued, or do you want to compete with your brother for the position of general? I felt a pang of sadness in my heart. Although I had traveled through time and space and no longer had the same emotions as before, I still felt sorry for my predecessor when I saw this scene. It seems that you really think so. Yi Tai's tone began to become cold. Do you think you have the right to choose? I brought you back from the old city back then, not to let you join the army, or even to let you have military merits. I suddenly understood. Everything was premeditated. The appearance of the conscription list was obviously arranged by him. His real purpose was obviously to let me pave the way for Yi Bai and prepare for him to take over the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army. So, does that mean it was arranged long ago? I asked coldly. Yi Tai's expression suddenly darkened. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his face turned pale. Don't forget, I was the one who pulled you out of the old city. Everything you have today was given to you by me. He continued, you will pass on your military achievements to your younger brother. He will enter the top 10 martial arts academies and become a martial saint in the future. As his elder brother, won't you also have an honor? Yi Tai's tone was full of threats, but I no longer cared at this moment. I couldn't help but laugh, and my heart felt extremely happy. What are you laughing at? Yi Tai raised his eyebrows and his voice suddenly became cold and hard. I ignored him and turned to look at Su Rong. Is this what you mean? Do you also support this deal? Su Rong was stunned, obviously not expecting me to ask this. She lowered her head slightly and said in a soft voice, Lin Yuan, I know you feel bad, but this will help the Yi family and the future of Jiangbei. You will give your military exploits to your brother, and we will compensate you in the future. I nodded with a sarcastic smile on my face. I understand. In that case, I don't need any more compensation. I have already seen through your decision. Please sit down and eat. I do this for my family and for Jiangbei. Su Rong's voice was low, but her words did not bring any comfort. Yi Tai snorted coldly, his face turning pale. I stood up slowly and said without hesitation, don't mention the military exploits anymore. I won't agree to it. As for inheriting the position of Jiangbei, I'm not interested. As soon as the words fell, Yi Tai's anger exploded instantly. Rebellious son, what on earth do you want to do? Since there is no place for me here, I will leave. I responded coldly. From today on, the Yi family and I will have nothing to do with you. You bastard. How dare you say such outrageous words? Who did you learn this from in these 3 years? Yitai was furious. His figure flashed, and with a powerful aura bursting out, he slapped me with one palm. I dodged easily and stood there with a cold look. Yitai's eyes flashed with surprise and anger. He had clearly only used part of his strength, but as a Grandmaster-level warrior, I easily avoided this palm. At this moment, Yitai's face became even uglier. I have already repaid the favor you mentioned 3 years ago, I said coldly. From today on, I have nothing to do with the Yi family anymore. After saying that, I turned and walked towards the door without looking back and left this home that once gave me everything. This scene completely shocked everyone. I used to be a coward, but today I am so determined. Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Mother Su Rong's voice was anxious and flustered, and she immediately caught up. Let him go. Yitai roared, his voice like thunder. If he wants to go, let him go. My Yi family doesn't need such people. He couldn't understand why I would give up this identity. How important is military achievement? Is it enough for me to give up the identity of the eldest son of the Yi family? The door slammed shut, leaving only my lonely figure disappearing into the night. Master, the eldest young master has left forever. The butler's voice came, breaking the silence. Yitai's anger did not subside. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. You think you can survive on your own after serving as a soldier for a few years? I want him to know that without the Yi family, he is nothing. Su Rong sat down silently, with a complex emotion in her eyes, and she couldn't help but sigh softly. I always feel that I might lose him forever. But she quickly shook her head, as if forcing herself to get rid of this emotion. After all, we were sorry for him when he was lost outside. Later, he never complained when we asked him to join the army in place of his brother. Now he left in anger just because he was wronged. He will come back after a while. Yitai did not soften his temper. He interrupted her coldly. Too impatient? Everything he has is given by me. If it weren't for me, he would have died in the old city. Sending him to the army is a chance for him to hone himself. He has average talent, so what's wrong with giving the military exploits to Yibai? He is still the eldest son of the Yi family, and he will never have to worry about food and clothing in his life. Yitai's voice became heavier. I didn't expect that he would sever his relationship with the Yi family for that little bit of military merit. I want to see what will happen if he leaves my Yi family. Su Rong was speechless and could only sigh. In this case, I'd better go talk to Lin Yuan and bring him back. No need. Yitai sneered. If he chooses to leave, let him go. When he suffers enough, he will come back sooner or later. His eyes were sharp as he turned to Yi Bai and Yi Lingyue. You two are not allowed to help him privately. Do you understand? Yi Bai and Yi Lingyue nodded silently, without any hesitation in their eyes. Well, father, about the military exploits. Yi Bai spoke cautiously. Yitai came back to his senses and said slowly, Don't worry about the war merits. They belong to you. No one can take them away. In Yitai's eyes, Yi Bai was his successor. He personally added Yi Bai's name to the conscription list 3 years ago, in order to allow him to gain military merit faster and take over the power of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army more smoothly. Yi Bai, the future is bright. The rest is up to you. Yitai's face was full of relief, and his tone was full of hope. Yi Bai clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with confidence. Father, I will definitely enter the top 10 martial arts academies, and even win the provincial martial arts champion. The Yi family will definitely produce a martial arts saint. Yitai clapped his hands and laughed. Good. You are worthy of being my son. You are much stronger than that evil creature. The future of martial arts of my Yi family will definitely be controlled by you. Su Rong couldn't help but smile. You did a good job, Yi Bai. Yi Bai nodded excitedly. Father, I will go back to the house to exercise first, and try to get a good score in the college entrance examination. Yeah. Yitai nodded and watched Yi Bai leave. Yi Lingyue did not react and returned to her room. After all, Yi Lingyuan's departure did not have any real impact on them. After all, he had only been found for 3 years. Moreover, in their hearts, Yi Lingyuan was just an outsider. Are you really not going to consider discussing this matter with Lin Yuan again? What if he disagrees? Su Rong finally spoke when they were alone. She was still nervous, worried that doing something to provoke Yi Lingyuan would make him leave completely. He originally joined the army for his brother 3 years ago. Now I am just taking the things back. Do I still need his consent? Prepare a celebration wine in a couple of days and invite some people from Jiangbei to come. Just say that the son who joined the army 3 years ago has returned to Yi Bai. By the way, I hereby announce the order to promote Yi Bai to major. As night fell, Lin Yuan left the Yi family. He felt more relaxed than ever before. Although he had traveled through time for 3 years, there was still a knot in his heart that he could not untie. With this trip home, he finally saw the true colors of his parents, and the knot in his heart was naturally untied. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's ridiculous. When I came back, I still had a little fantasy about family affection. He shook his head and laughed at himself. At the beginning, as a time traveler, how could he really have a fantasy about family affection? However, at least the result was good. At least his martial arts journey was finally unobstructed. He pondered for a moment, and suddenly a panel appeared in front of him. Host, Lin Yuan. Age, 22. Age, Grandmaster. Merits, 6.56 million. Martial arts, Blazing Sun Sword Technique, Grandmaster level. Demon Subduing Sword Technique, Grandmaster level. Scarlet Fire Golden Body, Grandmaster level. Mountain Breaking Fist, Grandmaster level. Biography, encrypted. In this high-level martial arts world, the realms of martial artists are divided into innate, acquired, Jadebone realm, refining essence realm, master level, grandmaster level, true dragon level, martial saint, and martial god. Lin Yuan looked at his condition and frowned. My energy and blood have declined too seriously. It seems that the injuries I suffered at the front line have not yet fully recovered. He knew that if this rate of decline was not dealt with, he would probably drop in level quickly, and even breaking through to the true dragon level would become a problem. The injury came from a battle, when he killed many strange beasts, but he was also injured. This time he returned home mainly to recuperate and heal his wounds. In the high martial arts era, warriors' chi and blood decline usually due to 2 reasons: old age or serious illness. In Lin Yuan's case, it was poisoning. What's worse is that this poison came from the cracks in the starry sky. Conventional toxins have no effect on warriors, but this external toxin can be fatal. At this moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the caller ID was the commander of the Eastern Military Region, He Dingjun. Like Yi Tai, He Dingjun was an officer in charge of a large army. A month ago, He Dingjun was Lin Yuan's superior, but now, the two were on the same level. When the call was connected, He Dingjun said, "Xiao Yi, have you checked on everyone at home?" Lin Yuan replied calmly, "Let's go back. Congratulations." He Dingjun smiled and said, "You are the head of our military now, so you don't have to be so polite. It's okay to call me old He." Lin Yuan smiled bitterly, but he was still grateful to He Dingjun. When he first joined the army, He Dingjun took good care of him and gave him a lot of martial arts resources. "I have already arranged everything for you. There is a medical family in Jiangbei province that once treated a great master. You can go anytime," He Dingjun said concisely. "Thank you for your congratulations. I'll go there today." Lin Yuan decided that since he had no relationship with the Yi family anymore, there was no point in staying in Jiangbei, so he should go back to the military region as soon as possible to recover from his injuries. He Dingjun felt something was wrong. "It's so late. Are you really okay?" "It's okay, congratulations." Lin Yuan shook his head. "I just want to heal my wounds quickly." He Dingjun paused, then asked, "Is it your father who won't let me go? Don't be an ungrateful person. I gave you so many resources. If that's the case, I'll go to Jiangbei overnight." He knew that Lin Yuan was extremely talented, and it was only a matter of time before he became a martial saint. As the general of the Eastern Military Region, if Yitai really forced Lin Yuan to stay, it would be a waste of all his resources for the past 3 years. "Don't worry, Hizwa. I'll go back to the military region as soon as I recover from my injuries." Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. If he were a normal person, it might be possible. But now it's impossible for him to stay in Jiangbei. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and He Dingjun finally said, "Okay, give me the seat, and I'll arrange it." At the same time, the Eastern Theater Command. He Dingjun put down the phone, his face heavy, staring at the documents on the table, his eyes filled with anger. "Damn it." He slapped the table, his blood and chi fluctuated, and the whole room was filled with strong pressure. Several subordinates in military uniforms broke out in cold sweat. "Master Yu," He Dingjun roared. Yu Fei was so frightened that he trembled and sweated profusely. "Congratulations. Congratulations." He Dingjun grabbed the information on the table and threw it in front of Yu Fei. "Look who this is. He is the son of the Yi family in Jiangbei. If he doesn't come back, I will let your 367th Division go to the top of the cave for 10 years. Yu Fei picked up the information scattered on the ground and saw the name on it. Yi Bai, 19 years old, the second son of the Yi family in Jiangbei. In an instant, his head buzzed and he felt that something was wrong. "Mr. He, I don't know. The information shows that he is from the old city of Jiangbei. I can't find any information about the Yi family. He Dingjun was furious. You are so smart, Yi Tai? You are so smart. You treat me like a fool and raise your son. List out the resources he has consumed in the military region in the past few years, and I will go to Jiangbei myself. He Dingjun gritted his teeth. Yu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, and when he saw that He Dingjun did not pursue the matter, he breathed a sigh of relief. Heezhua, why are you going to Jiangbei? I want someone. He Dingjun sneered. Either Yi Tai releases the person or returns the resources consumed over the years to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. He Dingjun was obviously furious. If the selection of generals was not approaching, he would have planned to let Lin Yuan join his team. After Lin Yuan hung up the phone, he stood by the road and waited quietly. As for the name, Yi Bai, he had long been accustomed to it. After all, 3 years ago, he joined the army in place of his brother and used the name Yi Bai. Soon, a black car quickly stopped beside him. The window rolled down, and the driver asked, "Hello, is this General Yi?" General Yi. Lin Yuan heard the voice and slowly turned his head. He saw a tall and pretty girl getting out of the car. She was about 23 or 24 years old. It's me, the girl said. Lin Yuan nodded and responded, "My name is Zhaoya, and I'm Teacher Zhang's disciple. He asked me to pick you up." The girl was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Although she was not clear about Lin Yuan's identity, anyone who could be called a general must be a high-ranking figure in the military, with a rank of at least general and a merit value of over 1 million. Such a person, if not a martial arts genius, must have gone through a long period of accumulation. Lin Yuan looked to be only in his early 20s, and such a young general seemed unprecedented in the history of martial arts. Jiang family. Lin Yuan muttered in a low voice, and instantly thought of the famous medical family in Jiangbei, the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family is famous for its medical skills, its status is not low. They have helped countless warriors with their medical skills, and there are even many masters among them. No wonder He Dingjun was able to ask the old man of the Jiang family to treat him. The old man of the Jiang family had retired for many years, and it was really beyond Lin Yuan's expectation that he could come out again. Okay, let's go. Lin Yuan shook his head gently and stopped thinking about it. As long as he solved his physical problem, he could leave Jiangbei completely. The car soon drove into a manor, and Zhao Yi said, "General Yi, you can rest here today. Grandpa will come here in person tomorrow." Lin Yuan nodded. "Thank you for the trouble." "No trouble, no trouble." Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment and responded hurriedly. Who wouldn't want to be more enthusiastic to receive a young military general? She didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so peaceful and polite. "Then you can take a rest. I won't disturb you." After Zhao Yi finished speaking, she opened the door for Lin Yuan and prepared to leave. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the room. After a simple wash, he lay on the bed and rested quietly. The next morning, before Lin Yuan got up, news about the Yi family had already spread throughout Lingwu City and even to every corner of Jiangbei. "Have you heard? The Yi family is going to hold a celebration banquet." "What's going on? Did General Yi defeat some powerful monster again?" No. It is said that the son of the Yi family who went to the front line 3 years ago has returned, and this time he will be promoted to the rank of major. Yi Bai is only in his early 20s. How come he has become a major? It seems that he is really going to take over the Yi family this time. On the streets, discussions about the Yi family were heard one after another. Especially since the Yi family was the pillar of Jiangbei, their every move touched everyone's nerves. The same news also reached the ears of Jiangbei's top leaders. In the governor's office, Li Wenxing saw the newly printed newspaper on the table early in the morning, and his brows were furrowed. Is the Yi family's person back? Li Wenxing looked at the newspaper, puzzled. Didn't Yi Bai show amazing martial arts talent right after he joined the army? Why didn't we hear any news about him later? As the governor, Li Wenxing did not have the power to directly interfere with the army, but his identity and status forced him to pay attention to the movements of the Yi family. After all, the balance of Jiangbei was closely related to the Yi family. There's nothing wrong with Yi Bai being promoted to major after 3 years of military career, Li Wenxing said, and said no more. In the east, He Dingjun also received news from Jiangbei in the morning. As the most valued martial saint seedling in the east, he could not be indifferent to any movement of the Yi family. Yi Tai wants to promote Yi Bai to major? Is the information reliable? He Dingjun asked with a frown. It's confirmed. I personally sent someone to the Yi family to confirm it. The subordinate responded. This is impossible. Yi Bai is now a general. How could he become a major? He Dingjun was puzzled. He always felt that Yi Tai could not be unaware of Yi Bai's true identity. Bring the prepared list. He Dingjun finally decided to go to Jiangbei in person. Sooner or later, he would have to settle the account with Yitai. At the same time, at Zhang's house in Jiangbei, Lin Yuan had just finished washing up and was completely unaware of the turmoil outside. After a simple breakfast, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, the sun pouring in through the window, warm and bright. He was in a good mood. This trip back to Jiangbei could not only solve the doubts in his heart, but also heal his injuries, which was a double blessing. General Yi, the teacher is here. Lin Yuan opened the door and was greeted by Zhao Ye and an elderly man with gray hair who was wearing a tang suit and looked to be around 80 or 90 years old. Grandpa, thank you for coming here so early. When Lin Yuan saw the old man, his memories came to his mind. This person is Jiang Yuye, a master-level warrior with extraordinary medical skills. When he was young, he had studied many medicines for warriors. In addition to healing medicines, there were also pills that could enhance qi and blood and strengthen the body. Brother, you are too polite. Since it is arranged by General He, I naturally cannot refuse. Jiang Yuye smiled and waved his hand with a calm tone. Lin Yuan nodded, knowing clearly that although Jiang Yuye was a master, He Dingjun, who was comparable to Yi Tai, was able to invite him, which showed Jiang Yuye's extraordinary status. Although Jiang Yuye is a warrior, in this world, the value of a pharmacist is often higher than that of a warrior of the same level. Old sir, please come in. Lin Yuan greeted. Jiang Yuye sat down after entering the room and said, Young man, stretch out your hand. I will feel your pulse first. Lin Yuan did as he was told. After a moment, Jiang Yuye spoke up. My friend, take off your shirt. Lin Yuan did as he was told, revealing a body of solid muscles. His wheat-colored skin was covered with scars, all from the war. There was a palm-sized scar near his heart, which was covered with black toxins and black gas was slowly seeping out. You are lucky. The poison almost entered your heart. If it was deeper, no one would be able to save you. There was a flash of shock in Jiang Yuye's eyes. Although the injury was not fatal, it was extraordinary to be able to suppress the poison. Grandpa, is there any way to cure it? Lin Yuan asked after putting on his clothes. There is a way. Jiang Yuye nodded. But the poison has been in the body for a long time, and it will take some time to heal. Hearing this, Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll trouble you, old man. Jiang Yuye smiled, with a gleam in his eyes. But you have to know that my treatment is not free. Of course, if you have any requests, just tell me. Lin Yuan said calmly. It is only natural to pay for medical treatment. The Jiang family has a prominent family background, so they must not be short of money. Jiang Yuye shook his head. Our Jiang family values medicine more than martial arts. Although there are many people trying to curry favor with us, we still have to rely on our own strength in the end. In the world of martial arts, only the strong have the right to speak. He sighed. A trace of worry appeared on his face. Although the Jiang family is a family of doctors, he is old and his blood is declining. He is a little worried about the future direction of the Jiang family. He also knows about Lin Yuan's identity. The genius general mentioned by He Dingjun is very likely to become a martial saint in the future. The Jiang family naturally hopes to establish contact with him. Grandpa, if the Jiang family encounters difficulties in the future, I will definitely not stand idly by. Lin Yuan understood Jiang Yuye's subtext and had an idea in mind. Jiang Yuye smiled and said, You are such a man of integrity. I was just saying that. Relying on others is not a long-term solution. Lin Yuan was slightly stunned and asked, Grandpa, what do you mean? Jiang Yuye was silent for a while, then said, I have a granddaughter who is currently studying at the Shengwu Academy in Kyoto. You are about the same age. I heard from He Dingjun that you have been focusing on martial arts these years and don't have a girlfriend. I want you to marry my granddaughter and become my Jiang family's son-in-law. Lin Yuan was stunned when he heard this. He thought He Dingjun had put so much effort into this project, but he ended up asking him to marry Jiang's granddaughter? Grandpa, I have been practicing martial arts since I was young and have been in the army for the past 3 years. I am considered a rough man. I am afraid your granddaughter will not agree. Moreover, I am already engaged, so I am afraid I cannot agree. Lin Yuan hurriedly refused. He did not fabricate this engagement. It was arranged for him by his parents. Although he had never seen that person and did not have a good impression of him in his previous life, the engagement still existed. When Jiang Yuye heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He knew that the marriage was arranged by the parents and the matchmaker, and as an elder, he couldn't interfere. In that case, I won't force you. Jiang Yuye sighed. But I will still treat your injuries. When I go back, I will prescribe you some medicine and prepare some pills to ensure that the toxins can be eradicated. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, old man. Jiang Yuye stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, hurried footsteps were suddenly heard outside the door. Master, Miss Su is here and she asked to see Yi Lin Yuan. Jiang Yuye frowned. Yi Lin Yuan? What does he want to do with my kid? I don't know. The servant replied. Send him away. He said he's not here. Jiang Yuye waved his hand disapprovingly. Wait a minute, old man. He might be here to see me. Yi Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Jiang Yuye was a little surprised. You are the eldest son of the Yi family? Aren't you Yi Bai? Yi Lin Yuan smiled and said, It's a long story. Let's let someone come in and take a look first. At this time, Yi Lin Yuan realized that the Yi family had made great contributions to Yi Bai over the years, and even a big family like the Jiang family mistakenly believed that the person who joined the army that year was Yi Bai. If he was just an ordinary soldier, these merits would have been taken away by the Yi family. However, his current military rank was something that even Yi Bai could not bear, let alone the Yi family. Yi Lin Yuan, don't think I can't find you just because you hide here. An angry voice came before I saw the person. At this time, Su Yuhan walked into the hall of Jiang's house. She had fair skin and delicate features, and could be called a beauty in Jiangbei. However, the anger on her face reduced her beauty. Despite this, when she saw Jiang Yuye, she immediately restrained her emotions and greeted him politely. Jiang Yuye nodded slightly, watching everything with indifference, and did not intervene. What's wrong? Yi Lin Yuan frowned slightly and spoke in a cold tone. He already knew Su Yuhan's identity and her dislike for him. Every time they met, she would make sarcastic remarks to him, thinking that Yi Lin Yuan was from the old city and of low status, and was not worthy of her. But his previous memory reminded him that he did not humble himself for this. I'm here to tell you something. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you hide here, Su Yuhan said coldly. The purpose of her trip was clear, to cancel the engagement. Knowing that Yi Lin Yuan was back, she immediately went to the Yi family to cancel the engagement that she had never been willing to accept. To her surprise, Yi Tai agreed without hesitation. So, you came here to tell me this, right? Yi Lin Yuan's face was calm, and he was obviously not surprised by her coming. Then the engagement is naturally invalid, and you can leave. Yi Lin Yuan had already drawn a line with the Yi family, so the engagement was naturally invalid. As for his previous dealings with Jiang Yuye, it was just to deal with the situation. He didn't expect Su Yuhan to come to him. Don't think you can keep me. Su Yuhan just opened her mouth, but was interrupted by Yi Lin Yuan again. Yi Lin Yuan looked at her coldly, obviously having no interest in her emotions. Su Yuhan was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Lin Yuan to have such a cold attitude. She remembered that in the past, whenever he mentioned breaking off the engagement, Yi Lin Yuan would never refuse her and would even greet her with a smile. But today, his attitude made her feel strange, as if there was a cold sense of distance. What? Is there anything else? Yi Lin Yuan asked with a hint of impatience in his tone. Nothing. Su Yuhan hesitated for a moment, her tone a little depressed. She came to Yi Lin Yuan with great momentum to cancel the engagement, but he agreed to it lightly, which made her feel powerless. Moreover, she didn't expect that even Yi Tai would agree to cancel the engagement so readily. In the past, this was almost unimaginable to her, as the general of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army, who dared to easily say that they would cancel the engagement. Since you know yourself, that's even better. It saves me from wasting my time. Su Yuhan snorted coldly and said goodbye to Jiang Yuye politely. Grandpa Jiang, please forgive me for disturbing you today. It's okay. Jiang Yuye's face was full of smiles, and he was in a very good mood. In the past, if the younger generation of the Su family dared to act presumptuously in front of him, he would have lost his temper. But today, since he was helping Yi Lin Yuan to break off the engagement, he could bear with it. I won't bother you anymore, Su Yuhan said, turned around and left. Friend Yi, since the engagement has been cancelled, what do you think about my granddaughter? Jiang Yuye suddenly spoke in a relaxed tone. Yi Lin Yuan smiled bitterly. The excuse he had made before was gone in an instant because of Su Yuhan's disturbance. He couldn't refuse anymore, so he could only nod and say, Old man, let's take a long-term view on this matter. Would you like to ask your granddaughter's opinion? Jiang Yuye asked with a smile. Huh? Jiang Yuye laughed loudly and nodded with satisfaction. In that case, let's wait for her to come back from Kyoto Tsinghua University. I'll introduce you to her first. However, Su Yuhan did not leave completely. She stood outside the door and heard the conversation between the two. She was slightly shocked, and an incredible expression flashed in her eyes. Is the Jiang family crazy? Su Yuhan was full of doubts. The old man of the Jiang family actually wanted to match his granddaughter with Yi Lin Yuan. Moreover, it was the proud daughter of Kyoto Tsinghua University. She couldn't believe her ears. She felt dizzy. She had just broken off the engagement at the Yi family, but now she heard that the old man of the Jiang family supported Lin Yuan so much. She couldn't understand all this. She hesitated for a moment and walked back again. Grandpa Jiang, there is something I want to tell you. Su Yuehan spoke slowly. Jiang Yuye raised his eyebrows slightly, but his mood was still good. Go ahead. Although Lin Yuan is the eldest son of the Yi family, he cannot inherit the Yi family. The real heir of the Yi family is only Yi Bai. Su Yuhan said coldly. This is what Yi Bai told me himself, so don't be deceived by Lin Yuan and leave the fate of the Jiang family to such a person. Jiang Ye was stunned, and then his face suddenly darkened. You are just a little girl. When did you get the chance to point fingers at our Jiang family? Jiang Yuye shouted angrily. Get lost. His words completely stunned Su Yuhan. She didn't expect that her kind reminder would anger Jiang Yuye. What puzzled her even more was that she didn't have any ill intentions. So why was Jiang Yuye so angry? It's crazy. It's all crazy. Su Yuehan gritted her teeth and left the Jiang family, her heart full of confusion. However, she also had her own plan in mind. After the celebration banquet of the Yi family in 3 days, the Jiang family would know that Lin Yuan was not a big shot at all. The only one who could hold power in the Yi family was Yi Bai. By then, the Jiang family would regret it. After Su Yuhan left, Jiang Yuye did not disturb Lin Yuan anymore, but started to prepare medicine for him. At the same time, Lin Yuan received some news. The Yi family will hold a celebration banquet and promote Yi Bai to the rank of major in the Demon Suppression Army. If that was all, Lin Yuan didn't care. After all, he had completely severed his relationship with the Yi family, and it was none of his business if Yi Tai wanted to promote Yi Bai. However, the Yi family announced that this celebration banquet was for the return of Yi Bai, who joined the army 3 years ago, which made Lin Yuan sigh. Yi Tai, you are really good at calculating. Looking back 3 years ago, Yi Tai used the trick of replacing the prince with a cat to send himself into the army, allowing him to repeatedly make military achievements in battles with alien beasts. Now, Yi Tai actually wants to use this merit to swap their identities, so that Yi Bai can enjoy the glory. Although Lin Yuan was dissatisfied, he also knew that with his current status, Yi Bai could not take on this achievement. He no longer cared about these honors and decided to concentrate on healing. Forget it. Since I have severed ties with the Yi family, there is no need for me to argue if they don't come to cause trouble. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, deciding to put aside these troubles for the time being and concentrate on recovery. 3 days passed in a flash, and the Yi family's celebration banquet attracted the attention of the entire Lingwu city. On this day, the streets were filled with luxury cars, and everyone was gathering towards the Yi family. Lin Yuan didn't care about it. In the past few days, the medicine prepared by Jiang Yuye for him has begun to take effect, and he is still concentrating on healing his injuries. At the same time, in an entertainment venue in Lingwu City, the atmosphere was lively and the lights were bright. Today, all consumption will be paid by Mr. Zhao. This sentence attracted cheers from the audience. In a hidden booth, Zhao Zai, a young man in a suit, was shaking his wine glass with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, news has arrived. The Yi family's celebration banquet will be held today. A warrior in a black suit and sunglasses walked in and reported in a low voice. Zhao Zai's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, looks like I can meet that border killer. He stood up and prepared to attend the banquet. However, the bodyguard at the side reminded, Mr. Zhao, the Yi family invited the dignitaries from Jiangbei this time. We are new here, and I am afraid we can't even get through the door. Zhao Zai patted his head and realized his negligence. The Yi family is a warlord family in Jiangbei. Normally, if he dared to force his way in, he would not be afraid of Yi Tai. But the problem is that the border killer is Yi Tai's own son. It's no joke to provoke him. Let's go to the governor's mansion. Zhao Zai made a quick decision. At the provincial governor's mansion, Li Xingwen saw Zhao Zai and looked helpless. What are you doing here, kid? You came to Jiangbei without even saying hello to me, and now you want me to attend the Yi family's celebration banquet. He shook his head, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Zhao Zai smiled and said, My grandfather specifically told me to do this, otherwise I wouldn't have come to Jiangbei. He looked indifferent. When Li Xingwen heard the word old man, his face immediately became serious. The old man of the Zhao family is a martial saint, a well-known figure in Kyoto. Something that can attract the attention of a martial saint must be very extraordinary. How did you become the governor? You didn't even know what happened to the Yi family, Zhao Zai said in a provocative tone. Li Xingwen's face darkened, and he became a little nervous. What's going on? He asked anxiously. Zhao Zai said in a deep voice. The son of the Yi family who has been in the army for 3 years has been listed as a potential martial saint. He has killed countless enemies in the east and has made great military achievements. The strange beasts at the border call him the god of killing. Moreover, I heard from the old man that the military seems to have awarded him a senior military rank. Zhao Zai said in a serious tone. After hearing this, Li Xingwen's face turned pale. General? He was awarded the rank of general at such a young age. He finally realized that the son of the Yi family was not a simple person. The military blocked the news about him, which also explained why the old man of the Zhao family paid so much attention to him. Let's go to the Yi family. Li Xingwen made a quick decision and decided to go to the Yi family immediately to find out what was going on. Where are you going? Zhao Zai asked with a smile. Of course we're going to the Yi family, Li Xingwen said seriously. This young general will become a martial saint in the future. We must make close friends with him and not offend him. Didn't you just say that you were going to lose face? Zhao Zai laughed. Li Xingwen was speechless and could only take Zhao Zai to the Yi family. At the same time, outside the Yi family's gate, luxury cars gathered, and it was very lively. As a martial arts family in Jiangbei, the celebration banquet of the Yi family was undoubtedly a major event in Jiangbei, and those who could be invited were all top figures in Jiangbei. In the hall of the Yi family, everyone gathered together in a solemn atmosphere. Sitting in the main seat was Yi Tai, the general of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army and the patriarch of the Yi family. Today is a celebration party for my son Yi Bai, Yi Tai said in a deep voice. Back then, the northern barbarians invaded. As a general in the military, I had the responsibility to protect my homeland. But the pressure from the north was too great, so Yi Bai resolutely went to the front line to kill the enemy. As he spoke, he looked at everyone present. Today, in addition to celebrating Yi Bai's achievements, I have another announcement to make. Yi Tai looked around and continued. I will award Yi Bai the rank of major in the Northern Demon Suppression Army. Who is in favor and who is against? Yi Bai has been in the army for 3 years. Based on his seniority and merits, he is fully qualified to be promoted to major. Someone in the meeting hall nodded in agreement. Yes. Besides, Yi Bai's talent in martial arts should not be underestimated. He is definitely an outstanding talent of Kyoto Shingwu Academy. In the future, Jiangbei may have another martial arts saint. Another person also echoed. It seems that General Yi intends to train Yi Bai to be his successor and take over Jiangbei's demon-suppressing army in the future. The crowd was talking. After Yi Tai finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. These words were not simply echoes, but sincere belief that Yi Bai had been in the army for 3 years, active in the dangerous alien battlefield, and accumulated enough merits, so it was normal for him to be promoted to major. Everyone knows that since Yi Tai has opened this door, Yi Bai's future promotion speed will only get faster and faster. Yi Tai is obviously laying the foundation for Yi Bai to take over the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army. Since everyone has no objection, it's settled. From today on, Yi Bai will be the major. Yi Tai announced the decision in a firm tone. Hearing this, Yi Bai's expression remained calm, but he could not hide his excitement. After all, he was only 20 years old this year. Who wouldn't be proud of being able to become a major in the military at such a young age? Brother, congratulations. You've become another pillar of Jiangbei, Yi Linghua said excitedly. Don't be proud. There are many martial arts geniuses, and I am just one of them. Yi Bai smiled and responded modestly. That's true, but I've never heard of anyone of your age achieving such success, Yi Linghua said with pride. Yi Bai smiled slightly and said nothing more. After all, this was the result of his hard work, and today's achievement was just the beginning. The celebration banquet was declared over, and Yi Tai sat down. Together with Su Rong, they looked at Yi Bai with satisfaction, their hearts filled with pride. Their son had finally grown up. At this moment, the housekeeper hurried in. Master, the governor is here. Yi Tai was slightly stunned after hearing this. Although he and Li Xingwen were not close, they were not strangers. After all, Li Xingwen was the governor of Jiangbei and the person responsible for supervising Yi Tai, so the two did not have much friendship. Is it because of Yi Bai's promotion to major? Su Rong asked worriedly. It shouldn't happen. Yi Bai has been in the army for 3 years, and there's nothing wrong with his promotion to major. Besides, Li Xingwen has no right to interfere in military affairs. Yi Tai shook his head, feeling confused. However, he soon realized that he could not sit there and wait for death, so he stood up and walked out. Outside, Li Xingwen stood at the door, followed closely by Zhao Zai. Yi Tai glanced at Zhao Zai, then retracted his gaze and raised his eyebrows slightly. Governor Li, how come you have the time to come to my Yi family today? Li Xingwen smiled and said, I heard that the Yi family had a happy event. I happened to have nothing to do, so I came to join in the fun. General, you will not be unwelcome, right? Of course you're welcome. Guests are welcome. Although Yi Tai had some doubts in his heart, he still politely invited them into the house. The two walked into the hall, and everyone's eyes were focused on them. Seeing Li Xingwen and Yi Tai chatting and laughing, everyone speculated that Li Xingwen's visit to the Yi family was obviously not because of Yi Bai's promotion to major. "This is quite interesting," someone whispered. "Yi Bai just came back from the front line, and the governor came to congratulate him in person. There must be some unknown secret behind this." Yi Tai pointed at Zhao Zai and asked, "Who is this?" Li Xingwen smiled and briefly explained, "He is a young man from Kyoto, and his last name is Zhao." "Zhao?" Yi Tai raised his eyebrows. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He knew Zhao Zai's identity very well. The Zhao family was a martial arts family in Kyoto. Suddenly, everyone present understood that Zhao Zai was obviously not simple. He was from the Zhao family and might be one of the heirs of the Zhao family in the future. Zhao Zai immediately stood up, put away his previous frivolous look, and said formally, "General Yi, 3 years ago, you resolutely sent your son to the front line to protect your home and country and kill the monsters. This righteousness is admirable. I heard that Brother Yi returned triumphantly from the front line, and General Yi held a celebration banquet for him. I came here specially to meet him. I'm sorry for being so presumptuous." As soon as Zhao Zai finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Yi Tai's heart moved. Although he did not think much about it, Zhao Zai's arrival was obviously not for Yi Bai's promotion to major, but more because of Yi Tai's righteousness 3 years ago. "Is it my duty as a soldier to protect my home and my country and to kill strange beasts?" Yi Tai smiled and said calmly, "As a general in the military, how can I stand idly by when the country is in trouble?" Zhao Zai nodded in agreement. "General Yi is right. I wonder where Brother Yi is now." Yi Bai had always longed for recognition, and this time he finally got his chance. At Yi Tai's instruction, he took the initiative to step forward and introduce himself to Zhao Zai. "Brother Zhao, I am Yi Bai." His tone was filled with excitement and pride. Although the Yi family is well known in the Jiangbei martial arts world, and Yi Tai is the general commander, they are still inferior to the real martial saint family. After all, the title of martial saint means that one has surpassed the limits of ordinary people, and both strength and lifespan have entered the extraordinary realm. According to legend, when a martial saint gets angry, he can move mountains and seas, change the weather, and his energy is as powerful as thunder and lightning. When he is in harmony, the world is peaceful and the people respect him. Such an existence can be called a national treasure. Now, Yi Bai actually had the opportunity to be on good terms with the descendants of the martial saint family. He simply couldn't believe this was reality. He had never thought that one day he would stand at such a height. Zhao Zai stared at Yi Bai in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Although he had never met Yi Bai in person, he had long been familiar with the title of border killer. It was said that this man had killed 1,000 enemies in one night, with an amazing record. However, the man in front of him, although he had handsome features and fair skin, did not have the slightest air of a battlefield. Instead, he looked like a young man who grew up in a greenhouse, which was far from the image of the general in the rumors. Yi Tai nodded and confirmed his identity. Even though Zhao Zai had doubts, he didn't say much, but smiled and said, "I see. Brother Yi, I have heard of your great name for a long time." Yi Bai was overjoyed to hear the other party call him brother. He guessed that Zhao Zai had heard of his talent in martial arts a long time ago, and this time he came, he probably wanted to personally recruit him into the Jingdu Xingwu Academy. He shook hands with Zhao Zai with a humble face and said modestly, "Brother Zhao, you are too kind. There is indeed a gap between me and you." Zhao Zai was stunned, but a strange feeling appeared in his heart. "Compared with me, you are still far behind?" Was he being modest or sarcastic? As a general at the border and the youngest god of war in Xia country, who dared to compare himself to him easily? Li Wenxing, who was standing by, also noticed something was wrong. He was so disappointed with this legendary Eastern general. He behaved frivolously, spoke in a flattering manner, and did not behave like a general at all. But since Yi Tai himself admitted his identity, he couldn't question it. At this moment, Yi Tai was very proud and felt that his decision was correct. He always believed that Yi Bai was the most qualified person to inherit the Yi family. The governor came in person, the martial saint family came to visit, and the banquet was packed with guests, which was extremely glorious. The Yi family had never been so glorious before, and Yi Tai was very excited. He looked up to the future, as if he could see the day when the Yi family would truly rise. He laughed and greeted the guests. "Today, we have prepared a small banquet, so please don't be polite." However, before he finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, breaking the heated atmosphere. "Yi Tai, you are so calculating. Let me ask you, where is Yi Byron?" Everyone was stunned and turned to look at the door. They saw a middle-aged man in military uniform standing outside the door, with a fierce look and a face full of anger. The guests immediately started to talk in low voices. The Yi family had many distinguished guests today who would dare to come and cause trouble at this time. But when everyone noticed the golden military emblem on the man's shoulder, the whole place suddenly became quiet. That's the general's mark. Someone exclaimed, He Dingjun. Yi Tai frowned and his face darkened. Why did you come to Jiangbei instead of staying in the military? He Dingjun sneered, his tone unfriendly. What do you think? Of course I'm here to look for someone. Where is Yi Byron? This question caused an uproar among the crowd. Zhao Zai, Li Wenxing, and others changed their expressions slightly, and questions began to emerge in their minds. What is Yi Bai's identity? How could he alarm the provincial governor, the martial arts family, and even the generals of the military to gather together? Yi Tai suddenly felt uneasy. He vaguely guessed that it might be Yi Lin Yuan's business. He did send Yi Lin Yuan to the east, but he really didn't believe that the boy could alarm a general to come to him in person. But after thinking it over again and again, he gave up the idea. After all, with Yi Lin Yuan's status, how could he be worthy of her? Yi Bai was feeling very proud at the moment, thinking that everyone came here for him. So he took the initiative to walk out of the crowd and said proudly, General, I am Yi Bai. He stood straight and spoke in a serious tone. To him, the arrival of General He Dingjun was just another person who came to congratulate him. He Dingjun glanced at Yi Bai and frowned. Are you Yi Bai? The tone was as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. He almost yelled at Yi Bai, but he suppressed his anger for Yi Tai's sake. But the more he looked at Yi Bai, the more he felt something was wrong. Zhao Zai and Li Wenxing looked at each other and noticed something strange. The person in front of them was probably not the legendary General Yi Bai at all. He Dingjun stared at Yi Tai coldly and walked forward slowly. You said he is Yi Bai? Yi Tai frowned and nodded. What? Is there a problem? My son is back home now. Do I need you, General He, to personally inquire about it? He Dingjun sneered and said nothing, then suddenly burst into laughter. Yes, we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. We came here to catch up today. I didn't expect your son to be so big already. Yi Tai listened to the change in He Dingjun's tone, and he became even more confused. He asked in a deep voice, If you want to reminisce about the past, why did you come here in such anger? He Dingjun felt a chill in his heart and wished he could beat him up right there and then. If he hadn't seen clearly that the man in front of him wasn't the real Yi Bai at all, he would have turned hostile to him long ago. He suppressed his anger and said with a fake smile, Nothing, I just stood up for Yi Bai. This kid killed the enemy and made meritorious service on the front line, but you only gave him the rank of major, which is too shabby. Yi Bai was even more elated after hearing this. He thought he had won the approval of another important person and immediately put on a humble look. General, you are too kind. The rank of major is already very high for me. I am young and have little experience, so I should make steady progress. He Dingjun looked at him with disappointment in his eyes. How could this man look like a fierce general on the Eastern Front? He looked more like a vase that was promoted by connections. He changed his tone and pretended to be surprised and said, By the way, I remember you only have one son, right? How about the other one? Why don't you introduce him to me? He Dingjun's tone remained unchanged, but his eyes were deep. He originally thought that Yi Bai was the Eastern General Star, but now he found out that he was not, and he immediately became alert. This game was obviously not as simple as it seemed. Yi Tai's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, and his aura changed instantly. It was obvious that he didn't want to mention the rebellious son, and his deliberate indifference was even more suspicious. He Dingjun narrowed his eyes. The military intelligence he had could not be wrong. If the man in front of him was not a star general, then the only possibility was that Yi Tai had another son, a true genius. I didn't drive him away. He wanted to break off relations with me. Yi Tai gritted his teeth, as if he was suppressing his emotions. His words were cold and distant, as if he was covering up an unbearable past. The guests around were shocked, but no one dared to interrupt. After all, this was the Yi family's family affair, and it was in front of Jiangbei's general, so no one dared to judge without authorization. Although He Dingjun looked calm, he was in shock. A genius who was about to embark on the path of becoming a martial saint was kicked out of the house by his own father? The absurdity of this matter was beyond his expectation. He glanced at Yi Bai and concluded that he was not the real Eastern General Star, but the Yi family attributed the credit to him. Was this a cover-up or a deliberate attempt to erase the existence of another person? He Dingjun knew that there must be a deeper dispute behind this. If Yi Tai really forced his son to hand over his military achievements, it was no wonder that Yi Lin Yuan left home in anger. This was like killing the donkey after it had done its work. But he didn't point it out, because as Yi Tai said, the relationship was severed, and that person was from his eastern region. He would not ruin the opportunity to bring back a genius just to expose a family scandal. A martial arts genius like Lin Yuan cannot be measured by money. He would rather spend the military resources himself to bring the person back. As long as he doesn't stay in the Yi family, everything can be turned around. He nodded slightly, with a smile on his face, and said, I won't bother you anymore. See you another day. Although these words sounded calm, they actually concealed his sharp intention. Everything was under control. Yi Tai only said, then I won't see you off, but his expression was no longer relaxed. He originally just wanted to hold a celebration banquet, but he didn't expect it to lead to so many undercurrents, and the people who came were more wrong than the others. His eyes fell on Yi Bai again, with satisfaction and hesitation in his eyes. Could it be that there was really a flaw in his arrangement? After He Dingjun left, Zhao Zai's eyes flashed, and he quietly followed him out. He always felt that something was fishy, and if he didn't ask clearly now, he would regret it in the future. General He, please stay. He quickly caught up with him, his voice low but powerful. He Dingjun stopped and turned to look at him with a frown. My name is Zhao Zai, from the Zhao family in Kyoto. I have something I want to ask you. May I spare a few minutes? Zhao Zai clasped his fists, his attitude sincere, but his eyes revealed a compelling sharpness. Hearing the word Zhao family, He Dingjuan's eyes softened and he nodded. Tell me, what do you want to ask? None of the people who could appear at this banquet were simple. Zhao Zai took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, excuse me, was the border killer back then Yi Bai? I'm talking about the current Yi family member. He Dingjuan's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and he sneered. It is indeed Yi Bai, but not this one. Yi Tai drove the real god of war out of his home, and now someone is impersonating him. It's ridiculous. Zhao Zai's face changed slightly. Although he had doubts in his heart, he still felt incredible when he heard the answer. How much truth did the Yi family hide? Then why don't you expose it in public? He frowned and lowered his voice. He Dingjun smiled and shook his head. Why should I expose it? He doesn't want my general in the East, so I just took him back. Zhao Zai was stunned for a moment. Then he understood the meaning and nodded. Yes, if the Yi family doesn't keep him, he will be yours sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became extremely subtle. He Dingjun looked into the distance and sighed. It's a pity that it's been 3 years and I don't even know his name. There is too much helplessness and guilt hidden in these words. Zhao Zai nodded and said, I won't keep you any longer. I wish you can find that star general soon. The two had a brief conversation, but they had seen through each other's thoughts and each had their own plans. At the Yi family, the banquet was very lively. Yi Bai sat in the main seat, looking very proud, his eyes sweeping around, as if everything was under control. Yuhan, the engagement should be settled, right? He asked in a low voice, his tone relaxed, as if he was discussing a small business deal. Su Yuhan nodded. Thanks to you, I dare to speak up. Otherwise, even my dad wouldn't dare to mention this in front of Uncle Yi. There was gratitude in her eyes, but her tone was flat. Yi Bai smiled slightly, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Now that Lin Yuan was expelled and Yi Tai's attitude towards him softened, it was a sure thing for him to break off the engagement at this time. By the way, I also met a person today, a descendant of the Kyoto Martial Saint family. I will introduce you to him later. He said lightly, his tone full of boasting. Martial Saint family. Su Yuhan's expression slightly changed, with a little more shock in her eyes. She couldn't understand for a moment how Yi Bai could know such a person. Yi Bai said lightly, maybe I'm too talented, and even Kyoto was alarmed. He spoke lightly, but his tone was extremely complacent, as if the honor was well-deserved. Su Yuhan frowned slightly, but didn't say much. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong, but couldn't find a way to get started, so she could only choose to remain silent for the time being. At this time, Zhao Zai just stepped into the gate. Yi Bai's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up to greet him. Brother Zhao, please come in. He smiled, but his eyes were extremely greedy. Yi Bai called out, but Zhao Zai just glanced at him coldly. At that moment, his eyes were as dark as a knife. Without a response or pause, he turned and walked straight towards Li Xingwen, whispering a few words. Li Xingwen's expression changed slightly. He was stunned at first, then suddenly realized. His face turned colder, and he stood up and said, General Yi, I have something to do today. Goodbye. His voice was calm, but it left no room for doubt. It turned out that the real border god of war was not Yi Bai, but Lin Yuan, who had been expelled from the Yi family long ago. He then realized that he had always misjudged people and trusted the Yi family wrongly. Yi Tai's eyes flashed, and he obviously noticed the change. Li Xingwen's sudden indifference caught him off guard, but he still tried to remain calm. In that case, please do as you please. Yi Bai realized that the atmosphere was not right and frowned, but he was at a loss. He walked towards Zhao Zai with an unhappy face. I called you just now. Why didn't you respond? What happened? Zhao Zai snorted coldly. His tone was grim. Yi Bai, I just recognized the wrong person. If you dare to talk nonsense, don't even think about setting foot in Kyoto. The tone was very impolite. In the past, Zhao Zai would have taken action long ago. He only held back because of Yi Tai's status. But he had already concluded in his heart that Yi Bai was not even worthy of the word brother. The smile on Yi Bai's face froze, his eyes flickered, and his mouth pursed. He woke up from the illusion of superiority and found that the eyes around him were gradually becoming distant. When Zhao Zai and Li Xingwen left, Su Yuhan also stood up and walked past Yi Bai without looking at him, as if the closeness and words they had spoken before were all passing clouds. Yi Bai clenched his fists, and a sense of oppression rose in his heart. He realized that everything was changing quietly, and he had no power to fight back. At this moment, his vanity burst like a bubble. In the Zhang family mansion, Lin Yuan came out of the bathroom and changed his clothes. The scar on his chest had obviously faded and healed faster than expected. His body was so strong that even Zhang Yuye was secretly surprised. Your physique is far superior to that of ordinary people, and you have mastered the bodybuilding martial arts well, Zhang Yuye said as he took out the sandalwood box. The strong medicinal fragrance immediately filled the entire room. Lin Yuan took the medicine box and said calmly, the external wound heals quickly, but there are still residual toxins in the body. Zhang Yuye nodded. Subsequent medicines can remove the toxins, and it should be healed within a week. Thank you, old man, Lin Yuan whispered. Zhang Yuye shook his head and smiled. Your skeleton is probably close to the level of golden skin and jade bones. You can hurt your alien race, so your level is not low, right? Half-step martial saint. He is indeed not weak. Lin Yuan responded softly. Zhang Yuye took a deep breath. For such an opponent to come back alive, it showed that this young man's strength far exceeded that of a regular grandmaster. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Old patriarch, there is a person from the military outside who wants to see you. He calls himself He Dingjun. Zhang Yuye was stunned, then smiled and said, it seems that someone really cares about you. Lin Yuan smiled bitterly and walked out the door. As soon as he reached the yard, he saw He Dingjun striding over, his face full of excitement and his laughter heartily. You finally showed up. I almost thought you ran away. Lin Yuan went up to him and said, didn't you say you would return to the military region after you recovered? Why did you come here in person? Although his tone was calm, his heart was churning, as if he had some unspeakable emotions. He Dingjun patted his shoulder. His eyes were complicated. I am worried about your father's character. You are now a potential martial saint. If he refuses to give in, won't I lose a lot? Then, He Dingjun's face turned serious and he asked in a deep voice, tell me the truth. What happened with Yi Bai? Also, have you really cut ties with the Yi family? The teacup in the room fell to the ground with a thud. He Dingjun was furious. That old man Yi Tai, did he really push you to this point? In order to help his brother, he actually asked you to hand over 3 years of merit? Why are you still putting on this farce of joining the army for your brother? This is simply too much. He growled and gritted his teeth, murderous intent surging in his eyes. If it weren't for the military regulations, he would have rushed back to the Yi family to settle the score. He Dingjun was very angry, but he also knew that Lin Yuan didn't need his support at all. At present, this young man was the top combat force in the Eastern military region, and no one could touch him at will. What are you going to do? He Dingjun asked in a deep voice. Although he was angry, he respected Lin Yuan's decision. If he really wanted to turn against him, the military would always be there to support him. Lin Yuan looked into the distance, his tone calm. When you recover from your injury, you will return to the military region to prepare for the selection of generals. As for the Yi family, since it has nothing to do with us anymore, let's just cut ties completely. He Dingjun nodded and said, all right. Yi Tai has no right to touch your file anymore. Once you enter the military department, I will definitely write about his actions in the military newspaper and see how he can whitewash himself. By the way, the reward for this selection is not ordinary. There is true dragon liquid. He Dingjun reminded. That is the most critical resource for becoming a true dragon warrior. Don't miss it. Lin Yuan nodded. As long as it recovers, the star rating should be able to reach 6.5 stars. When this was said, He Dingjun was stunned, his face full of shock. 6.5 stars. That's a score beyond the true dragon level. How did you train it, kid? You really deserve to be the face of our military region. He grinned as if he had found a treasure. On the other side, in the hall of the Yi family, the excitement had faded. After Li Xingwen and He Dingjun left one after another, Yi Tai's face was gloomy and his heart was full of doubts. The more he thought about this banquet, the weirder it seemed. Su Rong also noticed something was wrong. If it was just an ordinary celebration banquet, how could it attract two big names? And why did they leave after coming in for a while, and their attitude suddenly became cold? She recalled Yi Bai's background, and then looked at the situation today, and she had a vague guess in her mind. Those people were not for Yi Bai, but had other intentions, but reality broke her expectations. Do you think it could be Lin Yuan? Su Rong suddenly spoke in a low voice. She wasn't really sure, but the 3-year gap was too glaring to ignore. Hearing Su Rong's words, Yi Tai frowned even more. He couldn't let go of the strange things that happened today. From Li Xingwen, the Wuxing family, to the Eastern generals, all of them were of great importance, but they all left in a hurry with strange emotions. At first, he thought that everyone was attracted by Yi Bai's talent. After all, in his mind, Yi Bai was the future of the Yi family and the next heir who might become a martial saint. But the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The sudden change in attitude of those people was obviously not because of Yi Bai. He thought about Su Rong's words and couldn't help but feel depressed. Could it be that these people were not looking for Yi Bai at all, but Yi Lin Yuan? If it was because of Yi Lin Yuan, then this son who was expelled by him a long time ago must have hidden unknown secrets in the past 3 years. What did he do on the front line to attract the attention of so many powerful people? The possibility of causing trouble is very low. He Dingyuan's style of doing things is very clear to him. If there is any mistake, he would have pointed it out long ago. Then there is only one possibility left. Yi Lin Yuan has a hidden identity in the army. When thinking of this, Yi Tai's eyes darkened. He had always thought that he was in control of everything, but he had underestimated the power of that rebellious son. What kind of person had he become in the past 3 years? He recalled the time when Yi Lin Yuan refused to hand over his military achievements. At that time, he thought he was being willful, but now it seems that he was relying on his identity and status. He suddenly sneered in his heart. Even if you are now valued by the military and even have an extraordinary official position, so what? Don't forget that everything you have was given by me, Yi Tai. If I hadn't brought you back from the old city, would you be here today? A cold look appeared on his lips, as if he had already grasped the other person in his palm again. Since I can make you successful, I can make you fall into the abyss again. You want to break free from the control of the Yi family? It's not that easy. Seeing that he looked abnormal, Su Rong whispered, "Why don't we take Lin Yuan back instead of letting the situation continue to be so tense?" There was a hint of pity in her tone, as if she still held on to a glimmer of hope. "Take him back." Yi Tai snorted coldly, his eyes full of sarcasm. He chose to make trouble at Yi Bai's celebration banquet. If he wasn't trying to embarrass his brother, what could he do? Did he think I would forgive him just because he was playing a trick? Su Rong opened her mouth, but didn't know what else to say. Yi Tai's obsession was too strong. He couldn't see the child suffering, but only saw the so-called challenge and betrayal. I want to see what tricks he wants to play next. Yi Tai gritted his teeth and whispered. Then he gave the following orders. First, find out the detailed information of Yi Lin Yuan in the military. Second, locate his location and go to his house in person. At this moment, He Dingjun also left Zhang's house and rushed back to the Eastern Theater. When Jiang Ye learned the truth, he felt nothing but sarcasm. He really couldn't imagine that a father could be so cold-blooded. But because of this, he is more looking forward to Yi Lin Yuan's future. When Yi Tai sees Lin Yuan's current status with his own eyes, I wonder what kind of expression will appear on that proud face. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. Old Patriarch, someone from the Su group is here to invite you to participate in the research and development of new drugs. Jiang Yu didn't even raise his head and said coldly, "Tell them that my Jiang family and the Su group will have nothing to do with each other from now on." In this era, warrior resources are extremely valuable, and groups that can produce high-end medicines have huge profits. The Su group originally relied on the Jiang family to rise, but now it has lost this thigh. A bottle of Yangshua powder is worth 100,000, and top-grade medicine is even more valuable. It is not new that rich people can become a grandmaster with medicine. A Chable CEO spent a lot of money to become a master, which once caused a sensation across the country and became the most typical case of spending money to become a god in the pharmaceutical industry. The Jiang family's termination of cooperation with the Su family was undoubtedly a heavy blow. In the governor's mansion, Li Xingwen sat on the sofa with a black face. As soon as he came back, he scolded Zhao Zai. "Look at what you did. You asked me, a governor, to go and support a young man. Aren't you ashamed? If that man was really a border killer, he could still tolerate it. But the problem was that he was just a spoiled little son with no military achievements, relying only on his family's reputation to get around." The more Li Xingwen thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhao Zai was also feeling aggrieved. He said in a cold voice, Who knew Yi Tai would be so crazy, driving away the generals and the military and leaving that good-for-nothing Yi Bai to take his place? I feel sick just thinking about it now. He thought of Yi Bai's self-righteous and arrogant look, and he wanted to tear his face apart right there and then. If he hadn't taken his status into consideration, he would have done it long ago. Brother, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Li Xingwen sighed and didn't blame him anymore. Indeed, the root of this matter was Yi Tai. He asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do next? You can't just let it go like this, right?" Zhao Zai responded in a deep voice, "I will personally visit Lin Yuan to find out his whereabouts. His value, whether to the military or to the martial saint family, is too great to be ignored." After hearing this, Li Xingwen hesitated for a moment before asking, "What's the situation in Kyoto now?" He knew that someone who could influence the decision of a figure like Zhao Zai could not be just a candidate for a general. Alien forces are on the rise, and the major martial arts families are caught up in internal strife. This selection of generals may very well determine the sovereignty of the military. Zhao Zai's eyes focused and his voice was low. "You mean, whoever can hold down the guy in the east will be able to influence the entire military structure?" Li Xingwen was shocked. "Does this mean that the guy is strong enough to influence the outcome of the war?" Zhao Zai nodded, his tone firm. "He is stronger than you think. His military status is so high that even He Dingjun dare not offend him lightly. He is above the rank of general and is respected by the stars. He is definitely not an ordinary person." Li Xingwen's breathing stagnated, and he quickly calculated in his mind. Above the general level is the admiral, and above the admiral level is 1 star, 2 stars, and finally 5 stars. To be called the first in the East, it must be at least 2 stars. There are still hundreds of 1-star generals in the country, and 2-star generals are almost the core of the military. If it is true as Zhao Zai said, this young man is in a high position at such a young age, the Yi family will probably regret it. He took a deep breath and felt a chill down his spine. A person with this kind of talent and status was enough to rewrite the pattern of the martial saint family, not to mention that he was still so young. This time, the Yi family really kicked out the person who would turn the world upside down in the future. Do you regret it? I'm afraid it hasn't even started yet. After He Dingjun left, Lin Yuan stayed at the Jiang family for a few more days. He ignored the troubles in the Yi family and only had one thing on his mind: healing. The medicine Jiang Yuye gave was incredibly effective. The wound had healed completely. Lin Yuan looked at his palm and estimated the days it would take for the poison to be eliminated. In another 2 or 3 days, it will be completely clean. He opened his eyes and exhaled. His energy and blood surged and then calmed down. There was a faint throbbing of a breakthrough in his body. The threshold to the true dragon level was within reach, but the blood and energy he lost after being injured held him back for a long time. Now that the poison was gradually dissipating, the door seemed to be opening again before his eyes. With the cold water splashing on his face, he walked out of the room. After being cooped up in Zhang's house for these days, it was time to get some fresh air. In the yard, Jiang Yuye was tending to rare medicinal herbs. "Are you willing to come out? How is your injury?" The old man turned around and asked with a smile. "Thank you, old man. I will be fully recovered in 2 days." Lin Yuan nodded. "It's good to recover, but don't forget our agreement." Jiang Yuye changed the subject. "By the way, Jiangbei is not peaceful. Be careful when you go out." Lin Yuan's heart trembled. When he was healing these days, he did sense a hint of alien aura. What happened? A double S-level underground cave was discovered in Lingwu City, 100 miles away. Jiang Yuye put down the medicine shovel. There must be at least a Grandmaster-level alien hidden inside. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. A cave of this size was extremely rare. There is one more thing. The provincial governor's office said that someone in Kyoto wants to see you. Jiang Yuye added. It seems to be someone from the Zhao family, a martial arts family. Kyoto. Lin Yuan frowned. The last time he went there was when he was awarded military rank. There were many powerful people there, and there were many Xingwu Academy and Wuxing sect. It's better to go and take a look. I'm free anyway. He turned and walked away, and his figure quickly disappeared at the alley. In the military training hall, Yi Tai strode in and scanned the entire place. How's the cave? A division commander stood up and saluted. We have sent the demon suppression army to clean up, and we are deploying a plan. What about the other thing? How is the investigation going? Yi Tai asked. I don't have enough authority. You need to authorize it yourself. The teacher handed over the verification screen. Yi Tai was stunned. Even the master couldn't find out? The identity of this rebellious son was hidden well enough. He pressed his palm on it. Identity verification in progress. Gene verification successful. Welcome, General Yi. You can view the following content. The master retreated tactfully. Yi Tai's fingertips slid, and Lin Yuan's resume appeared. In the 397th year of the Budo calendar, I joined the Eastern War Zone Vanguard team. I joined the battle in February. I killed 10 enemies on the first day. My merit is plus 10. On February 18th, the captain died in battle. Lin Yuan killed over 100 enemies and was promoted to a sergeant, taking over as captain. Joined the 367th Division in December and was awarded the rank of second lieutenant. Yi Tai's pupils suddenly shrank. He had been in the army for 3 years and became a lieutenant in his early 20s. This promotion speed was simply outrageous. He wanted to turn it over again, but the screen popped up, insufficient permission. Humph, so what if he's a lieutenant? Yi Tai turned off the screen, but his lips were pursed into a cold line. He Dingjun suddenly appeared, and the authority was stuck here again. As he was thinking, his cell phone rang. He picked it up and listened to a few words. Then his face suddenly changed, and he turned and rushed out. In the hall of the Yi family, Su Rong, Yi Bai, and Yi Lingyue were feeling uneasy. Yi Tai pushed the door open and said in a deep voice, "You said that the Zhang family has stopped cooperating?" Su Rong nodded, her voice trembling. "A few days ago, I asked Jiang Yuye to look at a new drug, but he directly refused and said, 'From now on, we owe each other nothing.'" In the Yi family's hall, the air was like solidified lead. Without Jiang Yuye, the Su group might not survive this quarter. The pharmaceutical market in the high-level martial arts era is changing too fast, and if you are slow, you will lose at every step. Could it be that old man Jiang thinks the money is too little? Yi Bai clenched his fists. Or maybe we have offended him in some way. In Jiangbei, the Su family has Yi Tai's support behind them, and it should be a win-win situation with the Jiang family. There is no reason for them to suddenly break up. Impossible. Yi Lingyue shook her head. The dividend is 50% every year, and I haven't even seen the Jiang family in the past few days. Su Rong looked at Yi Tai, her voice trembling. Could it be that other families have offered better conditions? Yi Tai slammed the table, his face livid. Neither. It's Lin Yuan. He is at the Jiang family now. These words were like thunder, making Su Rong and the other two turn pale. Him. Yi Bai didn't dare to believe it. Just him? Will old man Jiang believe his lies? Yi Tai's eyes were filled with anger. As soon as he came back, the Jiang family turned hostile. Who else could it be but him? Yi Lingyue stamped her feet in anger, turned around, and rushed out. I'm going to settle the score with him. In the governor's mansion, the aroma of tea wafts through the air. Lin Yuan tapped the table with his fingertips. Mr. Jiang said, "You are looking for me?" Li Xingwen bent even lower. "General Yi, we are rude to you for coming here." The man in front of him had a higher military rank than his immediate superior, and even He Dingjun had to respect him. "Let's talk about things." Lin Yuan raised his eyes. "Zai, come in." When Zhao Zai pushed the door, his palms were full of sweat. The man in front of him was the mainstay of the military, a ruthless character who killed aliens like mowing grass. "General Yi, the Zhao family would like to invite you." He swallowed his saliva. "Will you go to the selection of generals? Several major families in Kyoto are about to fight. If you are willing to support us." "The military is only responsible for killing foreigners." Lin Yuan interrupted him. "Don't bother me with the internal fighting of the noble families." "But the aliens have already reached the outskirts of Kyoto." Zhao Zai was anxious. "The internal strife continues, and sooner or later they will have a chance to take advantage of us." Lin Yuan's fingertips hovered over the teacup. "Let's talk about it when we get to Kyoto." Outside the door, Yi Lingyue was clenching her fists, staring at the figure inside the mansion. Just as Yi Lingyue was about to rush forward, she suddenly stopped. Behind Lin Yuan, there were Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai. At Yi Bai's celebration banquet that day, these two people, one was the governor of Jiangbei province, and the other was the noble son of the Zhao family in Kyoto. What a glorious occasion. But at this moment, the way they looked at Lin Yuan was filled with a bit of awe. How is he related to these two people? Yi Lingyue clenched her fists, her anger suppressed by doubt. The Yi family is a Jiangbei family after all. If the brothers and sisters quarrel outside, it will be a disgrace to the Yi family. She endured it and hid in the dark. "You guys go back." Lin Yuan didn't even turn his head. Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai quickly responded, bowed, and watched him walk away. Their attitude was more respectful than when meeting their superior. At the entrance of the alley, Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and asked, "Aren't you tired after following me all the way?" Yi Lingyue gritted her teeth and walked out. "What is your relationship with them?" "The Jiang family broke off cooperation. Was it you who did it?" "The Jiang family's affairs have nothing to do with me." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly. "Is there anything else?" "You." Yi Lingyue was furious. He used to be so obedient to her, but now he was so cold to her? "Father brought you back from the old town and gave you food and clothing. And this is how you repay him, she roared. Repay a favor? Lin Yuan paused and turned around slowly. The year Yi Tai asked me to come back, I joined the army for Yi Bai. I have been indebted for 3 years. I have already repaid the debt. He approached step by step, and his aura suddenly rose. Yi Lingyue's pupils suddenly shrank, and her mental power surged out uncontrollably. That familiar feeling of trembling came again, exactly the same as she felt last time at the Yi family. You want to know who I am? Yi Lingyuan's eyes flashed with gray light. Watch carefully. At the moment when the majestic mental power exploded, countless figures of Yi Linyuan exploded in front of Yi Lingyue's eyes. She seemed to see a bloody young man standing in a sea of blood, holding a gun, with the tip of the gun piercing the head of a foreigner. She also saw a group of generals with golden emblems on their shoulders, saluting the young man. That's... She came back to her senses suddenly, cold sweat soaking her clothes. The alley was already empty. Yi Lingyue returned to the Yi family in a state of despair, repeating over and over again. That's not him. It must not be him. But deep in my soul, that figure has become a demon. Seeing his sister in a trance, Yi Bai muttered nonstop and was startled, so he quickly followed her. But she seemed not to hear him, with empty eyes, and walked towards the hall step by step, as if she was sleepwalking. Yi Tai was furious about Lin Yuan, but when he saw Ling Yu, his expression eased a little. In his eyes, Ling Yu and Yi Bai were the children worth looking forward to, and Lin Yuan was already a useless person. Father, there's something wrong with my sister. She seems to be bewitched by something. Yi Bai's voice was trembling. As soon as he finished shouting, Yi Tai noticed something was wrong. His expression instantly became serious and he stepped closer. He placed his palm on Ling Yu's forehead and probed his mental power. After just a moment, he frowned. He cursed in a low voice, his face cold. The fluctuation of mental power is extremely abnormal. This is a memory that was forcibly implanted. Yi Lingyue's eyes slowly regained clarity, but her voice trembled. I don't know. I don't remember. Whenever I think of that scene, I'm going crazy. Yi Tai's face instantly darkened, his eyes fierce. Who dared to lay hands on his daughter? Is there anyone in Jiangbei who is so bold as to touch the daughter of the Yi family? He would not stop until he killed this person. Lingyue, go back to your room and rest. Don't be afraid. I will drag that man here myself and make him kneel in front of you for you to deal with him. Yi Tai's voice was low, and his anger was like a knife pressing in all directions. Yi Bai stood aside, looking gloomy. Father, this method is too cruel. Who is so cruel? Is her martial arts career over? Yi Tai slapped out with his palm, and the table shook. It's not that exaggerated, but this memory is the source of her inner demon. As long as I kill the caster with my own hands, I can help her break through the mental barrier. Oh right, when Lingyue came back, she kept saying. Yi Bai seemed to recall something. His eyes flickered. She seemed to be calling, Big brother. As soon as he finished speaking, shock and anger flashed in Yi Tai's eyes. Yi Lin Yuan? He is so cruel that he didn't even let his own sister go? The anger rushed to his head, almost blowing the roof off. Go. Inform him immediately, and tell him to come back to see me tomorrow. Yi Tai was furious, his voice like thunder. If he dares not come, let him wait for me to come and tear him apart. It's not that he didn't want to kill him right now, but he was Yi Tai, the commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army. How could he lose face? Just one sentence was enough to make Yi Linyuan bow his head. I'll do it right away. Yi Bai responded, with a grim look in his eyes. He also wanted to know why that useless guy who was kicked out of the house dared to touch Ling Yu. But in fact, Yi Linyuan did nothing. He just revealed the truth in front of her. But for someone as arrogant and proud as Lingyue, that was more difficult to accept than being hurt. The reason why the inner demon became a demon was because she never took him seriously. Once reality hit her, her pride collapsed and she naturally couldn't bear it. Yi Linyuan had expected this. Not long after he settled down at the Zhang family, the Yi family arrived. The visitor had an arrogant attitude and threatened. Young master, the head of the family orders you to go back tomorrow. Otherwise, don't blame him for not recognizing you as his son. Ha, you don't admit it? Yi Linyuan sneered, his eyes full of mockery. If there really is a father-son relationship, where was it when he first forced me to hand over my military merits? It's ridiculous to mention a relationship now. The visitor from the Yi family lowered his head and dared not say a word. He knew that what he said was right, but how could he dare to say anything more? It was Yi Tai's order, and he was just a messenger, so he couldn't care less. Go back and tell him that I won't go back. Yi Linyuan looked cold and indifferent. If he wants to see me, just come in person. I have no connection with the Yi family at all. The visitor from the Yi family left in disgrace. After reporting back, Yi Tai smashed the table with one palm. This beast is really outrageous. Okay, I will go and catch him myself, and see if he dares to be stubborn again. Yi Bai followed behind him without saying a word. At this moment, he no longer had any brotherly feelings. Yi Lingyue was killed, no matter who did it. He hated Yi Linyuan first. In front of the Jiang family's door, a car suddenly rang. Jiang Yuye rushed over after hearing the news, his face slightly changed. Before he could speak, Yi Tai rushed into the hall with murderous intent, his voice like thunder. Yi Linyuan, let him get out. This is the Jiang family, not your Yi family. Jiang Yuye's face darkened, and he tried to stop him. However, Yi Tai didn't give him face at all and responded coldly. No one can stop me today. That beast dared to touch Linghua. If I still endure it, I am not worthy of being her father. Yi Tai said angrily, his eyes fierce. Jiang Yuye, if you try to stop me, don't blame me for breaking up with you. Jiang Yuye's expression froze, and he was about to lose his temper when a low voice came from the door. Mr. Jiang, since you are here to find me, I can handle it myself. The voice was as calm as water, but it revealed a sense of oppression. Yi Linyuan walked slowly into the hall with a calm expression. He glanced at the furious Yi Tai and the livid Yi Bai, his eyes as cold as a knife. Yi Linyuan. Yi Bai stepped forward suddenly, his tone almost roaring. Are you still a human being? You disobeyed your father before, and now you attack your sister. Are you still a human being? She is your biological sister. Yi Bai roared, his eyes full of hatred and anger, as if he was facing an enemy rather than a brother. That's easy for you to say. Yi Linyuan sneered and glanced at Yi Bai. Does she treat me as a brother? Which of you has ever really treated me as a relative? I'm just giving you back some memories. He sat down, crossed his legs, and said in a cold tone, I never hurt her at all. Instead, you guys never gave me the position that a brother should have. Your father. As soon as these words came out, Yi Tai was so angry that he trembled. Even if they had severed their relationship, he was still his father. It was unforgivable for him to say such a treasonous thing. Yi Linyuan kept calling her, your father, which made Yi Tai's face turn pale. Although he was annoyed, he had to admit that Ling Yue's condition was far from being useless. But he couldn't swallow this. Asshole, you're talking to your father like this. Yi Bai stepped forward slowly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You've been a soldier for a few years, and you think you're so great? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Yi Tai did not stop him, and there was a hint of acquiescence in his eyes. In his opinion, it was better to let Yi Bai take action than to do it himself. After all, he was not going to stage a farce of a father-son fight in public. And he believed in Yi Bai. He was already a postnatal warrior at a young age, and was considered the best among his peers in Jiangbei. Beat Yi Linyuan. It was easy. Yi Linyuan stood there with a calm expression. With just one glance, he understood Yi Bai's realm. A postnatal warrior, with 1,000 points of qi and blood, and a single arm with a strength of 10,000 pounds. Not bad, but it's a pity that I'm the one facing him. Bang! Yi Bai shouted angrily, and rushed out in an instant, punching at Yi Linyuan with a force of 10,000 pounds. If this punch hit, it would be enough to smash a brick and stone building. But Yi Linyuan didn't even frown. He just stood there quietly, without throwing a punch or dodging, until Yi Bai rushed in front of him. His figure disappeared out of thin air. Yi Bai's face suddenly changed, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't even see how Yi Linyuan moved, and at this moment, a sharp sound of breaking through the air suddenly rang in his ears. Yi Tai's expression suddenly changed, and his eyelids twitched violently. He had only caught a glimpse of the afterimage just now. The blood and energy power far exceeded 10,000 pounds, at least 100,000. Yi Bai couldn't withstand this attack at all. Oh no! Yi Tai wanted to attack, but it was too late. Yi Linyuan's speed was too fast. In just a moment, there was a bang, and Yi Bai flew backwards. Ah! Screams echoed throughout the hall. Yi Bai lay on the ground. His bones seemed to be crushed. He struggled several times, but was unable to sit up. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his face was pale. Yi Tai was furious and shouted, Beast! He no longer cared about his face, his blood boiling, and he grabbed Yi Linyuan with one palm. This palm condensed the power of a master. If it really hit, it would be enough to break the city wall. Yi Linyuan did not dodge or evade, but stepped forward suddenly and confronted him head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, the Jiang family hall shook, dust flew, and everyone was shocked. Yi Tai, you and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. The beast you mentioned is probably not referring to yourself. Yi Linyuan said coldly, his eyes like knives. Do you really want me to expose all your past crimes? Yi Tai paused, his eyes filled with horror. He was actually at a disadvantage in that palm strike just now. The energy and blood in Yi Linyuan's body was like a huge ocean in the abyss, overwhelming him by a long way, like a bottomless black abyss, terrifying. How dare you resist me? Yi Tai was furious, unable to believe it. You rebellious son, you even dared to attack me? You are getting more and more daring. He remembered clearly that a few years ago, Lin Yuan obeyed him and didn't even dare to glare at him. Now he actually dared to attack him? This kid has completely turned the tables. Lin Yuan laughed sarcastically. You called me a rebellious son? Then you are calling the person lying on the ground, right? Didn't you say that we have severed our relationship? You are really too immersed in the role. You hit me, and I can't fight back? Are you crazy too? He looked coldly. I don't owe you anything, Yi family, and I won't tolerate your face like this. Yi Tai was so angry that his lips turned white. He turned around and saw Yi Bai lying on the ground, breathing weakly. He sneered, Okay. I didn't expect you, a bastard, to hide so deeply. I should have let you die in the sewers of the old city and let you fend for yourself. Why would I have saved you? He was so angry that his teeth were itching, but he was even more panicked in his heart. His arm is still numb from the recoil of that palm strike. If they really fight, he may not win. Besides, if Lin Yuan really brings up the past, Yi Tai will not be able to handle it. Jiang Yuye stood up and said coldly, General Yi, you are speaking too lightly. When the monsters attacked, you abandoned your son. What was your purpose? Now you want to turn responsibility into a favor. How can you say that a father loves a child who doesn't raise him? Jiang Yuye's voice was not loud, but it was like thunder striking the heart, causing silence in the room. Yi Tai's face was uncertain, but he didn't say anything in the end. He turned around to check Yi Bai's injuries, and after a moment asked in a cold voice, Did you know that he is about to take the martial arts exam? Your punch almost ruined his future. Oh, now he's my younger brother again. Lin Yuan sneered. Why didn't he call me brother when he called me a beast just now? Why don't you ask him? When has he ever called me brother since he was a child? Yi Tai was speechless at this. He knew that this was not sophistry, but the truth. Since the day Lin Yuan returned to the Yi family, neither Yi Bai nor Ling Wei had ever looked at him straight in the eye. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was just an unknown soldier and a scapegoat. He had always acquiesced and indulged them, until now he discovered that there was a sleeping beast hidden under this skin. Finally, Yi Tai's face turned pale. He helped the seriously injured Yi Bai up and turned away without saying a word. His heart was churning, but he also knew that he had lost this battle. As soon as Yi Tai carried Yi Bai back to the Yi family, he hurriedly treated his injuries. The martial arts exam was approaching, and even a minor injury could affect his future. But now he was injured like this, which was simply adding insult to injury. What happened? Who beat him like this? Su Rong just came back. When she saw Yi Bai covered in blood, she immediately went forward to check. Her eyes were full of anxiety, and her expression was even more nervous than Yi Tai. Who else could it be? That little bastard Lin Yuan. Yi Tai was furious. He was simply jealous of Yi Bai and deliberately hurt him badly to ruin his future. Who taught him to be so vicious? Yi Tai became angrier and angrier as he spoke, but he was also secretly shocked. Lin Yuan's palm pressed him so hard that he couldn't breathe, and he didn't even dare to take it easily. The sense of oppression was simply not like the power of the human world. Lin Yuan, you said he did it? Su Rong stuffed the elixir into Yi Bai's mouth, looking stunned. She knew Lin Yuan was stubborn, but she never thought he would dare to kill his brother. The Su family is one of the top pharmaceutical groups in Jiangbei. As long as the medicine is used properly, even the most serious injuries can be suppressed. Su Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Try to recuperate before the martial arts exam, and there will be no sequelae. Yi Tai's expression eased a little, but he was still furious. This evil creature is determined to draw a clear line between himself and my Yi family. In that case, let him die and don't bother with him anymore. Even though he felt guilty, even though he knew he had gone too far, Yi Tai couldn't swallow this anger. He just couldn't bring himself to admit that he had driven away the real god of war. Su Rong didn't say anything, just sat quietly aside. She knew in her heart that if the situation continued to get out of control, Lin Yuan would really say goodbye to this family and never come back. And she, I'm afraid, won't even have the chance to call him son again. At this moment, 100 miles outside Lingwu City, an ancient mountain range is rolling. Under the night sky, the village is shrouded in a light mist. Several strong men carrying hoes are returning to the village entrance from the edge of the field. Have you ever felt a chill on your back at night recently, as if something was staring at you? One person frowned and spoke in a low voice, his face full of uneasiness. I have the same feeling. I heard that there is a cave in the mountain, and strange beasts are lurking in it. Another voice was low, and he subconsciously glanced at the forest behind him while speaking. The demon-suppressing army is here, and the one leading them seems to be a master-level figure. We should be able to solve the problem this time, right? As they were discussing, a loud roar suddenly came from deep in the forest. Boom! The earth shook, rocks flew everywhere, and a cloud of black smoke rose from the mountain into the sky, obscuring the stars and the moon, as if a dark cloud was covering the city. Several people were so scared that their faces turned pale. The next moment, a lieutenant colonel of the Demon Suppression Army, covered in blood, rushed out of the mountain and landed at the entrance of the village. His tone was as sharp as a knife. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Clear the entire village immediately. Sir, what happened in the mountains? The villagers were incredulous. The lieutenant colonel replied coldly. The number of strange beasts far exceeds our expectations. If you don't leave now, not even a bone will be left of you. Several strong men were so frightened when they heard this that they rushed out, carrying the old and the young. In a short while, the whole village was in an uproar and people were evacuating. Send a message to the military requesting a re-evaluation of the cave's level. It's not just S level, it could be even higher. We need mental support. The lieutenant colonel growled, turned around, and rushed back into the forest. In the belly of the mountain, there was a deep black hole like a crack in hell. Countless strange beasts were surging and roaring, and the army was constantly being torn apart. The scene was simply a living hell. It's just one. Who the hell dares to say it's a S? The lieutenant colonel's face was as hard as steel. He cursed, but could only bite the bullet and continue to rush forward. At this time, in Kyoto Cebu University, the most advanced martial arts school in China, countless geniuses scramble to get in every year. This place represents not only glory, but also a springboard to power, military, and even the road to becoming a king. If you can graduate from Tsinghua University, the military will directly confer the rank of lieutenant colonel. If you choose to teach martial arts, the country will also devote all its resources to support you, and you will step into the pinnacle in one step, which is incomparable to ordinary warriors. At this moment on the playground, Jiang Dai closed her eyes tightly. Sweat rolled down her forehead. The grayish-white spiritual world continued to expand in her mind, and the atmosphere of the entire campus was fully perceived by her. I have finally reached level 7 mental strength. She opened her eyes for a moment. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror. She knew that after taking this step, her future combat thinking and perception would be completely transformed. Mental power is of great significance to warriors. It is not only used for reconnaissance and perception, but also for predicting the battle situation. Even if the enemy is behind a wall or dozens of meters away, she can locate him immediately with just a thought. Jiang Dai, a shout broke the silence, and a young man with the golden branch star emblem on his shoulder walked over hurriedly. He was her mentor, a young major general. Teacher. Jiang Dai was stunned and stood up unexpectedly. Why are you here? Don't we have classes today? A temporary mission. The major general's tone left no room for doubt. A high-level cave has appeared near Lingwu City. I need a psychic expert to help assess the risks. Will you come with me? Jiang Dai's eyes flickered when she heard this, and she instantly regained her composure. I understand. Please wait a moment. I'll go get the equipment. After saying that, she turned around and left, but she felt inexplicably restless in her heart. The Yi family's affairs were finally settled temporarily, and Lin Yuan still stayed in the Jiang family to recuperate. In the early morning, he sat cross-legged by the window, closed his eyes, and his breathing was steady, as if he had fallen into some strange state of cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaled a stream of fresh air, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Over the past few days, the toxins in his body had been completely cleared, and his whole body seemed to have been cleansed with abundant energy and blood. The feeling of every inch of muscle being filled with strength made him clearly realize that his strength had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master level. He was only one step away from entering the legendary True Dragon level. However, this step is not easy. If he wants to break through, he needs to use the True Dragon liquid to cleanse his whole body to strengthen his muscles, bones, and cells. He has long looked down on ordinary True Dragon liquid. Only the reward from the military district's general selection is enough to qualify, which is the 9th level True Dragon liquid, which is far more effective than ordinary products. If he can absorb the essence of that level, his foundation will far exceed that of the same level warriors. This cleansing effect not only increases the blood and chi, but also transforms the body. At the same level, no matter the speed, strength, or resistance, the opponent will be superior. His mind moved, and the system interface appeared in his mind, with the current status clearly marked on it. Host, Lin Yuan. Age, 22 years old. Realm, Peak Grandmaster. Health, 100, 000 plus. Reward level, level 7. The system works very simply. Killing enemies will earn you rewards, ranging from martial arts to elixirs. The higher the level of the reward, the more outrageous the items that will be dropped. After closing the panel, he had already made a plan. After dealing with Jiangbei's affairs, he would return to the military region to prepare for the upcoming general selection. But at this moment, he received new news. He walked out of the room, ready to say goodbye to Jiang Ye formally. After all, he was able to recover so quickly in the past few days, thanks to the other party's full care, and he was still very grateful in his heart. Jiang Ye smiled after hearing his farewell request, but shook his head and reminded, although the toxin has been cleared, it may recur. This poison is, after all, a star alien species, the first case, so we can't be careless. Lin Yuan was originally calm, but when he heard the word relapse, his brows moved. He looked inside and saw that his qi and blood were flowing smoothly and unimpeded, and he did not find any hidden dangers. The poison has been completely removed. Is there any reason for it to remain? He asked softly, with doubt in his tone. Jiang Ye did not deny it, but just reminded, the unknown is the most terrifying. The source of this poison is an alien race, and no one outside the starry sky can tell for sure. He paused, then added, I have prescribed a dose of medicine for you, which can not only prevent recurrence, but also activate genetic antibodies. It even has the function of accelerating cell regeneration. Jiang Ye finished speaking and looked at Lin Yuan's reaction, obviously expecting him to be surprised. This is not something that ordinary medicine can do. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although it was not as exaggerated as the regeneration of a broken limb, the regeneration function was of great significance on the battlefield. After a fierce battle, a quick recovery from injury was equivalent to an extra life. He nodded solemnly. In that case, thank you very much, old man. He remembered the kindness. Then, he took the medicine bottle and walked into the practice room alone to take the medicine. He poured out the pill, a sky blue pill the size of a fingernail, with a faint herbal fragrance. He swallowed it without hesitation, then sat cross-legged and began to circulate his qi and blood. The drug took effect almost instantly. A sharp pain spread from his internal organs to his limbs, as if countless needles were stirring every inch of his flesh and bones. He knew that the drug was breaking down his original genetic structure and then using his extremely strong vitality to restructure his cells. This process was both painful and wonderful, like burning and rebirth. After each round of pain, the cells in his body seemed to grow new and reborn. It was a feeling of rebirth that he had never experienced before, as if an old seed had sprouted again. At the edge of life and death, Lin Yuan suddenly caught a wonderful martial arts mood. The 4 words, Deadwood comes back to life, flashed through his mind, and his mind was completely immersed in it. A warrior's cultivation depends not only on elixirs, but also on enlightenment. He knew that the birth of any martial arts ultimately came from consciousness and realm. The image before him was a rare opportunity. He took a deep breath, and his mind was completely immersed in the artistic conception of decay and rebirth. Just like the crushed old soil, it was nurturing a new bud, and its strength was quietly reviving. A quarter of an hour later, the changes in his body stopped, and he slowly opened his eyes. He saw the energy around him vibrating, ice and fire interweaving, and lightning flashing. The momentum that permeated his body was even more powerful than a few days ago. A light green light flashed in his eyes. He clearly realized that he had just condensed a new major skill in that state of mind: regeneration. He picked this name casually, but it has extraordinary meaning, because it means that as long as the injury is not fatal, he can recover in a short time, and his combat endurance will be doubled. This has never been seen before in the martial arts world. Even a martial saint may not have this ability. If there is, it must be a very small number of people who have mastered the forbidden bloodline. He looked down at his hand, and suddenly an idea occurred to him. Although he didn't cut his hand off to test it, he still condensed a thin blade and cut a hole in his palm. Before the blood flowed out, the cells on his body had healed automatically, and when he used the newly learned martial arts, there was not even a trace of the wound left. Lin Yuan looked at the restored palm with an unprecedented shock in his eyes. He knew that this regeneration martial art would completely rewrite his fighting style and survival limit. If he relied on strength and realm in the past, now he has a more deadly weapon: recovery. This ability to fight continuously will be an absolute killer on the battlefield. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. This retreat had yielded huge gains. Not only had his body evolved, but a new fork in the road of martial arts had also appeared. Lin Yuan walked out of the room, and Zhang Yuya came up to him with a smile and asked him how he was doing. He nodded and said that he had absorbed the energy well, but he deliberately concealed the fact that he had mastered the Grandmaster skill, regeneration. Zhang Yuya was also very relieved after hearing this, and sighed. Then you can leave without worry, and you will be completely immune to this kind of toxins in the future. He didn't know that Lin Yuan not only absorbed the medicine, but also awakened an extremely rare master-level ability. If you really see the scene of a severed limb regenerating, you will probably be shocked on the spot. Just then, Lin Yuan's phone rang again. He glanced at it casually, his face turned cold, and he blocked the other party directly. Zhang Yuya suddenly mentioned, "My granddaughter called a few days ago and said that she was going back to Jiangbei." Hearing this, Lin Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that he couldn't escape this situation after all. These days at the Jiang family, he recovered quickly and received a lot of help. Without Zhang Yuya, he would not have been able to master the Grandmaster skills. So when the other party made a request, it was not easy for him to just walk away. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan agreed. "Then I will stay for a few more days." At this time, the mountains outside Lingwu City were plunged into a solemn atmosphere. Ordinary people had already evacuated, and the surrounding areas were filled with military camps of the demon-suppressing army. There were strange beasts causing an abnormal riot in the cave, so the military sent several times more troops and blocked off the entire area. At the same time, a special helicopter came rushing from afar, and sitting inside was an important figure from Kyoto Shabuan. The woman in military uniform was wearing a light blue uniform and alloy combat boots. She had an extraordinary aura and was followed by a young girl. At the base, a lieutenant colonel came to greet them. His name was Su Qianlong, the eldest son of the Jiangbei Su family and Su Yuhan's biological brother. This person is the leader of the vanguard of the 72nd Division of the Demon-Suppressing Army, and he is currently in charge of coordinating the defense of the cave. He recognized the girl at a glance. She was the genius from the Jiang family who entered the Shengwu Academy 2 years ago. It's not surprising to see her traveling with military personnel. After all, those who graduate from Shengwu Academy will all go to the battlefield in the future. Su Qianlong stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Su Qianlong, in charge of the defense here. May I ask if you are here to inspect the cave?" "Yes." "What's the current situation in the cave?" The woman responded in a calm and capable tone. Her name is Zhao Lingshuan, and she is a master-level expert in the spiritual department of Shengwu Academy. As Su Qianlong led the way, he reported, "The cavern was initially rated as SS, but a Grandmaster-level beast appeared a few days ago, and the situation inside is unpredictable. Have spiritual warriors ever tried to investigate?" Zhao Lingshuan asked. "It was not successful. The external mental power was completely interfered with by some force. I suspect there is an unknown source inside." Su Qianlong's face was solemn. This situation has never been seen before, and mental power cannot penetrate at all. Zhao Lingshuan seemed to be thinking about something. He stopped and stared at the mountains in the distance. It could be that there are too many exotic beasts causing interference, or it could be that a being beyond the majority has appeared. Her words made Su Qianlong frown. A true dragon-level beast? This was not something they could handle. "We can't classify it at the moment. Can you determine the level?" Su Qianlong asked carefully. Zhao Lingshuan smiled faintly. "Arrange a helicopter to take me to the top of the cave." Soon, the helicopter started, slowly took off, and flew deep into the mountains. The scope of the cave has obviously expanded, and a large number of corpses of strange beasts are scattered around. It is obvious that there have been frequent battles in the past few days. The helicopter was hovering in the air, and the ground was like a huge black hole, with black air surging and exuding a strange atmosphere. Zhao Lingshuan's expression became solemn. This cave was more complicated than she had imagined. She released her mental power, but as soon as it came into contact with the cave, she was blocked by an invisible force. "Even I can't survey it." She frowned and spoke in a low voice. Su Qianlong's expression changed, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Even the master-level mental power can't be detected? What exactly is hidden in this cave?" Zhao Lingshuan is a genuine master of the spiritual system, and his spiritual power detection range can reach hundreds of miles. Even she failed, which means that the danger of this cave is beyond common knowledge. "What is the current strongest combat force in the military camp?" She withdrew her mental power and asked. "I am a 7th-level master." Su Qianlong replied. "It's not enough. I need a strong man at least at the major level to go down with me to explore the level of the cave." Zhao Lingshuan said in a deep voice. She has already determined that relying solely on the Grandmaster level is not enough, and she must mobilize higher-level combat forces to coordinate the entry. Su Qianlong immediately shook his head after hearing this. No. The situation in the cave is unknown. All the teams we sent out before have lost contact. Dazhong is the backbone of human combat power. Any loss is unbearable. He spoke firmly and refused without hesitation. Zhao Lengxuan pondered for a moment and understood the pros and cons, so he had to give up temporarily. Then go back first, I'll think of another way. Zhao Lengxuan tried to use her mental power to detect the cave for several days, but failed every time. The invisible barrier was like a dead door, and she could not penetrate it no matter how hard she tried. She frowned, retracted her spiritual power, and her face became more tired. You can't get in from the outside. If you want to understand the internal structure of the cave, you can only risk going in. Su Qianlong sighed. It's difficult to get permission to enter. We may have to find another way. Zhao Lingxuan nodded, but still didn't give up. I will stay in Jiangbei for the time being and try a few more times every day. Su Qianlong immediately reported the situation in the cave to the military, while leaving room for follow-up suggestions. She turned and left, leaving only one sentence. If you have any news, let me know immediately. On the way, Zhang Dai looked out the window and asked softly, Teacher, if the military rejects the application, then what should we do with this cave? Zhao Lingxuan's face was solemn, and without any unnecessary words, he said, direct nuclear strike, completely destroy it. Zhang Dai's heart tightened, and the moment she raised her head, she felt the fear from the future. But this method is only a stopgap measure. The alien beast may be reborn in deeper cracks and even larger in scale. Therefore, this move has never been used lightly because the consequences are unpredictable. If it really comes to that, Jiangbei will become a new battlefield and all residents will have to evacuate. Zhang Dai gritted her teeth, with reluctance and uneasiness in her eyes. This is where I grew up. Until the strange beasts are cleared away, humans will not be able to set foot here again. Zhao Lingxuan responded calmly, but his tone could not hide his helplessness. So the best plan is to find out the level of the cave and prepare for it in advance. She looked into the distance, with no hope in her eyes. In order to ease the atmosphere, she suddenly smiled and said, I heard that your grandfather arranged a blind date for you. Do you plan to meet him? Zhang Dai's cheeks flushed. Teacher, stop teasing me. Zhao Lingxuan narrowed his eyes and teased. If the genius of our Shengwu Academy is not worthy of you, I will be the first to jump out and oppose it. The two chatted all the way, and soon arrived in Lingwu City and went straight to the Jiang family. As a prestigious medical family, the Jiang family not only has a high status in Jiangbei, but is also one of the best in the country. As Jiang Dai's teacher, it is reasonable for Zhao Lengxuan to visit her. Grandfather. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yuye, who was pruning a bonsai, immediately put down the scissors and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Xiao Dai, you're finally back. There was a gleam in his eyes. It was not just a superficial courtesy, but a concern buried deep in his heart. The two sons of the Jiang family chose martial arts in their early years and all died in the battlefield, leaving only this one bloodline. Therefore, he put all his efforts into placing his hopes on his granddaughter, hoping that she would pursue a career in medicine. But Jiang Dai not only inherited the medical skills, but also showed his brilliance in the field of martial arts. He was admitted to the Shengwu Academy and became a true dual cultivation genius. Her safe return is the most precious thing in the world for Jiang Yuye. Grandpa, this is my teacher, Teacher Zhao Lingxuan. Zhao Lingxuan smiled and nodded. Hello, Grandpa Jiang. I'm from Shengwu Academy, and I'm a lecturer in the Department of Psychology. Jiang Yuye was shocked. This girl was so young, but she was already a major general in the military and had such qualifications. But he was not surprised for too long. After all, there was another person in their Jiang family who was even more amazing. Are you adjusting well in the academy? If anyone bullies you, just tell me. Even though I'm old, I still have some connections. Zhao Lingxuan stood quietly by them, not disturbing the affectionate moment between the grandfather and grandson, but walked out of the hall and took a casual look around. As she walked out of the door, she suddenly stopped and her eyes were fixed on the figure not far away. The figure seemed to have risen from the depths of her memory, so familiar that she couldn't look away. Lin Yuan noticed the gaze behind him, turned around, and saw Zhao Lingxuan, whose eyes looked like he had seen something incredible. This woman looks a little familiar. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and tried to find the fragment from the depths of his memory, but he couldn't remember it. Zhao Lingxuan was stunned for a long time before finally speaking out excitedly. General Yi, is it really you? I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. We know each other? Half a year ago, in the Eastern Third War Zone, you were the one who saved the crashed helicopter. Have you forgotten? When Lin Yuan heard what Zhao Lingxuan said, he was slightly stunned and his expression gradually became solemn. The source of that indescribable feeling of familiarity was finally found. After a moment, he remembered the mission. It turned out to be an abyss anomaly that occurred on the Eastern Front a year ago, and a helicopter was almost sucked in. He had just completed his mission and passed by when he noticed something unusual. He then pulled the entire plane back from the edge of the abyss. Zhao Lingshuan was one of the people on board. The meeting was brief at that time, so naturally he didn't have a deep impression. Zhao Lingshuan smiled with surprise and said that she always remembered the scene of him saving people. She saw him leap into the abyss with her own eyes and lift the helicopter out, and the scene has been seared into her mind ever since. Not to mention the gold emblem on his uniform, which brought her unprecedented shock and admiration. From that moment on, she regarded Lin Yuan as a figure of faith. Lin Yuan just waved his hand lightly, saying that it was just a coincidence, and then asked her the purpose of her trip. Zhao Lingshuan immediately explained the whole story, saying that the level of the abyss had not yet been determined and the military had already prepared nuclear weapons. Lin Yuan frowned when he heard this. If he really used that method, the consequences would be disastrous. He pondered for a moment and suddenly said, "If you really want to go in and take a look, I can go down with you." As he finished speaking, his eyes became more fiery. Having recovered from his injuries and learned new martial arts, he was in need of an opportunity to verify his strength. Others viewed the cave as a dangerous place, but he saw it as a perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. With the system in hand, as long as he is ruthless enough, he can leap forward and enter the realm of true dragon. Zhao Lingshuan was delighted to hear this, but still asked him hesitantly whether he needed to report to the military. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and said, "With me here, why worry? Besides, I'm not someone that anyone can control." These words were spoken lightly, but they revealed an unshakable confidence. Zhao Lingshuan was shocked, then nodded excitedly, and said that she was willing to go with him. She never expected that she would have the opportunity to fight alongside her idol. Such an opportunity is hard to come by. Lin Yuan then said he was going to say hello to Jiang Yuya, his movements quick and decisive. When he pushed the door open, he caught a glimpse of Jiang Dai sitting in the living room, and their eyes met briefly. The girl's face turned slightly red, and he just nodded and said calmly, "Grandpa, I have to go out for a while." Jiang Yuya responded with a smile on his face, saying that he could go without worry and remember to come back for dinner. When leaving, Jiang Dai was still sitting there, with her head down and no words, but there was a hint of shyness on her face. As soon as I walked out of the gate, a white car stopped in front of me. The car door opened, and a woman wearing designer clothes and with a noble temperament walked out. Her expression was gentle, and she called out, "Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he walked straight past her without even stopping. The woman was Su Rong. Seeing that she was ignored, her face froze instantly. "Lin Yuan, are you still blaming me?" She couldn't help but stepped forward to stop him and spoke in a low voice. She called several times, but no one answered, and she was even blocked, so she had the nerve to come here. Lin Yuan stopped and responded coldly, "Madam, it seems that there is no relationship between us." After saying that, he walked around again, with firm steps and without looking back. Su Rong stood there in a daze, unable to utter a single word of the words she had prepared. Lin Yuan's calmness chilled her heart more than his anger. He did not scold or blame, but passed by like a stranger and completely broke off the old relationship. She finally understood that the son who had always obeyed his family had really changed. "It's even possible that you will never come back." Su Rong sat back in the car, her face pale, and she lost her sense of direction for a moment. She originally thought that Lin Yuan was just in a bad mood and would go home when he calmed down. But now it seems that he is really determined. She was unwilling to give in. She wanted to chase after him and make things clear. Not to save anything, just don't want to leave any regrets. After adjusting her mood, Su Rong restarted the car and chased in the direction Lin Yuan left. Zhao Lingshuan saw the whole thing, but she wisely didn't ask any more questions. Instead, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke in silence and asked her the name of the girl from the Jiang family. "Jiang Dai, the granddaughter of the Jiang family." She answered straightforwardly. Lin Yuan looked a little strange when he heard that. So that was Jiang Dai? The girl's fair face appeared in his mind, and he suddenly remembered what he looked like. She walked out of the old town, full of hostility, completely different from the pampered girl. He frowned slightly, feeling inexplicably upset. Zhao Lingshuan noticed his emotional ups and downs and couldn't help but secretly glance at him a few times. She suddenly realized that this man was not afraid of death, but of love. Would a person who had just walked out of hell also panic because of a look? She smiled but didn't ask in the end. The wind blew in from the window, the car speeded up, and the two of them soon drove into the blockade of the border of the abyss. Lin Yuan and Zhao Lingshuan quickly arrived at the demon-suppressing army's base, and at this moment Su Qianlong was walking out of the tent with a depressed look on his face. He had just reported to the military, and the result was rejected without any suspense. Under the current situation, the military would not risk letting a great master and spiritual master rashly enter the unknown cave. This made Su Qianlong feel irritated and restricted in everything. How long could he defend this cave? The beasts were getting stronger and stronger, and the cave was about to explode. He spat, cursed softly, and thought to himself, if it really came to that, I would fight for my family's life at all costs. Just as he was gritting his teeth in frustration, two figures came from outside the camp, and he recognized one of them as Zhao Lingshuan. His eyes lit up. Could it be that this spiritual master had found a solution? Su Qianlong, come here. Zhao Lingshuan waved at him, with a hint of excitement in her tone. He immediately stepped forward and asked expectantly if there was a breakthrough. Yes, a military chief has come and will accompany me down to the cave. Zhao Lingshuan said softly. Su Qianlong was stunned, and his heart skipped a beat. The military chief? He turned his gaze to the young man behind Zhao Lingshuan and saw that he was looking into the depths of the mountain range, as if he was investigating something. He frowned. How could this leader be so young? He even looked familiar. Seeing that he was in a daze, Zhao Lingshuan kicked him and urged him to arrange a helicopter quickly. Then he reacted as if awakened from a dream and hurried to organize preparations for departure. Team 4, prepare the helicopter to take the two commanders to the cave, he ordered loudly. A moment later, several young soldiers appeared and began to move. The helicopter took off with a roar and flew towards the cave. The closer he got to the abyss, the more Lin Yuan could feel the powerful auras around him, which generally reached the master level. He had a rough idea in his mind that this cave was obviously more than double S level, otherwise there wouldn't be so many Grandmaster beasts gathered there. But this made him excited, as it meant there was another chance to get a reward. Commander, we have reached our destination. Should we lower our altitude? A soldier from the Demon Suppression Army asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan looked down and ordered, no need. As soon as he finished speaking, he took Zhao Lingshuan and jumped off the plane, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, he jumped straight into the depths of the cave. This scene made the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Army dumbfounded. Damn, this is too fierce, a soldier exclaimed. Everyone was shocked. This leader was indeed extraordinary. He went down the cave like he was going into the kitchen without any hesitation. Deep in the cave, it was dark, damp, and filled with a foul smell. Zhao Lingshuan was panicked by the sudden fall and subconsciously hugged Lin Yuan tightly, not daring to let go. The two continued to fall. The wind whistled in their ears, and the light above their heads was quickly swallowed by darkness. After a long time, they landed heavily on the ground, and the surroundings were dark and oppressive. Lin Yuan moved his mind, and flames instantly rose up, circling around him, dispelling the darkness for them. He looked up, and the scene in front of him finally became clearer. Can you detect anything now? He asked in a low voice. Several weak beasts approaching were swept by the flames and instantly turned into ashes. Zhao Lingshuan tried to release his mental power, then shook his head. No, it's just the first layer. The spiritual power can't penetrate too deeply. We have to go further down. Zhao Lingshuan frowned in response. Lin Yuan nodded and continued to lead her deeper into the cave. The flames burned all the way, completely devouring this layer. The first layer, the second layer, the third layer. The layers of the cave gradually advanced, and the level of the strange beasts also rose synchronously. Generally speaking, the caverns would not exceed 40 floors, and the fighting power of the beasts would rise to a higher level with each floor. It was not until the 20th floor that Lin Yuan paused. This cave is probably already at level 3S. We actually encountered a master-level beast on this level. He stared ahead with a calm tone. Not far ahead, dozens of master-level beasts stared at them with violent auras. Lin Yuan took a step forward calmly, flames overflowed, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The sword slashed out, and the flames of the sword swept through the air, sweeping across the herd of strange beasts. Wherever the sword light went, the strange beasts were torn into pieces on the spot, and then burned to ashes by the flames, without any ability to fight back. These strange beasts were like grass in front of the top sect Lin Yuan. At the same time, a familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, kill the strange beast, and get a bottle of blood-strengthening soup. Ding, kill the strange beast, and gain 1 year of cultivation. Ding, obtain martial arts, floating wind. Information kept popping up, but unfortunately none of it was what he needed. Lin Yuan put away his sword. These trophies were of little significance to him now, and their practicality was too low. I can feel that there are indeed large-scale beasts below the 30th floor, Zhao Lengxuan said with a serious expression and complicated eyes. Moreover, the mental power can just extend to the 30th floor. Lin Yuan seemed to be thinking about something. If the 30th floor is already at the sect level, then there might be something even stronger on the 40th floor. Zhao Lengxuan nodded with a serious expression. She continued, the spiritual fluctuations coming from that layer are too strong. I'm afraid it's not just an alien beast. It's possible that it's a star alien race. The alien beast itself has no spiritual power, and only a life form that has been eroded by the abyss can produce such an abnormality. And the current fluctuations can almost confirm that the alien race is on the 40th floor. If this is really the first time that the star aliens have appeared in the human defense zone, then the situation will become extremely tricky, far beyond the reach of ordinary alien beasts. Lin Yuan looked calm and said softly, keep going down. Let's go down another 10 floors and see. As long as it's not the martial saint who takes action, I can handle it. As he spoke, he drew out his long sword again. The blade was cold and sharp, and his expression was calm. Zhao Lengxuan hesitated slightly, but finally nodded and continued walking. As they cleared the way, they finally reached the 30th floor of the cave. Zhao Lengxuan released his mental power and carefully surveyed the area, while Lin Yuan alone resisted the large-scale monsters that were rushing towards him. The pressure around him increased suddenly, and Zhao Lengxuan's face suddenly changed. This cave is more than level 3S. It has exceeded the standard. We have to retreat. Her voice echoed in the empty cave, and the warning also marked the beginning of a greater crisis. The profound changes had just begun. Zhao Lengxuan's face was pale, and her forehead was covered with cold sweat. It was obvious that she had sensed some kind of terrifying existence on the 40th floor. That kind of mental oppression was far beyond any strange beast she had ever seen. Lin Yuan raised his sword and cut a strange beast in half. He turned around and said in a deep voice, are you sure that thing is beyond level 3S? Can its mental power be comparable to that of a true dragon? Zhao Lengxuan nodded, his expression more solemn than ever before. It is very strong, but I can't be sure if it is a strange beast. Its mental power is too strange. Can you find out the number? Lin Yuan asked calmly. Although he heard that the other party might be a top-level existence, he was not panicked at all. Instead, a hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. The system's reward mechanism is based on the strength of the enemy. If the enemy is really an oversized one, the reward will definitely be generous, and there may even be a chance to make a critical breakthrough. However, Zhao Lengxuan shook his head and said, the mental fluctuations in this cave are too strong. I can only sense the general direction and cannot determine the specific number. Judging from what we know, the rating of this cave is above triple S level, or even higher. There was uneasiness in her tone. She had never really faced a cave of this level before. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and was about to speak when the ground beneath his feet suddenly shook. A huge black shadow rushed out from the ground, like a giant whale leaping out of the deep sea, opening its bloody mouth and pouncing towards them. This sudden movement directly triggered a riot of strange beasts throughout the cave. The ceiling fell, rubble collapsed, and the passage above was almost instantly blocked. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. He did not attack immediately, but looked at Zhao Lengxuan first. Let's go? I'll take you out. The cave is extremely unstable now. He can't let her become a hindrance. Zhao Lengxuan understood the critical situation, nodded, and jumped up quickly. Although she was a master, she was not a combat type, and had almost no ability to protect herself here, and would only drag down Lin Yuan. The next moment, Lin Yuan shook his palm, and the strong wind turned into a thrust, sending her directly out of the cave, and her figure instantly sank into the crack at the top that had not yet been completely closed. At the same time, the giant beast opened its mouth wide and swallowed a large amount of rubble and corpses, then quickly retreated back into the depths of darkness, hiding again like a lurker. The 30th floor of the cave fell silent again, and the other strange beasts went into a collective riot. The entire mountain began to shake violently, and the mountain range seemed to be torn apart. At the foot of the mountain, the members of the Demon Suppression Army on the helicopter noticed something was wrong, and their faces changed. Oh no, the cave is out of control. One of them suddenly shouted and prepared to call for support. The commander is still down there. Should we notify the people above to mobilize the troops immediately? Another person was about to contact his superiors when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure that suddenly jumped out of the cave and grabbed the landing platform tightly. It's Chief Zhao? Where's the other chief? Someone asked hurriedly. Zhao Lengxuan's expression was icy, and his voice was word for word. Return immediately and inform the military. She looked unprecedentedly solemn at this moment, because she knew that Lin Yuan was no longer facing an ordinary enemy. The mental pressure was likely from the alien race in the starry sky. If it was true, it meant that the battlefield faced by humans would have to advance a whole level, and she was simply unable to compete with them, so she could only retreat and seek help. Seeing this, everyone dared not say much and immediately flew the helicopter to the demon-suppressing army headquarters, ready to report the situation and request large-scale support. Outside the military camp, Su Qianlong also felt the vibration of the earth veins. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he saw a helicopter landing. Zhao Lingshuan walked out quickly and said, "Notify the military headquarters. The level of the underground cave is over 3S, and Commander Yi is still at the bottom. Reinforcements must be sent immediately." Su Qianlong was startled, and then realized that the situation was not good. He did not dare to delay, and quickly turned back to the military camp to report the situation to the higher authorities. At this moment in the Jiangbei military headquarters, the lights in the military training building were on. Yi Tai was in charge with several generals. Satellite images were projected in real time, and the movements in the cave were clearly visible. Su Qianlong requested emergency support, saying that something strange had occurred inside the cave and that a monster riot was suspected. An officer received a report from the front line, and his tone became tense. It has been confirmed that Zhao Lingshuan has been evacuated from the cave, and another military chief is still underground. The officer added quickly. This news made everyone look solemn. Determination of the level of the cave? Yi Tai's eyes darkened, and he put down his teacup and asked. He had already vaguely realized that this mission was not that simple. Zhao Lingshuan judged that the level has exceeded level 3S, the officer reported. As soon as this was said, the conference room was silent for a few seconds, because this meant that this would be the first supersized underground cave to appear in a human living area. Yi Tai's expression became more serious than ever before. Mobilize the 3rd, 7th, and 9th fronts, as well as the 358th Division, to support the cave and block the surrounding mountains. Yes. Everyone stood up and responded, and the scene suddenly became tense. Then, a division commander asked hesitantly. Then the commander below, does the military want to organize a rescue? Yi Tai was silent for a moment after hearing this, staring at the scene in the cave, and suddenly whispered, "Have you confirmed your identity?" "It has not been confirmed yet. It is said that he acted with Zhao Lingshuan." The commander answered truthfully. Yi Tai sighed and rubbed his brows gently, his tone carrying the calmness and helplessness of an iron-blooded soldier. "If it really comes to that, even if I were asked to go down in person, I wouldn't say a word of no." After these words fell, the whole place fell silent. Everyone understood that under the current situation, if they went down to the cave to rescue him, they would probably never come back. Even if the opponent is a powerful master, facing the true dragon-level beast and the mental suppression of the alien race, it is still dangerous. And for one person, investing a large number of master-level warriors is too costly, and the military can hardly afford it. In the military camp, Su Qianlong received an official reply from the military and immediately relayed the situation to Zhao Lingshuan. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Lingshuan's emotions exploded instantly. Is this the attitude of the Jiangbei military? She could hardly accept this decision, her voice trembling. Do you know what the military will lose if something happens to him? She tried to suppress her inner anxiety and gradually calmed down. As a master of the spiritual department, she also knew that the military's decision was not groundless. The battlefield was never a place for mercy. It would be a pity if Lin Yuan died. But now the cave is out of control and the monsters are rioting. Sending reinforcements would also mean greater casualties. The military had to consider the overall situation. Zhao Lingshuan gritted his teeth, knowing that he had to report the situation to the general military headquarters, and perhaps there would be a chance to mobilize a stronger warrior. It would take at least half a day to mobilize a true dragon warrior. As for mobilizing the martial saint, that was not something Zhao Lingshuan could decide. She looked at Su Qianlong with a hint of struggle in her eyes. Now, he can only rely on himself. Just as the two were silent, there was a commotion outside the military camp. "Madam, this is a combat readiness area, no unauthorized entry." The guard shouted to stop them, and a familiar voice sounded. Su Qianlong looked at the door in surprise, then walked out to check. The figure was Su Rong, the head of the Yi family in Jiangbei, the president of the Su group, and a very prestigious person in Jiangbei. "Madam, how did you get to the war zone?" Su Qianlong was a little confused. He waved his hand to signal the soldiers to make way and walked forward to ask. "I'm here to find my son. Tell them not to stop me." Su Rong's eyebrows were solemn and her expression was full of anxiety. She originally just wanted to wait for Lin Yuan to come out of the cave. But now the situation has changed dramatically, and the news of the unusual movements in the cave has spread throughout the city. She can no longer sit still and must come in person to confirm Lin Yuan's safety. You're looking for Yi Bai? Su Qianlong frowned and thought, then explained. He should still be preparing for the military exam and has not been transferred to the front line. I haven't seen him in the past few days. No, I'm looking for Lin Yuan. Su Rong corrected expressionlessly, speaking word by word. The guards beside him looked at each other and then at Su Qianlong. The latter was silent for half a second and waved his hand to make way. Hearing this name, Su Qianlong was stunned. He suddenly remembered that the man seemed to have disappeared 3 years ago and was brought back recently. He was also engaged to his sister. Lin Yuan? That's not right. Madam, there doesn't seem to be such a person here. He recalled, his face full of confusion. But Su Rong ignored him and walked straight into the military camp. He had no choice but to hurry up and continue to persuade her. Madam, the danger here may escalate at any time. If something happens to you, we will not be able to explain to General Yi. But Su Rong ignored him. She immediately saw Zhao Longshuan standing in the distance, and then quickly walked forward and asked anxiously, "Where's my son? Didn't you come with him?" As soon as these words came out, Su Qianlong froze. He suddenly realized that the chief Zhao Longshuan mentioned was actually Lin Yuan. He was confused for a moment. Wasn't this guy the useless guy who used to live in the mountains and was looked down upon? Now he was the head of the military? Back then, I thought he was useless and unworthy of any great task, but now I am out of his league. The image of the young man who was looked down upon in the past collides with his current status as a high-ranking person. Zhao Longshuan looked at Su Rong with complicated eyes. Her lips moved, and she spoke in a slow but serious tone. He is still at the bottom of the cave. Madam, please let General Yi make the decision himself. Hearing this news, Su Rong's heart suddenly tightened. She almost couldn't stand steadily, and her face turned pale instantly. She had already known the danger level of the cave from the warning information. And now, his son is still trapped in this situation with no news. The worry spread from his heart to his limbs, chilling him to the bone. Have you informed Yi Tai? She suppressed her emotions and asked in a low voice. Zhao Longshuan nodded. The military has been informed. But they refused to go down rashly and only sent the demon suppression army to blockade it. Su Qianlong was horrified as he listened to this. At this moment, he still found it hard to believe. The young boy who was disliked by his whole family had become the most special existence in the entire war zone. And he was the chief? How high was his military rank? Lieutenant general or general? He couldn't imagine what kind of resources and status this represented. After listening to this, Su Rong was silent for 2 seconds, and then said in a firm tone, "Bring the phone here, I'll call myself." She was no longer willing to wait, and decided to contact Yi Tai directly. Su Qianlong looked embarrassed. The military order has been issued. Madam, please consider the overall situation. Although he was also shocked by Lin Yuan, the cost of mobilizing large-scale support was too high. But Su Rong glanced at him coldly, her tone as firm as ever. I will not use the resources of the military. I will only contact Yi Tai. That is his own son. He must take care of it. This sentence made Su Qianlong break out in a cold sweat, and his heart felt inexplicably cold. He immediately handed over the phone without delay. Su Rong took it, walked into the barracks, and dialed the number. The call was connected, and Yi Tai picked up the phone in person in the Jiangbei military headquarters. When he heard the purpose of Su Rong's call, his tone was calm, but his attitude was firm. The military order cannot be changed. If you ask me to save people as a father. His tone suddenly turned colder. I, Yi Tai, have only one son, and that is Yi Bai. Su Rong was stunned, and what echoed in her ears was Yi Tai's unquestionable cold words. The person on the other end of the phone simply hung up after he finished speaking, leaving no room for negotiation. She stood there in a daze, her eyes empty, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. Yi Tai's indifference struck her like an electric current, making her understand completely. Those words in the past were not spoken in anger. That night, Lin Yuan had said that he was just a tool man, but she didn't believe it at the time. Now it seems that everything is true. He was not brought back to be a son at all. She remembered that when Lin Yuan was lost outside, she did not take the initiative to look for him. She remembered that later, she tacitly allowed him to join the army in place of his brother and accepted his sacrifice with peace of mind. At this moment, Su Rong's heart was torn. She finally realized that she owed Lin Yuan too much. And now, he was still left in the cave, his life or death unknown. The stench hit him in the face. The moment Lin Yuan opened his eyes, the light blue light curtain on his body trembled slightly. He was already below the 30th floor. To be more precise, he was swallowed by a giant monster. The huge bloody mouth swallowed up the corpse and the rubble. He was unable to dodge and was sucked into the digestive cavity. The defense outside was impenetrable, but the inside was a completely different world. He held the knife in one hand and cut it across. A scream rang out. The intestinal wall was torn and hot blood gushed out. If it were outside, this beast, which was as powerful as a large one, would have been difficult to deal with. But now it was completely defenseless, and he cut its throat with one knife. While the beast was twitching, he had already walked out of the cavity and stood on the wreckage. His mental fluctuations surged, and he raised his eyebrows. There was something below him, and the mental oppression was extremely strong. True dragon level? He glanced at the system, and the reward was still mediocre. He didn't plan to call it a day without shedding blood. He continued to go deeper into the cave, bypassing the wreckage and mithril fragments. 32nd floor, 33rd floor. The strength of the beasts increased, but he ignored them all the way. The goal was clear. The true dragon-level alien was his prey. He didn't waste any energy, and his steps were incredibly fast. When he reached the 40th floor, the ground was covered with silver liquid, like moonlight dripping, and the spiritual power was so rich that it was terrifying. Mithril mine. Lin Yuan frowned. It was a spiritual treasure. No wonder the detection failed. The deeper they went, the more distorted the space became. A dark figure suddenly appeared in front of them, wrapped up in a blanket, with only green bean-sized eyes showing. Lin Yuan's eyes fixed. Corpse Clan. One of the alien races in the sky, the most difficult one to deal with. It can control corpses with its mental power and can replace one body with another, so it will never really die. Unless its mental power is completely wiped out, it is useless to kill it. I seem to have seen the smell on you before. The shadow's voice was cold. Lin Yuan said calmly. Then remember it clearly. When you see me, stay away. The black shadow trembled, and then roared. It's you? Didn't the lizard tribe say that you can't live beyond a month? You are a bunch of rubbish. He laughed in anger, his tone twisted. I want your body. The Corpse Clan mainly resides in spirits, and if they take over his body, they can advance. The black shadow laughed wildly. The space shook, and the mithril evaporated. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Lin Yuan's fighting spirit surged, and he was entangled in 5 major skills. Flames, thunder, hurricanes, frost, and lightning bombarded him in turn. The shadow's expression suddenly changed. He discovered that his mental power was actually locked, and the field suppressed him, making him slow down his reaction. You are just a great sect. How can you possess such a killing intent domain? The black shadow cried out in horror. A domain master can be called a semi-saint. What kind of monster is this guy? Lin Yuan approached step by step, his eyes flashing with cold light. He did not answer. His blade was as fast as lightning, and he used round after round of major skills to crush and kill. Don't waste your energy. The Corpse Clan roared. I have called back all the beasts. If you run now, you still have time. Lin Yuan smiled. That makes sense. The next second, the sea of fire and lightning rose again, and every move was unethical. One sword cuts through the body, one palm shakes the soul, one strike seals the godhood. Even the true dragon level has to kneel, and you still want to run? At the same time, a soldier rushed into the military camp. Report. The monster has retreated back to the cave. Su Qianlong suddenly stood up and rushed out of the barracks. The shaking of the mountains has stopped, and the herd of strange beasts that were once rioting has completely disappeared, as if they had suddenly received a call and retreated collectively. What happened? He looked into the depths of the cave, his expression full of confusion. Chapter 26. Half a Step to Success, Nightmare, Spiritual Resonance. I'm not sure, but it looks like all these strange beasts are going to retreat. A demon-suppressing soldier said. Hearing this, Su Qianlong couldn't help but reveal a look of confusion on his face. The monsters were rioting. Why would they suddenly go back? He had never seen anything like this before. But none of this matters. What matters is that it gives them some time to catch their breath. At least, now that I know the level of this cave, I will have time to prepare. But soon, another problem arose. Lin Yuan was still down there at this time. Once all these strange beasts returned to their nests, it would be even more difficult for him to come up. Su Rong walked out of the military camp, and her face turned pale when she heard their conversation. She also knew very well that the return of the strange beasts to their nest was a good thing for Jiangbei. But Lin Yuan's chance of survival has become even smaller. Get out of the way, I want to pass. Su Rong was in a state of dismay, and was almost desperate to reach the entrance of the cave. However, how could her actions be approved? Firstly, her identity was special, and secondly, the strange beast had just returned to its nest, and the riot had just ended. The cave is still in danger at this time. Ma'am, Please calm down first. Even if you go over there, it will be useless in this situation, and it's also very dangerous. Su Qianlong turned around, sighed, and consoled him. That being said, when Su Qianlong learned about the turmoil in the cave, he knew in his heart that Lin Yuan was probably in great danger. Otherwise, if there was a battle going on below, they would not be able to sense it at all. The mental power below seems to be weakening. At this time, Zhao Lingshuan suddenly spoke. After she learned that Yi Tai had rejected Su Rong's request, she immediately notified the general military headquarters of the news. Moreover, the mental power is always exploring the situation below the cave. Have you found any news about Lin Yuan? Su Rong asked hurriedly after hearing this. Zhao Lingshuan shook his head and said, Not yet, but at this rate of decay, my mental power will be able to explore the entire cave in half an hour. Prepare a helicopter and take me to the cave. After Su Rong heard this, the hope that had just ignited in her heart was instantly extinguished. She looked at Su Qianlong coldly and said firmly. Su Qianlong wanted to stop them, but he didn't dare to force the general's wife and the head of the Su group to stay. Moreover, Su Rong's attitude is so tough. If he continues to refuse, I'm afraid we'll really start fighting. Where are the members of the 7th team? Protect the lady. Su Qianlong gritted his teeth and could only agree for the time being. He quickly reported the situation here to Yi Tai. Su Rong arrived above the cave in a helicopter, and all the strange beasts around her had disappeared. There was no sign of life in the dark cave entrance. She couldn't believe it, so she used her mental power to explore the cave, starting from the first floor and searching. Under the cave, after the field was expanded, the black shadow was completely blocked by Lin Yuan. After being baptized by the master's skills dozens of times, the black shadow's body had been completely broken. Lin Yuan, we will eliminate you sooner or later. The black shadow uttered harsh words, and a light blue ball emerged from above his head. In just this moment, Lin Yuan felt an extremely strong mental force. This small ball is the spiritual body of the corpse clan. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He has never been a kind-hearted person, and being soft-hearted will only lead to disaster. Call out. The blade light carried lightning, ice, and various energies gathered together and slashed towards the light blue ball of light. The material of his sword is extremely expensive, and the weapon grade is also bulky. Contains special materials that can destroy spiritual power. Therefore, the moment the knife light touched the ball of light instantly disintegrated like broken glass. Ding! The host killed a strange beast, and a bottle of level 10 True Dragon liquid dropped. Ding! The host has triggered the double reward in the True Dragon level martial arts, Immortal Cell Cultivation Method. The moment the ball of light shattered, a voice also sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Yuan was delighted. As expected, his system really gave him a pillow whenever he felt sleepy. He now has the strength of a top-level master, and his realm is loosening. It is the critical moment for a breakthrough, so the system rewards him with the 10th level True Dragon Liquid. Moreover, a True Dragon level martial art was revealed. Immortal Cells. Lin Yuan took a glance, and a piece of information flooded into his mind. Immortal cells compress their own qi and blood into the cells, causing the cells to mutate and possess endless qi and blood. During battle, these immortal cells are like a star that never goes out, supplying him with endless energy throughout his body. If cultivated to the extreme, these cells can truly achieve immortality. Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. It was worthy of being a reward from the system. Let the cell become a star and provide it with energy. How many cells does the human body have? If all of them were converted, to what extent would his combat power soar? Lin Yuan didn't dare to imagine it. But the most urgent task now was not the resting cells, but the problem of the alien beasts returning to their nest. These exotic beasts are numerous, and even a large group of them can number up to hundreds. It was not easy for him to get out, unless you break through the limit and reach a higher level again. When Lin Yuan thought of this, he sat down directly, took out the True Dragon liquid rewarded by the system, and applied it evenly on his body. The function of True Dragon liquid is to strengthen muscles and bones, and it has the effect of replacing bone marrow. To put it simply, it means to develop the human body again. The higher the level of the True Dragon liquid, the greater the degree of development, and the higher the realm that warriors can reach in the future. Soon, Lin Yuan's skin began to turn red, and a tingling sensation came from his bones. The energy and blood in his body were also running wildly at this moment. Soon, Lin Yuan had absorbed all the dragon liquid in the bottle. The blood in the body. The strength has almost doubled. My realm has loosened, but I haven't completely become a true dragon warrior yet. Now I should be called a half-step dragon. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. At the same time as his realm breakthrough, his mental strength also increased. Especially under this cave, there is mithril, and the mental power of the corpse that died just now is also left. As his mental strength increased, Lin Yuan encountered a new trouble. It seemed that when he was absorbing the mental power, he was affected by the mental power of the corpse and fell into a nightmare. This is not the first time I have encountered this situation. It should be said that this is a unique ability of the zombies. It can invade the warrior's mental power, create illusions, and amplify fear from the heart. Some warriors with weak willpower can easily fall into the nightmare of illusion and never get out of it. After Lin Yuan felt the state of his mental strength, he did not panic. He was extremely determined on the path of martial arts. 3 years of conquest had made his heart as solid as a rock. This nightmare is not enough to affect him. Chapter 27. At this moment, she finally understood why. At the same time, above the cave, Su Rong was still trying hard to search for Lin Yuan's trace. She now feels that the range of her mental power exploration is getting wider and wider. From the initial detection of only up to the 30th floor, she can now go deeper. This made her feel both happy and worried. The good news is that after searching all the way, no trace of Lin Yuan was found. What worried her was that once she dug deeper, she was afraid she would see something unacceptable. However, she couldn't care less. She would not give up until she found Lin Yuan. After about 3 or 5 minutes, a look of joy appeared on Su Rong's face. "Found it, he's fine, he's fine," Su Rong said with surprise, but soon discovered that there was something wrong with Lin Yuan's current condition. He closed his eyes tightly, as if trying hard to resist something. Su Rong carefully checked Lin Yuan's condition and finally confirmed that Lin Yuan had entered a fantasy world. Moreover, she also knew how terrifying illusions were. If you don't get out of it, you might go crazy. Su Rong didn't have time to think about it. Her mental power continued to contact Lin Yuan's mental power. She wanted to enter Lin Yuan's illusion and pull him out. The gate of the base banged loudly, and the low roar of the strange beast echoed. "Hold on. Give the people inside time to retreat. Military support will be here soon." While dealing with the strange beast, the officers shouted behind him. Behind him was a vanguard team of 10 people fighting with the strange beast. Among them, a handsome young man stood there in a daze, holding a long sword tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a strange beast seemed to notice the boy and swooped down towards him. "Get out of the way. Damn it." The officer caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and shouted loudly. Seeing that the boy was still standing there stupidly, the officer ignored the strange beast in front of him and ran towards the boy with a long sword in hand. Puff! The sound of the long knife piercing through flesh was heard, and warm blood splashed all over the boy's face. The officer kicked the boy and said angrily, "Are you scared? This is a battlefield. There is no time for you to adapt. Captain, this kid isn't even a warrior, and I don't know how he was sent here." Another team member rushed over, took one look at the boy who was kicked to the ground, and explained with a serious expression, "What? Are the military people kidding me? The minimum standard for this recruitment is to be a formal warrior and preferably have combat experience. Why did they send someone who is not even a warrior? Are you here to die?" The officer's voice echoed in his ears, and the boy finally came to his senses. "I'm sorry, Captain. I will try my best not to hold the team back." The boy got up and apologized, but was greeted with a cold look from the officer. The battlefield was already extremely dangerous, and they didn't even have time to take care of themselves, let alone having to carry a burden with them. "I don't care if you are a warrior now or not. Since you are here, you are a demon-suppressing soldier. Remember, the demon suppression army is here to protect others, not to be protected by others." The young man nodded, holding the long sword with a firm look in his eyes. Su Rong stared at the scene in a daze. She was very familiar with the figure of the young man. It was Lin Yuan when he had just joined the army. At this time, Lin Yuan's face looked a little immature, but it also made her feel more intimate. Because at this time, he was still his eldest son. The battlefield was unimaginably brutal, and one was brushing shoulders with death every second. Not to mention that Lin Yuan was not even a warrior at that moment. Su Rong couldn't imagine how a person who wasn't even a warrior could survive on the battlefield. And at this moment, she seemed to understand why Lin Yuan's temperament changed drastically after he came back. It was she who personally sent her son, who was not even a warrior, to the battlefield. She was sending Lin Yuan to his death. The sky is dark gray. The drizzle continued to fall. The streets were in a state of disrepair, and vehicles were scattered all over the place. There were corpses floating in the ditch, and the air was filled with the smell of blood and rotting corpses. The city gate has been breached. Where are the vanguard team? Are they all dead? On the street, an officer shouted loudly. Besides the sound of raindrops, the air was filled with the roars of strange beasts. No one responded. Captain, they are probably all dead. Except for the captain who has battlefield experience, the rest of the vanguard squad are all new recruits. A member of the Demon Suppression Army said in a low voice after searching for a while. Evacuate, the city has fallen. After the Demon Suppressing Army withdrew, the city was completely occupied by strange beasts. I don't know how much time passed. A dirty hand stretched out from the pile of corpses. Immediately afterwards, a young man crawled out from the pile of corpses. The boy was in tattered clothes, and his body was covered with blood and scars. His face looked extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. I'm not dead. It seems I'm really lucky. The young man grinned and dragged his weak body out of the pile of corpses step by step. However, there were strange beasts everywhere. The young man, who had not received nutritional supplements for a long time, wandered blindly in the occupied base. Strange beasts appear around from time to time. Once discovered, you will become food in their mouths. I'm so hungry. If I continue like this, I'll die. The young man dragged his tired body and turned over the garbage dump that was already filled with corpses, looking for something to replenish his energy. Finally, he found a glass tube inside, which contained half a bottle of nutrient solution that had not been used up. The boy didn't care about anything else. He just opened it and poured the liquid into his mouth. After seeing this scene, Su Rong felt as if her heart was being squeezed by a huge hand, and tears flowed unconsciously from the corners of her eyes. This scene reminded her of the time when she found Lin Yuan in the old city. At that time, she secretly vowed to make it up to Lin Yuan and make up for the debt she owed him after being separated for so many years. However, when Lin Yuan returned to the Yi family, he faced a life that was even more bitter and difficult than in the old city. Even during his 3 years in the army, they never showed any concern for him once. Su Rong covered her mouth and stayed there, not daring to take another step forward. This is actually Lin Yuan's spiritual world, and it also reflects the past that he is most reluctant to recall. She was afraid that if she went forward, she would meet Lin Yuan. At that time, how much would Lin Yuan hate her when he saw her? When the hatred in his heart was infinitely magnified, would Lin Yuan still be able to walk out? At this moment, Su Rong seemed to have lost all her strength and sat limply on the ground. At this moment, she finally understood how much harm she, as a parent, had brought to Lin Yuan. At this moment, she finally understood that this achievement was indeed important to Lin Yuan. 3 years of blood and sweat, 3 years of fighting. How can it be taken away with just a few words? Just when she was immersed in sorrow, a flash of knife light cut through the rain curtain, like a ray of light suddenly appearing in the dark night, extremely dazzling. The knife flashed across the young man's body, cutting him in half before he could react. Bang! The glass tube fell to the ground and shattered. There was confusion and helplessness on the boy's young face as he slowly fell to the ground. No! Su Rong let out an almost heart-wrenching cry and stretched out her hand to grab him. But she saw a figure walking towards her with an expressionless face. Chapter 28. The Su family is surprised. Yuhan, that's your fiancé? Lin Yuan. Su Rong saw the face of that figure clearly. The face lost its immaturity and youthfulness and became resolute and indifferent. She called softly, but Lin Yuan no longer stayed beside her and passed by her. She stretched out her hand to grab Lin Yuan, but in the end she caught nothing. She just stared blankly until Lin Yuan's figure completely disappeared. Outside the cave, on the helicopter, Su Rong's face turned terribly pale. In Lin Yuan's spiritual world, she saw an unforgettable scene. She didn't know how to face Lin Yuan, because as a mother, she owed Lin Yuan too much, and she was afraid that she would never be able to repay him in this lifetime. Ma'am. The demon-suppressing army discovered Su Rong's condition, which was extremely bad, as if he had suffered some kind of severe blow. They looked at each other and hurried back, fearing that something might have happened to Su Rong here. Soon, a figure jumped out of the cave. Lin Yuan naturally also saw Su Rong in the spiritual world, but that was not important. Because to him, he is no longer an important person. At least, it had been like that since the moment he returned to the Yi family and saw his parents. In the military camp, Zhao Lingshuan saw Lin Yuan return safely, and her worried expression finally eased. Chief, Zhao Lingshuan hurriedly went forward, looked Lin Yuan up and down, and only felt relieved after confirming that he was not injured. Su Qianlong stood aside, his eyelids twitching wildly. Just now Su Rong was trying desperately to find Lin Yuan, but how come she suddenly came back, and it was as if she was seriously ill. This made him a little puzzled. Besides, he became more and more curious about Lin Yuan's identity. What kind of identity did he have to be called the leader by Major General Zhao Lingshuan? Moreover, how strong must one be to be able to fight his way out of a cave of this level alone? Grandmaster, Master, Top Master? He didn't know, but the only thing he knew was that his name was Lin Yuan, his future brother-in-law. Thinking of this, Su Qianlong couldn't help but smile, feeling quite proud. The head of the military is his brother-in-law. After Lin Yuan exchanged a few words with Zhao Lingshuan, he looked at Su Qianlong and found that the other party was grinning happily. Lin Yuan couldn't help but look at him strangely, and then said, "The level of the cave remains unchanged, and there are still many large-scale monsters. You must always be vigilant." Su Qianlong immediately put away his smile and said seriously, "Yes, Chief." In the evening, at the Su family, after the cave was stabilized, Su Qianlong, who had been guarding the cave for half a month, rarely returned home. At this moment in the Su family's hall, Su Qianlong was describing something with a beaming expression on his face. "Dad, you don't know, the one from the Yi family, Lin Yuan, you know him, right? He's the one who is engaged to our sister, the eldest son of the Yi family. He's now the head of the military. Oh my God, I didn't expect that you've changed so much after not seeing you for 3 years. Yuhan, that's your fiancé." Su Qianlong took a sip of tea and was extremely shocked. Su Yuhan was sitting on the sofa and couldn't help but frown when she heard Su Qianlong's words. She said in a strange tone, "Brother, what's wrong with you? How could he be the head of the military?" Not only Su Yuhan, but also Su Juqing, Su's father, frowned. "Did you make a mistake? The Yi family just kicked Lin Yuan out of the house a few days ago. How could he be the head of the military?" Su Juqing was present at Yi Bai's celebration party that day. This was admitted by Yi Tai himself. If he really was the head of the military, would Yi Tai be willing to kick Lin Yuan out of the house? What? Su Qianlong was about to speak when he heard this. His expression was shocked. "You said Lin Yuan was kicked out of the Yi family? How can this be false?" Yi Tai admitted it himself. Su Juqing saw his son so surprised and suspicious, and immediately realized something was wrong. "What happened? Tell me quickly." Su Qianlong was stunned and couldn't help saying, "That military chief is indeed Lin Yuan. That's right. All the major generals from Kyoto call him that. Moreover, Madam Yi came in person later, specifically to look for Lin Yuan. Could this be false?" Upon hearing this, Su Juqing instantly lost his composure. He has absolute 100% trust in his son Su Qianlong. Since he said so, this must be true. After all, my son works in the military. You mean, even the major general from Kyoto calls Lin Yuan the chief? Su Juqing confirmed again. If this is true, then Lin Yuan's status is at least at the admiral level. There is no other general as young as him in the entire military. But if that was true, why did Yi Tai kick him out of the house? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. How could it be false? And I suspect that Lin Yuan's current status may have reached the general level. Su Qianlong pondered for a moment and dropped a bombshell. If it is a star level, wouldn't that mean he would be on the same level as Yi Tai? Su Juqing was horrified when he heard this. At this age, wouldn't a general be expected to take over the military and become a marshal in the future? Then why did Yi Tai drive Lin Yuan out of the house and support Yi Bai? Su Juqing frowned and said, "I just heard from you too. What does General Yi mean by this?" Su Qianlong shook his head, equally puzzled. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan becoming the head of the military would be icing on the cake for the Yi family. Others will only say that he is a son of a general. If Yi Tai tells others about it, he will be proud of himself. Why would he be kicked out of the house? This question not only puzzled Su Juqing, but also Su Qianlong. Including everyone before, everyone has doubts. Because they couldn't imagine that Yi Tai could be so cruel. Su Juqing frowned and thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. No matter what Yi Tai thinks, we must stand clear. As you said, Lin Yuan becoming the head of the military is also a good thing for our Su family. Su Qianlong also nodded and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. I was worried about my sister's future back then, but now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. It seems that our Su family is trying to climb up the social ladder." The father and son laughed and were in a good mood. He is a star-level son-in-law, and he is still so young. His future is bright. I'm afraid that the Su family will also soar to great heights in the future because of this. By the way, Yuhan, have you met Lin Yuan recently? It's been so many years since we last met, and as his uncle, I should go see him. How about you go with me tomorrow? Su Juqing clapped his hands and chuckled, then suddenly turned his head to look at Su Yuhan, who was sitting beside him with a look of surprise on her face. "Dad, I canceled this engagement a few days ago." Su Yuhan was silent for a moment and then spoke. While what? As soon as these words were spoken, the Su family hall suddenly became quiet. Su Juqing and Su Qianlong both stared at her in shock, their eyes extremely sharp. Chapter 29. The Su family was shocked. Aren't you trying to cheat your father? Su Yuhan's words made the Su family's father and son stunned. You canceled the engagement? When did this happen? Who gave you the courage to go to the Yi family to cancel the engagement? Su Juqing was stunned and looked at his daughter in disbelief. Regardless of Lin Yuan's current identity, the Yi family is undoubtedly the #1 martial arts family in Jiangbei. Yi Tai is also the commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei demon-suppressing army. Going to the Yi family to break off the engagement, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of the Yi family? Hasn't he been kicked out by Uncle Yi? He has nothing to do with the Yi family. Besides, I have informed Uncle Yi about this matter in advance. Su Yuhan said blankly. She also didn't expect that Lin Yuan from 3 years ago would now become the head of the military. Confused, even if Yi Tai drove Lin Yuan away, Lin Yuan is still Yi Tai's biological son. He will come back sooner or later. When that time comes, what do you want the Su family to do? Not to mention now, Lin Yuan is already the head of the military. Do you know what it means to be a general at this age? Looking across the military, it's hard to find a second one. If he takes over the military and becomes a marshal in the future. Su Juqing paced back and forth with an embarrassed look on his face, his tone full of blame. Having cleared up his relationship with Yi Tai, judging from Lin Yuan's current identity and performance, it is very likely that he will take over the military and become a marshal in the future. Even if you don't think too far ahead, just look at the present. Lin Yuan, is also a general. He broke off the engagement of a general. If this news gets out, will there be anyone who dares to cooperate with the Su family? Is there anyone who dares to get close to the Su family? This is just a small problem. If Lin Yuan really remembers it, the Su family will have a hard time in the future. Su Yuhan's withdrawal from the engagement was tantamount to ruining the future of the Su family. Isn't it just a divorce? Is it that serious? Su Yuhan glared at her father, raising her face stubbornly. Do you know that your brother is currently working in the military? He is a martial arts genius of my Su family. A 28-year-old lieutenant colonel in the Jiangbei military has the hope of being promoted to general before the age of 40. Because of your action, the future of the Su family and your brother's future have been ruined. Su Juqing was so angry when he heard this that he raised his hand to slap, but he didn't put it down in the end. He sighed deeply, feeling extremely complicated. Originally, I thought the Su family could also usher in a new era, but now it seems that it is impossible. Go and apologize right now. I don't ask you to revive the engagement, but at least don't let Lin Yuan bear a grudge against you. Otherwise, don't blame me, Su Juqing, for not recognizing you as my daughter. Su Juqing knew better than anyone the impact of Lin Yuan's identity. A general in his 20s, he is the Eastern Sun, the son of the Xia nation, and the hope of the future. If the Su family provokes such a person, they will be in great trouble. This rebellious girl not only betrayed her father, but also her brother. Su Juqing felt a tightness in his chest and almost vomited blood. Su Yuhan stared at her father in a daze. It was the first time she saw her father get angry with her. Moreover, it was so serious that he even wanted to disown her as his daughter. Su Yuhan walked out of the Su family numbly, still feeling like it was a dream. Lin Yuan, is he really the head of the military? But her brother's words were not false. Su Yuhan smiled bitterly with a lonely look in her eyes. At the same time, the Yi family. Su Rong saw Lin Yuan from the cave and saw Lin Yuan's hardships from the spiritual world. She was filled with guilt and looked much more haggard. She didn't notice it until Yi Tai came back from the military. What's wrong with you? I told you to come back quickly, but you didn't listen. Are you hurt? Yi Tai sat down on the sofa, glanced at the silent Su Rong, frowned and said, When you found Lin Yuan back then, did you really use him as a pawn to pave the way for Yi Bai? Su Rong spoke suddenly. Yi Tai couldn't help but frowned. He said calmly, Why do you ask this suddenly? They are both my sons. Besides, didn't I tell you about the military merits? I just didn't expect this evil creature to be so rebellious after serving in the army for a few years and becoming so independent. Yi Tai's casual explanation did not convince Su Rong. She just looked at her husband and found that Yi Tai was so strange at the moment. She was also a stranger to herself, so how could she agree to such a ridiculous thing as letting Lin Yuan hand over the military achievements to Yi Bai? Unfortunately, it's too late to wake up now. Ever since she saw that scene in Lin Yuan's spiritual world, it has been deeply engraved in her mind, and she can never forget it. She remained silent, which made Yi Tai feel something was amiss. He frowned and said, Are you blaming me for not going to the cave? When he was in the military, he received a call from Su Rong. He also knew that Lin Yuan was under the cave at that time, but Yi Tai remained indifferent. You still focus too much on feelings. From what that rebellious son did he ever really treat us as family? Yi Tai snorted coldly. He thought Su Rong should agree with his idea. After all, I just asked him to give 3 years of merit to Yi Bai, but he threatened to cut off all ties with me. He even had the guts to attack his own sister and brother. But come to think of it, if this rebellious son dared to attack me, what else would he not dare to do? Yi Tai sneered in his heart. Isn't it just that he has been a soldier for a few years, has some merits, and has some status in the military? How dare he ignore him like this? Who is he, Yi Tai? The commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei demon-suppressing army, a 1-star general in the military, has so many merits on his shoulders. Sooner or later, Lin Yuan will beg to come back. Without the support of the Yi family, his future in martial arts would be difficult. Su Rong sat on the sofa with a complicated look in her eyes. After hearing Yi Tai's words, she really wanted to ask whether he had truly cared about Lin Yuan in the past 3 years. Do you know how he has been spending the past 3 years? But if you think about it carefully, didn't she herself not care about it? Haven't you fulfilled your responsibilities as a parent? What qualifications do you have to criticize others? Jiang family, in the hall. Lin Yuan and Zhao Lengxuan returned to the Jiang family. For Lin Yuan, this trip to the cave was quite rewarding. Not only did the true dragon liquid explode, but also true dragon-level martial arts. His current realm is already half a step towards becoming a dragon. If there is enough true dragon liquid, entering the true dragon realm is only a matter of time. However, Lin Yuan is more confident in the next selection of generals. So, your marriage won't be with General Yi, right? In the room, Zhao Lingxuan made a surprised sound. His expression was even more shocked. Before coming here, she was thinking that if the marriage proposal failed to pass her test, she would be the first to stand up and refuse it. After all, Jiang Dai is her student and a genius of Shengwu Academy. Of course, she couldn't just watch Jiang Dai fall into the fire pit, but after hearing Jiang Dai's statement, Zhao Lingxuan couldn't sit still anymore. According to Jiang Dai, the marriage was actually with Lin Yuan. Who is Lin Yuan? The military general, the son of the East, the future of martial arts. She couldn't figure out how Jiang Yuya had done it to make this person agree. Yeah, that's what Grandpa said. Jiang Dai nodded, then asked in a puzzled tone. Teacher, what's wrong? Don't you agree? Chapter 30. Self-esteem? No, it's inferiority complex. No, if it's really like what you said, I fully agree with it. Zhao Lingxuan smiled and shook his head, but still found it a little unbelievable. A genius from Shengwu Academy and a general in the military. It seems that the former has clearly gained the upper hand. But since it was Lin Yuan's words, how could she object? She didn't dare to object. Jiang Dai nodded, looking thoughtful. After Lin Yuan came back, he was called over by Jiang Yuya directly. The specific reason was naturally related to Jiang Dai. Mr. Jiang is now over 90 years old. Although he is a master of martial arts, he still has another 100 to 80 years to live. But the fate of his 2 sons forced him to worry about Jiang Dai and consider the long term. He is very optimistic about Lin Yuan. His martial arts strength and identity background are indeed the best hopes. Even if he is gone one day, at least she won't have to worry about Jiang Dai being alone and helpless. During these few days of getting along, he has seen every aspect of Lin Yuan. In short, just 2 words: excellent. Of course, when Grandpa Jiang proposed this idea, he was not forcing anyone. He would definitely seek his granddaughter's opinion. If Jiang Dai disagrees, he certainly won't force her. However, before Lin Yuan went to the cave, he had already asked Jiang Dai for her opinion, and the next was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was helpless. He originally thought it was good to be alone and didn't have too many worries on the road of martial arts. But Jiang Yuya had done him such a favor that it was difficult for him to refuse. Outside the door, Lin Yuan knocked. After hearing some noise inside, he opened the door and walked in. General Yi, are you looking for Jiang Dai? When Zhao Lengxuan found out about the matter, he guessed it immediately. Lin Yuan nodded, and then Zhao Lengxuan said with a smile, Xiao Dai, go ahead, go find yours. It's getting dark. The weather in June and July was not too hot, and since Jiang Dai did not have to attend martial arts classes, she dressed in a college style. Long hair like a waterfall, bright eyes and white teeth. Her skin is white with a hint of pink, and her appearance is impeccable. She just followed behind Lin Yuan, looking up from time to time at the man who was half a head taller than her. She didn't know much about Lin Yuan's identity, or it could be said that she didn't know much about Lin Yuan as a person. But from what Zhao Lingxuan and her grandfather said, it can be heard that this man should be a general in the military. He looked to be about the same age as her, perhaps 3 years older at most. Mr. Jiang should have told you this, but I still want to make it clear to you. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped and spoke. Jiang Dai also stopped and stood beside Lin Yuan with a calm expression. This was actually arranged by Mr. Jiang. If you find it difficult, you can tell me. I believe Mr. Jiang won't force you. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and spoke slowly. Jiang Dai listened quietly, but after Lin Yuan finished speaking, she nodded undeniably. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "After all, you are still studying in Shengwu Academy, while I fight monsters on the battlefield every day. No matter how you look at it. But I think I can give it a try." Jiang Dai suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Yuan's words. This was unexpected for Lin Yuan. In fact, when Jiang Yuya made this request, he didn't think that the other party would agree. After all, it doesn't seem appropriate to put a beautiful young girl in her prime together with him, a man who fights on the battlefield every day. It's not about how Lin Yuan is. On the contrary, Lin Yuan has a very good image. He is about 1.8 meters tall, with a straight and slender figure and a well-defined face. Besides being handsome, he also looks very healthy and sunny at first glance. What did you say?" Lin Yuan was stunned and asked. "I said, I think I can give it a try." Jiang Dai raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan, a smile appearing on her fair little face. Now, it was Lin Yuan's turn to be confused. Is this correct? Did he get the wrong script? Shouldn't he be like Su Yuhan, who refused to agree no matter how hard she tried? Think it over. After I solve Jiangbei's problems, I should return to the military headquarters right away. It's hard to say when we will meet again. Lin Yuan was silent for a while and continued. Jiang Dai didn't think so. With a smile on her face, she looked at Lin Yuan and said, "I will also join the military department in the future. We will meet sooner or later." Lin Yuan fell silent again, but he was not the kind of person who would not speak when he saw a beautiful woman. He quickly realized that since the other person had said so, it would seem a bit unromantic for him to continue to refuse. Lin Yuan nodded and said softly, "Okay." Not far from the two of them, Su Yuhan watched this scene with an extremely complicated expression. Originally, Su Juqing asked her to ask Lin Yuan for forgiveness. But when I really got here, I just couldn't take that step, and I didn't know how to start. She looked at the two of them talking and laughing with a bitter expression. In Jiangbei, she is also recognized as a great beauty, and those who pursue her line up from Jiangbei to Kyoto. But in front of Jiang Dai, it pales in comparison. Jiang Dai is a martial arts genius in Jiangbei. Since she attended martial arts high school, she has been the goddess in many people's minds. Coupled with her talent in martial arts, even though many people admired her, they did not dare to truly express it. Now standing in front of these two people, Su Yuhan didn't dare to step forward. She didn't know if it was her inner self-esteem that made her unable to ask Lin Yuan for forgiveness. After all, before this, Lin Yuan was very humble in front of her. Or maybe there were some other reasons that prevented her from stepping forward. Finally, she watched quietly for a while from a distance and walked away silently. Only at this moment did Su Yuhan realize how ridiculous her thoughts were at that time. At that time, she thought Jiang Yuya was crazy. He forced his granddaughter, a martial arts genius from Jiangbei, to a down-and-out man who had been kicked out of his home. But now it seems that Jiang Yuya is not crazy. It turns out that he is the head of the military. Su Yuhan returned to the Su family with a complicated expression, and Su Juqing saw that she looked like she had lost her soul. He stood up from the sofa all of a sudden. "How is it? Didn't Lin Yuan forgive you?" Su Juqing asked nervously. Not only her, Su Qianlong also looked at his sister nervously. His nervousness was not because of his own future, but because of his concern for the Su family. Su Yuhan shook her head and said, "No, it's just that I don't know how to start." Upon hearing this, Su Juqing flew into a rage and asked sternly, "Why? Is it your worthless self-esteem?" Su Yuhan pursed her lips and said nothing. This made Su Juqing completely furious. He came to Su Yuhan and said sternly, "Your self-esteem was given to you by the Su family and by Lin Yuan. Now because of you, the future of the Su family is dark. Do you want me, your father, to personally take this responsibility?" "Dad, let your sister calm down first." Su Qianlong saw his father trembling with anger, and then looked at his sister's distraught look. I couldn't help but sigh, and my heart was also extremely complicated. He hadn't expected that something that was originally worth being happy about would turn out like this. But there is no way. Since the problem has already occurred, there must be a solution. Su Yuhan stood in the yard, feeling a little numb. Is it really because of her self-esteem? Actually, not entirely. When she saw Lin Yuan and Jiang Dai standing together, she felt that if she stepped forward, she would look like a clown. Rather than having self-esteem, it is more of an inferiority complex. Chapter 31. Military examination. The military headquarters sent an urgent telegram to recruit Yi Bai back to the military headquarters. Almost a month has passed since Lin Yuan returned to Jiangbei. During this period, the underground cave was considered a big event in Jiangbei, but now that it had stabilized, naturally fewer people paid attention to it. On this day, Jiangbei became lively again. Every household with high school students is extremely busy, because today is the annual military examination. For ordinary people, this can be said to be the easiest opportunity to turn things around in this era of martial arts. With excellent grades, you will be admitted to a key university. The future is bright. Not only will I receive rewards from the province, but even my parents may benefit from it. It's no exaggeration to say that this kind of thing brings honor to the family. In addition to martial arts academies, the martial arts exam is also watched by some martial arts forces such as martial arts alliances, demon-suppressing armies, and martial arts gyms. These martial arts forces usually recruit students with outstanding academic performance after the martial arts examination. After all, they also need some fresh martial arts blood. In addition to the rewards given by the Martial Academy, once you join these forces, you can also receive an additional considerable reward. Among these forces, the military training camp is the most special. After passing it, you can not only receive commendations from the military, but also get a military rank. And once it passes, in the future, his status in the Martial Arts Academy will also be listed as a genius. Some martial arts geniuses can even directly enter the rankings of the Martial Arts Academy after participating in the military training camp, surpassing the old students. Even so, it is also the most difficult to enter. Those who can enter are geniuses among geniuses. Lin Yuan put down the phone with a calm expression. Early this morning, he received news from General He Dingjun. The content of the message was very simple, asking him to select some talented martial arts talents in Jiangbei and have them enter a training camp after passing the martial arts exam, so that we can enter the Eastern Theater in the future. There are more than 1,000 martial arts high schools in Jiangbei, and the number of students is also very large. However, this is not very difficult for Lin Yuan. He only needs to go to the provincial governor's office to find out. After all, the martial arts examination is also a performance assessment for the provincial governor. If some places have not seen any key martial arts universities for several consecutive years, the position of provincial governor, if not the final one, must at least be held accountable by the higher-ups. Therefore, the governor also counted the martial arts geniuses in Jiangbei. However, the martial arts exam has not ended yet, so Lin Yuan is not in a hurry. For him, it was nothing more than a matter of waiting a few more days in Jiangbei. Kyoto, General Headquarters. In a conference room somewhere, dozens of people took their seats one after another. The oldest one's hair is already gray, and he looks to be in his 60s. However, in this era of martial arts, the human gene lock has been broken, so his age may have to be increased by a few decades. The youngest ones are in their 40s or 50s. Wearing a military uniform, with a resolute face and a straight back, he exudes a sense of tenacity from head to toe. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became solemn. The reason why I called you all here today is very simple. The fighting at the border has slowed down a bit, and we have notified the major war zones about the Star General competition several months in advance. Now, I intend to officially hold the General Star competition in half a month. What do you think? The old man sitting in the first seat spoke, his eyes sweeping over the crowd. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became solemn. There are only a few spots in each military region for the general competition, and the rank must be at least general. Participants cannot be over 40 years old. A grand contest between generals and stars takes place once every 10 years. It can be understood as a competition among several major war zones held by the military, which brings together the strongest combat forces from the major war zones and makes a ranking. Through ranking, you will obtain a general star rating. The higher the rating, the higher the authority in the military, and the more likely you are to become the next marshal of the military. Of course, the selection of the military marshal is not only based on the star rating, but also requires sufficient merits and other comprehensive considerations. But in any case, the star rating is the most important of these factors, accounting for almost half. Everyone nodded, but no one spoke. Seeing this, the old man continued. If there is no problem, you can start preparing. In addition, announce the news and let all the major war zones prepare. Yes. At this point, everyone agreed. After all, this is a big event, and the top-ranked warriors from several major military regions have all come to Kyoto. Among them are some martial arts families and disciples of martial arts saints. The military must naturally make adequate preparations. Where is Yi Bai? Where is he now? The old man nodded and suddenly asked. Someone smiled and said, "Marshal, it seems that you still miss him. The last time I saw him was when he was awarded the title. You have to know that he is only 22 years old this year." The old man laughed, his face full of anticipation. "I heard from the East that he went back to Jiangbei these days. I guess he hasn't arrived in the East yet." A general also smiled and said, looking at the old man, "However, the selection of generals this time is different. There are many disciples of the martial saint who want to compete." The old man waved his hand, and the meeting fell silent. "Okay, let's not talk about these things anymore. Let them handle the matters of the martial saints themselves. You should notify them as soon as possible. Tell those who are on leave or on mission to pack up and come to Kyoto." Yi family. The atmosphere became festive early in the morning. Yi Bai was going to take part in the martial arts exam today, and almost everyone in the Yi family was busy preparing for it. Yi Tai also swept away his previous gloomy mood, and a very happy smile appeared on his face. In his eyes, Yi Bai will definitely be able to be admitted to Shengwu Academy, and judging from the current martial arts performance of Jiangbei students, as long as Yi Bai performs normally, it is only a matter of time before he becomes the provincial top scorer. As a father, he naturally felt happy. Early in the morning, Yi Tai personally sent Yi Bai to the examination room and just walked into the military department. Someone came up hurriedly. "Yizhua, there's news from the military headquarters," asking Yi Bai to return to the military headquarters immediately, saying there's an urgent mission. Hearing this, Yi Tai couldn't help but frown. Orders from the East? Yi Tai was stunned for a moment, but didn't take it to heart. He took away Lin Yuan's merits, and Lin Yuan had joined the army for Yi Bai 3 years ago. At this moment, he switched their identities. His youngest son, whom he had hidden for 3 years, was the one on the eastern battlefield. All merits and military achievements should belong to Yi Bai. As for the orders from the East, he didn't care. After all, he is the general of Jiangbei. If he wants to transfer someone back to the Jiangbei military headquarters, it only takes a word. What's more, that person is his own son. "No, I heard from people in the East that this was an order from Kyoto." The man shook his head and continued. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai's brows instantly frowned, and his tone was full of confusion. "Kyoto? Why did you suddenly issue such an order? Do you have a reason?" "I didn't say anything specific." Hearing this, Yi Tai signaled with his eyes, and the latter left tactfully. In the military headquarters, Yi Tai sat in his seat with an unpredictable expression. Why did Eastern suddenly recall Yi Bai? Could it be that the war situation in the East has escalated again, so all the demon-suppressing troops have been recalled? He now wants to exchange Lin Yuan and Yi Bai's identities, so naturally, he has to let Yi Bai go back. But Yi Bai is now taking the martial arts exam, and it is impossible for him to go back. Moreover, this was an order from Kyoto. Even if he personally showed up, it would be impossible for him to transfer Yi Bai back in a short period of time. Besides, if he transferred his son back from the front line to the rear during the war, how would the military and the outside world view him? Yi Tai naturally would not associate this sudden recall order with the military district's competition for generals, because in his eyes, this is simply impossible. Chapter 32. How shameless can a person be? Yi Tai sat in the military headquarters, his facial expression changing several times before he stood up. First of all, it is impossible for Yi Bai to move. This martial arts exam concerns Yi Bai's future and whether he can take over Jiangbei in the future. But Kyoto's orders cannot be ignored. In front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Yuan lay comfortably on the sofa with a relaxed expression. After 3 years of war, Lin Yuan, who had not experienced such a peaceful life for a long time, enjoyed it very much. As for the governor, he has already greeted him personally. You can always find the list. Li Xingwen was very happy about this. It would be a good thing for him if he could enter the military training camp. He would definitely not refuse. Besides, Lin Yuan's identity would not allow him to refuse. "General Yi, what brings you here?" Outside, Jiang Yuye's voice was heard, causing Lin Yuan to half close his eyes and open them. "Yi Tai, why are you here again?" "But I don't think he is here to find him. After all, he had a fight with Yi Tai that day. If you want to sever ties, make it clear." The same is true for Yi Tai himself. If he had any shame, he would never come to. Before Lin Yuan could start thinking, Yi Tai's voice rang out. "Where's Lin Yuan? I have something to talk to him about." Lin Yuan opened his eyes with a strange expression. Was he really coming to find him? Jiang Yuye laughed, but there was a hint of sarcasm in his smile. Yi Tai felt the laughter was particularly harsh and snorted coldly. "Why? I came to look for my son, and I need an outsider like you to agree." "Hey, that's not what you said that day. Now he's your son again." Jiang Yuye found it unbelievable. What was wrong with Yi Tai? Based on his understanding of Yi Tai, he definitely wouldn't be the kind of person who would admit his mistakes. I don't want to play tricks on you. Just tell me if he's here. Yi Tai's expression was extremely cold, and there was even a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This old thing. I am increasingly looking down upon him. Sorry, not here. Zhang Yuya put away his smile and said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai's expression instantly darkened, and he said in a cold tone, Old man, you are bullying me too much. Do you believe that I can turn your Jiang family upside down? He was not joking. With the strength of a top-level gang, it would be easy for them to overturn a building. As soon as the words fell, 6 military bayonets could be vaguely seen rising slowly from Yi Tai's body. Moreover, it was accompanied by a surge of strong wind. Is this your attitude towards finding someone? Lin Yuan pushed open the door and looked at him indifferently. He really didn't want to see Yi Tai, but looking at the situation, if he didn't come out, Yi Tai would really take action. When Yi Tai saw Lin Yuan, he put away his aura and his expression softened a little, which was unusual. The military bayonet that was following him was also retracted, which made Lin Yuan feel extremely surprised. Go inside and talk. Yi Tai didn't care about that. He strode into the room and sat down. If you have something to say it quickly. Lin Yuan leaned against the door, looking at the scene with a cold expression. He didn't think that Yi Tai would suddenly change his attitude. After all, the previous events had already made Lin Yuan see everything clearly. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai's relaxed expression twisted again. He was about to explode, but held back. He sighed and said, Lin Yuan, I know I owe you these years. It's normal for you to be dissatisfied with me. But you are my son after all. I can't just leave you alone. The attitude suddenly softened. The extremely unfamiliar way of speaking made Lin Yuan subconsciously ask, Who are you? Have you been possessed? Yi Tai was stunned for a moment and fell silent. His expression did not change, but in his heart he wanted to slap him. This evil creature was so infuriating. Yi Tai suppressed his inner impulse and remained silent for a long time before continuing. You should know that your brother has a high talent for martial arts and will surely become a martial arts saint in the future. I do this for the Yi family and for Jiangbei. As the eldest son of the Yi family, why can't you understand me? Fuck, why should I understand you? When he asked me to join the army for him, I wasn't even a warrior. I almost lost my life on the battlefield so many times, but you never cared about me once. You came back and asked me to hand over the merits to my brother. How do you want me to understand that? When Lin Yuan heard this, he sneered and almost cursed it out loud. Yi Tai's face darkened. The veins on his forehead jumped when he heard the word fuck. He took a deep breath, suppressed his surging blood, and continued. But you didn't give us a chance to make it up to you, did you? It doesn't matter. I don't care anyway. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said lightly. Don't be so quick to refuse. Seeing this, Yi Tai spoke in a low voice. I can give you what you want, the identity of the eldest son of the Yi family, or martial arts resources, or even the position of chairman of the group. I can give it to you, as long as you promise me one thing. Hearing this, Lin Yuan instantly showed a look of enlightenment. So that's how it is, he said. How come Yi Tai suddenly changed so quickly? I don't need what you said, and as for agreeing to you, it's impossible. If you have nothing else to do, please go back. Lin Yuan said lightly. I didn't even bother to listen to what it was about. This morning, the military sent a message that they want to recruit you back, and it was Kyoto who gave the order himself. Seeing this, Yi Tai said anxiously, Recruit me? Are you talking about Yi Bai? Or am I also Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan was stunned, and suddenly asked sarcastically, Of course it's Yi Bai, otherwise I wouldn't have come to find you. Your brother is taking the martial arts exam now, and he definitely can't go back. You have been in the military for the past 3 years. Go there for a while. When I transfer him back to Jiangbei in the future, you will still be the eldest master of the Yi family. Moreover, your mother's group will be handed over to you in the future. Yi Tai's expression relaxed, but his tone inevitably regained some of its previous high tone. After all, in his opinion, how many people in Jiangbei can compare with the identity of the eldest son of the Yi family? Not to mention, the largest group in Jiangbei was also given to Lin Yuan. He didn't believe that Lin Yuan could refuse such an exchange. Lin Yuan discovered that he had underestimated Yi Tai. How shameless can a person be? Not only did he join the army for his brother, but he also came back to get military merits in order to restore his and Yi Bai's identities. Now the military has called him back and wants him to stay for a while. Is this a human being? Besides, Lin Yuan didn't like the conditions offered by Yi Tai at all. Even if we take a step back, Yi Tai has a criminal record. Only a fool would believe what he says. Therefore, after hearing Yi Tai's purpose, Lin Yuan said without thinking, What does their search for Yi Bai have to do with me? Lin Yuan. You asked Yi Bai to return to the military headquarters and confirm his identity. Isn't that exactly what you wanted? Aren't all my achievements over the past 3 years his? Chapter 33. Furious and frustrated, he suppressed Kyoto's order. Upon hearing this, Itai's face became terribly gloomy. He thought that the conditions he offered were already very generous, and as long as Lin Yuan agreed, he would still be the eldest master of the Yi family. You can take over the group in the future. Although it is not as promising as martial arts, it is still very tempting for ordinary people. But Lin Yuan actually refused, and even his words revealed sarcasm towards him. Lin Yuan, your brother is taking the martial arts exam now. How can he go back? As an elder brother, shouldn't you help your younger brother? If he becomes a martial saint in the future, will he forget you? Yitai spoke in a deep voice. He had said everything he needed to say this time. He had completely lost his patience. As a father, he has come in person and put forward conditions. What else do you want from him? Lin Yuan is clearly pushing his luck. You're done? Then I'll give you one word, get out. Yitai was very angry with Lin Yuan. If he didn't care about his face, he would probably start fighting again. Many people came to Jiangbei in the past 2 days, including admissions teachers from the Martial Arts Academy, masters from the Martial Arts Alliance, and so on. It would be so embarrassing if I did that. In the end, Yitai failed to get what he wanted and left the Jiang family in a rage. He kept muttering, "You ungrateful bastard. It's really a waste of time to raise him up like this. No matter how hard we try, he just won't get used to us. He never treats us as his family." After returning to the military headquarters, Yitai still looked unhappy. The military was still waiting for a response, and now Lin Yuan was determined not to agree, which made him a little embarrassed for a moment. But there is one thing. Yibai must not return to the military headquarters at this moment. Yizhua, the military is urging us again. They seem very anxious. A guard came in and reported. Yitai rubbed his brows and said impatiently, "I know, don't worry about it for now. We'll talk about it in 3 days." The guard was stunned for a moment and asked in embarrassment, "But, it's easy to explain in the East, but this order came from Kyoto. What should I say if I'm asked about it? Just say that Yi Bai is going to take the martial arts exam these 2 days and can't leave." Yitai said coldly, "What big waves can a Lin Yuan alone create?" He just didn't believe that the military would really investigate just for Lin Yuan. As soon as the martial arts exam is over, he can start transferring Yi Bai back to Jiangbei. By then, everything will be settled, and he will have the final say. As for why someone who has been in the army for 3 years still has a place in the military examination, he is the general of Jiangbei, and he just wants a place. It's not like I entered the Shengwu Academy through the back door. Doesn't everything still depend on your strength? What can the higher-ups say? Even the military can't find any fault. Yes. The guard nodded and agreed immediately. Eastern Theater Command, Military Headquarters Building. He Dingjun was surprised and asked with a doubtful tone, "Did Yitai really say that?" "Yes, it seems that they want to suppress the military order from Kyoto." One person nodded, equally shocked. The military order from Kyoto reached Jiangbei directly, but Yitai dared to ignore it and even suppressed it by force. He Dingjun thought he couldn't have such courage. Participating in the martial arts exam, it seems that he really intends to let Yi Bai replace Lin Yuan's merits. Yitai, do you know what earth-shattering thing you have done?" He Dingjun was sighing as he thought about the news from the guards. He went to Jiangbei once and learned some information about Lin Yuan and the Yi family. Therefore, after learning the news, he immediately guessed what Yitai wanted to do. But He Dingjun also had a question. As a father, could he really be so partial? "Master He, do you want to notify Master Yi directly? After all, he is representing our Eastern Division in the competition." At this time, a division commander spoke up. He Dingjun thought for a moment after hearing this and said, "Well, since Yitai dares to suppress the military order from Kyoto, we can just notify him ourselves." As soon as he finished speaking, a smile suddenly appeared on He Dingjun's face. They even dared to suppress the military order from Kyoto. It seemed that Yitai was about to be shocked. Afternoon, Jiangbei Provincial Governor's Office. There were a lot of vehicles, and it was very lively. The competition for martial arts exams is fierce for students, but it is also fierce for key martial arts academies. Every year when it comes to enrollment, they have to get information in advance so that they can get in touch with students with good martial arts talent in advance. It is better to contact it in advance to avoid being snatched away by others. At this moment, the bustling governor's mansion suddenly became quiet. In the reception room, many people stared at the scene in amazement. "Yizhua, please come in. The list has been prepared for you." Governor Li Xingwen had a smile on his face, and he lowered his posture, almost bowing. This shocked all the admissions teachers who came. Who is Li Xingwen? Putting aside Yitai, who is in charge of the Demon Suppression Army, Li Xingwen is definitely the top leader. throughout Jiangbei. Even Yi Tai couldn't make him humble like that. Who is this young man? Lin Yuan chuckled and said calmly. No need to be so polite. I just need to take a look at the list. It should be. It should be. Li Xingwen answered with a smile, looking at the list in Lin Yuan's hand with a nervous look. Looking forward to more people being selected. This, and these few. I will talk to them in person after the martial arts exam is over. Lin Yuan looked at the few people on the list who had good martial arts talent and pointed at them. Li Xingwen followed the gazes and soon memorized the names of these people firmly in his mind. Okay, I'll arrange it. Li Xingwen nodded and agreed immediately. Lin Yuan looked at the others who were waiting, and without staying for too long, he smiled and said, You are busy. I will not disturb you anymore. Li Xingwen personally saw Lin Yuan out. After returning, there was a heated discussion and questioning at the scene. Governor Li, who is that young man? Yeah, why haven't I heard of this person? Too young. Could he be a descendant of a martial arts family? Everyone was talking about it, and speculation was heard one after another. That scene just now was so shocking. A provincial governor came to greet him personally with a humble attitude, and he was so young. Even if he was a descendant of a martial arts saint family, it would be difficult for Li Xingwen to do this. I'm from the military, and we're going to select a few people from Jiangbei to enter the training camp. Li Xingwen took a deep breath. He did not feel embarrassed. Instead, he spoke in a very solemn manner. The military? Why haven't I seen this person before? The chief's son. Someone asked. Haha, that's not the case. He is the leader himself, the genius from the East 3 years ago. As soon as Li Xingwen finished speaking, the whole place fell silent. The genius who suddenly rose in the East 3 years ago and then disappeared just as quickly? It almost caused a sensation across the country at the time, but when there was no news later, many people thought he was dead and felt sorry for it. After all, that place is a battlefield and people die every day. No one can guarantee what will happen next. Unexpectedly, not only was he not dead, but he was also standing here in good health. Li Xingwen even called him the head of the military. May I ask Governor Li, what is his current military rank and where is his home? Chapter 34, Amazing Identity? Why is my name not included? After Li Xingwen said this, many people at the scene were shocked. That martial arts genius at the border attracted a lot of attention back then, but later there was no news about him at all. Many people thought he died on the battlefield. As time goes by, many people have forgotten it. But what they didn't expect was that at this moment, they actually saw the real person in the Jiangbei provincial governor's mansion. As for his military rank, I'm not sure, but I heard from my nephew that he is at least a general. Li Xingwen shook his head, feeling a little regretful. He was actually very curious about Lin Yuan's current identity, but it was not easy for him to ask him in person. Moreover, even Zhao Zai, who came from Kyoto, was confused, so it seemed that the military was protecting him very well. It's not something that ordinary people can find out clearly. General level? Oh my god, he looks like he's only in his early 20s, but he's already a general in the military? Governor Li, may I ask where his home is? We might as well pay him a visit while we're here. Not bad, not bad. A general at this age must be at least a grandmaster. My god, a grandmaster is so young. Li Xingwen's words shocked many people present, because the impact of this news is really too great. A general in his early 20s, a grandmaster. Even if these two are taken separately, they have never existed in this era of warriors. It can be said that Lin Yuan is the real number one. In the history of Blue Star, there was probably only one during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. But how great is that person's contribution? The fact that Lin Yuan was able to become a general in the military is enough to show his great achievements. He is Yi Tai's son. Li Xingwen did not hide anything and said it directly. Yi Tai? Jiangbei's general. No wonder. He is a son of a general. I heard that the Yi family also has a son who is taking the college entrance examination, and he is likely to enter Shengwu Academy? Yes, I did know this boy before I came here. He has a great talent for martial arts. It is a sure thing for him to enter the Shengwu Academy. Several teachers from the admissions office looked at each other, and their expressions immediately became intriguing. A son of a general and a martial arts genius. If he could be recruited into the martial arts academy, there would definitely be another influential figure emerging in Kyoto in the future. By then, the martial arts academy's ranking might even rise. After seeing the expressions of these people, Li Xingwen naturally knew what they were thinking. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Let me say this first. A few days ago, Yi Tai personally admitted that he kicked Lin Yuan out of the house. And this Lin Yuan is the one from before." When they heard this, the teachers in the admissions office, who were shocked just now and calculating in their minds, were all stunned. Kicked out of the house. What the hell is this charter? Is it correct? Is Yitai crazy for driving away a general who is only in his early 20s? Even at this age, Yitai is just a young man who has just started to show his talent. Why? Why is this? Someone asked. Li Xingwen became silent after hearing this. If Governor Li knows some inside information, just tell us. We are not gossipers, so we will keep our mouths shut. After hearing this, Li Xingwen sighed, sat down and said, it's not inside information. It's just that this is the Yi family's family affair, so I can't discuss it. I only know that Yi Lin Yuan's relationship with Yi Tai is not good at the moment, and it has a lot to do with Yi Bai. For details, you can go to the military department and ask, and you should know. In the military, Yi Lin Yuan's identity was indeed protected, but it was still very easy to find out his name. You know, in the military department, he is still called Yi Bai? As soon as the incident at the governor's office happened, all the people who came to Jiangbei fell into madness. Why did Yi Tai want to drive Yi Lin Yuan away? And why is the guy in the military called Yi Bai? Since he is Yi Bai, then who is the person taking the college entrance examination? After some people who didn't know the inside story heard the name, they were all confused. But they all knew one thing. The person who appeared in the governor's office was someone who was in the military back then, and his name is Yi Lin Yuan. The martial arts exam did not last long. It will only take about 2 days. After all, there are fewer tests in the liberal arts, and the martial arts only require testing of qi and blood and combat effectiveness index. In addition, there is a practical assessment. The actual combat assessment does not mean gathering all the students who take the martial arts exam in the province and then dividing them into groups to fight against each other. The winner advances and the loser is eliminated. This is too much work, not to mention the division into winning and losing groups. If this is really implemented, it will take more than 1 or 2 months to finish the exam. The actual combat assessment is very simple, and each martial arts academy has an independent mechanical dummy. The strength of the dummy varies depending on the number of levels. Ranking is based on the highest level and the shortest time. This is not only accurate, but also very efficient. Therefore, the martial arts exam lasted about 2 days. Now, everyone is waiting for the results to be announced. But before that, there is one more thing for the warrior students, and that is to get another reward. Lingwu City's #1 martial arts high school. The only ones who came to school today, apart from the students in the first and second year of high school, were the geniuses in the third year of high school. Announced today are the geniuses selected by the Martial Arts Alliance or martial arts schools. Yi Bai was also among them, but as Yi Tai's son, he looked down upon any martial arts alliance or martial arts school. He has only one goal, which is to enter the training camp organized by the military. Once it starts every year, it brings together martial arts talents from all over the country. This is not only the best experience for warriors at this stage. In the office, after a bespectacled teacher announced the list of people favored by other martial arts forces, he took out another document. The next thing I'll read is the list of names that will be joining the military training camp, but don't be too happy. This is just a list. Whether you can go in the end depends on the results of the military assessment and the martial arts exam. After hearing the teacher's words, the students standing aside immediately quieted down. Li Pengfei, Xiaming, Chen Shuhuan. As the names appeared one by one, Yi Bai's expression changed from confidence at the beginning to disbelief. Because when the names were read to the end, his was not on the list. This made Yi Bai stunned. After the teacher finished reading, he asked seriously, "Teacher, why is my name not on this list?" The teacher with glasses was also puzzled. Logically speaking, Yi Bai's grades were good enough for him to enter the training camp. How come his name is not there? This list was sent down by the provincial governor's office. I don't know the specific reason. All right, students whose names have been called, please go to the governor's mansion now. Someone from the military will test you first. Chapter 35. Why? I simply don't like you. After everyone around him left, Yi Bai quietly left the school. He clenched his fists, feeling unwilling. Especially after his classmates found out that his name was not on the list, the looks they gave him made it even more unacceptable. He has been the center of attention since he was young and has a very high spirit. How can we accept this gap? It's a training camp. Others can get in, but why can't he? In the governor's mansion, there is an empty training room. Yi Lin Yuan stood there, looked around, and then said calmly, "You all have good martial arts talents. If there are no accidents in the martial arts exam, you should all enter the training camp." Instructor, I heard that the rewards for each training camp are very generous. What is it this time? Below, a thin boy asked. Yi Lin Yuan said with a playful expression, 1 million in cash, a grandmaster skill, and a realm-breaking pill. Oh my god, grandmaster skills. Each one is sold for tens of millions on the official martial arts website, and this is one of the rewards. Too generous. There is also a realm-breaking pill, a 7th level pill. It is said that taking it can greatly increase the success rate of realm breaking. It is also worth more than 10 million. It's worth it. It's totally worth it. No wonder they say the training camp is the first lesson in a warrior's transformation. The students below were shocked, and their eyes were filled with excitement. The total amount of these rewards is probably tens of millions, and this reward is still secondary. Importantly, in training camp, foods that replenish chi and blood, martial arts, combat skills, etc., all are free. Entering the training camp. It is equivalent to entering a warrior's treasure house, a place that many talented warriors are scrambling to get into. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile and said, "The rewards are certainly generous, but before that, I have to announce the rules first. In the training camp, everything must be purchased with points. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation all require points. Besides, there are no rules. You might be beaten to death by others, or you might beat others to death, and the military camp will not care about it. As for whether or not we'll get into trouble after we get out, that's not a concern either." After hearing Lin Yuan's words, the students who were so enthusiastic just now seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water in an instant. Attending a training camp could cost you your life? The price is too high. I've already said this. If you want to quit, you can leave now. Lin Yuan was not exaggerating, but stating the facts. Those who are trained in the training camp are warriors who will go to the battlefield to kill enemies in the future, not greenhouse flowers. Therefore, cruelty is certain. Instructor, I quit. I'd rather join a martial arts school. The less reward, the better. Someone spoke and walked out. Anything else? Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you quit now, it's still in time. If you quit after you're selected, you'll be treated as a deserter. Lin Yuan continued. Then, 2 or 3 more people stood up and walked out of the door. Of the 10 people finally selected, only 2 remained. It seems to be better than I thought. You 2 go back and wait for my news. Once it is confirmed, someone will take you there. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 people, a boy and a girl, and was a little surprised. He had thought it would be nice to have just one. Yes, instructor. The 2 of them agreed and walked out. Lin Yuan. At the same time, an extremely angry voice was heard outside. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw that it was Yi Bai. He said calmly, "You have recovered well. I thought you could not take the martial arts exam." Upon hearing this, Yi Bai instantly thought of the last time he was slapped and his face turned ashen. Lin Yuan, I was wondering why I wasn't chosen. It turns out you were the one behind it. I'm telling you, you're using public power to take revenge on your own. Aren't you afraid that the military will investigate? Yi Bai showed a look of realization, then spoke coldly. He said, with his talent, how could he not be able to enter the training camp? It turned out that Lin Yuan was the one behind all this. He deliberately raised his voice in order to attract the attention of those students. It would also be a good opportunity to let them know that there was a reason why Yi Bai was not selected, so as to restore his self-esteem that he had had since childhood. As expected, after Yi Bai's voice fell, the students who had not left stopped one after another. Don't think too highly of yourself. In my eyes, your talent is worthless. In the training camp, you were also a little mediocre. Lin Yuan walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke mercilessly. Yi Bai dodged to the side, his eyes cold and angry. My martial arts talent is mediocre? Then let me ask you, why were they chosen? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will definitely report it to the military. The implication is obvious. These people's martial arts talents are not as good as his, but they were selected. Why can't he be selected? Lin Yuan glanced at him and asked calmly, why? No reason, I just don't like you. After saying that, Lin Yuan didn't bother to look at him and left. Lin Yuan, how dare you? Yi Bai didn't expect that. He has already moved out of the military, but Lin Yuan still dares to be so unscrupulous. This is clearly aimed at him, and he doesn't even care about the military. And that attitude of, what can you do to me, almost made him vomit blood in anger. But in fact, there is a reason why Lin Yuan did not include Yi Bai in the list. Those recruited into the training camp are all martial arts geniuses who will join the military in the future, although Yi Bai has good talent. But his character is so bad that big problems will arise sooner or later after he enters the training camp. To put it simply and bluntly, Lin Yuan just doesn't like it. Seeing Yi Bai shaking with anger and standing there, the students around him couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Just now, Yi Bai almost pointed at them and said that they had poor talent in martial arts. Yi Bai took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Isn't it just a training camp? What's the big deal? Even without the training camp, he is still a major in the Jiangxin Demon Army. However, this matter is definitely not over. After returning home, Yi Bai immediately informed Yi Tai of the news. Yi Tai is the commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei demon-suppressing army. Lin Yuan is seeking revenge for personal gain, and Yi Tai has the right to deal with it. Did he really say that? After Yi Tai heard this, there was no change on his cold and hard face. But in my heart, Lin Yuan has been sentenced to death. Perhaps it has been like this since a long time ago, but it was not as strong as it is now. Lin Yuan challenged his bottom line time and time again and wanted to ruin Yi Bai's future. This was simply unforgivable to him. Seriously, he even said that he didn't put my name in because he simply didn't like me. Yi Bai's face was gloomy and his fists were clenched tightly. Don't worry about this matter for now. I'll handle it. When the results of the military exam come out, I'll transfer your military status back to Jiangbei. Then Lin Yuan will have nothing left. Yi Tai spoke coldly, his eyes equally gloomy. Chapter 36. The top scholar failed the exam, and Shengwu Academy refused to admit him. The Yi family and his sons were all dumbfounded. While waiting for the results of the martial arts exam, Yi Tai did not punish Lin Yuan for taking revenge through the military. After all, isn't Lin Yuan's identity Yi Bai's? If he dealt with Lin Yuan, wouldn't that be equivalent to dealing with Yi Bai's future? But he has been running around these days, preparing to transfer his military status back to Jiangbei. This is not a difficult task for a general in Jiangbei, but the procedures in the east have not been implemented. He was helpless and could only continue to wait. I always feel like something is not right. Yi Tai sat on the sofa, holding a brand new newspaper in his hand with a puzzled expression. Ever since the last time she entered Lin Yuan's spiritual world in the cave, Su Rong has rarely returned home. But since these days were related to Yi Bai's martial arts exam, she still rushed back. Su Rong heard Yi Tai's words, but did not say anything. Logically, the people from Shengwu Academy should have arrived in the past few days, but why haven't they come? Yi Tai frowned, his tone full of confusion. Every year, the 10 major martial arts academies in Kyoto compete fiercely for martial arts geniuses. It has been 3 days since the martial arts exam ended, and the results will be announced today. But no one from Shengwu Academy came to the Yi family, which was obviously not normal. I'm not sure, but with Yi Bai's talent in martial arts, it won't be a problem for him to be admitted to the Shengwu Academy. Su Rong said coldly. Hearing this, Yi Tai nodded without comment. Unnecessary worries. He has seen Yi Bai's achievements, so what is there to worry about? It's easy to go to Shengwu Academy. Those people will come sooner or later. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the results of the military examination were announced. Yi Tai stared at a line of words on the computer screen, his eyes fixed. Check Jiangbei martial arts exam results. After clicking refresh again and again, finally, the screen changed. Yi Bai's results appeared before his eyes. Third, Yi Tai's eyes sank, and his mood instantly fell to the bottom. Yi Bai, who was highly expected, did not get the title of provincial martial arts champion. Yi Bai noticed the change in his father's expression and couldn't help but glance at the screen. His expression changed instantly. Father, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I didn't perform well in the martial arts exam, and the injury I suffered a few days ago affected me. Yi Bai spoke in a low voice, his voice lacking confidence. His injuries had long been healed with the help of Su Group's medicine, but his self-confidence and his promise to Yi Tai were already made clear. Now that he didn't get first place in Jiangbei, he had to find an excuse. When Yi Tai heard this, a gloom flashed across his eyes, but he did not vent his anger on Yi Bai. It's okay. In the era of martial arts, there are always hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Everyone will be a dark horse until the end. This is normal. You don't need to blame yourself. At least you are admitted to Shengwu Academy. Yi Tai tried to comfort him, but in his heart, he already hated Lin Yuan to the core. He clearly knew that Yi Bai was about to take the martial arts exam, yet he still took such a heavy hand, causing Yi Bai to lose the title of martial arts champion. Lin Yuan, you have such a cruel heart. Thinking back on what had happened in the past few days, Yi Tai felt that his patience had reached its limit. His eyes were slightly narrowed, his expression was unpredictable, and no one knew what he was thinking. Soon after, the admission list of Shengwu Academy was announced. The whole city was in uproar, and Yi Tai was extremely furious. Yi Bai's name did not appear on the admission list of the top 10 holy martial academies. How could this happen, father? My grades are good enough to get me into Shengwu Academy. Yi Bai was also confused. Even if he didn't get the top prize in martial arts, the result was there. Going to Shengwu Academy is a sure thing. Maybe it was leaked. You don't need to worry. I'll go ask now. Yi Tai took a deep breath and strode out. Provincial Governor's Office. Should Yi Bai record this or not? Someone asked. Let's wait and see for now. The Yi family's affairs are too complicated. If we don't handle them well, that person might be dissatisfied. Another admissions teacher from Shengwu Academy spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, the admissions teachers present nodded in agreement. Ever since they learned about the Yi family situation, they have been hesitant about Yi Bai's admission. If they are admitted, what if the person in the military is unhappy? How will they explain it? Not admitting the student is obviously against the rules. After all, Yi Bai's grades reached their admission line, and even exceeded it by a lot. The admissions teachers at Xingwu Academy are having a huge headache. It was the first time that they did not compete for enrollment, but instead stood in the same camp and chose to wait and see. Just as they were talking about this, a sudden break sound was heard outside the governor's mansion. A burly, grim-faced, middle-aged man in military uniform walked in aggressively. When everyone saw this, they all looked at each other with bitter expressions on their faces. Fuck, do you think the Yi family is easy to bully? As soon as Yi Tai entered the room, he swept a cold gaze over several people. In an instant, several people felt a chill on their necks, and a cold, murderous intent was hanging around them like an ice knife. The general was angry. Come on, tell me, my son has enough scores. Why is he not on the admission list? Yi Tai asked loudly, with dozens of bayonets following him, as if they were about to break through the air at the next moment. General Yi, calm down first. This matter is actually a bit complicated. A teacher from Xingwu Academy spoke with a wry smile. Complicated? How complicated is it? Tell me. Yi Tai looked at him coldly, his bayonet raised, his murderous intent growing stronger. It's not that we don't want to admit him. It's that Yi Bai's identity is too complicated. In his military exam report, there is a merit bonus point, which was earned from his 3 years of military service in the East. But we know a man named Lin Yuan. Some say he was the one who joined the army in the East. Do you think these merit points count? The teacher sighed and spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai was immediately furious and said in a cold tone, I'll tell you. What kind of dingshi is Lin Yuan? He is just an ungrateful person that I found back then. Now I have kicked him out of the house. How could he possibly join the army in the East? The one in the East back then was called Yi Bai? He's my biological son. How can I admit my mistake? Are you too old and confused to understand even this? When Yi Tai heard it, it was Lin Yuan again. The anger in his heart was instantly ignited, and he yelled at several people. Yes, we naturally believe what General Yi said. But we can't make the decision on this matter. We have to wait until the Martial Arts Academy investigates it thoroughly before we can give you the exact admission information. After all, you know that this is a military exam. If we cheat for personal gain, we won't be able to bear the blame from the higher-ups. A teacher spoke quickly. Yi Tai was very angry now. They didn't dare to offend Yi Tai at this time. Okay. You guys want to investigate? Then check it out for me. Find out for sure if it's Yi Bai. If you don't give the Yi family an explanation by then, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yi Tai also knew that since the Xingwu Academy had doubts, no matter what he did today, he would not be able to change the situation. But he doesn't have to worry at all. Because the military department will definitely use Yi Bai's name, it won't change. But there was one thing he had to start preparing for in advance. Chapter 37. The end is just the beginning. Undercurrent in the night. Yi Tai left the governor's mansion with a grim face, although he was extremely angry about this matter. But you have to know that this is the governor's office. Even if he was in a bad temper, he couldn't do anything here. Furthermore, these people are all from Xingwu Academy, and he won't say anything about them. Yi Bai will still go to Xingwu University in the future. Now that the teacher of Xingwu University has been killed, how can Yi Bai go? However, the matter did not end so simply. After these few days, Yi Tai finally saw through Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan never treated them as family members. He rebelled against them time and time again, and hurt them time and time again. Lingyue and Yi Bai were both injured by Lin Yuan. It even affected the current martial arts examination, causing Yi Bai to lose the title of provincial martial arts champion. Even Xingwu University almost didn't get in. Yi Tai got in the car and sat in the back. The expression on his face was unpredictable and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. The other side, Lin Yuan didn't have so many complicated thoughts, as all the issues in Jiangbei had been resolved. There is nothing wrong for him to stay in Jiangbei. Moreover, he also received news from the East that the military selection of generals was about to begin. Old man, thank you for bothering me these past few days. Now that I have finished dealing with Jiangbei's affairs, it is time for me to leave. Jiang family. Lin Yuan said to Jiang Yuya with a smile, feeling quite grateful. Okay. I heard that there is a general competition in Kyoto in the next few days. I think with your status and age, there should be a quota, right? Jiang Yuya nodded and asked with a smile. Yes, the military has ordered us to go directly to Kyoto to participate in the competition. Lin Yuan replied. Then we can go together. Xiao Dai is also going to Kyoto Shingwu University. Jiang Yi said. Lin Yuan did not refuse. To him, it didn't matter whether there was one more or one less person. As it was getting late, the schedule was set for tomorrow. For Lin Yuan, Jiangbei's affairs had been dealt with, but there were still many people left in Jiangbei. For example, Shingwu University and some martial arts forces. They are all waiting to bring their favorite martial arts students to join them, so they will not leave immediately. Besides this, there is another big thing. That is, can Yi Bai, who has been a genius since he was a child in Jiangbei, be admitted to Shingwu University? The news of Yi Tai's visit today spread throughout Lingwu City. This also made many people wonder why Yi Bai was not admitted to Shingwu University. His score was obviously enough. However, this has nothing to do with Lin Yuan. He was in a good mood. He could finally leave Jiangbei and never meet them again. These days, too many things happened in Jiangbei. First, there was the incident in the underground cave. Then the military exam was approaching, and the military training camp competition for generals was also about to begin. It can be said that what happened in the past year is not as much as what happened in the past few days. After the results of the military examination are announced, it is officially over. As for whether Yi Bai can be admitted, it all depends on Shingwu University. Although the announcement of the results has passed, they can still be admitted at any time as long as they want. But for Yi Tai and Yi Bai, they have already lost face, haven't they? After all, Yi Bai's name was not on the list. Late at night, in the cave located 100 miles away from Lingwu City, the demon-suppressing army was strengthened a lot. The mountains are surrounded inside and out. In the center of the cave, there were many demon-suppressing soldiers coming in and out, clearing out the strange beasts inside. The catacombs are always dangerous, and since they are close to the city, they must be cleaned up. Captain, there's something going on down there. It seems to be the 7th or 8th floor of the cave. A team of demon-suppressing soldiers are clearing out the strange beasts on this floor. Suddenly, a soldier from the demon suppression army spoke. Our mission is to clean up this layer. Leave the monsters below to the more powerful demon suppression army. Don't worry about it. The captain of the demon suppression army stopped him with a look. The levels of the strange beasts on each level were different. Therefore, the missions will vary depending on the strength of the demon suppression army team. But I feel like there are no living people down there, and there seem to be countless eyes staring at me. The demon-suppressing soldier stood at the entrance of the cave, looking downward, his voice trembling slightly. Hearing this, the captain of the demon-suppressing army glanced at him. When he was about to go over to check the situation, the roar of a strange beast suddenly came from below. Moreover, the entrance collapsed and continued to expand. It seemed as if something was about to come out from inside. Not good. Retreat quickly. The captain of the demon-suppressing army's expression changed. There was a strong fluctuation of energy and blood below, getting closer and closer to them. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange beast jumped out and swallowed them in one bite. Several helicopters were hovering above the cave. The demon-suppressing soldiers above looked down with serious expressions, and they seemed to hear faintly a scream. Call a few teams and see what's going on down there. Someone spoke. Then, the demon-suppressing soldiers above took out their communication equipment and called over and over again. But no one responded. The night was falling, with a faint light on the helicopter, and the silent mountains were eerily quiet. A bad premonition instantly enveloped everyone's heart. Quickly notify the military. How is it? Is there anyone alive down there? Su Qianlong stood at the entrance of the military camp, and next to him was a spiritual warrior. Ever since Lin Yuan entered the cave once, the spiritual power in the cave disappeared, and spiritual warriors could directly explore the situation in the cave. No signs of life have been found so far. The team that went in is probably in danger. The spiritual warrior opened his eyes, and his expression was solemn. Why is this happening? Haven't we already investigated the levels of the monsters in the caves? We have sent warriors of equal strength to clear each level. How could an accident happen? Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong looked at the other party with a livid face and an angry tone. So many warriors were lost in one night, including some masters. Accidents like this are all caused by poor risk assessment at the beginning of the mission. I felt a spatial fluctuation in the cave. The cracks inside did not disappear, and powerful monsters came out of the cracks. I'm afraid that the deaths of these teams are related to this. The spiritual warrior sighed, his expression solemn. Space rift? So the towers haven't given up on this cave, but are planning to send more exotic beasts through this rift and organize a large-scale attack. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong could not help but pace back and forth at the entrance of the military camp. If it's really as he thought, this matter will be a big trouble. Jiangbei is likely to fall. Notify Yizhua immediately and explain the situation. Su Qianlong did not dare to hesitate and immediately gave the order. Late at night, Yi family. Yi Tai was awakened by a rapid ringing of the phone. He was half asleep, but his eyes suddenly became clear. Got it. I'll go to the military headquarters right away. Chapter 38. Big explosion. Unexpected. Kyoto is furious. The sky turned pale, and a big sun rose slowly. The entire Lingwu city was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Taxi, radio, TV. All of them are broadcasting the same message. Late last night, a huge explosion occurred in a cave 100 miles away from Lingwu city. According to the survey conducted by warriors, there is a space crack underneath. There is a constant stream of alien beasts being transported in from the cracks. It is very likely that the alien race is preparing to organize a large-scale attack in Zhongbei. The security department reminds everyone to reduce the frequency of going out in the next few days and be prepared to evacuate at any time. According to the military, late last night, General Yi Tai, the general of the Zhongbei Demon Suppression Army, had already rushed to the military headquarters. A detailed analysis and investigation of the situation in the cave was also carried out. He reminded the residents of our city not to panic, and the warriors and retired demon-suppressing soldiers to be ready for recruitment at any time. All kinds of voices were heard from all directions in Lingwu City. This caused a lot of discussion among the residents of Lingwu City. It's the cave again. I heard it was already stabilized last time, right? Who knows? But it looks very serious this time. There are cracks underneath. I don't know how many strange beasts there are. In my opinion, we should pack up and prepare to run away. Coward, brother, General Yi has been there in person. What could be the problem? That's right. With General Yi here, Zhongbei has nothing to worry about, and neither do I. In addition to the sound of TV broadcasts, there were also many voices of discussion among passersby. Many people heard the eruption in the cave, and their first reaction was to panic and run away. But on second thought, Yi Tai went there in person, so what is there to worry about? Yi Tai was born in Zhongbei. His father was a division commander of the Zhongbei Demon Suppressing Army and held a prominent position. Later, he entered the martial arts university, stepped into the martial arts battlefield, won many merits, and inherited his father's position as an exception. During this period, he became the general of Zhongbei. After guarding Zhongbei for more than 20 years, the situation has been peaceful and stable without any major battles. Therefore, in the hearts of many people in Zhongbei, Yi Tai is like a guardian angel. Military headquarters, conference room. What's the current situation in the cave? Who told me that it has stabilized? Yi Tai slapped the table, extremely angry. He went to the cave himself last night, and the situation down there was terrible. There are at least hundreds of large groups of exotic beasts moving around below, and the strange beasts climbed higher and higher. The outbreak is just around the corner. Yizhua, the cave was rated beyond 3S at the time, so it was extremely dangerous. We were too careless. I didn't expect there was a crack underneath. Someone sighed and said, "The current situation is not good. Judging from the level and number of the strange beasts reported from below, if an outbreak occurs, the troops in Lingwu City may not be able to stop it." After a moment of silence in the conference room, a well-mannered man wearing glasses spoke. After these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent again. The number of strange beasts has reached a terrifying number, and an outbreak is possible at any time. If Lingwu City's demon-suppressing army cannot suppress the situation, the consequences will be too serious. At least, Lingwu City is located in the center of Zhongbei. How about transferring the demon-suppressing troops from other places to Lingwu City, just in case? A teacher asked. But soon, he was refuted. No, the Zhongbei Demon Suppression Army is currently evenly distributed and each has its own duties. What if we rashly transfer them away from other defense lines? Hearing this, not only the others, but even Yi Tai couldn't help but frown. 73rd Division, 26th Division, transfer 3 regiments from each unit. Leave the rest of the troops alone for now. Also, gather all Lingwu City's troops in the underground cave to carry out a cleanup operation. We must eliminate all the strange beasts and seal the cracks before the cave erupts. Yi Tai was silent for a long time before he spoke. As Yi Tai gave the order, everyone stopped hesitating and started to act immediately. Soon, Zhongbei troops were mobilized on a large scale. The whole city is filled with a solemn atmosphere. Lin Yuan also noticed Zhongbei's unusual behavior. He watched the report on TV with an expressionless face. He knew the situation in the cave best, but what he didn't expect was that after so much time, the cave had not been resolved. Has Yi Tai really been busy paving the way for Yi Bai these days and ignored the cave? But Lin Yuan didn't bother to care. As a soldier, he should deal with the cave before leaving. This is not to help Yi Tai, but for the ordinary people in Lingwu City. But on second thought, after all, Yi Tai is the commander-in-chief of the demon-suppressing army, so it is not difficult for him to deal with the cave. He didn't want to see Yi Tai's expression. Therefore, after saying goodbye to the Jiang family, Lin Yuan set out directly for Kyoto. Only an hour later, the cave was completely hit by an explosion. All the strange beasts kept emerging from the cave like hungry wild dogs. A mad attack on the defense line formed by the demon-suppressing army. This speed caught everyone off guard, especially the demon-suppressing army. As soon as the troops of several divisions arrived, they were thrown into the battle. Yi Tai could no longer sit still in the military headquarters, so he went straight to the military camp in the cave. An outbreak of this magnitude has attracted too much attention. Yizhua, the governor is here. Outside, Su Qianlong's voice sounded. Come in. Yi Tai rubbed his brows and felt a little tired. He had been worried about the martial arts exam these days. The underground cave is about to erupt again, and the key is that it cannot be suppressed in the first time. The one with the most headache is Yi Tai? Li Xingwen walked in. He glanced at the defense line not far away, then looked at Yi Tai and asked, What is the situation now? Tell me the bottom line. If it doesn't work, I will immediately notify the people to evacuate. As the provincial governor, Li Xingwen cannot interfere in the demon-suppressing army. But now it concerns the survival of Lingwu City. He must, and has the right to understand the situation clearly. Not very optimistic. We can start preparing for evacuation. The eruption in the cave was too sudden, and several of my main forces have not arrived yet. Yi Tai rubbed his brows and spoke in a low voice. Considering his status as a general, there is nothing wrong with this. The cave was lost after the rating came out. Large-scale evacuations must be reported, and the military will then be aware of the situation in Jiangbei. The reputation that Yi Tai had built up over the past 20 years would be destroyed in an instant. But Yi Tai also knew that he couldn't exchange his reputation for the lives of so many people in Lingwu City. Okay, I understand. Li Xingwen nodded, looked at Yi Tai's haggard appearance, and stood there, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Why? Do you have anything else to do? Yi Tai looked up and asked with a frown. Oh, forget it. It's okay. I'm leaving first. Li Xingwen suddenly shook his head and said no more. Yi Tai frowned and watched him leave. After a long while, he said, It's inexplicable. Chapter 39. The situation is getting worse and worse. Jiangbei needs to change its leader. If all else fails, we can ask for help from other military units to see if there are any troops that can be mobilized. Li Xingwen walked out the door and came back. After hesitating for a long time, although he didn't say what was in his heart, it was almost the same. His original intention was to let Yi Tai find Lin Yuan, the leader of the East, and it would be easy to mobilize some troops. What's more, this is a battlefield, and Lin Yuan will definitely not bring up his personal emotions. But on second thought, if he told it, Yi Tai probably wouldn't believe it, and it might even affect him. Now that the war is tense, Yi Tai, as the backbone of the demon-suppressing army, cannot afford any accidents. Li Xingwen left the defense line and returned to the provincial governor's mansion as soon as possible. Moreover, an order to retreat was issued throughout the city. For a moment, the whole Lingwu city was in an uproar, and everyone was talking about it. Is this cave so terrible that General Yi went there in person and couldn't suppress it? Oh my God, I was born and raised in Lingwu City, and you suddenly asked me to evacuate. Hurry up, your life is at stake. The entire city is on level 1 combat readiness. I think the situation on the front lines is worse than we thought. The evacuation of Lingwu residents caused an uproar. Everyone in the outside world is looking here. Lingwu City is the core area of Jiangbei. Once this place is lost, I am afraid that the entire Jiangbei will fall, and then Jiangbei will become a new battlefield. This will put even more pressure on the military. Not only that, even Kyoto's attention was attracted. Originally, I thought that everything was relatively peaceful these days as they were preparing to host the generals' competition. What I didn't expect was that such a big thing would happen in Jiangbei. Moreover, before this, they had already sent a spiritual master to Jiangbei to survey the situation in the cave. Now that a major eruption has occurred in the underground cave, people have been evacuated, Lingwu City is in danger, and Jiangbei is also in a precarious state. You know, there are hundreds of millions of people in Jiangbei. If Jiangbei falls, where will these people go? How many people died in this disaster? This is a dereliction of duty by the Jiangbei military, a serious dereliction of duty. In the military department, Yi Tai's face was gloomy and uncertain. Just now, the military called and not only scolded him, but also asked him to solve the problem of the cave as soon as possible. Faced with this kind of thing, no matter how brave Yi Tai was, he would not dare to disobey. Fortunately, Kyoto did not directly hold him accountable for recruiting Lin Yuan back to the military last time. But Yitai also knew that if it weren't for the explosion in the underground cave, could Kyoto have survived until now? Yizhua, the situation on the defense line is getting worse. We have mobilized all the troops we can, but these monsters are too crazy. Without support, the defense line can only last 3 days at most. A division commander reported to Yitai in an extremely serious tone. When Yitai heard this, he immediately fell silent. The defense line can only last for 3 days at most. In other words, all of them have to evacuate Lingwu City in 3 days. By that time, the people of Lingwu City should have been evacuated, and if Yitai evacuated, the losses would be minimized. However, how could Yitai be willing to accept this? He has guarded Jiangbei for more than 20 years, and the people of Jiangbei regard him as a guardian angel. If he fails to drive the strange beasts back into the cave this time, his reputation of more than 20 years will be ruined. He also became the first general to be driven out of his lair by the alien beast. How could Yitai afford to lose this man? Yizhua, how about sending a notice to other war zones to see if we can transfer some troops over? Someone spoke. Yitai waved his hand and said calmly, "No need. Let all the troops on the 89th line of defense return to defend and do their best to suppress the monsters. Let the martial arts halls and martial arts alliances in the cities near the 89th line of defense return. Form a warrior alliance and hold the 8th and 9th lines of defense first." Yitai hesitated for a long time, but finally rejected the proposal. Seeking support from other military regions would take at least 1 or 2 days to arrive, and it is another matter whether the defense line can hold by then. Another point is the issue of reputation. After all, Yitai is the general of Jiangbei, in charge of 300,000 demon-suppressing troops. If a riot breaks out in the cave and causes chaos everywhere, how will outsiders see it? It would be fine if the reinforcements could be delivered before the defense line collapses, but if they don't arrive, wouldn't it be a waste of both money and soldiers? At worst, I can just do it myself when the time comes. Yitai's decision is not unreasonable. He is a top-level master. After years of fighting on the battlefield, he knew the abilities and weaknesses of strange beasts very well. Even if it was a true dragon-level strange beast, he had ways to deal with it. However, this time the riot in the cave happened too suddenly and too quickly. The defense line was defeated section by section, and after only an hour, only the last line of defense of the underground cave built by Lingwu City remained. Such a speed caught everyone off guard. Meanwhile, Kyoto. In the conference room, frontline intelligence was delivered to the table one by one. The old man in the lead had a livid face and was extremely angry. What on earth is Yitai doing? The situation in the cave is so serious. Why didn't he report it immediately? Now Lingwu City only has the last line of defense left. Once it is lost, the entire Jiangbei will fall. The old man looked at the battle report from the front, feeling both angry and worried. If Jiangbei falls and becomes a new battlefield, not only will the living space of humans be reduced, but how many people and warriors' lives will be needed to eliminate the strange beasts? Marshal, the situation in Jiangbei is not optimistic now. Most of the Demon Suppression Army's forces are distributed in various defense lines. The level of the underground cave is too high, and the riot is rapid. It's understandable that it's difficult to handle for a while, but there's indeed a problem with Yitai not reporting it earlier. Someone spoke. Now is not the time to discuss who has the problem, but how to solve the catacombs. Jiangbei said that the last Demon Suppression Army is guarding various defense lines. We must not rashly mobilize them. Otherwise, once other defense lines are lost, we will be vulnerable on all sides. An officer analyzed with a serious look. Order to the entire army. All the Demon Suppression Army troops closest to Jiangbei, no matter if they are on a mission or doing anything else, abandon their mission and head to Jiangbei for support. Also, isn't Lin Yuan in Jiangbei? Tell him not to come back. Mobilize the Eastern Demon Suppression Army there. Temporarily withdraw Yitai, and let Lin Yuan take over. At this moment, the old man took a deep breath and spoke while suppressing his anger. As soon as the words fell, various orders from the military began to be conveyed. Almost at the same time, all the Demon Suppression Army teams near Jiangbei received the order. Lin Yuan is naturally no exception. However, when this news spread, Yitai in the Jiangbei military headquarters was filled with disbelief. Military? They actually want to remove him and replace him with someone else. You know, he is the general of Jiangbei and the spiritual pillar of the entire Jiangbei. Moreover, they have been guarding Jiangbei for more than 20 years, and now they are told to withdraw? Yitai was filled with disbelief, given his qualifications and achievements. Who is qualified to replace him? Chapter 40. Who can replace me, Yitai? help from all directions. There were many people sitting in the Jiangbei military headquarters. The news of Jiangbei's change of coach spread, causing an uproar. Those who can sit here are all high-ranking members of the Jiangbei military, and the lowest rank is the division commander. No one expected that Kyoto would actually give such an order. Even though the matter of the cave has a lot to do with the military, it doesn't need to change the commander in the middle of a war, right? But if you think about it carefully, the situation in Jiangbei is extremely complicated now, and Lingwu City is in danger. Kyoto made such a decision probably for Jiangbei's sake. Who was the replaceable one? The Eastern general, the Western general, or in other words, a martial saint has arrived, or a general who has parachuted in from Kyoto? Everyone was puzzled. Considering Yi Tai's status and position, as well as his achievements over the years, who could replace him? Everyone knows the news from Kyoto, right? From now on, until that person arrives at the military headquarters, I will be in charge here temporarily and command the demon suppression army to kill the strange beasts. Yi Tai's face was calm, but there was a hint of ambiguity in his tone. He said so, but he didn't think so in his heart. The commander-in-chief of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army, whose status is also among the top 10 in the military, who can replace him? Who dares to replace him? Unless those people from the military come in person. But this possibility is very small. After all, those people are already at the martial saint level. Yi Tai felt a chill in his heart. Kyoto's decision really didn't leave him any face at all. He was probably the first person to be temporarily replaced on the battlefield. Yizhua, no matter what, I only recognize you as the general in Jiangbei. That's right, several main forces will be here soon. I believe it won't be long before we can completely suppress the monsters. We will report this to Kyoto right away. You have been guarding Jiangbei for so long, and you can change it at any time. After Yi Tai's voice fell, many people sitting there couldn't help but speak. Stand up for Yi Tai. In the Jiangbei military, these people can be said to be Yi Tai's confidants, and most of them were promoted by him. Therefore, one can imagine his loyalty to Yi Tai. When Yi Tai saw this, his expression didn't change much, but he couldn't help but smile in his heart. However, he still pretended to be serious and said, "How dare you? The military's orders must be obeyed." Besides, Jingdo only said it was temporary, but he didn't really say that he would replace me. Yi Tai. After hearing this, the mood at the scene quieted down for a moment. However, someone still spoke up. Yizhua, even if it's just temporarily, I won't listen to him. Yi Tai waved his hand and said calmly, "Okay, the most urgent thing now is to solve the cave quickly, not to listen to anyone here. You, return to your positions. The last line of defense must not be lost before the main force arrives." "Yes, Yizhua." After everyone left, Yi Tai's expression turned extremely cold. Replace him? Isn't this a slap in Yi Tai's face? He wanted to let Kyoto know, and let the people outside know, that without anyone else, he, Yi Tai, could still solve the cave. At the same time, Lin Yuan, who had left not long ago, had not set off yet. I received news from Kyoto. For a moment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but have a headache. Isn't it just a cave? Is it necessary for him to go there? After finally taking a few days' rest from the battlefield in the east, he was caught again. Now, what's the news about the cave in Jiangbei? Lin Yuan stood on the side of the road and asked Zhao Lungshuan, who was holding a tablet. Not very optimistic. Just half an hour ago, Lingwu City issued a level 1 combat alert, and everyone was evacuating. I guess the riot in the cave was beyond the military's expectations. Zhao Lungshuan, holding a tablet, flipped through the news just released by Lingwu City and said, "I see. This Yi Tai really loves his son too much. These past few days, he has only been paying attention to Yi Bai's martial arts exam, and he hasn't even taken care of things like the underground cave. No wonder Kyoto removed him." Lin Yuan nodded, his tone erratic. "So what do we do now?" Zhao Lungshuan asked. "Go back, even if it's not to help Yi Tai. It's for Jiangbei," Lin Yuan said lightly. "If Yi Tai is the only one left in Jiangbei, and this is a battlefield, then Lin Yuan would leave without hesitation. What does Yi Tai's life or death have to do with him? But this is Jiangbei, with hundreds of millions of people, and it has not yet become a battlefield. He must go back. This is not only a military order, but also a responsibility." Soon, at Jiangbei military headquarters, military vehicles and helicopters arrived one after another, and getting off them were the demon-suppressing troops from various places. They are in different realms. Most of them are Grandmaster-level warriors, and there are even some junior Grandmasters. This made Yi Tai excited. In just half an hour, at least 1,000 people came, and their strength was not low. Don't underestimate these more than 1,000 people. The combat power of a team organized by professional demon-suppressing troops can at least double. As the saying goes, it's not the quantity that matters, but the quality. Most of these more than 1,000 people are masters with good fighting capabilities. This also gave Yi Tai full confidence in calming the cave. As for the general temporarily appointed by Kyoto, Yi Tai didn't care at all. Because in Jiangbei, there is only one general, and that is him. What's more, the general who airdropped from Kyoto has not been seen yet. Military meeting room. There were many new faces, and after everyone arrived, Yi Tai immediately convened a meeting. The purpose is very simple, to settle all the matters in the cave before the arrival of the general. In this way, Kyoto and the outside world will not think that he has failed in his duty, and he may even have made great contributions. This is the situation now. Do you all understand? Yi Tai glanced around and spoke softly. In the conference room, large screens were showing the real-time situation of the defense line. Understood, Leaf's seat. Among the new faces, someone responded. Yi Tai nodded and said, the explosion in the cave was very rapid this time, and the number and level of the monsters were quite high. It was a difficult battle for us. I have only one request, and that is to push the monster back before the defense line collapses, no matter what the cost. Everyone nodded, looking serious. They all saw the scene at the scene. The entire Lingwu city, or the entire Jiangbei, only had the last line of defense left. This concerns the future of Jiangbei. Okay, I'll formulate the tactics. Don't worry about the defense line. The Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army will continue to reinforce it. Now I need a team from the refining realm to enter the battlefield from the flank and distract the alien beasts from attacking the defense line. Also, all Grandmaster-level equipment combat sets are deployed, and weapons of mass destruction are used from the air to clear out the alien beasts. Yi Tai arranged tactics quickly. As the general of Jiangbei, he had rich combat experience. This time the tactics were arranged. Some of the veterans who had just come to support secretly admired that the general was a general. His style of action was swift and decisive, with a good balance of tension and relaxation, and everything was in order. Chapter 41. You are not qualified. I have the habit of arriving early. After the tactical arrangements were made, the demon-suppressing army began to take action. With the support of the defense line, the situation has improved a lot, and the frequency and number of monsters attacking the defense line have become less and less. In addition, with the presence of master warriors hunting on the battlefield, the strange beasts soon fell into a disadvantage. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon-suppressing army advanced a lot forward. Yi Tai stood in front of the screen. Looking at the real-time images sent by the satellite, a smile finally appeared on his face, which had been cold for several days. Yes, we have already taken back the second and third lines of defense. If this continues for a while, we will have all the lines of defense back. Yi Tai's inner joy is self-evident. This war to pacify the alien beasts does not require that man from Kyoto. He, Yi Tai, can do it as well. The situation is getting better, but Yizhua, we must learn from our previous lessons and not be careless. This is still a cave beyond level 3S. A division commander's expression also eased slightly, but he quickly reacted and spoke out a reminder. Yi Tai nodded and put away his smile. The level of this cave is too high, and there is a crack underneath. If the source is not resolved, I am afraid that the monsters will never be killed. First, we must do our best to suppress the alien beast and send it back to its nest. Then we will formulate a strategy on how to destroy the rift. Yi Tai pondered for a moment and spoke. However, after saying this, Yi Tai seemed to have thought of something and asked hesitantly, by the way, where is Lin Yuan? Is he here? In his mind, Lin Yuan was also a member of the demon-suppressing army. Since Kyoto has issued such an order, he should come here and help resist the monsters. But what Yi Tai cares about is not this, but merit. Now that he is here, he will definitely gain merit after winning this battle. With his operation, Lin Yuan's merit points can be increased by at least 10,000 points. Of course, he was not doing this for Lin Yuan, but for Yi Bai. After all, doesn't Lin Yuan's military achievements belong to Yi Bai? Before this, he had not thought about it, and was only thinking about how to quell the outbreak of strange beasts. Only when the situation eased did Yi Tai remember it. Yi Tai has been in a state of worry these days. The incident in the cave was one reason, and the other was because of Yi Bai. Not only has he lost the title of martial arts champion, but now he has been rejected by the Shengwu Academy. It can be said that the future of his son, whom he most hoped for, is now bleak and uncertain. As a father, how could he not consider Yi Bai? The demon suppression army that came to support us did not find Lin Yuan. The master shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai couldn't help but frown. How dare he disobey the order from Kyoto? What a coward! Yi Tai thought coldly, and after his expression changed for a moment, he said, Use the military communication to contact him and tell him to get here within half an hour. After finishing speaking, Yi Tai said intentionally or unintentionally, "Since he is my son, there is no reason why he would not come when faced with a battle. Not only will I let him come, I will also let him be the first to charge. I will set a good example for everyone and let them know that I, Yi Tai, and the soldiers are on the same battlefield and have no damn privileges." As soon as these words came out, whether it is the high-level officials of the demon-suppressing army who came to support or the high-level officials of Jiangbei, everyone took a deep breath, their faces full of admiration. Such words and actions were so courageous. Letting one's own son charge first. Just ask yourself, how many people can do it? Outside the military headquarters, Lin Yuan took Zhao Lingshuan to the cave to resurvey the situation. Only by understanding it more clearly could they come up with a more appropriate solution. But when he was about to return to the military, he was stopped. At the door, there was a teacher with cold eyes. "Lin Yuan, why did you come now? Do you know that the alien beasts are rioting and all the demon-suppressing troops in Jiangbei are fighting? As Yi's was son, how can you stay out of it? Wait until the front line is almost over before coming." The master looked to be only in his early 40s. As soon as he saw Lin Yuan, he started to scold him. If you look closely, the other person is somewhat similar to Yi Tai. Lin Yuan recognized him at the first sight. If it were as before, he would have to call him uncle. But now, do I have the habit of arriving early? Why don't you go to the east and ask around? Who dares to say anything about what I, Lin Yuan, do? Lin Yuan sneered, showing no mercy. The other party and Yi Tai are in the same boat, so there is no need for him to show any good face to him. Yi Shan's expression changed. He obviously didn't expect Lin Yuan to dare to speak to him like that. Lin Yuan, this is not home. This is the military headquarters. This is a battlefield. I am speaking to you as a superior. Do you know how your behavior will be defined on the battlefield? Yi Shan took a deep breath and his face became extremely gloomy. Superior? Lin Yuan glanced at the military emblem on his shoulder, sneered, and said lightly, "You are not qualified yet." Yi Shan's face darkened and he said in a cold voice, "I saw that you were an ungrateful person back then. No matter how hard I try, you can never be tamed. Now it seems that I was right. I heard that you have been talking back to my elder brother time and time again and have no respect for your elders. Today, as your uncle, I will teach you a lesson and let you know how to respect your elders." Lin Yuan found it interesting. It's true that people of the same family are alike. However, he was too lazy to explain to the other party. In the minds of such people, perhaps whatever he does for the Yi family is what he should do. And everything he has belongs to the Yi family. What's the use of explanation? You are such a powerful commander. Do you know who you are talking to? At this time, Zhao Lingshuan on the side couldn't help but speak. Yi Shan turned his head and found that there was a major general standing next to Lin Yuan. "Chief, you heard what he said just now. Not only was he disrespectful to his elders, but he also ignored military orders. As an elder, I have the responsibility to teach him a lesson." Yi Shan was shocked and hurried to explain. But I was also a little confused. Why was this major general standing with Lin Yuan? And this major general looks so unfamiliar. Could it be? Was he transferred from Kyoto to replace the big brother? If that's the case, it would be much easier. Just a major general. Zhao Lingshuan frowned and glanced at Lin Yuan secretly. She didn't know much about Lin Yuan's family affairs. The other party has some relationship with Lin Yuan, so she couldn't say anything too decisive. It's just that the other party's attitude is really too much. "I told you, you don't have the qualifications, get out of here." Seeing that he instantly became cowardly, Lin Yuan didn't want to waste any more time talking to him. Yi Shan glared at Lin Yuan fiercely, then silently stepped aside. But in his heart, he gritted his teeth and cursed Lin Yuan as a little beast. After all, Lin Yuan has a major general following him, and his rank is indeed not enough. Not qualified? Do I have the qualifications? At this moment, a low, cold and hard voice sounded from behind. Chapter 42. A general of your level has no authority to command me. Am I qualified? A low, cold voice sounded. Many people in front of the military camp looked solemn and saluted. Yi Shan is no exception. Yi Tai walked towards this side, followed by many officers. Zhao Lingshuan saw Yi Tai. Her expression remained calm. In fact, she had a lot of doubts in her mind, which had existed since the time she surveyed the cave. Isn't Lin Yuan the son of the Yi family? Why does it seem that the relationship with Yi Tai is so stiff? His son became the head of the military. Isn't this something worth being happy about? Why do you have to kick me out of the house? However, she couldn't ask too much about this kind of thing. Yi Tai walked over and glanced at Zhao Lingshuan coldly. Then he set his eyes on Lin Yuan. This is the military headquarters. This is the battlefield, not my home. Please control your bad temper and don't embarrass me. Just as Yitai said, this is the military headquarters. According to his thinking, Lin Yuan could disobey him and contradict him before. That was all outside, but now we are in the military camp. His words are military orders, and Lin Yuan must obey them. Otherwise, he would be disobeying military orders. Who are you talking to me as? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at him strangely. Upon hearing this, Yitai hesitated to speak. Of course he knew what Lin Yuan meant. He had already distanced himself from the matter, so why would he embarrass himself? However, he didn't say anything more. Otherwise, based on his understanding of Lin Yuan these days, he might have revealed everything. By then, Yitai's reputation was completely ruined. What is your identity? Jiangbei general, a one-star general in the military, is not a father, because this is a battlefield. Yitai said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, many high-ranking members of the demon-suppressing army and external support personnel present showed admiration. I heard that the situation on the front line was tight. Yitai Yuan was in Jiangbei, but he still sent his son there. How could one not admire and respect such courage and broad-mindedness? Everyone was amazed. Even looking at the generals of the Xia kingdom, few can do this. As Yitai's voice fell, the confidants who followed Yitai also spoke one after another. Lin Yuan, when I came back to look for you, I was with Yizhua. When I found you, I couldn't tell you how happy Yizhua was. I heard that you didn't even go home during the few days you came back, and you wanted to cut off your relationship with Yizhua. Is that true? It's normal for a child to have a bad temper. He must have developed a lot of bad habits after serving in the army for a few years. I'll teach him myself when he's transferred to Jiangbei in a while. That's right, Lin Yuan. In terms of seniority, we are all your elders. Listen to your uncles and stop getting angry with your father. Jiangbei is in turmoil and in danger. As the general, Yizhua is already under great pressure. As a son, how can you be so ignorant? As Yitai finished speaking, he heard many voices of blame and teaching. They regard themselves as elders and use ignorance as an excuse. Beneath this seemingly kind face, there is a voice that sounds like criticism. Seeing this scene, Yitai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In Jiangbei, no one has ever dared to disobey him, not even Lin Yuan. Outside, he was out of his control, so Yitai gritted his teeth and couldn't say anything. But what about the military? Not only Yitai, but even the high-ranking members of the demon-suppressing army who came to support had changed their eyes when they looked at Lin Yuan. Just a few brief words in this picture. He looks like a kind and helpless old father and his rebellious and ignorant son. Obviously, in their impression, Lin Yuan has been labeled as a rebel. Lin Yuan listened to the voice coming from his ear, then looked at Yitai again. I noticed that the other person had a faint smile on his face. Lin Yuan sneered at this, looked at those who had just spoken, and said lightly, "Elders, whose elders are you? I have nothing to do with Yitai, so please stop being so rude, or I'll make you all get out of the barracks." The sound was not loud, but it was like thunder. The explosion occurred in everyone's heart, and at this moment, everyone's eyes towards Lin Yuan changed. Arrogant and domineering, disrespectful to elders, and ignoring discipline. Labels like these appear on Lin Yuan. No one expected that Lin Yuan would dare to say this, and even call Yitai by his name. Too arrogant. How dare you speak like that? He doesn't take Jiangbei's top leaders seriously at all, nor does he take General Yi seriously. A typical rich second generation, a martial second generation style, infuriating and shocking. General Yi is famous all his life. How come he has a son like this? At this time, some external demon-suppressing troops saw this and couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. In this scene, Lin Yuan acted too arrogant. There is absolutely no logic at all, and it has offended almost all the top leaders in Jiangbei. Even if your father is Yitai, you can't be so arrogant. As for Lin Yuan, he was too lazy to explain, nor did he bother to explain. Because these people are not qualified enough to ask him to explain. Be it a misunderstanding or an opinion, so what? He doesn't need to waste time explaining to irrelevant people. How dare you, Lin Yuan? How can you be so unreasonable? It seems that I neglected to discipline you when I sent you to the army, which made you become so vulgar. You've completely disgraced me. Yitai's expression changed slightly. He took a step forward and scolded angrily. He raised his hand and pretended to hit someone. Lin Yuan dodged sideways with a calm expression. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If it weren't for the military's order, I would have gone to Kyoto long ago. Get out of the way. Everyone's expression changed again, and they all called him lousy in front of him. This is such a rebellious son. When Yitai saw him dodge, he remembered Lin Yuan's strange energy and blood power last time. With a cold face, he looked around and said apologetically, I'm sorry for not disciplining you all. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, let's put this matter aside for now. I will send him to the Vanguard Battalion right now to redeem himself for his crimes. Yi Tai spoke, shouting in a full-throated voice, Lin Yuan. Now, as the head of the military, I order you to report to the Vanguard Battalion. Do you hear me? What Yi Tai said was already a military order. Yi Tai just said that he would keep this in mind for now, which was already a way out. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's performance, the military inspector would definitely deal with him. As for now, if Lin Yuan doesn't listen, he will be disobeying military orders. Not to mention, it happened on the battlefield. General Jiangbei, a general of your rank has no right to order me around. Also, from now on, I will be in charge of Jiangbei. Lin Yuan frowned and spoke calmly. Chapter 43. Is Kyoto crazy? Yi Tai is completely dumbfounded. A general of your rank has no authority to order me around. After Lin Yuan's voice fell, the whole place fell silent. Everyone present looked at Lin Yuan in astonishment. They had anticipated many situations. Based on Lin Yuan's previous performance, disobey military orders and refuse to obey until death, or accept it calmly, etc. But I didn't expect Lin Yuan to say this. Yi Tai is a one-star general and the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei. His identity and status would rank him among the top 10, even in the military. Yi Tai has no right to order you around. What a joke. Naturally, no one believed it, because it was impossible no matter how you looked at it. Even Yi Tai was shocked. He was stunned for a long time before he gradually reacted. Guard, send him to the Vanguard camp. If he dares to escape, he will be punished by military law. Yi Tai's face was full of black lines. He thought Lin Yuan must be crazy. In this military camp, in Jiangbei, what is the difference between him, Yi Tai, and a local emperor? Who dares to move? Seeing that there was really a reckless young man who was willing to take Lin Yuan away, Zhao Lingshuan couldn't help but yelled, Major General, this is Jiangbei, not your Kyoto. Seeing this, Yi Tai reminded in a cold voice. Zhao Lingshuan was about to speak, but Lin Yuan stopped her. From now on, I will take over the Jiangbei military. Don't you understand? Lin Yuan frowned and looked at Yi Tai and said impatiently. Yi Tai was a little confused. For a moment, he really thought that Lin Yuan came to compete with his brother for the position of Jiangbei general. But then I thought, if I don't give it to him, does he deserve it? But from Lin Yuan's tone, it didn't sound like he was joking. What's the meaning? Yi Tai asked in confusion. If you don't understand, go ask the military. I'll say it one last time. I'm in charge of the Jiangbei military now. All the demon-suppressing soldiers present were stunned. Lin Yuan's attitude doesn't seem like he's pretending. However, they soon thought of something. The military recently issued an order announcing the change of commander-in-chief at the Jiangbei battlefield. Could it be that the person was Lin Yuan? When they thought of this, everyone in the audience was dumbfounded. This kid is only in his early 20s. The average age of those present was much older than him. Can he take over Jiangbei and become the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei? How is this possible? Not only did they think so, Yi Tai standing next to them also thought so. Why did Lin Yuan take over Jiangbei? Haza, urgent call from Kyoto. At this time, a guard ran over, saluted and said. Yi Tai grabbed the phone, and then a voice came from it. Yes, that's right, that person is Yi Bai. I heard that he is also your Yi Tai's son. Don't say that I don't give you face in Kyoto. The voice ended, and a busy tone came from the other end of the phone. But Yi Tai's hand was still half raised in the air, and he couldn't put it down for a long time. Go to Kyoto and confirm it yourself. The person who took over Jiangbei for him was Lin Yuan in front of him, and his name in the military was also Yi Bai. Only at this point did Yi Tai finally understand. Why did Lin Yuan dare to be so arrogant? It turned out that he had obtained the imperial sword from Kyoto. But why did Kyoto let Lin Yuan replace him? You have to know that Lin Yuan is only in his early 20s, and his qualifications, strength, and achievements are not as outstanding as his. Is Kyoto crazy? Sending someone like this up here. This is pushing Jiangbei into dire straits. Yizhua, how is it? At this time, someone asked behind me. Yi Taikai slowly came back to his senses, looking grim and silent. It seems that it has been accepted. Everyone who saw this scene, from not believing it at first, now opened their eyes wide. And I looked at Lin Yuan in shock. It's actually true. Kyoto, the handsome man who brought back Jiangbei, is Lin Yuan. It was just a young man in his early 20s. Moreover, he is Yi Tai's son. Everyone was stunned when they thought of this. He glanced at Yi Tai, whose face was gloomy, and fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Yuan stopped talking nonsense with him. You, and you, are suspended from today. Lin Yuan glanced at the people who were standing behind Yi Tai, and spoke just now. He pointed at 3 or 4 of them and gave orders directly. Among them was Yishan, who had just blocked him at the door. Why? You are seeking revenge for your personal gain, Yi Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, how could you do this to your uncle? Yizhua, please say something. Yi Lin Yuan ignored it. He walked directly towards the military building, and then he turned around and continued. All martial artists above the division level and the grandmaster level come to the military headquarters within half an hour. I want to hear the latest situation of the cave. Yi Lin Yuan then issued an order. Everyone was still immersed in the shock and hadn't come to their senses. Just now they thought that the second generation of Wu was arrogant and domineering, but now he has transformed into the general of Jiangbei. This transformation is huge. But then they thought, what is the military doing? After all the changes, the general is still in the hands of the Yi family. Is this how the military dealt with Yi Tai? That's really biased. And judging from this, the generals of Jiangbei for at least 100 years have all been from the Yi family. Everyone sighed and stopped thinking about it. After all, Yi Lin Yuan's order is still there, and they have to prepare quickly. At the same time, Yi Tai finally recovered from his shock and confusion. He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out why the military would let Yi Lin Yuan replace him. But when he carefully thought about the last sentence, he found the problem. Don't say anything. I'm not giving you face. Kyoto hastily changed its leader, and it can be said that Yi Tai's reputation was almost ruined here. But if such a serious mistake occurs and the military does not impose some punishment, what will other war zones think? That's why they plan to replace Yi Lin Yuan. This way, the Yi family would still be the commander-in-chief. And he can continue to command Jiangbei. When the monsters retreat, the credit will still go to him, Yi Tai, and he, Yi Tai, will still be the chief commander. Otherwise, no one outside would believe that a man in his 20s could lead the demon-suppressing army to resist strange beasts and save the country from collapse, right? To put it bluntly, General Yi Lin Yuan is just a cover for everyone. Yi Tai thought so, but he was not quite sure. Because apart from this meaning, he really couldn't think of any other reason that could make Yi Lin Yuan parachute into Jiangbei and become the general. But Yi Tai had been extremely cautious throughout his life, and when things had come to this point, it was impossible for him not to notice something unusual. Yi Lin Yuan, what is his identity? In a command room of the military headquarters, Yi Tai sat there with a tired look on his face. Behind him, all of his trusted followers followed, including those who were just suspended by Yi Lin Yuan. Yezhua, what does this Kyoto mean? Why did Yi Lin Yuan suddenly get replaced? How can we fight this battle? These people were still somewhat unconvinced and kept complaining from time to time. Yi Tai tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his expression vague, as if he was waiting for something. Yizhua, I found some information. A guard walked in quietly and whispered in Yi Tai's ear. In the comments, why does it feel like a standalone game? I have already clicked on the first show. Those who have read this, please click on the picture in this paragraph. Thank you, little author. Chapter 44. Is it enough for him to contradict the leader? Yizhua found some information. The guard came in and whispered in Yi Tai's ear. Yi Tai's expression changed, and he said, Speak. Apart from his initial guess, Yi Tai really couldn't understand why the military would let Yi Lin Yuan replace him. Even if Yi Tai was derelict in his duty, he would not let a man who had only been in the army for 3 years replace him. Therefore, in Yi Tai's mind, in addition to the first one, what he thought was that Yi Lin Yuan had some special identity and place. Before this, he had noticed it. I even did some special research on Yi Lin Yuan for this purpose, although I didn't see the complete information in the end. But he could also guess roughly that after 1 year of enlistment he would become a lieutenant, and in the remaining 2 years, no matter how hard he killed the enemies, he would at most be a colonel. Such a young officer is indeed worthy of training. He is indeed a martial arts genius and a pillar of the future. But it's not possible for him to jump directly to become the temporary commander-in-chief of Jiangbei, right? Yizhua, his identity is too difficult to check. Even the division-level people in the East know very little about him. But according to the news from Kyoto, Yi Lin Yuan has a high talent for martial arts, has made outstanding achievements on the battlefield, and is highly valued by the military. And this time the order was issued directly from Kyoto, without any signs. It is said that he was promoted to the commander of the 341st Division by the Eastern Division a year ago. Yi Tai took a deep breath and was stunned for a moment. The military attaches great importance to this. As a division commander in his early 20s, his merit is worth at least 500,000. As for his military rank, it was at least colonel. At this age, with such achievements, he is so talented. For a moment, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart, and he couldn't calm down. Where did you get this information? Is it the person I asked you to find? After a while, Yi Tai slowly came back to his senses. Yes, Yizua, the guard replied. Go ahead and ask around, even if it's in Kyoto or the Marshall Saint family. I want to see what this kid is capable of to take over my position. Yitai spoke coldly. Then he waved his hand, signaling the guards to leave, while he himself sat stiffly in place. The expression on his face was changeable, and I don't know what he was thinking. Even when the people around him called him, he seemed not to hear them and remained silent. On the other side, there is a command room. Lin Yuan stood here, looking at the screen with a calm expression. The several large screens above are all projected by satellites, showing the real-time situation of the cave. The military suddenly ordered him to take over Jiangbei. Lin Yuan needs to understand the situation of the cave first. At present, the situation outside the cave is very good. The demon-suppressing army organized a counterattack, and the strange beasts were being suppressed and forced back to their nests. However, this is only temporary. He had been down into the cave once and had some understanding of the situation there. In order to completely solve the problem of the cave, the cracks must be closed, otherwise strange beasts will continue to come. After Lin Yuan finished reading it, he started thinking about the solution in his mind. As soon as he walked out of the door, several figures walked towards him angrily. Lin Yuan, why did you stop my father's position? What rights do you have? There were several young men in military uniforms. They didn't look very old, probably in their teens. The oldest one is only in his early 20s. However, there was one person he recognized clearly, Yishan's son, Yi Chonglin. Come to think of it, this person should be my cousin. Of course, that was all before. The news that Lin Yuan had suspended several Jiangbei senior officials spread throughout the Jiangbei military. Everyone was surprised because those who were dismissed were all Yitai's confidants. Moreover, he is related to Yitai. Lin Yuan directly suspended him from his post, which can be said to be no respect for Yitai at all. Even slap Yitai in the face. In the military, these people are not considered arrogant and domineering, but they can be considered to act in an overbearing manner. Even officers of the same rank in the military are reluctant to provoke each other, because Yitai is standing behind them. If you provoke them, it would be the same as making things difficult for Yitai. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. Has the Jiangbei military already lost its respect for hierarchy? A few non-commissioned officers dare to question the commander. Lin Yuan, don't take chicken feathers as your authority. Don't think that just because the military lets you take charge of the military for a few days, you can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, I will tell Uncle Yi to break your legs. When the leading young man heard this, his face suddenly turned red, and he shouted angrily. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the predecessor was also miserable enough, and the unwelcome things at home were heard by these people. Otherwise, considering his previous status as the eldest son of the Yi family, how could this group of people dare to yell at him at every turn? He even threatened to let Yitai break his legs. There is actually a reason why this situation occurs. Many years ago, Lin Yuan was brought back to the Yi family by Yitai. Since the Yi family did not like him, Yi Bai and Yi Lingwei did not regard him as a brother. Naturally, these people didn't take Lin Yuan seriously. Seeing Lin Yuan at this moment, I still thought he was the silent and taciturn person who could be bullied at will. However, Lin Yuan didn't have the time to talk nonsense with them. He didn't even look at the group of people. He said lightly, according to the military regulations, how should we deal with those who contradict the commander and disobey military orders on the battlefield? Soon, a guard replied, report to the commander. If you contradict your superiors on the battlefield or disobey military orders, you will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years in prison at the very least, or executed at the worst. No matter the warrior, no matter the merit. Under normal circumstances, the situation is naturally not so serious, but now there is an outbreak of strange beasts, and we are in a wartime state. Therefore, the penalties will also be severe. Then handle it according to the regulations. After Lin Yuan said this lightly, he walked towards the meeting room. When the people heard this, they didn't believe it at first. Did the young boy from before really have such great abilities in the military? But when they saw several guards walking towards them, they completely panicked. What are you doing? How dare you listen to him? Do you know who I am? Hey, Lin Yuan, aren't you afraid of Uncle Yi? Several teenagers shouted loudly. A guard frowned and said calmly, take him away. At this moment, a group of people came from a distance, led by Yi Tai. What are you doing? Behind him, a division commander asked with a stern face. The young man who saw this scene felt like he had found a savior and shouted, Dad, save me. Lin Yuan said he would shoot me. Uncle Yi, Lin Yuan is so cruel. I used to play with him when he first came back, but now he treats us like this. Yes, Uncle Yi, tell them to stop. The boy has been spoiled since childhood, and due to his extraordinary status, He is considered a domineering young man in Jiangbei. He is usually arrogant, and even at this point, he still thinks he can easily solve it with the help of his father. What's going on? Tell me clearly. Yishan asked coldly. His son is among these teenagers. How could he not care? Chapter 45. You have the appearance of a great general, but you feel a little uncomfortable? Upon seeing this, the guard quickly recounted what had happened. Bang! Yishan was immediately furious and slapped Yi Lin on the face and angrily said, Who told you to come to Lin Yuan? Yi Lin was stunned, and the young men following him subconsciously shrank their necks and shut their mouths. Dad, why did you hit me? Yi Lin looked at his father in disbelief. This was the first time since he was a child. I'm going to beat you. I wish I could beat you to death. Who told you to come to Lin Yuan? Yishan's face turned pale. You know, Lin Yuan is now the general of Jiangbei. Even if it is only temporary, he is still the most powerful person in the Jiangbei military. Even he was suspended by Lin Yuan. Dad, I heard that you were fired. I was furious. How can Lin Yuan, a man brought back from outside, dismiss you from your position? Jiangbei belongs to our Yi family. Yi Lin explained in a low voice. As soon as these words came out, Yishan's expression suddenly changed, and he kicked him hard, looking at him with an expression of disappointment. Shut up. Nonsense. How could I give birth to such a fool like you? Yishan was almost going crazy. Although it is good that Lin Yuan was found, and Yitai didn't take Lin Yuan seriously before. It will be over if you just talk about it, but you can't say it in front of Yitai, right? What's more, he clearly saw the change in Yitai's expression in the room just now. Now that Lin Yuan has become the general, his martial arts genius is a foregone conclusion. Who knows if Yitai will suddenly change his mind? Saying this at this time is just asking for death. Not to mention that he has been suspended by Lin Yuan. What's the point of you coming to Lin Yuan? Yizhua, my son has been spoiled. Don't take it to heart. I will definitely educate him well in the future. Yishan looked at Yitai beside him again and whispered. Yitai glanced at him coldly and said nothing. Seeing this scene, Yi Lin broke out in a cold sweat and realized what he had just said. Yizhua, they are still young after all. Isn't Lin Yuan's punishment too severe? Seeing this, Yishan still gritted his teeth and begged for mercy. After he finished speaking, others began to speak. Lock him up first and deal with him later. Yitai pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. This? The guard hesitated. On one side is the newly appointed general, and on the other side is a real one-star general who has been guarding Jiangbei for many years. Why, my words are useless now. Yitai gave him a cold look, and the latter quickly shook his head. Yes, Yizhua. Military meeting room. On a table paved with black stone slabs about 10 meters long, there are military caps made of special materials. There were many people sitting on both sides, with golden star emblems embroidered on their shoulders, and they had upright postures and solemn expressions. In addition to officers from the Jiangbei military, there are also officers who rushed here after receiving orders from the military. And sitting in the main seat was a young man. He was not wearing any military uniform, which made him look out of place. It's not that Lin Yuan didn't have it, but he didn't bring his military uniform at all. He came back to treat his injuries and visit his original family. He didn't expect so many things to happen. A female officer who looked to be in her 30s was standing and reporting. The current situation of the cave is very bad. In addition to the main location in the mountains, new cave entrances have appeared on the east and west sides. Most of the alien beasts have returned to their nests now, and the remaining ones can be cleared out within an hour. Lin Yuan nodded, his expression calm as he said, In this case, we need to prevent the next outbreak of alien beasts and build 2 lines of defense on the east and west sides respectively. After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan asked again, Have the people from the intelligence team arrived? Chief, one person stood up. Tell me about the current situation in the cave. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking old and frail, with something of the aura of a general. There are currently a large number of exotic beasts in the cave. Preliminary estimates show that there are more than 10,000 of them, including 1,000 at the Grandmaster level and 100 at the Grandmaster level. In addition, there are strange beasts coming from the cracks. At this rate, the number of strange beasts in the cave will reach a terrifying number in just one night. Everyone present frowned. Thousands of master-level exotic beasts, plus hundreds of large-scale exotic beasts. Once this breaks out, it will definitely be a bloody battle. Moreover, there are strange beasts being transported here, so after one night, the troops here may not be enough. Yitai sat in the second seat, listening quietly without saying anything. He wants to see, how should Lin Yuan deal with this situation? If you have any ideas, please share them with us. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and then spoke. I think the situation is no longer something we can handle, and we need to mobilize more troops. The monsters could break out at any time. The troops in Jiangbei are evenly distributed and cannot be easily mobilized. If we mobilize them from other places, it may be too late once the monsters break out. In that case, let's prepare nuclear weapons first, so that we can respond in case of an outbreak. But once the nuclear level is used, Jiangbei will no longer be suitable for human habitation. For a moment, the conference room fell silent. Everyone was a little at a loss in the face of this difficult situation. Yitai couldn't help but smile. To deploy troops and formulate tactics, you need decades of battlefield experience. He sat calmly in his seat, waiting for someone to ask for his opinion. However, before that, Lin Yuan spoke in advance. Given the current number of strange beasts in the cave, Jiangbei's troops can still cope with it. The most troublesome thing now is the cracks in the cave. If this is not dealt with soon, no matter how many more troops I send, it will be useless. After the words were spoken, many people at the scene nodded. So, I decided to organize a team of grandmasters to go into the cave and seal the cracks. When Lin Yuan finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but frown. The cave is too dangerous. Wouldn't it be too dangerous to go in rashly? Some people have doubts. That's why we need a great master or a great leader. And I will lead the team myself. What's the problem? Or in other words, do you have any better ideas now? Lin Yuan knocked on the table and looked around. When everyone heard this, they fell silent again. Under the current circumstances, there is really no better way. Moreover, on the battlefield, as a commander, you do need some courage and ingenious strategies, otherwise there will be no miracles. In that case, it's settled. There is no time to lose. Organize now and wait until all the monsters outside are cleared, then go down immediately. Chapter 46, A Shocking Identity Appears, Absolutely Impossible. With Lin Yuan's final decision, the meeting officially ended. Although Lin Yuan's decision was very risky, it was also recognized by many people. In fact, ordinary people may not be able to make such a bold decision. At first, many people thought that Lin Yuan would have some problems in the meeting. After all, Lin Yuan looks to be only in his early 20s, and what about the person sitting here? The lowest rank is colonel, and most of them are at the division level. Not to mention there is also a one-star general. Faced with this kind of situation, Lin Yuan not only did not show any fear, but instead showed a sense of maturity and sophistication. He really looks like a general who has been fighting on the battlefield for a long time. After the meeting, everyone couldn't help but feel deeply moved. What a great general. They all saw what was happening outside. But in the eyes of these ignorant people, father and son are still father and son after all. They are one family. Therefore, when they met Yitai, they would also say a few words to him. But this is different in Yitai's heart. The more people praise Lin Yuan, the more he seems to have the qualities of a great general. The more complicated his heart became, the more he thought about someone who was not valued by him and even kicked out of the house. Do you have the qualities of a great general? Yitai felt mixed emotions for a moment, and he didn't know whether he was happy or sad. Just now he was sitting in the conference room without saying a word, while Lin Yuan made the decision on his own. If we put aside other things, there is really nothing wrong with Lin Yuan's performance in the meeting. He indeed has the qualities of a great general. Soon, the military camp. The strange beasts were cleared out wave after wave, and the demon-suppressing army also built several lines of defense. Lin Yuan came here, and behind him was a team of 7 people. Judging from the military ranks of these people, their levels are not low, and the highest one is already a division commander. Chief Su Qianlong, who was guarding here, saw Lin Yuan and the people behind him, and hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Ever since he learned about Lin Yuan's identity and what his sister had done, he has been in a heavy mood all day. It's not that he was worried about how Lin Yuan would treat him, nor was he worried about his own future. If Lin Yuan really wanted to do something to him, given the other party's current identity, shouldn't he have been kicked out of the demon-suppressing army long ago? What really made him feel heavy was that his sister seemed like a different person since she came back last time. I stay at home all day and no one can persuade me. The other is that it is a bit of a pity. After all, the head of the military almost became his relative. Lin Yuan just nodded and said, "Now, I am going to go into the cave with them. You guys stay up there to keep an eye on the situation and follow my instructions at any time." "Yes, Chief." Su Qianlong nodded, and his expression instantly became serious. Entering the cave in this situation is bound to be a big deal. He must be fully alert to deal with it. Okay, let's go. As soon as Lin Yuan opened his mouth, lightning seemed to flash across the military camp, stirring up a strong wind. Several people headed towards the mountains at a very fast speed. Neither the great sect master nor the great master can fly directly. They can only soar in the air for a short period of time. However, some warriors with wind attributes can do it at this stage. Other warriors can only fly in the air for a short period of time. The speed has also been greatly improved. A master-level warrior can reach a speed comparable to that of a high-speed train running at full speed when he exerts his full strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan disappeared from the spot. Everyone, pay attention. Strengthen your vigilance. Also, always pay attention to the situation in the cave and report to me at any time. Su Qianlong gave the order immediately. At the same time, after Lin Yuan left the military, Yi Tai returned to his seat. Lin Yuan is not here. Someone is needed to take charge of the overall situation, and Yi Tai, with his status and position, is naturally the right person to take charge. At this moment, in the military, Yi Tai stared at the screen, watching Lin Yuan and others jump into the cave. His gaze gradually withdrew. Now, it depends on whether we can close the cracks. If we succeed, Jiangbei can be saved. An officer couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Yi Tai still had a sullen face and didn't say anything until his phone rang, and then he gradually reacted. After taking a look, his expression changed slightly, and he walked outside. What is it? Yi Tai asked. A voice came from the other end of the phone, and Yi Tai's expression changed from calm at first, to frowning, and then to confusion. Although I already had some guesses and preparations in my heart, but now when I heard it, it still exploded in his mind like a muffled thunder. You mean, Kyoto Cebu Academy has made a decision and refused to admit you? Yi Tai's face was extremely gloomy and his eyes were cold enough to kill people. He didn't expect that Xingwu Academy would actually refuse to admit Yi Bai. Even if he didn't become the top martial arts champion, even if he didn't have the extra points for meritorious service, Yi Bai's results were still good enough. Sheng Yuan. This is intentional to make things difficult for Yi Tai. Yi Tai's expression became increasingly cold. He had lost the Xingwu Academy and also lost the top martial arts champion. Nothing he expected happened. On the contrary, Lin Yuan's appearance disrupted all his expectations. Lin Yuan. Aren't his things Yi Bai's? Chapter 47. That majestic figure is the martial saint. Yi Tai looked at the picture projected on the screen with a dull expression. But it carries an unclear meaning. The matter of the catacombs had not been resolved yet, and he, as the general, was withdrawn, and bad news came from home. He guarded Jiangbei for more than 20 years and was suddenly withdrawn. How did the outside world view him? Is it because of lack of virtue or lack of ability? No matter which of these 2 points is true, it is unacceptable for a top gang leader and a general. In addition, Yi Bai's matter was beyond his expectations. Before this, in his mind, it was a foregone conclusion that Yi Bai would become a disciple of the Xingwu Academy. There will be almost no unexpected changes, and he is absolutely confident about this. Therefore, everyone in Jiangbei thinks so. The Yi family's proud son will surely soar to the sky during the martial arts examination. However, he has now been rejected by Xingwu Academy. This was not only something Yi Tai didn't expect, I'm afraid no one in Jiangbei had expected it. It's done. As the saying goes, before you do something, don't say it out loud first. Wait until you succeed to surprise everyone. Because of this, even if you fail, no one will know. Everyone knew that Yi Bai had entered the Xingwu Academy. Now that he was rejected for admission, it was a huge shame. Not to mention that it's a martial arts family like the Yi family. Yi Tai felt that besides being depressed, his face was also burning. And all this is because of one person. Yi Tai let out a long sigh and slowly walked out of the meeting room with a terrible gloom on his face. Lingwu City, after the city entered level 1 combat readiness, saw a large number of people evacuated. The empty streets were filled with fallen leaves, and it was quite chilly. Crack. The sound of branches breaking could be heard, and Yi Tai, dressed in military uniform, was walking on the street. He stopped in front of a martial arts gym and walked in slowly. In the training ground of the martial arts hall, there was a figure sitting cross-legged, with a terrifying aura flowing around him. Sometimes there are winds and fires, and sometimes thunder and lightning. What is even more surprising is that behind this man, a whale shadow that is over 100 feet tall appears to be emerging. At first glance, it seems as if he has merged into one with this person. It makes his figure look extremely majestic, as if he can bring peace to the world with just a flip of his hand. Yi Tai walked in and sat casually on the martial arts training ground. He was silent for a long time before speaking. Yi Bai failed the exam, and Xingwu Academy refused to admit me. Are those people crazy, or are they deliberately trying to make things difficult for me, Yi Tai? The person in the field could not be seen clearly, and he was clearly not wearing any clothes to cover his face. But when you look at it carefully, it seems extremely hazy. He waved his hand, and a tea set appeared on the field. A steaming teacup appeared in front of Yi Tai. Don't you understand till now? A calm and clear voice sounded, and someone in the field spoke. Understand what? What do you want to say? Yi Tai frowned, very puzzled. Before he showed up, everything would go as you and I expected. Yi Bai will enter Xingwu Academy and take over Jiangbei in the future. Many years later, the Yi family is most likely to become the leader of the military. And my disciples. When the words fell, the echo lingered in the air. If someone else were here, they would definitely be shocked. The majestic figure in the field and the Dharma body that appeared behind him were clearly a martial saint. Yi Bai is actually the disciple of the martial saint. No wonder Yi Tai and the Yi family have such great confidence. You mean Lin Yuan? Yi Tai was shocked, but also found it unbelievable. Although he had guessed it before, he didn't know what Lin Yuan was capable of. Has such a great influence? So, what did Lin Yuan do in the military to make the higher-ups pay so much attention to him? Yi Tai took a deep breath and looked at the figure in the field and asked, does it matter? Yi Bai has nothing now, and his future is increasingly uncertain. Something has happened to your plan many years ago. The figure spoke softly. Hearing this, Yi Tai fell silent. Many years ago, he regarded Lin Yuan as a good sword to pave the way for Yi Bai. Now the knife was swung towards himself. This game of replacing the prince with a cat has not yet ended. Isn't this the best opportunity? Seeing Yi Tai remain silent, the figure in the field continued to speak. But if he really has great merit, even if he is replaced, how will the military explain it? Yi Tai asked. This worry was not unnecessary. He had previously thought that Lin Yuan had some military achievements, but not too famous. He can control everything. As long as Lin Yuan is transferred back to Jiangbei, nothing is impossible. Now it seems that there is a high possibility that Lin Yuan will be valued by Kyoto, and this is not something he can solve. I'll take action. You don't have to worry. The figure in the field spoke calmly, full of energy, and seemed extremely confident. As a martial saint, he does have the confidence. Seeing this, Yi Tai hesitated for a moment and asked the last question. What is his current identity? The figure suddenly fell silent, and after a moment he said briskly, General. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Tai felt like he was struck by lightning. Well, General, a general in his early 20s? Looking around the world, this has never happened in this era of martial arts. Lin Yuan is actually a general. With this explanation, everything makes sense. No wonder the military attaches so much importance to it. No wonder Li Xingwen and He Dingjun came in person to the celebration banquet that day. No wonder it's a military secret. Specifically, Yi Tai's breathing became a little rapid, and he wanted to continue asking questions. Hasn't the answer already been told to you? You want his achievements, and I want him dead. Even though it sounds a bit cruel, he is your own son after all. But you shouldn't feel bad. Yi Tai came in with a heavy heart and left with an excited mood. Lin Yuan is a general and will surely reach the top of the military in the future. If Yi Bai gets this honor, then he won't deserve the title of Xingwu Academy or the provincial top scholar. You know, getting this merit is equivalent to getting the inheritance right of Jiangbei demon-suppressing army, and there is a great possibility that you will become the commander-in-chief of the army in the future. In such a comparison, what are Xingwu Academy and the provincial top scholar? Moreover, he didn't have to worry about the military at all, because there was a martial saint personally taking charge. When the underground cave is completed and Lin Yuan is transferred back as a one-star general, what's the problem for him to train a general? As for appearance and strength, in this era of martial arts, it may be the easiest thing to solve. Moreover, with Yi Bai's talent in martial arts, Yi Tai has full confidence that he can catch up with him in just a few years. The most difficult thing now is actually the genetic system. Although Lin Yuan used the name Yi Bai, the genes recorded in the military system were his own. This is the most difficult part. Chapter 48. Are you crazy? Have you disturbed the clans well? After Yi Tai left, the figure in the field began to look thoughtful. General, maybe a star general. However, this does not matter to him. The important thing is that he needs Lin Yuan to die, and he also needs Yi Bai to become the heir of Jiangbei. Even take over the Kyoto military in the future. At the same time, in the cave, Lin Yuan led everyone down at a high speed. The level of the exotic beasts on the upper floors is too low. Moreover, he had just returned home after a great battle and was completely unaware of the arrival of Lin Yuan and others. The real challenge comes on the next few floors. After all, most of the strange beasts below are at the master or major level, and their perception is extremely sharp. Once discovered, it is very likely to cause a siege by the monsters in the entire cave. When the military analyzed the situation, it was estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of strange beasts in this cave. Even if this team is strong, it would be difficult to resist this kind of beast tide, not to mention there are other beasts of the same level. Have you sensed the location of the crack? While falling, Lin Yuan asked. On the last level, there are a large number of strange beasts there. We will definitely wake them up if we go there. By then, there will be no escape from fighting, and it will probably lead to a siege by all the monsters in the cave. A lieutenant colonel laughed bitterly, his tone somewhat solemn. This series of chain reactions is almost inevitable and cannot be avoided. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and said, leave a few people on the 40th floor to guard the cave entrance and prevent the alien beasts from counterattacking and blocking our retreat. After we go down, if the strange beasts are alarmed, I will be responsible for resisting them, and you two will go and seal the cracks. Also, if the alien beasts counterattack, immediately contact the demon-suppressing army above and have them enter the cave to counterattack the alien beasts as well. Lin Yuan quickly gave the order. In this way, at least they can keep their retreat route. Even if they alarm strange beasts with strength comparable to that of a large clan, there is still hope of retreat. Yes. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately agreed. Soon, the aura coming from below became stronger and stronger, and according to the previous arrangement, only 3 people finally reached the 40th floor. They are Lin Yuan and 2 division masters. In the dark and damp cave, the roars of strange beasts could be heard everywhere. Obviously, these strange beasts have discovered their existence. Deep in the cave, there is a light blue crack that is almost tens of meters long. From a distance, you can vaguely see strange beasts coming out from inside. I will fend off the strange beasts. Master, I leave it to you. Lin Yuan drew out his long sword. His aura suddenly changed, and his body was covered with a layer of alloy soot. Yes, Chief. The 2 division commanders nodded and looked ahead with serious expressions, looking for an opportunity to move forward. There are hundreds of large and exotic beasts here, and even top-level ones are extremely difficult to deal with. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might die in battle. Therefore, this mission is difficult, perhaps the most difficult one in their careers. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, and his body burst out, leaving a trail of sword light wherever the long sword passed. Then, all that was left was the corpse of the strange beast that was cut into pieces. The 2 division commanders opened their eyes wide, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. These large groups of exotic beasts were cut down like melons and vegetables under Lin Yuan's knife. Moreover, the majestic energy and blood force, like a raging furnace, instantly filled the entire cave. This strength surpasses that of the top sects. The 2 commanders looked at each other, and besides being shocked, they also felt a hint of understanding. No wonder the military let this person take over Jiangbei. The opponent's strength surpasses that of the top sects, and I'm afraid he's about to ascend to the throne. After being shocked, the 2 division leaders had no time to think and quickly moved towards the place where Lin Yuan's sword light appeared. Soon, they reached the crack. Lin Yuan pierced through the strange beast with a knife. His eyes fell there, and his brows suddenly frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong in the crack. This was not an unfounded guess, but was based on his experience gained from years of fighting on the battlefield. The 2 masters also felt it, but not as strongly as Lin Yuan did. They just thought it was caused by a strange beast coming through the crack. Just as they were about to start closing the crack, a loud shout suddenly rang in their ears. Get out of the way. Before the 2 division commanders could react, a fierce roar came from the crack. Then, a huge number of strange beasts emerged. Moreover, each one is a big deal. They seem to have been lurking in the cracks for a long time, waiting for some kind of order to burst out. Lin Yuan slashed with his sword, and dozens of strange beasts became corpses. But in the cracks, countless strange beasts appeared, and the 2 commanders had no time to react and were submerged in the beast tide. When Lin Yuan saw this scene, he unleashed all his martial arts without reservation and slashed at the monster with his sword, until he saw the white bones. Chief, these strange beasts seem to have been prepared in advance. The 2 division commanders were dying, and one of them used up all his strength to utter these words. Lin Yuan remained silent here. He first blamed himself. After all, it was he who led the action. Now, the 2 masters have gone from being living people to being people connected by flesh and blood. But after I realized it, I found the problem. However, he didn't have time to think about it at the moment. I'll take you out. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. A knife slashed fiercely on the crack. In an instant, the light emitted from the crack dimmed a little, but it was not completely closed. However, in just a few breaths, hundreds of strange beasts emerged. This layer, even if the top boss comes, he will surely die. Even for a true dragon-level warrior, the chances of escaping from here are slim. Let the demon-suppressing troops above counterattack. Lin Yuan immediately gave the order. The order was conveyed, and after Su Qianlong received it, he led the demon-suppressing army into the cave at the same time. Military headquarters, conference room. Yizhua, something has happened in the cave. A division commander suddenly walked in, his face solemn and his steps hurried. His appearance instantly made many people present tense up. After all, they were all waiting for news from below. Explain. Yitai stared at the screen and said without turning his head. There are violent fluctuations coming from below. According to the latest information, all the strange beasts below are in a state of riot. Moreover, there are more than 100 exotic beasts in the vast majority of the world. There are more than 1,000. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole scene was thrown into chaos. There are thousands of exotic beasts. How come they have only been discovered now? If this is true, not to mention the team below, even the entire Jiangbei will probably fall. Yizhua, I think this matter needs to be reported to the military immediately. In addition, we must mobilize the demon-suppressing troops from other defense lines. Yes, it is better for other defense lines to be lost than for this cave to explode completely. Someone spoke up immediately. This is the worst-case scenario, but there is nothing else we can do now. Yitai just stared at the screen without saying a word. The young author screws in the electronics factory during the day and comes home at night to use the Wi-Fi next door to type. After typing, he posts it and is just about to lie down and get closer to the readers. But when he sees the comments, his heart sank. As a new author, please stop scolding and giving bad reviews. I also asked for some free gifts, moi. Chapter 49. He must die, a devastating decision. The Jiangbei military headquarters is in chaos. They had no idea what happened under the cave. But the fluctuations of the strange beasts coming from below told them that the number and level of the strange beasts below were enough to cause the entire Jiangbei to fall. Although the people of Lingwu City have evacuated on a large scale, this is only Lingwu City. Jiangbei still has a population of hundreds of millions. How many people will die if Jiangbei falls? Yizhua, make a decision quickly. The monsters in the cave may erupt at any time. It will be too late if you wait any longer. In the military headquarters, several division commanders gathered together and looked at Yitai with serious expressions. Yitai's eyes were fixed on the picture on the screen. He stood there for a long time before his body swayed a bit. This inhuman thing. Yitai's facial expression was extremely gloomy, and he cursed coldly in a low voice. And the person he was talking about was none other than the martial saint. Lin Yuan disobeyed him time and again, which really made him angry, and he even wanted to slap him to death. What the martial saint said was exactly what Yitai had in mind, but there was one thing he had not expected. That is, the strange beast that suddenly appeared in the cave. Originally, when Lin Yuan and his team went down, the military had already completely surveyed the situation in the cave and made a risk assessment before taking action. Even if there are discrepancies in the situation in the cave, they will not be serious. But now, the situation in the cave was beyond everyone's expectations. There were actually thousands of huge alien beasts underneath. You know, martial artists from a great sect are extremely valuable. The same is true for the large-scale exotic beasts. It costs a huge price for those alien races to create a large-scale exotic beast. The number of exotic beasts under this cave is more than he has ever seen in his life. Apart from the martial saint, Yitai couldn't think of anyone else who could accomplish such a feat. He wanted Lin Yuan's military achievements, but he didn't care whether Lin Yuan lived or died. But he also didn't want to see Jiangbei fall because of this. This martial saint clearly didn't consider the people living in Jiangbei. Yitai took a deep breath. He thought, that person will do it himself, and even if he is afraid of being exposed, he will find someone to replace him. But I never thought it would be this way. He is. Are you afraid of leaving any traces? Of course, Yitai didn't have time to think so much at this time, because the entire military was waiting for his decision. What is the probability of suppressing the strange beasts below by mobilizing troops from other lines of defense? Yitai sat down heavily. At this moment, he felt extremely heavy. It's very low and even impossible to suppress, but at least we can buy some time and wait for support. Beside him, someone spoke in a low voice. After these words were spoken, many people present fell silent, because they all knew that even if they transferred troops from other defense lines, it would only be a patchwork and would not solve the root problem. As for support, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait for it. Everyone looked at Yitai, waiting for his decision. After a brief silence, Yitai said slowly, use nuclear weapons to solve the current trouble first. As soon as the words fell, the expressions of everyone present changed. Zui Yi, There are still demon-suppressing soldiers down there, and Lin Yuan and the others haven't come out yet. At this time, no one questioned the decision, as they all knew the consequences of the move. This may be the best solution right now. But the problem now is that there are still people below, and the people Lin Yuan brought with him are all demon-suppressing army soldiers above the rank of colonel. The weakest one is the Grandmaster, which also includes the Great Sect. Once nuclear weapons are used, the cave will no longer exist, and so will these people. Such losses are too great for the military. Not to mention, Lin Yuan was the general appointed by Kyoto. Of course I know, but now there are hundreds of millions of people in Jiangbei on one side and a few military officers on the other. There must be a trade-off. Yitai spoke in a low voice and sighed deeply. It seemed as if all his strength had been used up to make this decision. But Yitai knew that the martial saint had let things spiral to this point, and there was no way back. The cave must be suppressed, and Lin Yuan must stay in the cave. Otherwise, once he comes out, all efforts will be in vain. Yizhua, why don't you ask Kyoto for instructions first? Some people are still worried. After all, nuclear weapons are disabled most of the time, and the consequences they bring are too great. If used, Lingwu City will inevitably become a new battlefield and will no longer be suitable for human habitation. Of course, this would preserve most of the cities in Jiangbei. Yitai glanced around with a cold look and said calmly, as the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei, in an emergency, I can use nuclear weapons without asking for permission. Yes, Yizhua. Yitai's decision. It almost shook the entire Jiangbei military. Everyone knows what would happen if nuclear weapons were used. What really shocked them was that the demon-suppressing troops below would also die as a result. Jiangbei Military Headquarters, Military Camp, Frontline. The first-level combat alert sounded, along with the sound of artillery fire and the roar of strange beasts. The demon-suppressing soldiers who were about to go down all stood still. This alarm sound. It can be said that this is what they are most reluctant to hear. Once it is sounded, it means what will happen in the next few years. There is a new battlefield to rush to. Su Qianlong suddenly rushed out of the military camp, staring into the distance. The military, are you going to use nuclear weapons? Su Qianlong frowned. The situation in the cave had become so complicated. Captain, let's retreat. At this time, a demon-suppressing soldier withdrew from the cave and said when he came to Su Qianlong, what's the situation down there? Where are the leaders who went down earlier? Have they come up yet? Su Qianlong grabbed the other person and asked loudly. No, the monsters below are all rioting. We just got down to the 10th floor and the alarm went off. The demon-suppressing soldier spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong let go of the other person's collar, strode forward, picked up the communication equipment, and contacted below. Chief, Chief. Su Qianlong shouted anxiously that once the alarm sounded, everyone must evacuate within 10 minutes. Once it's too late, you may be hit indiscriminately. Explain. Lin Yuan's voice was heard, and occasionally the sound of knife and bones colliding could be heard. Chief, the military has sounded the alarm. They are going to use nuclear weapons. Everyone is retreating now. I'm afraid I can't help you. Su Qianlong said hurriedly. Lin Yuan's voice was silent for a while before a voice came from the other side. What did you say? Tell Yitai right now that the situation in the cave is not that serious. If he dares to use nuclear weapons, I'll kill him when I get out. Lin Yuan's voice was rarely filled with anger. When Su Qianlong heard this, he was shocked. Want Yitai's life? In Jiangbei, even in the entire military, I'm afraid no one would dare to say this. Yes, Chief. Chapter 50. Genetic matching successful. File unlocked. Jiangbei Military Headquarters. Su Qianlong gritted his teeth and tremblingly repeated Lin Yuan's original words. Moreover, he carefully looked at Yitai's expression. After all, if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to say this to me, Yitai, in the past. Not only Su Qianlong, but everyone present in the military was the same. The expression was very interesting, and it clearly showed that he did not take Yitai seriously. But then again, Lin Yuan has now been appointed as the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei by the Kyoto military. His say is the greatest in the Jiangbei military. Since Lin Yuan said so, Yitai would have some concerns. After all, Lin Yuan's words were military orders. This matter has been decided and cannot be changed. Although he is my biological son, I cannot ignore the lives of hundreds of millions of people in Jiangbei because of him. Yitai was not angry. On the contrary, it is a very sad expression. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. If you think about it from another perspective, the person who should feel the most uncomfortable should be Yitai. His son is still down there, and he has to make this decision for Jiangbei. Even Su Qianlong was stunned for a moment. If he hadn't known Lin Yuan's situation in the Yi family since he was a child, He might have really believed it at this moment. However, Yi Tai's words represented the highest military order in Jiangbei. He is a colonel, so it sounds harsh. It is very rare to see Yi Tai on weekdays, let alone question Yi Tai's decisions. Prepare to evacuate. Plan to continue. Yi Tai spoke calmly. Once nuclear weapons are used, Lingwu City will definitely cease to exist. Not only the people need to evacuate, but these people as well. Catacombs. In the dark environment, Lin Yuan turned off the communication equipment with an extremely serious expression. Chief, the people above have evacuated, and I vaguely heard the alarm. At this time, Lin Yuan had already brought 2 division commanders to the upper floors and met up with the people who had just come down. But the large number of strange beasts below still exist. And on this floor, a large number of strange beasts came up and surrounded several people. You heard it right. Yi Tai wants to use nuclear weapons to pacify the cave. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his eyes extremely cold. The situation in the cave is indeed very bad now, but it is not the time to use weapons of this level. Why is he so impatient? It seems that we are all going to be abandoned, hee. After Lin Yuan's voice fell, a soldier who was fighting against demons sat on the wet ground and suddenly laughed. Seeing his appearance, everyone in the group fell silent, and the atmosphere instantly became dull. It's not time yet. I'll lead you to fight your way out. Lin Yuan clenched the long knife in his hand and shouted loudly. It's useless, Chief. Once the program is activated, it will be launched in 10 minutes at the fastest. Judging from the current situation in the cave, without the support of the Demon Suppression Army, our chances of getting out are almost zero. Captain, don't worry about us. You have a better chance if you fight your way out alone than if you take us with you. As they spoke one sentence after another, the 2 masters, whose bones were already visible, also grinned. Chief, you have such strength at such a young age. You will be the backbone of our human race in the future. Leave us alone. Haha, that's right. Although I don't know your identity, I know that you must be the pride of the military. It's too depressing to die here. Let's go. Lin Yuan turned a deaf ear to this and just swung his sword faster and faster. All kinds of grandmaster skills and great grandmaster skills on his body. He did not hold back at all, and every strike of the sword would be difficult for an ordinary master to withstand. But there were too many strange beasts, and he couldn't kill them all. Moreover, more and more large groups of strange beasts emerged from the caves. The power of one person is too limited. For the first time, Lin Yuan felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. How great it would be if he were a saint at this moment. Let's go, Chief. The demon-suppressing army couldn't help but shout when they saw Lin Yuan still fighting with the strange beast. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. The words about living and dying together and that I brought you down and I will take you up too were too corny. He couldn't say it, but his knife explained everything. Several demon-suppressing soldiers stood up, picked up their weapons, and burned the last bit of energy in their bodies to join the battle. Even the 2 division commanders stood up. Even though they knew that all this was in vain, they still wanted to shed the last drop of blood. Try to kill more strange beasts. This situation lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and then the alarm outside stopped. They stopped what they were doing and all collapsed to the ground. They looked up at the entrance of the cave, where there was a faint light, but the light was infinitely magnified. In this dark cave, it gradually became particularly dazzling. Yi Tai, Lin Yuan roared from his throat. His eyes were as cold as ice. He turned around and looked at the demon-suppressing soldiers. His anger turned into self-blame, and he whispered, I'm sorry. I've hurt everyone. Chief, it has nothing to do with you. We are not afraid of death. As soldiers, dying on the battlefield is no big deal. It's just that I think it's too unfair to die like this. It seems like these strange beasts were prepared and waiting for us. Damn, they didn't die at the hands of the strange beasts, but died at the hands of their own people. And his death was so unclear. It's so damn frustrating. The master sighed deeply, his voice full of anger, helplessness, and unwillingness. Hearing his words, several members of the Demon Suppression Army nodded, their eyes filled with reluctance. Commander, if you can survive, remember to tell me next year so that I can die with a clear conscience. My name is Chun Siming, Colonel of the 72nd Division of the Southern Demon Suppression Army. A young man in his 30s laughed and said jokingly, how is it possible to survive in this situation? However, his words also attracted a lot of booing from the crowd. And me, Lieutenant Colonel of the 41st Division of the Southern Demon Suppression Army, Hong Beixiao, Captain of the Grandmaster Team, the 7th line of defense of the Western Demon Suppression Army. East, one voice after another sounded, leaving a deep impression in Lin Yuan's mind. He looked into the crypt, until everything in front of me turned white. Jiangbei, Dongqing City. Military headquarters. The Lingwu city in the picture has become a ruin. Yitai stared at the scene and his eyelids twitched. Another sound came to my ears. Gene comparison successful. Information is being changed, waiting for authorization. A mechanical voice was heard from the military command room. Yibai placed his palm on the light curtain. Identity verification successful. Welcome to the military system. Yitai looked at this scene, and a smile finally appeared on his cold face. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's genes were left behind many years ago, and he obtained authorization using Lin Yuan's genes. Yibai's genes were left in the military. Yibai at this time became the Yibai who joined the army that year. Gene verification successful. Name Yibai. Military unit. Eastern region. A cold mechanical voice was reading out, and in the military headquarters, Yitai's eyes were fixed on the screen, not blinking. I have tried my best not to drag it out any longer, but the plot needs to go on. There is nothing I can do. Chapter 51. Sensation throughout the country. The military is furious. How dare he Yitai? In Jiangbei, a huge explosion occurred in Lingwu City. This almost alarmed the entire country. After all, it was the detonation of a nuclear weapon. This kind of power is enough to destroy a city. In just 1 hour, the news spread across the country, and everyone's eyes turned to Jiangbei. What exactly happened there? However, in this martial arts age, information is transmitted very quickly. Not long after the news spread, major newspapers, martial arts news, and martial arts forums all reported it at the first opportunity. According to the latest news from Jiangbei, a large explosion occurred in the underground cave in Lingwu City. The Demon Suppression Army tried its best to suppress it, but the effect was still not obvious. Spiritual warriors have surveyed the number and level of the strange beasts below. If they get out of control, Lingwu City will fall within 20 minutes, and Jiangbei will be invaded by a large number of strange beasts within a day. According to the risk assessment report, there may be at least 10 million casualties. General Yi Tai, one-star admiral of Jiangbei, has no choice but to order the use of a nuclear strike. Before that, General Ye's son went down to the cave and tried to close the crack. At this moment, almost across the country, in the streets and alleys, and on television, the same news is being broadcast. The spread of this news attracted the attention of the whole country. Oh my God, has such a big thing happened in Jiangbei? No wonder Lingwu City disappeared from the map. Nuclear weapons. Doesn't that mean Lingwu City will become a new battlefield in the future? Isn't this level of attack always prohibited? Haven't you read the report? If it's not used, at least tens of millions of people will die. What's more, General Ye's son is still down there. I think General Yi must have struggled and had a hard time making this decision. Alas, I heard that Jiangbei changed its leader these days, and that man is Yi Tai's son. Could he be the one under the cave? Fuck, to be appointed as a general by the military, he must be a genius in the military. How could he sacrifice himself like this? For a moment, the whole country was in an uproar. Some people were shocked by Jiangbei's use of nuclear weapons, while others admired Yi Tai's righteousness. At the same time, some people are curious. Is the genius who was temporarily appointed as the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei by the military the one in the cave? If so, it is really a pity. In the battle to quell this cave, the military suffered heavy losses, including a genius. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Jiangbei, waiting for the latest news. In the military headquarters in Kyoto, in a conference room, a gray-haired old man sat on the sofa, and on the table were newspapers. Kyoto Daily, Musha Daily, and even International Times. Obviously, what happened in Jiangbei has spread to Kyoto. Not only that, the international community is also paying close attention to this matter. After all, the use of nuclear weapons is extremely rare. The use of weapons of this level is almost universally accepted in the international community and will not be used unless absolutely necessary, because the impact after using it is too great. Jiangbei, what happened? Why did they suddenly use nuclear weapons, but we in Kyoto didn't receive any news? This matter has spread internationally. Do you know how many people are paying attention to it? Xiaoshen pointed at the newspaper on the table that still smelled of ink, his tone slightly angry. Such a big event happened in Jiangbei, but as the military headquarters in Kyoto, they didn't receive any news at all. Whose decision is this? He didn't believe it was Lin Yuan, because he had absolute confidence in Lin Yuan's abilities. He was a general in his early 20s and the pride of the military. With him around, Jiangbei would be safe no matter how big the crisis was. At least the Kyoto military will receive the news. But now, a city just disappeared, and Kyoto only received the news. Marshal, the news has spread outside that the Jiangbei caverns had a major explosion, and Yi Tai used nuclear weapons to quell it. And Lin Yuan was still in the cave at that time. In front of him, several general officers sat together, looking solemn and worried. One of the generals faced Xiao Shun's question and spoke with courage. They all knew what Lin Yuan meant to the military, and he was also Xiao Shun's most promising general. In the future, he will be the one to take over the military. But now he is in the cave, being indiscriminately attacked by nuclear weapons. Hearing this, Xiao Shun's eyes suddenly turned cold, and the temperature of the entire conference room dropped instantly. Several generals present. I just felt like there were countless weapons hanging above my head, as if they could fall down at any time. What did you say? Xiao Shun almost uttered these words from between his teeth, and even the energy and blood in his body became extremely unstable. A shadow appeared faintly behind him. Marshal, this news came from Jiangbei. I'm afraid it can't be false. A general spoke again. Although this was an extremely sad thing, it was the fact, and he had to say it. How serious is that cave? It can be used with nuclear weapons. How dare Yi Tai? Xiao Shun's body shook as if he had suffered some kind of blow. Although he was angry and wanted to call Yi Tai to Kyoto immediately, things had already happened. That is a nuclear-grade weapon, and even a martial arts saint wouldn't dare to say he would have a 100% chance of survival if faced with it. Lin Yuan. The conference room fell into deathly silence, and a terrible storm seemed to be brewing within Xiao Shun. Several generals looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. If Lin Yuan died, Yi Tai's fate would probably not be good either. A one-star general, commander-in-chief of a province. In extreme circumstances, it is indeed possible to use nuclear weapons only once without seeking permission. But what we need to consider is who is the person below. Not to mention Yi Tai. Even if they were faced with this situation, they would have to ask for instructions. Report. The meeting room was silent. Suddenly, a hurried voice was heard outside. Come in. A demon-suppressing military strategist rushed in and felt the atmosphere in the room. He quickly spoke. Marshal, General Ye's battle report has arrived. Yi Bai is not dead and is still in the Jiangbei military headquarters. He held the document in his hand and spoke excitedly. A general suddenly stood up and took the battle report. In this battle, more than 700 Grandmaster warriors were killed or wounded, more than 100 Great Sect warriors, and the rest of the Demon Suppression Army suffered more than 10,000 casualties. Also, Yi Bai is not dead. The situation in the cave is critical. My son Lin Yuan is still fighting in the cave. Yi is concerned about the survival of hundreds of millions of people in Jiang and uses nuclear weapons. Finally, the catacombs have been pacified. He read out the battle report, but there was still no trace of joy on Xiao Shun's face. Instead, his complexion became worse and worse. Last time, He Dingjun said that Yi Bai back then was actually Lin Yuan. So, who is the Yi Bai that Yi Tai mentioned? Someone asked with a frown. Prepare the machine, and have the military marshal Saint go there in person. Chapter 52. He is a star general. He is the pride of the military. He is the scorching sun. Eastern Theater. At the military headquarters, He Dingjun listened to his subordinates' reports. His expression changed from shock to anger, and then to regret. He used nuclear weapons, and Lin Yuan is still down there? At this moment, He Dingjun felt his mind went blank. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that things would develop to this point. Even though I was in Jiangbei at the time and he knew everything that happened, he didn't expect this to happen. In his opinion, Yi Tai was biased. But he is also a father. Even if he changes his status, Yi Tai has to call Lin Yuan chief. How dare he do that? How cruel he was. Using nuclear weapons to pacify the cave, while there are still people down there. At this moment, He Dingjun felt extremely regretful. I regretted not being able to bring Lin Yuan back, and I also regretted my kindness at that time. He had not fallen out with Yi Tai on the spot, which ultimately led to this outcome. The East and the military lost a genius, a martial arts prodigy. How would he explain this to the military? He Dingjun stood up with difficulty and walked out step by step. Damn Yi Tai, did I draft it? In the Eastern Theater Command, a plane took off, and He Dingjun's extremely angry voice was heard from it. It attracted the attention of many demon-suppressing troops in the East. Well, what's wrong with you? How can you be so uncultured? And that Yi Tai, isn't he the general of Jiangbei? Jiangbei, Dongqing City. After Lingwu City was reduced to ruins, most of the people evacuated. In the Jiang family, the Su family, and the provincial governor Li Xingwen are all in Dongqing City. Li Xingwen also saw what the whole country was paying attention to, and he was holding a newspaper in his hand. The expression on his face cannot be described in words. Yi Tai, you have such a cruel heart. Li Xingwen's tone was filled with shock. The situation in the cave was indeed dangerous. For this purpose, he went to find Yi Tai specifically. Finally, the order to evacuate was given, But what he didn't expect was that Lin Yuan was still under the cave. Tai dares to use nuclear weapons. Is this for the purpose of pacifying the cave or for killing people? If Lin Yuan died, the military would probably not let it go. Tai really had a good hand, but he played it badly. Zhao Zai sat on the sofa, his expression equally shocked. Where did Tai get the courage to use nuclear weapons? Even if we don't know Lin Yuan's true identity, it's not to the point of using nuclear weapons. Not good. Zhao Zai suddenly stood up and said in a strange tone, I think the military has already received the news by now. I am afraid that I will be suspected by the military if I am here with my identity. That marshal's temper. I'd better leave first. Li Xingwen frowned and shouted, Stop. If you leave now, do you think the military won't be able to find any trace of you? Instead, it will make the military suspicious. You'd better stay here honestly. The military is here. Tell them whatever they ask you. Don't hide anything. Zhao Zai took a step forward and suddenly stopped, then nodded in agreement. If the military is angry, even the Marshal Saint family will not want to provoke them. That Marshal is the only one who can kill into the starry sky, Saint. East City Military Headquarters. After evacuating Lingwu City, Jiang Bei's demon-suppressing army is all here. Among them, there are Jiang Yuye, Su Rong, Yi Lingyue, and Su Yuhan. These people with special identities in Lingwu City were personally escorted by the demon-suppressing army. But now, he was also stopped outside the military headquarters. Even though they already knew what had happened, they wanted to go in and find out. There was no way to get in. Even Su Rong was stopped outside. Tai, what are you doing? The people outside were both angry and anxious. And the situation in the military may not be much better. The crisis in Lingwu City was resolved, and most of the demon-suppressing army that came to support left with heavy hearts. There are also some people who are waiting for an explanation from the Jiangbei military. Why was the order to use nuclear weapons suddenly issued? Why did the superiors and subordinates who followed them die in unclear circumstances? In the military headquarters, a command room. At this moment, all those who can sit here are Tai's confidants. General Tai swapped the genes of his troops, allowing Bai to completely become Lin Yuan. This also means that all of Lin Yuan's achievements 3 years ago now belong to Bai. Remember, from now on, you are Bai, the Bai in the East 3 years ago. Tai looked at his son solemnly and gave him many instructions. Yes, father. Bai nodded heavily, feeling extremely excited. He had already learned it from Tai. My good elder brother has already reached the rank of general. No, to be precise, he is now a general. In a few days I will apply to the military to keep you in Jiangbei. From now on, you must practice diligently and not leave Jiangbei unless you are a member of a large sect. Tai then spoke. Father, this time, I will definitely not let you down. Bai said with a serious expression. Seeing this, Tai finally showed a satisfied smile. Lin Yuan is dead, and there is only one Bai. Many years later, this identity will be confirmed. Jiangbei must belong to the Yi family, and Bai may have a hand in the military. Thinking of this, Tai couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He thought that he could fight him once he had grown strong enough, but he didn't know that what he could give, he could also take away. Put your hands on it. Now you must remember every major deed you have done. Tai put away his smile and turned to look at Bai. Bai agreed and immediately placed his hand on the military system. Checking genes, checked successfully. Welcome to the military system, General Yi. Your current permissions have been unlocked to the highest level. Please proceed. A cold mechanical sound rang out, attracting everyone's attention. They all knew that at this moment Bai was looking for Lin Yuan's information. And Lin Yuan was suddenly appointed by the military as the general of Jiangbei. What was his identity? Not only them. Tai was particularly curious about this. Stare at the screen until that line of words appears. Name Bai. Age, 22. Military unit, Eastern Region. Military rank, General Star Combat Strength Assessment, 6.5 stars. Merit value, 7 million. Career file unlocked. Introduction, Commander of the 21st Eastern Division, 6-star General of the Eastern Theater, candidate for Commander-in-Chief of the Eastern Theater, and one of the candidates for Marshal of the General Army. Ranked first in combat power in the East, first in military exploits, first in enemy kills. Information appeared on the blue light screen. Accompanied by a cold mechanical sound, it resounded in the command room. At this moment, the command room was silent. Everyone's eyes were on the message, with expressions of astonishment, shock, and confusion. Besides, an infinitely magnified fear swept over. It's not good to leave no words in the chapters, but are you human? You just give the book a score of 5.6. Do I have to kneel down and beg you to give me a good review? Well, The author kneels down to the readers. Please give me some good reviews. The author is about to cry. Chapter 53. The Zhongbei military was collectively dumbfounded. What did they do? The huge command room was eerily quiet. Everyone's eyes turned to the screen, where the images came from the military system. Lin Yuan is the commander of the Eastern Theater Command. He is the successor to the East, and also the successor to the Marshal of the General Military Headquarters. He is ranked first in the Eastern Conference. He is also ranked first in merit and also first in enemies killed. He is a 22-year-old 6-star general. At this moment, everyone was extremely shocked, and there was a storm in their hearts. The 22-year-old 6-star general ranks first in the East in all statistics. He is the youngest star general in the entire history of martial arts. Such a person can be called the son of the military. What did their Zhongbei military do? Let a military pride, the hope of the military, die in Zhongbei. Moreover, they carried out indiscriminate attacks with nuclear-grade weapons themselves. In the meeting room, apart from the flashing blue light, no other sound could be heard. Everyone present stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a long time. The people sitting here are all Yi Tai's confidants and high-ranking officials of the Zhongbei military. None of them had expected that Lin Yuan would be of such an identity. Even if the military suddenly asked Zhongbei to change his commander, this was still unexpected. In addition to their previous impression of Lin Yuan, what was more important was that this had already gone beyond what they could understand. A 22-year-old 6-star general. How can they imagine that he has made millions of military achievements? How can they imagine it? If this news gets out, it will cause a sensation not only in the whole country, but also internationally. You know, even though Yi Tai was the general of a province, he was only a 1-star general. The scene was eerily silent. After an unknown amount of time, a voice filled with shock and anger broke the silence. Impossible, this is impossible. How could this rebellious son be a 6-star general in the military? This is absolutely impossible. Yi Tai was shocked and angry. After the expression on his face recovered from shock, it was replaced by madness. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Lin Yuan could achieve such success. A knife that was found 3 years ago. How could he become a general in the military after only being a soldier for 3 years? Seeing the pictures displayed on the military system, Yi Tai was not happy, but a little crazy. If Lin Yuan was only a major general or a lieutenant general, he and the martial saint could still suppress him at some cost. But Lin Yuan, he is a general, a 6-star general. How could Yi Tai be happy? He knew that Yi Bai could not be replaced at all, let alone for 3 years, even for 30 years. Yi Tai's shocked and angry voice woke everyone up from their dazed state. As they looked at Yi Tai's crazy appearance, a chill also surged in their hearts. How could the marshal give up after the death of such a great general in the military? By then, none of them will be able to remain unscathed. When everyone was speechless, Yi Tai spoke again. Look at his file. Even though the facts were right in front of him, Yi Tai still refused to believe it. The son he least favored, the person he regarded as a chess piece, has now suddenly become a general in the military. His military rank is higher than his. Not only was Yi Tai unwilling to believe it, he was also unable to accept it. Yi Bai was stunned for a moment. Unlike these people, there was excitement and fanaticism on Yi Bai's face. He naturally knew what the star of a general meant, and he was happy and enthusiastic about it. But what Yi Bai didn't know was that this level of military achievement were simply beyond his ability to bear. Even his father can't do it. However, after hearing Yi Tai's words, Yi Bai reacted quickly. His eyes fell on the military system, and his mind moved. The order has been received. Lord Yi Bai, we are checking for you. Query successful. The cold mechanical sound rang out again, and Yi Bai felt the respect the military system had for him. At this moment, I am extremely excited. The others were quite different. They once again fixed their gaze on the pale blue light curtain. Information about Lin Yuan appeared one after another. Joined the Eastern Demon Suppression Army in the year 397 of the martial arts. Yi Tai stared at the screen intently. There were familiar messages on it, which he had viewed before with his authority. Therefore, he was not surprised at this moment. What really concerned him was the next 2 years. His previous authority only allowed him to query my information during the first year that Lin Yuan joined the army. At that time, Lin Yuan had just been appointed as a lieutenant. As the commander-in-chief of Zhongbei, Yi Tai was very clear about the conditions for promotion in military rank. Sometimes, it may take a lifetime for someone to cross a certain official rank. Therefore, he believed at that time that even if Lin Yuan showed great talent in martial arts after joining the army, he could only be promoted to captain in 2 years at most. Even if you are bolder, you are just a colonel. No matter what, he could not have imagined that Lin Yuan took 2 years to become a 6-star general. Yi Tai took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. The information on the blue light screen kept changing. In January of the 398th year of the Budo era, a full-scale war broke out on the Eastern Front, and a large-scale killing operation led by aliens officially began. The 367th Division was ordered to join the 17th Line of Defense in the East. On the 10th of this month, they won a great victory. Lin Yuan killed more than 1,000 enemies. The commander of the 367th Division in the East came to commend him in person. In February of this year, the 17th Line of Defense in the East won a great victory. The 367th Division was ordered to support the 8th Line of Defense. In April of this year, it won a great victory. Lin Yuan killed more than 10,000 enemies. From May to October this year, the 367th Division traveled around the major defense lines, and all of them were great victories. Lin Yuan killed 870,000 enemies this year, and his merits exceeded 1 million. In November, the war in the East eased slightly, and the Eastern General He Dingjun personally met with Lin Yuan. Because of his merits, he was promoted to Major General. Scenes of information flashed by. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp, killing nearly 1 million enemies in a single year. In just 1 year, he went from being a sergeant to a general, and it was accumulated by killing enemies and accumulating merits. Such a person is so terrible. One can imagine his status in the military. He fought in hundreds of battles and killed nearly 1 million enemies in a single year. He returned to the military headquarters alive, but died in the cave 1 month after returning to Jiangbei. If the military knew about this, they would be furious, and the marshal might even come in person. At this moment, dozens of division commanders and army commanders felt their legs go weak and their backs go cold. Martial Arts Year 399. The information is still flashing. Every simple introduction contains a magnificent battle. In April of the 400th year of the martial arts, Lin Yuan was ordered to go to the Eastern Abyss and flatten the abyss with his own strength. Later, he encountered an alien race and his strength was half a step to the martial saint. Lin Yuan was killed that day and was seriously injured. Marshal Shaoshan personally accepted the title and gave him the title of 6-star general. He was called the Scorching Sun of the East, the Blazing Sun of the military, and the Peerless General Star. Later, he was forced by the military to take a leave to recuperate. Chapter 54. The military martial saint has arrived. Where is Yi Bai? Where is the general? Where is the leader? The Blazing Sun in the East, the Blazing Sun in the military, the Peerless General. Appointed by Military Marshal Xiao Shun. At this moment, the high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military were completely terrified. Some people simply collapsed on their seats. As Yi Tai's confidants, they all knew what Yi Tai wanted to do, and there was no need for Yi Tai to hide it. Because in the eyes of the Jiangbei senior officials, Yi Bai is the most suitable person to inherit the position of Jiangbei general, and they all agree with it. But now Lin Yuan's identity is unexpected and surprising to everyone. What did they do? He personally killed a proud figure of the military, a peerless general, and a chief. Yizhua, what should we do now? If the military gets to know about this, I'm afraid we'll be in big trouble. Yishan was the first to react, and his face turned pale. At this moment, all the information has appeared, and Lin Yuan's identity has been revealed. It's not something they can suppress. If this matter is not handled properly, the whole of Jiangbei will probably be in danger of being plunged into a bloody storm. The Jiangbei military is about to face its biggest reckoning. Yi Tai stared at the pale blue screen numbly. He felt the same way, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. His expression was also unusually depressed. That is, his son. His son is the pride of the military and a 6-star general. He was killed in Lingwu City by his own hands. Yi Tai just sat there, his expression changing again and again. Eventually, it got gloomy. He now feels a little regretful, regretting that he had found Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan had not been found, there would be no present moment. He, Yi Tai, would still be the general of Jiangbei and could rest easy. At the same time, he also hates. He hated his eldest son. He was obviously the one he least favored and cared about the least, so why did he try so hard to succeed? Even if he regrets it, it will be too late. Yi Tai turned his head slowly, and everyone present was looking at him. He suddenly smiled and said calmly, "What should we do? There is only one Yi Bai, and he is right in front of you." He also knew in his heart that Lin Yuan's identity could not be concealed, and Yi Bai could not replace him. But there is no way. At this point, he has no choice. Now we can only pray that the martial saint can suppress this matter and keep Yi Bai in Jiangbei until he has the ability to replace his brother. When everyone heard this, They were all stunned and looked at Yi Bai in surprise. Yizwa this. Everyone was worried. It would have been fine before, but now a 6-star general has become an acquired warrior. A proud soldier who fought bravely on the front line turned into a pampered young master of an aristocratic family. How can this be concealed? The military is not stupid. The confidants trained by Yi Tai himself were always steadfast in their adherence to Yi Tai's words, but at this moment, they began to waver. What are you panicking about? After the battle, I sent a report to the military and informed them that Yi Bai was not dead. After going through this war, they found an excuse to prevaricate for a few years, and with Yi Bai's teacher taking action, are you still afraid that you can't keep him? Yi Tai pretended to be calm. In fact, he was not sure either, because he learned from a famous martial saint that Lin Yuan was now a general. With his status, it is somewhat difficult to keep a general in Jiangbei, but it is not impossible. Firstly, Yi Bai is his biological son, so it makes sense for him to stay in Jiangbei. Secondly, the martial saint personally asked him to do so before he agreed. But he didn't expect that Lin Yuan was actually a star general. Moreover, it was as high as 6 stars and was personally received by Xiao Shun. When I think of this, Yi Tai only felt his scalp tingling and his eyelids twitching. It's no exaggeration to say that he violated the heavenly law this time. This is the only thing we can do right now. Let's keep it a secret for as long as we can. Does the martial saint know now? At this moment, the command room was shrouded in a layer of haze, and a thrilling conversation was going on. If even a single word gets leaked, you'll lose your head. From today on, you will stay at home and not step out of the house without my permission, unless you enter the Great Realm. Yi Tai turned his head and looked at Yi Bai, who was still immersed in the joy of becoming a military general. My mind is full of fantasies about the future. He didn't listen to any of those so-called conversations. Yes, father. Only when he heard Yi Tai's call did he come to his senses and nodded heavily. Yi Tai took a deep breath, his face extremely solemn. The next thing to do is how to deal with the military. He narrowed his eyes slightly and first ordered someone to take Yi Bai away, while he went to find the martial saint again. Outside the military headquarters, a group of people walked out quickly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The leader was Yi Tai, who was dressed in military uniform. When Jiang Yuye saw Yi Tai, he immediately stepped forward, his voice extremely angry. Yi Tai, how dare you use nuclear weapons? Aren't you afraid of a thorough investigation by the military? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but how dare you use nuclear weapons against Lin Yuan just for Yi Bai? Others think you're doing this to pacify the cave, but what exactly are you doing this for? Jiang Yuye asked harshly. His voice attracted many people's attention. Those demon-suppressing army soldiers who have not yet left are waiting for an explanation from the Jiangbei military headquarters. When they heard Jiang Yuye's words, their expressions became strange. Is there any secret behind using nuclear weapons? What about my people who came with them? Did he die at the hands of a strange beast, or at the hands of Yi Tai? This thought only flashed for a moment and then disappeared from most people's minds. At this moment, Yi Tai was already worried that the matter would be exposed, and now Jiang Yuye was so outspoken. His anger instantly reached its peak. Old man, this is the military headquarters. You dare to slander us like this and shake the morale of the army. You deserve to be killed. Guards, take this old man out and shoot him. A hint of anger appeared on Yi Tai's cold face, and he spoke loudly. Soon, several guards came forward and lifted Jiang Yuye up. Ha! I have lived for more than 90 years, and I have never seen a person like you. Yi Tai, oh Yi Tai, you are about to die, and you still don't repent. Jiang Yuye laughed a few times, showing no fear at all. He allowed several guards to carry him away. Su Yuhan, Yi Lingyue, and some people with special identities in Lingwu City were watching this scene. The look in his eyes was full of surprise. Although Jiang Yuye is only a master, his medical skills have earned him many good connections. How dare Yi Tai kill him so blatantly? Facing the gazes of these people, Yi Tai's eyes were terribly cold, and wherever his eyes passed, people couldn't help but feel a chill. Seeing this, Yi Tai said no more. He strode out of the military headquarters, wanting to leave. However, at this moment, a voice drowned out the military and even the entire East City. Like thunder from the sky, rolling in. Where is Yi Bai? Where is the Star General? Where is the Chief? Chapter 55. The Martial Saint questions, and the truth is revealed to the world. East City Military Headquarters. Yi Tai was about to leave to find the Martial Saint and think about how to deal with the military. And the people present. They were also shocked by Yi Tai's decisive and ruthless actions. Did he really dare to kill Jiang Yuye? This is the idea of everyone in Lingwu City. However, those demon-suppressing army soldiers who had not yet left and had come to support were now in a state of confusion. What happened in the cave? What did the Jiangbei military do? They suddenly used nuclear weapons without even giving them an explanation. What about those who died? They looked at Yi Tai's extremely pale face, but did not dare to ask more questions. This Jiangbei general must be furious now. This is exactly why they are becoming more and more confused. Just as Yi Tai stepped down the stairs, a voice seemed to come from the sky, drowning out the military headquarters and even the entire East City. Like thunder from the sky, rolling in. Where is Yi Bai? Where is the Star General? Where is the chief? This voice was like the power of heaven, echoing throughout the huge military headquarters. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Even Yi Tai couldn't help but stop. In the blue sky, a flaming body over 100 feet long flew across the void and strode towards them. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a figure fell to the ground, and a big hole was smashed into the steel ground. When everyone saw this scene, their faces froze. The person who came was actually a martial saint. This is Qi Zheng, the 6th on the military saint list, 9th on the national saint list, and the 8-star general. Oh my god, the military martial saint is here. What are they doing? I don't know, but I'm so excited. I didn't expect that I would be able to see the martial saint in my lifetime. I always feel that something is a little unusual. The man was dressed in combat uniform and had a tall and majestic figure. The stern face looked as if it had been chiseled by a knife or an axe, and a sense of majesty was overwhelming, as if a king had descended. The 8 brilliant military emblems on the uniforms are lifelike and carry a solemn and oppressive air. Judging from the man's appearance, he is probably a middle-aged man in his 40s. However, in this era of advanced martial arts, the age has to be increased by 20 to 30 years. His appearance made everyone present recognize him. After all, he was the military's martial saint, ranked 9th in national saint list combat power. The sound drowned out the entire military headquarters, and Yi Bai, who had not yet completely left, heard it, and his heart was suddenly filled with excitement. I almost couldn't help but step forward and agree. This frightened the officers who were escorting him away, and they hurriedly stopped him. Qi Zheng glanced around the scene and finally set his sights on Yi Tai, who was about to leave. At this moment, Yi Tai felt cold all over, as if a thorn was stabbed in the back. A bad premonition spread in his heart. Yi Tai, where is the military star? Qi Zheng opened his mouth, but no emotion could be heard in his voice. But vaguely, with a hint of questioning. Warriors who become martial saints are also divided into different levels, from level 1 to level 9. And Qi Zheng is a 6th level martial saint. That military marshal was a genuine 9th level martial saint. Now he has been ordered to come here to bring back the military generals, and he also learned what happened from the military. This made Qi Zheng feel a little cold in his heart. He had seen and knew that peerless general. He was the brightest star in the military and was highly regarded by the top brass of the military. It is believed that he is the hope of this martial arts era. Now that he has been attacked by nuclear weapons, how can he not feel chilled and angry? However, now we need to verify with our own eyes who Yi Bai is in Yi Tai's battle report. General. Yi Tai turned around with difficulty, his voice trembling. The military's martial saint has come in person. Can Lin Yuan be so favored by the military? Now he is facing the questioning of a martial saint. At this moment, Yi Tai didn't know how to answer. Where is the Star General? Qi Zheng raised his voice. It was like the sound of thunder exploding in Yi Tai's ears. Not only Yi Tai, but everyone present was shocked. This martial saint was coming with such force. Yi Bai just went through a great battle and was seriously injured. He is currently recuperating. Yi Tai gritted his teeth and spoke. However, this sentence was useless. Even he himself knew that perhaps the ending had already been written when this martial saint arrived. Then take me to see it. Qi Zheng was vaguely angry at this moment. Could it be true, as the military said, that the person under the cave was their Star General? Originally, both the military and he had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. After all, he was the youngest 6-star general in history. Even if Yi Tai had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to use nuclear weapons to attack indiscriminately. But now it seems. General, my son is seriously injured. The doctor said he needs to rest well. I will let him return to the military headquarters after he recovers. How about that? Yi Tai's facial muscles twitched violently. As a top-level boss, he felt afraid for the first time. Even the voice was trembling slightly. Why? I can't even take a look. Qi Zheng took a step forward, with murderous intent in his eyes. Everyone present was shocked. The military saint of war actually wanted to kill the generals of the military. What exactly do they mean by what they say? Yi Tai felt as if countless weapons were pressing against his skin, as if they would pierce him in the next moment. Yi Tai, our military star General Yi Bai, should we call him Lin Yuan now? Is he seriously injured? Or was he attacked indiscriminately by you using nuclear weapons? Qi Zheng questioned again, his tone becoming increasingly impatient. In this sentence, Yi Tai's psychological defenses were completely broken, and he was shocked. There was a flash of panic in his eyes, but it only lasted for a moment before disappearing. At the same time, the people present were also deeply shocked. After the cave was pacified by nuclear weapons, the report from Lingwu City was released immediately. According to various news reports, wasn't it Lin Yuan who died in the cave? What does this have to do with Yi Bai? Isn't Yi Bai the son that Yi Tai has the most hopes for? After returning from 3 years of military service, he was promoted by Yi Tai to major in Jiangbei. As for Lin Yuan, wasn't he the one kicked out of the house by Yi Tai? How did he become another outstanding general in the military? Father, he came to look for me, so just let me out. Why is he being so aggressive? Now, Yi Bai, who was hiding aside, couldn't bear it any longer. In his mind, Yi Tai's back was like a mountain, always blocking his way. Now, seeing his father being questioned like this to the point of being speechless, he couldn't bear it for a moment. At the same time, as far as he could understand, he only knew that the general had a noble status, but he didn't know what it represented. Yi Bai's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Qi Zheng's eyes also fell on him. Immediately, his brows furrowed severely. You said he is Yi Bai? So, the one who joined the army back then was Lin Yuan, and the one you indiscriminately attacked with nuclear weapons was also Lin Yuan. Qi Zheng lost his composure on the spot. The aura of a martial saint burst out, and the Dharma image behind him was like a bright sun, extremely dazzling. Chapter 56. The military is furious. I come from hell. It's me. Yi Bai spoke loudly. But facing the martial saint's aura, he couldn't help feeling guilty. Okay. Yi Tai, you are the general of a province. How dare you use nuclear weapons to attack? Do you know what this general means to the military and the future of mankind? Qi Zheng's tone was extremely angry, and murderous intent came one after another. But he didn't do it in the end. Firstly, the military only knew about Yi Tai's joining the army for his brother, and they didn't know that Yi Tai used nuclear weapons because he wanted to take advantage of Lin Yuan's military achievements. Secondly, Yi Tai had made great contributions and was the general of a province and a one-star general in the military. Even if he made a huge mistake, he still had to wait for the military's punishment. It was impossible for him to kill a general with millions of merits on the spot. As for Yi Bai, Qi Zheng just took a glance at him. Yi Tai opened his mouth and his lips trembled. Whether Yi Bai appears or not, it is impossible for him to achieve Lin Yuan's military achievements. Now we can only pray that the military will not conduct a thorough investigation. After all, the reason he used nuclear weapons at that time was to pacify the cave. Even if the military were to investigate, he wouldn't be sentenced to death. Yi Tai had fantasies in his heart, but he had already guessed the reality from the moment Lin Yuan's identity appeared. If it was anyone else in the cave, he would not be punished with death if held accountable by the military, but the person down there was Lin Yuan. That is the person Xiao Shun values, a military general. Just wait for the military to hold you accountable. Qi Zheng said this coldly, and then reported the matter to the military on the spot. Kyoto Military Headquarters. Xiao Shun listened to the report with a terribly gloomy expression. Under the cave is truly the peerless general of their military. Marshal, what should we do now? A general asked. Xiao Shun sat there for a long time, speechless, with an extremely heavy heart. Tell Yi Tai to come to Kyoto. I want to interrogate him personally. The famous general nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he continued. Marshal, the military system just showed that Yi Bai, Lin Yuan's information was just checked, and the location is at the Jiangbei military headquarters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shun suddenly raised his head, and his knife-like eyes fell on the general. Who in Jiangbei has this authority? Or is he not dead? Xiao Shun asked. I'm afraid not. After this situation occurred, the military immediately began a thorough investigation. In the end, it was discovered that the genes that Lin Yuan left in the military had been swapped. The other party was very clever. If this hadn't happened, I'm afraid the military would have found it difficult to discover it for a while. The general continued. That is to say, the person who made the inquiry was not Lin Yuan, but someone else. They dared to reach out to the military. It seems that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Xiao Shun muttered to himself, his eyes slightly narrowed. After a long while, he finally spoke in the calmest tone. Investigate thoroughly right now. No matter who you find out, you must report the truth. I want them to know that no one can afford the consequences of touching our military's top general. The order from Xiao Shun was issued. Almost everyone in the military was busy, and a big storm was brewing in the whole Kyoto. It could come at any time. Jiangbei, Dongqing military headquarters. Qi Zheng finished his report and waited for the next order from the military. At this moment, Yi Tai and all the people in the Jiangbei military were forced to stay in the military. But at this moment, a plane roared over, and He Dingjun jumped down from it. Damn Yi Tai! He Dingjun saw Yi Tai sitting on the ground. He walked up and grabbed the man by the collar. He was lifted up instantly. How dare you? My peerless genius from the east was destroyed in your hands. Are you trying to pacify the caverns? Or do you want to pass on your military exploits to your young son? When He Dingjun was in Jiangbei, he understood what had happened. Therefore, after learning the news, he immediately thought of something and asked angrily. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Even Qi Zheng was taken aback for a moment. The reason why Yi Tai used nuclear weapons, is it to kill people and then take Lin Yuan's military merits and give them to Yi Bai? Everyone felt a chill down their spines at first. How could someone be so cruel as to give the military merits of the eldest son to the younger son? Then I found it hard to believe. After all, he was his own son. Not to mention he was a military star. You fucking fart. He Dingjun, stop slandering me. He's my son, my own son. Yi Tai reacted violently and turned against He Dingjun on the spot. When He Dingjun saw Yi Tai's stubborn attitude, although he was angry, he also saw the martial saint of the military. And now he has more important things to do. Damn it, just wait for the military to conduct a thorough investigation. I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut. After He Dingjun finished speaking, he gave a simple military salute to the martial saint. Then he quickly got on the plane and headed towards the ruins. After a nuclear weapons strike, there was not a single tall building in Lingwu City. The entire city was in ruins and the corpses of strange beasts. At this moment, the cave is located. The entrance of the cave had been blown up to a very large size, and standing on the edge, one could not see the end of it. And below, there was a faint blue light. It can be seen that the crack below has also been enlarged by nuclear-grade weapons. Next, Lingwu City will become a new battlefield. Under the cave, the entrance collapsed and a subtle fluctuation was heard from somewhere unknown depth. Lin Yuan's body has become blurred. It could even be said that he was already incomplete, with only the skin left emitting a golden glow. The physical training martial arts he practiced retained a glimmer of life for him. Green vitality can be seen emerging from the wounds all over his body. That is his ultimate skill, regeneration, constantly repairing his body. From today on, you are all members of the Demon Suppression Army. You must practice diligently to be able to fight against the monsters. Yes, sir. The training is too hard. Every day is boring training, and the instructor teaches breathing methods, day after day. Why do you regret it? No, this is my dream. When that ray of light arrived, the officer who came with Lin Yuan was the first to swallow it to the north. As it dissipated, spiritual power emanated. Lin Yuan saw the original intention of joining the demon-suppressing army in their spiritual world. Now, they did not die in the mouths of strange beasts. Instead, he died in Yi Tai's hands. As time passed, Lin Yuan's injuries continued to improve, until it was completely repaired. A pair of eyes as sharp as a knife slowly opened. Yi Tai, I came from hell. Are you ready? Let's just leave 2 chapters for today. I'll update tomorrow and try to finish this story. Chapter 57. Condemned by thousands of people, the former great general has become an eternal sinner. In the cave, an extremely strong vitality is reviving. He Dingjun came to the Dongqing military headquarters. Although he was angry with Yi Tai, he wanted to go to the cave and find Lin Yuan more. Although he knew that the probability of this happening was very small, almost zero. The power of nuclear weapons is so great that even a martial arts saint cannot guarantee 100% survival if faced with them. Although He Dingjun left the Dongqing military headquarters, he also brought a piece of news that made everyone suspicious. That is, did Yi Tai use nuclear weapons to pacify the cave or to kill people? This cannot but arouse people's suspicion. The senior military officials are well aware that although the situation in the cave was serious at the time, it has not reached the point where nuclear weapons need to be used. If they change their identities, many people may be able to figure this out quickly. But now, everyone knows that the person under the cave is Lin Yuan, Yi Tai's biological son. He used nuclear weapons to kill his own son? In the military headquarters, Qi Zheng was sitting in a conference room, and in front of him stood all the senior officials of the Jiangbei military. He Dingjun's words when he came made him suspicious, and news also came from Kyoto. Tell him that this matter is not as simple as it seems. Yi Tai, I'm asking you one last time, what is your purpose in using nuclear weapons? The lights in the conference room flickered, sometimes brighter and sometimes dimmer. Coupled with the personal questioning of a martial saint, The conference room became as depressing as an interrogation scene. General, thousands of large beasts appeared in the cave. The situation was critical. The lives of hundreds of millions of people in Jiangbei depended on my thoughts. I made this decision out of necessity. The current Yi Tai is no longer the commander-in-chief of a province or a one-star general in the military. However, when faced with the questioning of a martial saint, he was still defending himself. When the military martial saint arrived, Yi Tai was indeed panicked. But after thinking about it calmly, Lin Yuan's identity is indeed special, and he is even the military's greatest hope. But you have to know that as long as the fact that he replaced the military merits is not exposed, Yi Tai will not have any big problems. How can there be no dead on the battlefield? On the battlefield, everyone is equal. So what if Lin Yuan is a 6-star general? If the military holds him accountable, they can only say that he made a mistake in command, but they will not accuse him of intentional murder or replacing military merits. Qi Zheng looked at Yi Tai with cold eyes. Seeing that he looked calm, he said in a cold voice, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Jiang Yuya walked in step by step, and this scene made Yi Tai's eyes suddenly freeze. Wasn't this old guy shot dead by him? The reason why he was so eager to kill Jiang Yuya was actually because he knew that Jiang Yuya might have already known that he wanted Yi Bai to replace Lin Yuan's military achievements. After all, Lin Yuan, who left the Yi family, stayed in the Jiang family for a long time, and the few times he went to the Yi family, Jiang Yuya was obviously very dissatisfied with him. There is a hint of sarcasm in his words. Jiang Yuya. Yi Tai was like being struck by lightning and was stunned for a moment. Not only him, but all the people in the Jiangbei military were dumbfounded. "Old man, do you know what happened?" Qi Zheng asked. Now that Kyoto has ordered a thorough investigation, all the martial arts families in Kyoto have kept a low profile, for fear of being targeted by Xiao Shan. As for Jiangbei, the focus naturally fell on him. As for Jiang Yuya, even though Qi Zheng had never met him in person, he had heard of this name. Yi Tai, a family of doctors from Jiangbei, actually kills people just like that? This inevitably made him suspicious. "General, I naturally know that Lin Yuan spent most of his time in Jiangbei at my Jiang family." Jiang Yuya said word by word. "Jiang Yuya you." Yi Tai's voice trembled a little. He wanted to defend himself, but didn't know how to start. "General." After Lin Yuan returned from the army, Yi Tai asked him to hand over his 3 years of military service to Yi Bai. And Yi Tai personally added Yi Bai's name to the list of recruits, and then asked Lin Yuan to join the army in place of his brother, in order to make things reasonable. Every word Jiang Yuya uttered was like a sharp knife, constantly irritating the hearts of these Jiangbei senior officials. He repeated what Lin Yuan had said to him that day, but that was enough. Until Jiang Yuya uttered the next word, the entire conference room became eerily quiet. Qi Zheng's face was extremely gloomy, and his breathing became particularly rapid. He had thought of many situations, but he never expected this to be the case. "General, how can you believe his one-sided words? I have been guarding Jiangbei for more than 20 years, and the military knows me inside and out. How could I do such a thing?" Yi Tai spoke loudly, his cold face turning red. "Yes, General." Jiang Yuya is clearly deliberately framing General Yi. "Yes, I think the big incident in the Jiangbei caverns is also related to Jiang Yuya. Could it be that he is colluding with the aliens?" "General, I suggest that Jiang Yuya be shot immediately." Yi Tai finished speaking. This attracted the support of senior officials in Jiangbei, who began to criticize. "Bullshit. I have never seen anyone so shameless. You still haven't admitted it, and you're even trying to turn the tables. Yi Tai, why didn't I see that you were such a mean person back then?" Jiang Yuya was stunned for a moment and said angrily. Qi Zheng looked at this scene coldly and ordered, "Bring Yi Bai up." Hearing this, the scene immediately became quiet. Everyone looked at Qi Zheng in confusion, not knowing what was going on. As soon as he finished speaking, several guards brought Yi Bai in. At this moment, Yi Bai finally understood a little. Understand how terrifying it is to be a good brother. It was so terrifying that even his father, who was like a mountain in his eyes, had to bow his head. He was no longer happy, but his heart was filled with endless hatred, hating Lin Yuan for coming to the Yi family. To turn a Jiangbei martial arts family into this. "Put your hands on it." Qi Zheng spoke. News came from Kyoto that Lin Yuan's genes had been replaced. If the information in the military department belongs to Lin Yuan, there is no need to say more. But this also brings up a new problem. Yi Tai wants to change the military's genes, but his level of authority is totally insufficient. Therefore, maybe there is another expert behind Yi Tai? When Yi Bai heard this, he placed his hand on it tremblingly, and the next moment, the military system was immediately activated. Ding, Mr. Yibai. Welcome to the military system. The genes are being checked. The check was successful. You are currently a 6-star general in the military, and your access permissions are as follows. A cold mechanical sound rang out. Yi Tai and all the senior executives of Jiangbei were stunned. Moreover, a chill surged in my heart. Chapter 58. Coming with murderous intention, Xiaoshen. Let him go. Yi Tai and all the senior officials in Jiangbei. His eyes were fixed on the military system. Especially Yi Tai. At this moment he was like a wooden sculpture, standing there motionless. The scene that he most wanted to see in the past became the last straw that broke the camel's back and became a fatal blow to him. Yi Tai, how dare you do such a thing and use nuclear weapons? That's your son down there. When Qi Zheng saw this scene, he could understand it even if he didn't want to. Yi Tai did such a earth-shattering thing for Yi Bai. Yi Tai just stood there, speechless for a long time. Qi Zheng glanced coldly and strode away, leaving the entire conference room in silence. The matter was completely exposed, and what awaited them was probably the thundering wrath of the military. Kyoto, military headquarters. Qi Zheng learned what happened in Jiangbei and reported it to the military immediately. This instantly ignited Xiaoshen's anger. He immediately ordered Qi Zheng to bring Yi Tai to Kyoto. In addition, an announcement was issued. After all, such a big thing happened in Jiangbei. A city and a genius of the military disappeared. There must be an explanation. After issuing these two orders, Xiaoshen sat in his seat in silence. Having lost such a military genius, he couldn't feel any better. The military announcement was issued. It caused shock and anger across the country, and all the news and martial arts forums exploded. Oh fuck! A 6-star general in his 20s, the pride of the military, handpicked by the marshal, was hit by a nuclear-grade weapon. This Yi Tai is too cruel. Lin Yuan is his son. How could he have the heart to do that to him? I thought Yi Tai was a righteous man. When his country was at risk, he sent his son to the battlefield. I didn't expect that he did this for his little son. Oh my god, this incident has really shocked me for the whole year. The youngest general in the military, who may also be the hope of our human race, was destroyed by his own hands. Shoot Yi Tai! Shoot Yi Tai! Shoot Yi Tai! Once the announcement was issued, the whole country was in an uproar. After all, the adaptation of nuclear-grade weapons attracted almost everyone's attention. According to the announcement released by Jiangbei before, many people believe that Yi Tai is righteous and sacrificed his own son in exchange for hundreds of millions of people in Jiangbei. But what was unexpected was that Yi Tai actually ordered the use of nuclear weapons in order to let his younger son replace his elder son's military achievements. Especially after Lin Yuan's identity was fully revealed, the whole country was outraged. He is the general of the military and the hope of mankind. It was ruined by Yi Tai. It's not just the martial arts sensation, it's also the news, the daily newspapers, and television. Everyone was reporting this news. In just half an hour, the news spread almost all over the country. Make everyone extremely angry. Many people strongly demanded that Yi Tai be shot, and the voices continued. At the same time, a domestic news program is reporting the latest situation in Lingwu City. First of all, there are nuclear-grade weapons, and there is a military leader like Lin Yuan. Even Lingwu City will be reduced to ruins. It's also worth reporting. Below us is Lingwu City, which was hit by a nuclear weapon and has now become a complete ruin. What makes us sad is that the battle that broke out in Lingwu City resulted in over 10,000 casualties, and even the Grandmasters suffered as many as 100 casualties. There is even one of the youngest 6-star generals in the military. He is the pride of the military, appointed by Marshal Xiaoshen. A lot of people pay attention to this news column. What happened in Lingwu City was so big that it spread across the country, and it was hard not to pay attention. In the news section, you can see a plane hanging in the air, with people in military uniforms coming down from it. One of them was He Dingjun. In this era of martial arts, the warriors' genetic locks are broken and their physical constitutions undergo tremendous changes. The impact of a nuclear weapon strike is almost non-existent for warriors. He Dingjun walked down, followed by several Eastern military officers and a girl who looked to be about 18 or 19. Congratulations, the coordinates have been confirmed. About 500 meters ahead, we will reach the original location of the cave. An officer held a tablet in his hand and pointed to the opening in front. He Dingjun nodded and walked forward step by step. Each of his steps was extremely heavy. This is a nuclear-grade weapon strike, and the survival rate is very low. But He Dingjun still had an illusion that Lin Yuan was not dead. Seeing this, several officers followed. This scene was captured on the news, and many people watching fell silent. Because they all knew him, this was the Eastern general, He Dingjun. Seeing him so distressed, everyone watching the news broadcast was infected. It turns out that Zhuo is the saddest one. Yes, General Yi has been in the army for 3 years and has been in the East. He is the blazing sun of the East. General Yi must be very optimistic about him. The Yi family is such a piece of shit. General Yi fought on the battlefield for 3 years and was treated like this when he came back. Fuck. Not only before, I heard that General Yi was not well received in the Yi family. It seems that Yi Tai never regarded General Yi as his son. Everyone was angry inside. After all, things have already happened, and nothing more can be done. The only thing you can do is, maybe it's the punishment for the culprit. At the scene, He Dingjun stood at the edge of the huge cave, looking down. His eyes were fixed on the ground below, and a feeling of grief swept over him. Master He, the cave has completely collapsed. It's difficult to go down. General Yi, I'm afraid it's all ready. An officer hesitated and spoke softly. When he heard this, his body swayed as if he would fall down at any time. The girl standing behind subconsciously covered her mouth, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. After becoming an officer, the military will provide various benefits. For example, housing, salary subsidies, food, clothing, housing and transportation, etc. The girl in front of me. He is the person responsible for taking care of Lin Yuan's food, clothing, and daily life. Zhuo, go back. Someone reminded me. He Dingjun stood still for a long time before taking a step back. I, the Eastern prideful son, just died like that. He Dingjun asked questions, feeling depressed. The officer behind him sighed, and couldn't bear to continue. Boom. There was a sudden strange noise from the cave. An extremely strong energy fluctuation came from below, as if something was about to break out of the ground. At this moment, He Dingjun, news broadcast, satellite images of Jiangbei military headquarters, in Kyoto. All of them were in an uproar. Why is there still energy fluctuation in the cave after being hit by nuclear weapons? The entire cave shook violently. The energy was growing stronger and closer, making everyone's heart rise to their throat. Chapter 59, The Biggest Reckoning, The Knife, angrily kills the rebellious father. Fuck, what happened? Could it be that the crack under the cave has grown bigger, and a more powerful beast or alien race has come? Impossible. According to previous cases of the use of nuclear weapons, it will take at least half a year to form a new battlefield. Then what's going on? Something is really coming out from down there. Could it be that there are powerful aliens hiding down there who have escaped the attack of nuclear weapons? Stupid. Under nuclear weapons, a city has become a ruin. Who can escape? Now, people watching the news report were shocked. This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. It will take at least a year or half a year for the use of nuclear weapons to form a new battlefield. It can't be that fast. Not only the news columns, but even the satellite surveillance footage of major military departments also captured this unusual movement. Kyoto, General Headquarters. Marshal. A general rushed in. Xiao Shun was still sitting in his seat, immersed in grief. What is it? Hear the cry. Xiao Shinkai gradually came back to his senses and asked in a calm tone. There's some unusual movement coming from the Jiangbei caverns. It looks like something is about to come out from below. The person who comes should report immediately. When Xiao Shin heard this, he stood up and walked out of the room in 3 or 2 steps. The next moment, appeared in the military command room. Because he knew that after the use of nuclear weapons, the alien beasts could not survive, and it was impossible for a new battlefield to evolve so quickly. Otherwise, nuclear weapons lose their meaning. Then the unusual movement below, perhaps. Zoom in. Give me the clearest, most intuitive view. Xiao Shin spoke loudly, with some excitement in his tone, because he had already thought of a possibility. If it were someone else, he would naturally not believe it, but that was Lin Yuan. He is the son of their military. He is a peerless general who became a 6-star general in 3 years. What's impossible? Jiangbei, Dongqing military headquarters. After Qi Zheng finished reporting to the military department, he returned to the conference room. According to the military's request, he had to bring Yi Tai back to Kyoto and interrogate him carefully. But, at this moment, there was a sudden movement in the satellite image. It attracted his attention, as well as the attention of Jiangbei's top management and Yi Tai. The location of the cave. The earth trembled, and the energy became stronger and stronger. Under everyone's gaze, the cave suddenly exploded. Bang! Gravel, soil, and the corpses of strange beasts that were shattered into pieces after being hit by nuclear weapons splash out together. It was at this time that everyone saw clearly that it was a flash of knife. It includes hurricanes, thunder and lightning, fire, etc. They mixed together and gathered into a sword light dozens of meters long that broke out of the ground. The knife light was too dazzling and too big. It slashed directly at the sky, as if it could split the sky in half. Everyone held their breath. He stared at the screen intently, trying hard to see clearly what was happening there. After the dirt, rubble, and body parts were scattered on the ground, a figure jumped out of the cave, with only a few clothes left on his body. Only the key parts are covered, revealing the strong muscles. That is, a person. It's a human. After a nuclear attack, there is still someone who can survive. Who is he? Fuck. That's so cool. Coming together with the flash of the knife, this jump. Is it possible that this person is the 6-star general in the military? Ah. Exploded. Everyone who was following the news was shocked. It could be said that the whole country was shocked. After a nuclear weapons attack, some people came out alive. This is nothing. The important thing is this person the peerless general that the military is talking about? If so, then they can understand. I understand why the military said that he would be the hope of future mankind. Even with nuclear-grade weapons, they can still come out. Even a martial saint wouldn't be able to do this. Xiao Yi. At the scene, He Dingyuan's eyes lit up immediately after he saw the figure clearly. The tone became cheerful. He's not dead. He's really not dead. He knows it. How could the blazing sun in the east die so easily? Congratulations. Lin Yuan nodded calmly, his expression showing no emotion. He glanced at the girl beside him. With a look of joy in her eyes, the girl took out a brand new set of clothes and put them on Lin Yuan. That is, a military uniform. With 6 military emblems on his shoulders, shining brightly, Lin Yuan's temperament changed at this moment. He is a 6-star general, a true military chief. I know what you want to say, but right now, I have more important things to do. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Follow him down. Those dead, demon-suppressing soldiers, those names, and their last voices. It's like a devil's sound filling my ears. The lingering sound is still there. Lin Yuan looked towards the location of Dongcheng, with murderous intent in his eyes. He Dingjun was stunned for a moment. Then he understood something. He made way for him and said, "Go ahead. No matter what happens, Dongfang will always stand behind you." Lin Yuan nodded, jumped up, and disappeared. Jiangbei Military Headquarters. In the satellite footage, the murderous intent in Lin Yuan's eyes was so strong that they could feel it even through the screen. The top leaders of Jiangbei were stunned, as if struck by lightning. He is not dead. Not only is he not dead, he comes with murderous intent. At this moment, they were afraid. Even if they were taken away by the military for interrogation right now, they were unwilling to face Lin Yuan at this moment. The same thing happened the moment Yi Tai saw Lin Yuan. He wanted Lin Yuan to die, and then let Yi Bai take over the credit for the victory. He originally thought that everything would go according to plan, but Lin Yuan's identity caught him off guard. Now it seems that even without the military identity, his idea of killing Lin Yuan with nuclear weapons would never succeed. When Yi Tai thought about what he had done and Lin Yuan's eyes just now, he felt scared for the first time in his life. That is the fear that comes from the heart, from the bones. General Qi, he came with murderous intentions. Isn't the military going to take me back for investigation? Let's go now. Yi Tai didn't care about his image and spoke loudly. Qi Zheng frowned. The murderous intent in Lin Yuan's eyes was like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even someone like him who had seen many storms and waves couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He naturally didn't want to pay attention to Yi Tai, but according to the military's requirements, he had to consider it. Moreover, Yi Tai had made great contributions and guarded Jiangbei for decades. If he died like this, it would be difficult to explain. Qi Zheng hesitated for a moment and reported to the military. However, the response from the military surprised him, yet he felt it was reasonable. Let him be. This is what Xiaoshen said himself. After receiving the order from the military, Qi Zheng just sat in the command room. Let Yi Tai scream wildly. Just a few minutes later, outside the East City military headquarters, a murderous intent loomed, carrying an extremely strong smell of blood. As if it has killed more than 1 million lives and is stained with the bloody smell that can never be washed away. Yi Tai, come out and die. I have tried my best in 3 chapters. Chapter 60. The man behind the scenes. Young people should not be too aggressive. The cave is located. Lin Yuan's departure caused an uproar. Everyone watching this news broadcast was frightened by Lin Yuan's eyes. At the same time, he also learned about Lin Yuan's identity. He is indeed the star general that the military is talking about. Oh my god, he's not dead. This is too abnormal. He can survive under nuclear weapons. Jiangbei, the situation is about to change. That look, when I looked into it, it gave me chills all over my body. It was so scary. Lin Yuan, who flashed across the screen, shocked them greatly. Although the news reports cannot be directly transmitted to the military headquarters, they can guess something from Lin Yuan's eyes. Jiangbei, the situation is about to change. East City Military Headquarters. Yi Tai, come out and die. A voice came from a distance. The murderous intent was so overwhelming that many people standing outside the military headquarters shuddered subconsciously. After I realized what was happening, I was extremely shocked. This is the military, and Yi Tai is a one-star general in the military. Even now, everyone knows his purpose of using nuclear weapons. But it is still frightening that the East City military came with such murderous intent. They subconsciously looked back and saw a young man quickly landing on the ground. The young man held a long blue sword in his hand, with murderous intent surging in his eyes, as if there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, the shining military emblem on the uniform made everyone stand still. This is a general, a 6-star general, and judging from his age, he is only in his early 20s. At this moment, everyone was completely shocked because they had seen Lin Yuan before. He was the chief appointed by the military as the commander-in-chief. Although many people had speculated about Lin Yuan's identity before, even after the military issued the announcement, they all knew Lin Yuan's identity. But when he came in a military uniform, exuding a piercing sharpness, they all understood. This young general was angry. In addition, there are people from Lingwu City who have always been standing outside the military headquarters. Seeing Lin Yuan at this moment, he also stood there in a daze. Lingwa looked at Lin Yuan with dull eyes. The military uniform and the brilliant and shining military emblem on the shoulder pierced her eyes. He really is the head of the military. Lingwa murmured softly, and the expression on her face, which had been dull for a long time, finally showed some changes. Ever since she went to see Lin Yuan last time, an indelible mark has been imprinted in her mind. She often dreams, even during the day. Everyone can see a scene. That is Lin Yuan fighting on the battlefield. This was also the scene when Lin Yuan was awarded the title. She never believed it. She never believed that dirty boy, the good-for-nothing brother whom she always looked down upon. He will be a great general in the army. He will be the son of the army. But at this point, the young man is still full of vigor and vitality, wearing a neat military uniform, with unparalleled temperament. Completely shattered the mark engraved in my mind. She believed it. Her brother, her eldest brother, is a 6-star general in the military. He should be the pride of the whole family. Lingwa just looked at Lin Yuan, with extremely complicated emotions in her eyes. Lin Yuan came over and treated her like a stranger. Recalling the past, when the dirty little boy first returned to the Yi family, he was so eager to fit in. How tolerant and caring he was towards her. Not only her, but also Su Yuhan, who was standing not far away, was the same. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was wearing a military uniform, with more loneliness and a sad smile in her eyes. That day, if I could let go of my so-called self-esteem, at least for now, we could still be friends, right? Su Juqing's face turned extremely pale. His expression was one of anger and shock, and finally turned into a sigh. Lin Yuan's appearance shocked many people present. Although Lin Yuan's identity was revealed, everyone thought he was dead at that time. Although I was shocked, I felt more regretful. Now that Lin Yuan really appeared in front of them, the shock was too great. The voice resounded throughout the military headquarters. Yi Tai stood in the command room, looking at Lin Yuan on the screen with bloodshot eyes. He's here. How is this possible? He won't die. Yi Tai seemed to be struck by lightning and rarely lost his composure. Under the influence of nuclear weapons, he was in a situation where he was doomed to die, but he actually came out alive. Moreover, it was intact, and there was not even any visible injury. This is the devil from hell. Even standing inside the military headquarters, he could feel Lin Yuan's murderous intent. General Qi, let's go? Isn't the military going to take me to Kyoto? Let's go. Yi Tai turned his head and looked at Qi Zheng, who was sitting there, shouting almost crazily. Qi Zheng looked at him expressionlessly and said calmly, "If I find you, get out. Don't let the military be stained with blood. It will be troublesome to clean it up later." Qi Zheng hesitated at first because Yi Tai was a general and had made great contributions. In this case, no matter how big the mistake is, it also has to be handled by the military, not to mention that Lin Yuan himself is also a demon-suppressing soldier. But since Xiao Shun had spoken personally, he naturally wouldn't care anymore. After all, Qi Zheng knew what Yi Tai had done and wanted to chop him to death. What? I am a general. I have guarded Jiangbei for more than 20 years and have millions of meritorious service. Even if there is a trial, it must be conducted by the military. Yi Tai looked at Qi Zheng in disbelief and spoke sternly. However, what he got was just a cold look from Qi Zheng. Do you need me to escort you out personally? Outside the military, Yi Tai and the top executives from Jiangbei walked out one by one. Lin Yuan looked ahead coldly and said indifferently, "Yi Tai, Do you remember what I said? Yi Tai stood there in a daze, silent. Su Qianlong. Yi Lin Yuan shouted loudly. Su Qianlong, who was standing in the demon suppression army, immediately came out and shouted, "Here, chief. Repeat my words. If you dare to use nuclear weapons, I will kill you when I come out." Su Qianlong's blood surged, and he felt his whole body was filled with hot blood. Yi Tai used nuclear weapons. Not only did he destroy Lingwu City, but he also killed so many demon-suppressing army soldiers. His purpose was only to let Yi Bai take over the military merits. Such behavior is outrageous to both humans and gods. Lin Yuan, do you really have to do this? We are father and son after all. Yi Tai gradually came to his senses and spoke in a decadent tone. Yi Lin Yuan said nothing, but stepped forward step by step. What father and son, what family affection. The day he came back, he had already severed all ties with her. Lin Yuan's son, I was wrong. Seeing Yi Lin Yuan walking towards him, Yi Tai spoke hurriedly. But his voice, there was no response from Yi Lin Yuan. Well, now, a sigh suddenly appeared in the field. Along with a vague aura, a figure walked out from outside the military headquarters. He walked slowly, but at a very fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived next to Yi Lin Yuan. Chapter 61. Aren't you calling me a young man out of anger? I'm pointing my sword at the martial saint. The appearance of this person shocked the scene again. This person is actually also a martial saint. Normally, martial saints are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but today, two of them appeared in the East City military headquarters. Even if he made a serious mistake, he is still your father. Do you really want to kill him? The visitor looked at Yi Lin Yuan and spoke lightly. Father, now that everyone in the world knows what he did, do you think he is worthy of being a father and a general? Yi Lin Yuan stopped and spoke in a cold voice with overwhelming sharpness. He didn't know the other party's identity, but today, Yi Tai must die. No matter who it is, no one can keep it. Hearing this, the visitor was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Young man, don't be too arrogant. There are too many strong people in this world. If you kill him today, have you ever thought about what will happen to you when you go to Kyoto?" His tone was calm, but his words were full of warnings and threats. However, when he finished speaking, he glanced at the military department out of the corner of his eye. There, in front of a windowsill, stood a man, staring at him coldly. It seemed that as long as he made a move, the person would appear in front of him the next moment. Therefore, he could only talk about it, and did not dare to actually take action. Otherwise, if he angered the military, even if he was a martial saint, he would find it difficult to escape. Yi Lin Yuan listened to these words with a calm expression. Are you pleading for him, or threatening me? Although Yi Lin Yuan knew what Yi Tai had done at this moment, he was not aware that there was a martial arts saint behind Yi Tai. Otherwise, he wouldn't even say the first half of a sentence to the other party. You could understand it as both. He smiled and said, "This scene surprised many people present. The martial saint is here in person. I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill Yi Tai today. After all, according to normal procedures, Yi Tai would be handed over to the military for processing. Even the military can't say much about this, right?" Yi Lin Yuan nodded, passed by the martial saint, and walked forward with an expressionless face. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Lin Yuan still walked towards Yi Tai with murderous intent. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Obviously, no one expected that Yi Lin Yuan, facing a martial saint, would still dare to kill Yi Tai. The martial saint's expression changed slightly, and he was about to speak. Yi Tai suddenly spoke. "Yi Jing, you don't have to say anything more. Since he wants to kill me, let him do it." Yi Tai suddenly changed his previous fear and spoke loudly. Yi Lin Yuan didn't care about that. In his eyes, Yi Tai must die today. I never thought that all these years of planning would be ruined by you. You are really my good son." Yi Tai smiled very strangely and spoke word by word as he looked at Yi Lin Yuan. "All those demon-suppressing soldiers died because of you. Yi Tai, your death is not a pity." Yi Lin Yuan did not hesitate. His eyes were cold. With one slash of the sword, the whole place fell into deathly silence. Yi Tai fell down, but there was still an inexplicable meaning in his eyes. But at this moment, everyone was staring at this scene in amazement. His eyes were full of passion and admiration, even when facing a martial saint. Yi Lin Yuan was still not afraid and killed Yi Tai. You know, after the military announcement came out, the demon-suppressing army at the scene were particularly angry. In order to commemorate Yi Lin Yuan's military exploits, Yi Tai used nuclear weapons and not only killed Yi Lin Yuan. And so many demon-suppressing soldiers died together. Those people are all officers in various military departments and are also powerful people in the human race. Faced with this situation, Yi Tai still resolutely used nuclear weapons for his own plan. It can be said that he has reached a point of insanity, which has made many people angry. But they also knew that according to military regulations, they would be taken away by the military and held accountable. When everyone was angry and helpless, Lin Yuan appeared. This general who had been in charge of Jiangbei for more than 20 years ended up like this today. The Jiangbei Yi family finally came to an end. This young man with such great vigor and vitality is worthy of being the military's peerless general and their leader. Those demon-suppressing soldiers who died in this way should now rest in peace. Isn't it a bit too aggressive to call a young man? Lin Yuan turned his head and looked at Yi Jing, pointing his knife at the martial saint. Arrogant. Do you really think that you can be so unscrupulous just because Shaoshan values you? This world is much bigger than you think. Seeing this, Yi Jing's tone turned cold. A murderous intent quietly spread. I have tolerated you enough. If you don't leave, I will let you stay here. Do you believe it or not? At this time, Qi Zheng came out and spoke lightly. Yi Jing's face changed. He snorted coldly, said no more, and left indifferently. This is the military headquarters after all. Yi Tai's action angered Xiao Shun. If he did anything else, I'm afraid I'll die here too. Seeing Wu Sheng leave, all the high-ranking officials in Jiangbei collapsed to the ground in fear. Cold sweat oozing from forehead. He looked at Lin Yuan with extreme horror. Qi Zheng glanced at them, looked at Lin Yuan, and said, "The marshal ordered me to let you go. But I think these are the demon suppression army. If you kill them all, I won't stop you, but it will cause quite a stir. Or you can let me take you back to the military, and the military will give you a satisfactory explanation." Lin Yuan glanced at these people and finally did not kill them. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly. Qi Zheng waved his hand, and soon the guards took these people under control. Too much has happened in Jiangbei. I hope you won't be affected. Yi Tai's death is not a pity. The military competition will begin soon. After you finish dealing with Jiangbei's affairs, come to Kyoto. Qi Zheng continued. Lin Yuan nodded and agreed, then asked, who is that martial saint? He always felt that. Then the appearance of the martial saint is a bit strange. Qi Zheng was silent for a moment and did not respond immediately. After a while, he said, let's go to Kyoto first. If the marshal wants you to know, he will tell you in person. So, this martial saint does not belong to Kyoto. The sea is calm. A plane roared past, and a heart-wrenching sound came from it. Put me down, Lin Yuan. That beast, I want to kill him. Why did my father want to bring him back? It's all his fault, it's all his fault. Yi Bai was there when Lin Yuan killed Yi Tai with a knife. That scene dealt him a huge and deep blow. It can be said that at this moment, Yi Bai's anger towards Lin Yuan reached its peak. Yi Jing sat quietly by the side, not saying a word. I have a bold idea. Chapter 62. The martial saint outside the Great Wall. Kyoto, here I come. Kyoto, military headquarters. There were many people sitting in the conference room. After Xiao Shun learned that Lin Yuan was not dead, he felt much more relieved. However, this does not mean that what happened this time will not be investigated, because in his opinion, Yi Tai's level is totally insufficient to enter the military system to exchange genes. Otherwise, someone from Kyoto intervened in this underground cave battle in Jiangbei. Or, there is a traitor in the military. But under Xiao Shun's nose, who in the military would dare to do such a small thing? So there was only one solution left. Someone in Kyoto intervened in the Jiangbei cave battle. Moreover, the purpose is very simple, which is to kill Lin Yuan. The martial arts families in Kyoto are at loggerheads over issues concerning who is in power, and they all hope that the military will step in and take sides. Now the military star competition is approaching, and this competition will determine the successor to the military marshal. Lin Yuan is the person he is most optimistic about. Many high-ranking officials in the military knew that the most likely person to succeed the military marshal would be Lin Yuan. Xiao Shun's eyes couldn't help but become cold. These martial saint families were reaching out more and more. Marshal, the military suffered heavy losses in this Jiangbei cavern battle. More than 10,000 ordinary demon suppression army soldiers were killed or wounded, including grandmasters, major generals, and some officers above the division level were killed in the battle. Xiao Shun came back to his senses and listened to the report. His expression was silent for a moment, and then he said, hold the funeral according to the highest standards and provide pensions to his family members. Raise his original merit to a higher level. The deaths of these demon-suppressing soldiers were actually an unprovoked disaster. It can be said that most of it is because of Yi Tai, the one-star general of Jiangbei. Yes, someone responded. Can you find out the origin of the martial saint who appeared in Jiangbei? Xiao Shun asked. Reporting to the marshal, according to what General Qi Zheng said, That person should be the Whale Sea martial saint from outside the Great Wall. A general responded. Hearing this, Shaoshan couldn't help but frown, his expression suddenly becoming serious. So, in this Jiangbei underground cave battle, besides the people from Kyoto, there was also that group of people involved. The martial saint outside the pass. That group of people appeared again. Marshal, the news from General Qi Zheng is correct. The relationship between the Jiangbei Yi family and that group of people should not be simple. Because of the appearance of the martial saint outside the Great Wall, the meeting room suddenly became solemn. Shaoshan said, outside the pass, let's push it back for now and let the military catch those people in Kyoto who interfered first. The people in my military are not so easy to bully. Jiangbei, Dongqing. Yi Tai's death shocked many people, but also made them feel happy. Because after the matter was thoroughly exposed, many people knew that Yi Tai was a one-star general in the military and had made great contributions in defending Jiangbei. Even if a serious mistake is made, the military must hold the person accountable before taking corrective action. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Yi Tai would not die so soon. However, the appearance of Lin Yuan changed the outcome. And this was when he was facing a martial saint. The arrogance of the military did not disappoint them in the end. When Lin Yuan killed Yi Tai with a sword, many demon-suppressing soldiers in the military were watching the scene. That vigorous young man left a very deep impression on them. It also made many people realize how terrifying this military pride is. Let's talk about the Dongqing military headquarters. There is a reason why Lin Yuan did not kill all the high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military. After all, those people are high-ranking members of the demon-suppressing army. Although there may be some water in it because of Yi Tai, but if he really killed so many people, it would probably cause quite a stir, and if they were handed over to the military, their fate would be no different from death. After all, the battle in the cave in Jiangbei completely angered Kyoto. In a forest park in Dongqing, Lin Yuan looked at the stone tablet in front of him and remained silent. The stone tablet is filled with names. Chen Siming, Hong Beixiao, Chun Li. These people were the demon-suppressing troops who followed him into the cave. Lin Yuan was unable to bring them out because of the attack from nuclear-grade weapons, if it weren't for the body-refining martial arts that were released by the system. I'm afraid he would also be blown to pieces by this kind of attack. There was not even a chance to activate the ultimate skill, regeneration. Lin Yuan just stood there, feeling mixed emotions. If he was a saint at that time, perhaps he could have changed the outcome? Before this, Lin Yuan thought that his martial arts were fast enough. In 3 years, it becomes a top sect leader, or even a true dragon level. But only when facing real threats and real death do you understand the importance of strength. Yizhua, there's news from Kyoto. This is the compensation plan given by the military regarding the damage caused in this battle. Zhao Lingshuan stood behind him, holding a tablet in her hand, and spoke softly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, took the tablet, and took a look at it. The names of these people were on it. In addition to merits, pensions, etc., the military ranks of these people were also raised by 1 level. The military did provide adequate compensation for this. Of course, once a person dies, there is no way to compensate him or her. But what has happened has already happened, and there is no way to change it. Have a safe trip. Lin Yuan put the tablet back into Zhao Lingshuan's hand, said something softly, and then left silently. On the way, Lin Yuan suppressed his grief and asked calmly, after Yi Tai died, where did Yi Bai go? To be honest, Lin Yuan didn't have too many emotions towards Yi Bai, because all of this was led by Yi Tai, and Yi Bai also caused him some trouble after he came back. But in Lin Yuan's opinion, it was no different from children fighting. Therefore, Lin Yuan never took it to heart. Now that Yi Tai is dead, Yi Bai will probably hate him to the core. General Qi said that Yi Bai was taken away by the martial saint. Not long after Yi Tai's death, the lady took Yi Lingwei back to her parents' home. Zhao Lingshuan replied, I see. Lin Yuan nodded. He had no feelings towards Yi Bai, but Yi Bai claimed the credit for the victory. This is a serious crime in the military, and Qi Zheng should understand this. When the martial saint took him away, didn't Qi Zheng stop him? Or was it that the martial saint made him hesitate? Lin Yuan was doubtful about this. He remembered what Qi Zheng had said to him. If the marshal wanted him to know, he would tell him in person. There has been a lot of uproar among the top military officials these days. I heard that someone in Kyoto also intervened in this underground cave battle in Jiangbei. As a 6-star general in the military, Lin Yuan naturally received some news. Those martial saint families in Kyoto. He smiled faintly. Walking out of the forest garden in big strides against the wind, a voice was heard. Kyoto, here I come. 1 chapter will be posted first, and the other chapter will be posted in the morning. Chapter 63. Yi Bai's new father? If I were a saint, the matter in Jiangbei is over. The military department replaced the general for Jiang Bei, and Qi Zheng was the best choice. Although he is a martial saint and ranks in the top 10 on the military's martial saint combat power list, Jiang Bei is now facing a greater crisis. The cave in Lingwu City is silently fissioning. In about half a year or a year, it will become a new battlefield. Having a martial saint in charge is the best choice. Soon after the incident ended, major news, forums, daily newspapers, international times, all of them published the news about the Jiangbei underground cave battle, which caused quite a stir in the country and even attracted great attention internationally. The next few days were almost a no-brainer. The hottest topic in the country and the most widely discussed is definitely Lin Yuan. Not only that, the sensation caused internationally would be no less than that caused domestically. When Jiangbei used nuclear weapons, it already attracted international attention. A weapon that was mostly banned was suddenly being used. It was hard for them not to pay attention, especially when Lin Yuan came out of the cave and killed Yi Tai with a knife at the Jiangbei military headquarters. It caused an uproar internationally. This general is too young. Moreover, directly executing the general with a sword in the military would actually be tacitly approved by the military. What is this person's identity? For a time, the international times were all filled with news about Lin Yuan. All major newspapers published photos of Lin Yuan arriving at the military headquarters in Dongqing, Jiangbei with a knife, and accompanied them with a bunch of UC headlines. This left some international senior officials confused and shocked. After all, before this, there was very little news about Lin Yuan, and they didn't even have any information about Lin Yuan. Now he suddenly appears and kills the general with a sword. Moreover, the military did not stop this at all and directly acquiesced. How could this not shock them? Therefore, when the Times spread to the international community, some high-level officials immediately began to investigate Lin Yuan's information. However, Lin Yuan's news has now been made public. It's not hard to check, they will find it soon. Lin Yuan is the military's peerless general, the military's pride and joy, a 6-star general in his early 20s. The surrounding area was filled with black fog. The growls of strange beasts and the voices of some alien races could be heard in the fog. Through the black fog, you can vaguely see a pass made of cast iron, spanning the front. Cross the pass. Then I saw a huge base city located there. Yi Jing and Yi Bai were standing in front of a training room, when a voice full of surprise came from inside. Yi Tai is dead. A middle-aged man walked out. His eyes fell on Yi Bai, looking him up and down. Seeing this, Yi Jing subconsciously became a little more respectful. Yes, Lin Yuan has been in the military for 3 years and has already become a 6-star general. He has also survived the attack of nuclear weapons. The road to Jiangbei is now completely blocked. Yi Jing nodded and answered respectfully. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes moved away from Yi Bai, and he said in an ambiguous tone, "I've let you stay dormant in the inner city for decades, and you can't even do this. Do you know how much effort I've put into Jiangbei? I've had enough of staying outside the pass." Yi Jing's heart trembled, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Marshal Yi, this can't be entirely blamed on me. It's not easy for me to show my identity inside the Great Wall. The information provided by the martial saint families in Kyoto is very limited. I didn't expect that Lin Yuan only took 3 years to become a 6-star general in the military." Yi Jing quickly began to explain. Yi Zhanyan glanced at him calmly, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he raised his tone. "Lin Yuan, he is half my son, right?" Yi Jing didn't dare to respond. Yi Zhanyan pondered for a moment before saying calmly, "The military competition is about to begin. What is the attitude of those Kyoto martial arts families?" Yi Jing heard this and replied, "It should be no problem, but we need to let them win the military competition in advance and get the qualification to be the next martial successor." In response, Yi Zhanyan chuckled. He wanted to return to the interior and take back the power of the military. What about those martial saint families? They want to be the ones in power today. However, the strength of the martial saint families was equally strong, so for many years no one was determined to be the winner. If the descendant of the martial saint family obtained the qualification to be the successor to the military marshal, it would be equivalent to pulling the military to take side. The situation will become one-sided. Yi Zhanyan knew very well that the martial arts families in Kyoto would not refuse this kind of cooperative relationship. "I will make this old man Shaoshan roll down from that position sooner or later." Thinking of this, Yi Zhanyan couldn't help but snorted coldly. Yi Bai stood aside blankly. Although he was confused by the conversation between the two, his heart was still filled with turmoil, because he felt an extremely friendly aura from Yi Zhanyan. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, in the military, Lin Yuan, wearing a neat military uniform, stepped into the military headquarters, attracting many people's attention. It can be said that the Jiangbei campaign completely exposed Lin Yuan's identity and made many people know him as the pride of the military. Along the way, many people saluted him. The last time Lin Yuan was promoted, he had been to the Kyoto military headquarters. He wasn't familiar with the place, but at least he knew the way. Not long after, he came to Xiaoshen's office. Marshal Lin Yuan, commander of the 21st Division of the Eastern Theater, is reporting in. Outside the door, Lin Yuan spoke in a solemn voice. As soon as the words fell, the door suddenly opened, and Xiaoshen smiled. Good boy. Well done. The military will deal with those high-ranking military officials in Jiangbei immediately and give an explanation to the world. Xiaoshen spoke as he let Lin Yuan in. However, as soon as he walked in, Xiaoshen couldn't help but sigh and said with guilt, the military was not thoughtful enough in the Jiangbei cave battle, and you have suffered. After that, Xiaoshen continued to assure, but don't worry, this kind of thing will never happen again. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, Marshal, I heard that some martial saint families in Kyoto also participated in the Jiangbei battle. Good. Xiaoshen nodded, and then said seriously, Lin Yuan, the situation in Kyoto is very complicated, and the military is investigating this matter thoroughly. But you have to know that those people are martial saints. Even if the truth is revealed and the military is held accountable, there will be scapegoats to be pulled out. Those people are martial saints after all. They are of great significance to mankind. You should understand that. When Xiaoshen said this, his eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan, as if observing his reaction. Martial saint. If these martial saints are not loyal to the outsiders, but just want to stir up internal strife, then it is better not to have them. If I were a saint, I would suppress all enemies. Lin Yuan's eyes were cold, and his tone was filled with strong confidence and sharpness. Additional note, I write new plot slowly, please forgive me. Chapter 60 for the military's decision, True Dragon Liquid. When Xiaoshen heard this, a smile appeared on his face. His eyes were full of approval. Yes, since you have such confidence, the military will fully support you, and the situation in Kyoto should be reshuffled. Xiaoshen laughed loudly, and his eyes turned with a hint of ruthlessness in them. In Xiagua, the military is only responsible for suppressing strange beasts and alien races, and never interferes in the affairs of these martial saint families. But now it seems that the military's idea was wrong. These martial arts families actually colluded with those people outside the Great Wall in order to fight for power. It was hard for Xiaoshen not to wonder whether these people would collude with the alien group in the future. Kyoto needs to be cleaned up. Marshal, there is one more thing I really want to know. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment and then continued speaking. Are you asking about the identity of the martial saint who appeared in Jiangbei? Xiaoshen seemed to see what Lin Yuan was thinking, and his expression became more serious. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes. He was a subordinate of the first marshal of Kyoto. That man made a big mistake in Kyoto and was exiled to the border to defend against foreign invaders. For so many years, he has always wanted to return to Kyoto and take back the power of the military. You are in Jiangbei this time, and they are also behind you. Xiaoshen pondered for a moment before speaking. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately thought of something. Yi Bai was taken away by Yi Jing, which shows that the relationship between Yi Jing and Yi Tai is not simple. What Yi Tai did was to let Yi Bai get his military achievements, then take over Jiangbei, and even become the heir to the military. If this really happens, and Yi Bai becomes the military marshal in the future, that person can naturally return to the military. Yi Jing, the martial saint outside the Great Wall. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, although he still felt that things were not that simple. While he was pondering, Xiaoshen continued. Okay, the most important thing for you now is not to care about this. It's the upcoming military competition. In addition to the military, there are also many martial arts disciples participating. You will be under a lot of pressure. Lin Yuan put away his thoughts. He had absolute confidence among his peers. However, the requirements for participating in this military competition are that the rank must be general or above and the age must not exceed 40. Therefore, there are many veterans in the competition. Of course, Lin Yuan was not afraid of this. With his current combat power, only a martial saint can defeat him. Come on, I'll give you a gift. Xiaoshen stood up and spoke with a smile. In a training room of the military headquarters, Xiaoshen brought Lin Yuan in, and there were many glass jars placed inside. There was a transparent liquid inside, and Lin Yuan recognized it at a glance. This is real dragon liquid. From my observation of your qi and blood, you should have already reached half a step towards becoming a dragon. The reason you haven't made a breakthrough is probably because you don't have enough true dragon fluid. Xiaoshan spoke with a smile. Isn't this true dragon liquid the reward for this competition? Lin Yuan immediately understood what the gift Xiaoshan was talking about. That's right, but it's only part of the reward. The disciples of the martial saint family don't lack these things. What they are eyeing is the position of successor to the military department. Xiaoshan nodded and said calmly, That's true, but wouldn't it be bad for the rest of our military? Giving me the dragon liquid in advance is like using a backdoor. Lin Yuan thought this was reasonable, but he also considered the other people in the military who were participating in the competition. It is inevitable that I feel a little guilty psychologically. Xiaoshan smiled and said with a strange look in his eyes, Do you think those people in the military who can participate in the competition will fight with you? You killed the general with a sword in Jiangbei, and the story has spread. In the military, you are the brightest star. So, even if you didn't use the true dragon liquid, I'm afraid no one in the military would be willing to compete with you. What Xiaoshan said makes sense. Since the end of the cavern battle, Lin Yuan's name has become famous throughout the country. There are so many people in the military who admire him. And after seeing Lin Yuan's strength, if he was not someone who had an urgent desire for that position, who would be willing to compete with Lin Yuan? Xiaoshan did this in order to guard against those martial saint families. After all, this military competition is not as simple as fighting in a ring, but it requires stepping into the battlefield of all races. He had already seen the shamelessness of those people from the martial saint family once, and Xiaoshan didn't want to see it a second time. Lin Yuan looked strange when he heard this and didn't say anything. Why? Do you have any concerns? Seeing this, Xiaoshan couldn't help but ask. No, Marshal. I was wondering, if possible, can I use level 10 True Dragon Fluid? Lin Yuan said seriously. When he was in Jiangbei, the system gave him a bottle of level 10 True Dragon Liquid. It's a bit unreasonable not to use level 10 now. Xiaoshan was stunned for a moment. Then he cursed and laughed. How dare you, kid? Do you know how expensive the 10th level True Dragon Liquid is? Probably 10 billion per can. Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed. 10 billion for one can. Generally speaking, a Grandmaster warrior who reaches the True Dragon level can absorb 1 or 2 cans. Those with better talents can absorb 3 to 5 cans. Of course, although tens of billions are a lot for the military, they are nothing. After all, it is worth spending any amount of money to cultivate a talented warrior. Okay, I'll give you the level 10 True Dragon Liquid. Are you afraid that my huge military department will go bankrupt because of you? Xiaoshan waved his hand and agreed immediately. Several people in military uniforms walked into the practice room. Marshal Yizhua, several people saluted Xiaoshan and Lin Yuan. Come in. Xiaoshan pointed to the nutrient tank in the training room and said to Lin Yuan. Good. Lin Yuan agreed, took off his coat, and lay down. A few people who had just walked in carried a can of True Dragon Liquid and poured it in until the nutrient tank was completely filled. Marshal, get ready. One of them took a look at the physical fitness value displayed on the screen and turned to Xiaoshan. Xiaoshan nodded slightly. The hatch closed, and several people stared at the changes in their physical values on the screen. Although the 10th level True Dragon Liquid has many benefits, it is difficult for ordinary people to bear. After all, the purpose is to develop the tendon and bone cells of the human body. Every time a little bit is absorbed, the tendons and bones will feel painful, as if they were being cut. At the beginning, the consumption of True Dragon Liquid was quite normal. But after a while, the speed became faster and faster. Normally, a can of True Dragon Liquid would take 1 or 2 hours to finish. But Lin Yuan only took a few dozen minutes. Keep adding more until he can't eat anymore. Xiaoshan didn't care much about it. Instead, he was very happy. The faster you absorb, the more you get. This means that the stronger Lin Yuan's talent in martial arts is, the higher his future achievements will be. For him, nature is something to be happy about. Chapter 65. Entering the True Dragon level, the turmoil before the competition begins. Marshal, it's gone again. A can of True Dragon Liquid was poured in for a few minutes, and then a man spoke in shock. His words attracted the attention of others nearby. They all looked into the nutrition cabin. Sure enough, the True Dragon Liquid that had just been poured out was almost gone. This made them smack their lips and frown, and they were deeply shocked in their hearts. After so many years of distributing the True Dragon Liquid, this is the first time they have encountered such a situation. A can of True Dragon Liquid was consumed in just a few minutes. What a terrifying absorption ability and talent this must have. However, if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The man lying there is a peerless general in the military, the greatest general in history. If you don't have talent, can you survive the situation in Jiangbei? Xiaoshan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The 10th level True Dragon Liquid was gone just like that. He is really fast. Continue. Xiaoshan continued to speak, but there was no big wave of emotion in his heart. After hearing this, several officers nodded immediately and continued to add true dragon liquid into it. But soon, everyone discovered something was wrong. Just 1 hour later, they had poured 10 cans of true dragon liquid down there. Hundreds of billions consumed in 1 hour. Who can withstand such consumption? Marshal, are you still falling? An officer swallowed, his voice trembling a little. Hundreds of billions are nothing. The problem is, Lin Yuan's absorption speed has not decreased at all. This shows that. Later they may need to add a dozen cans of true dragon liquid. This kid. Xiaoshan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Although he was mentally prepared, he didn't expect to spend 100 billion in just 1 hour. Keep feeding him until he's full. As soon as he finished speaking, several officers took action. At the same time, as Lin Yuan was absorbing the true dragon liquid, earth-shaking changes were taking place in his body. His tendons, cells, and even bones continued to grow stronger under the baptism of the true dragon liquid. Moreover, his energy and blood were completely filled because of the true dragon liquid, and he even felt like he was about to overflow. Realizing this, Lin Yuan began to compress the excess energy and blood in his body into his cells. This was what he had used to kill the strange beast in the cave. A martial art that was revealed, the immortal cell cultivation method. Moreover, it is a true dragon-level martial art. According to the system's introduction, the cultivation of immortal cells requires powerful qi and blood to be compressed within the cells. Once the practice is successful, the cells will be like stars, endless and immortal. Not only that, immortal cells also enhance combat power. Once the immortal cells are activated, it will cause the compressed qi and blood in the cells to explode, a force at the level of a star. You can imagine how terrifying the combat power is. Time passes by every second. A voice sounded in the training room. Marshal, the consumption rate is slowing down. It looks like another 10 cans or so should be enough. An officer spoke in a low voice. Xiaoshan glanced at Lin Yuan and asked, how much true dragon fluid did he consume? 35 cans, and we expect to finish at around 45 cans. The officer responded. Hearing this, Xiaoshan's expression twisted. This kid has just arrived at my military region for less than 2 hours, and he has already consumed 500 billion. It's enough to train half a martial saint. Of course, having said that, not everyone can come. After all, becoming a martial saint requires talent. Xiaoshan saw that Lin Yuan had stabilized and his blood and qi were increasing, so he nodded with relief. You guys stay here and give him as much as he needs until he wakes up. After giving the order, Xiaoshan left first. After all, the military competition is about to begin. It had been postponed due to the Jiangbei cave battle, but those who were selected for this competition from various major military regions are already in Kyoto. We can say when it will start, just waiting for the military to give the word. Lin Yuan is still immersed in cultivation. His current martial arts realm has already reached the highest level, become a genuine dragon-level warrior. However, he is still in the process of condensing the first immortal cell in his body, so he has not yet woken up. In this case, it may last for a few hours or a few days. Kyoto, Shoma University. Jiang Dai was sitting in the classroom, looking down at her phone, which contained some news about Jiangbei. At that time, Lin Yuan was recalled by the military, but she was not allowed to follow him. Instead, she was asked to come to Kyoto first. When she heard that a nuclear attack had occurred in Kyoto and Lin Yuan was still in the cave, she was completely stunned. There is a feeling of being a widow before life even begins. Therefore, she was very worried these days and kept paying attention to the news in Jiangbei. It wasn't until today, when all the news about Jiangbei was exposed, that she felt relieved. However, I was also deeply shocked by this. When I was in Jiangbei, I heard Jiang Ye talk about Lin Yuan's identity. He was a leader of the military, but no one expected that Lin Yuan's status was so high. He was a 6-star general in the military. On her cell phone screen was a photo of Lin Yuan in military uniform, emerging from the cave. She stared at the screen in a daze. Jiang University's campus beauty. She seems to have lost her soul after returning to Jiangbei. I think she was seduced away by someone. Next to them, a few girls from Shengwu University spoke jokingly. Jiang Dai came back to her senses. Her fair face turned red, and she glared at them. Don't talk nonsense. Tisk, stop talking nonsense. You've been staring at your phone for almost an hour. Let me see who it is. A girl who was standing nearby laughed and reached out to snatch it. Jiang Dai screamed subconsciously, but it was still a step too late. Wow. It's General Yi. Jiangda, the campus beauty, has good taste. Let me see the youngest general of our Xia country. Oh my god, he is so handsome. Jiang Dai looked at them angrily, with an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. Few people know what happened in the Jiang family. Therefore, these people did not know the relationship between Lin Yuan and Jiang Dai, and they couldn't help but make fun of them when they saw them. Just as everyone was making a fuss, the classroom suddenly became quiet. Almost everyone's eyes were looking towards the classroom door. A young man in his 20s, dressed in bright and colorful clothes, slowly walked towards this side. His appearance silenced many people. The person who came was Zhou Ziming, a descendant of one of the 7 martial arts families in Kyoto. Xiao Dai, why didn't you tell me you were back? Zhou Ziming walked over with a smile on his face. Jiang Dai's expression turned a little colder, and she said in a tone that said, "Sorry, I have to leave first." She took the phones from several girls and turned to leave. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ziming's eyes turned a little colder. He said in a bad tone, "Stop. How about changing it to updating at night? If you don't agree, I'll continue writing." Chapter 66. Combat power exceeds 100 million. Zhao Zai? In the classroom of Shengwu University. Hearing Zhou Ziming's tone, many people's faces changed. After all, Zhou Ziming is a descendant of a martial arts family, so it is not an exaggeration to call him the crown prince of Kyoto. Even in a place like Kyoto, few people dared to provoke him. Moreover, everyone present knew it. Zhou Ziming has admired Jiang Dai for a long time and has been pursuing her since he entered school. Unfortunately, Jiang Dai was not interested in him and didn't even say a few words to him. However, Zhou Ziming has always been patient. Why did he change to this tone today? However, Jiang Dai didn't want to get entangled with him any longer and just wanted to leave quickly. Jiang Dai, don't be so self-righteous. I heard that you got together with someone after returning to Jianbei. Is that true or not? Zhou Ziming's face turned a little colder and he called her. When these words were spoken, many people were stunned and looked strange. The reason is very simple. With Zhou Ziming's status and position, there are few people in the country who are better off than him. Jiang Dai ignored all this. Who else could she be interested in? My affairs seem to have nothing to do with you. Jiang Dai pursed her lips and said calmly. Seeing that Jiang Dai did not deny it, Zhou Ziming's expression turned ugly. It seems to be true. Zhou Ziming suddenly felt angry. The goddess he had been licking for so long was getting together with someone else. How could he be in a good mood? I thought it was a chastity arch, but it turns out it was all fake. Zhou Ziming sneered and said frivolously, "What did he give you? Tell me, and I'll give you 10 times as much." But, having said that, he couldn't help but look Jiang Dai up and down. "I don't mind it anyway, haha." After the words were spoken, many people watching in the classroom could not help but fall silent. Zhou Ziming. This is clearly a humiliation to Jiang Dai. Even in Shengwu University, Jiang Dai had many suitors, but no one dared to step forward when faced with a descendant of a martial arts family. The martial saint is no longer a human. The family of the martial saint is the pinnacle in the world. Jiang Dai looked at him with cold eyes, and finally said nothing and turned away. Zhou Ziming watched the scene coldly with a gloomy expression. The minor disturbance at Shengwu University has passed, but the subsequent reactions are far from over. Although Zhou Ziming was extremely angry when he learned the news, but he really didn't dare to do anything to Jiang Dai. After all, behind Jiang Dai stands a spiritual master teacher who is a major general in the military. Given the current situation in Kyoto, all the martial arts families are looking towards the military, waiting for their fate. Zhou Ziming would naturally not offend the major general of the military. However, in the next few days, the rumors about Shengwu University never stopped, and they were all about Jiang Dai. Although everyone at Shengwu University knew what was going on, the rumor could not be suppressed. Behind the scenes, it was Zhou Ziming who fanned the flames. Not only that, these days, no girl in school dared to get too close to Jiang Dai. It can be said that she was completely isolated. After all, no one wants to offend a descendant of a martial arts family. 2 days later, Kyoto military headquarters, in front of the combat power tester. A huge roar resounded throughout the venue, and the raised dust settled. Lin Yuan's figure slowly appeared. Combat power rating, 104 million. The instrument emitted a cold mechanical sound, which made many officers dazed for a moment. 100 million combat power. This is the standard that only a first-level martial saint can achieve. And Lin Yuan, who has just entered the true dragon level, is comparable to a first-level martial saint. When Xiaoshan saw this scene, his mood suddenly improved. Good. As expected of you. You are the military's top general. I gave you those 50 bottles of true dragon liquid for real. Xiaoshan suddenly burst into laughter. The combat power of a true dragon-level warrior is comparable to that of a martial saint. If Lin Yuan can become a martial saint, how terrifying would the combat power be? I'm afraid that by then, when the 9th-level martial saint comes, he will have to consider himself. Lin Yuan turned his eyes away from the instrument, his expression calm. This punch of his used all his strength. But he did not use the immortal cell. Before coming out of seclusion, he had already condensed one. If used, his fighting power is at least on par with a 3rd or 4th level martial saint. Marshal, in the past few days, have you found out the martial saint family that participated in Jiangbei that day? Lin Yuan walked over calmly and asked. Xiao Shen pondered for a moment and said, we have some clues, but according to the information received by the military, there is more than one martial saint involved. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Your most urgent task now is to participate in the competition. I will investigate and deal with these martial saint families. Xiao Shen stared at Lin Yuan's face, and after a while, he gave instructions. This military competition is of great importance. It is a tacit understanding among the martial saint family that if anyone among them gets the position of successor to the military, in the future, to the military. For human beings, fear is a disaster. The military, after all, is the first line of defense against aliens and foreigners. It is not a tool for them to fight for power. Therefore, Xiao Shen took this military competition very seriously. Of course, he was 100% confident in Lin Yuan's strength, but he was also afraid that these martial arts families would take action in secret. I see. Lin Yuan nodded and said with a smile. Okay then, you take a rest first. The competition will start in 2 days. Xiao Shen said. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan prepared to return to his residence. A guard walked towards him. Yezu. The man saluted. What is it? Lin Yuan asked. Someone from the martial saint family has come. It's Zhao Zai from the Zhao family. He wants to see you. The guard reported. Lin Yuan nodded and said, lead the way. Outside the military headquarters, a luxury car was parked not far away. Zhao Zai leaned against the car, still looking cynical. Only when he saw Lin Yuan did he become a little serious. Yezu. Zhao Zai waved towards Lin Yuan and spoke excitedly. Tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Yuan walked over and asked. I miss you, Yizhua. When we met in Jiangbei that day, I knew you were not ordinary, but I never thought you were a 6-star general in the military. Zhao Zai spoke with a smile, with a hint of flattery in his voice. If other people saw this, they would be shocked. A descendant of a martial saint family would actually show such an expression. Don't talk nonsense, be direct. Lin Yuan frowned and interrupted him directly. Yes. Yizhua, you are new to Kyoto, so you may not be well informed. I learned in Jiangbei before that Mr. Jiang is interested in bringing you and Miss Jiang Dai together. And I heard from Mr. Jiang that the progress is going quite smoothly. There is something I think I should let you know. Chapter 67. If someone bullies you, remember to tell me. Outside the military headquarters, Lin Yuan listened to what Zhao Zai said. His face was eerily calm. What Zhao Zai was talking about was naturally what happened in Tsinghua University. As he spoke, he did not forget to observe the changes in Lin Yuan's expression. Is Zhou Ziming from the martial saint family? Lin Yuan asked. Yes, he is a direct descendant of the Zhou family, one of the martial arts saint families in Kyoto. Zhao Zai nodded and replied. Lin Yuan looked at him deeply and asked, among the martial saint families in Jiangbei, is the Zhou family also one of them? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai couldn't help but restrain his expression and looked around. He said in a very serious tone, according to the news from my family, there is indeed a Zhou family. Lin Yuan nodded calmly, and then his tone suddenly turned cold. In front of me from now on, put away your little thoughts, otherwise. The next moment, a bone-chilling murderous intent spread. Zhao Zai shuddered all over, as if he saw a man fighting his way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. This was the closest he had ever been to death. It was unknown how long it took for Zhao Zai to come to his senses, and he fell directly to the ground. There was great fear in his eyes. He felt that Lin Yuan just now really wanted to kill him. After sitting on the ground for a while, Zhao Zai got up and drove away. At the same time, a military vehicle drove out of the military headquarters. Lin Yuan was sitting there in awe. After his identity was announced, it attracted a lot of attention. There are many people paying attention. But compared with Jiang Dai and his story, compared with the battle in the underground cave and the beheading of General Yi Tai, what does it matter? Those people won't pay attention to such trivial matters. The martial saint family received the news so quickly and were still so confused. It could only be that Zhao Zai was being too clever. I want to use him as a gun. However, since Zhao Zai dared to admit it openly, the Zhou family had intervened in Jiangbei's affairs. This means that the Zhao family was not involved, otherwise wouldn't this be equivalent to self-destruction? Therefore, Lin Yuan spared his life. Kyoto Shobu University. Lin Yuan, dressed in military uniform, got out of the car, followed by 2 guards. This is the standard equipment for military chiefs. These 2 guards are both masters and are colonels. Commander, what brings you here? At the door, Two security guards woke up suddenly with their eyes half closed. The military emblem on that shoulder is so dazzling. Even if the principal came, he would be scared out of his wits. Looking for someone, where is Jiang Dai now? Lin Yuan asked. The two security guards looked thoughtful and quickly said, they should be at the 6th Martial Arts Hall, attending classes. Lin Yuan walked in, followed closely by two guards. Seeing this, the two old men immediately started talking on the phone. The 6th Martial Arts Hall. Lin Yuan stopped, and his eyes fell on a figure inside. A corner. Jiang Dai sat there alone. There was no expression on the little face. He was just looking seriously at a teacher who was teaching him about martial arts. That's shit. 6 military emblems. Oh my god. Such a young military general. But why does he look a little familiar? He is Lin Yuan, General Yi. Really? Damn, I finally see him in person. The military's peerless general. He is my goal. Lin Yuan's appearance quickly attracted the attention of many people. After all, it's hard not to attract other people's attention with the military emblem on him. Not long after, the teachers above also noticed the students' excitement. Just about to scold, I caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan out of the corner of my eye. His eyes suddenly widened. Yizhua, a symbolic military salute, came over. The teacher who taught martial arts skills was a big shot in the military. Lin Yuan nodded. Yizhua, are you looking for someone? The teacher came out and asked curiously. Yes, I'm looking for Jiang Dai. Please ask her to come out for a moment. Lin Yuan's tone was calm, neither happy nor angry. Student Jiang Dai, someone is looking for you outside. Hearing the voice, Jiang Dai raised her head, and when she saw Lin Yuan at the door, she was stunned. Then he stood up with a smile and walked out. This scene made many people curious. Yizhua, how did you find the campus beauty Jiang? I feel like there's some big melon. I want to eat it. The campus beauty of Jiang University has not been well received recently. Why did General Yi look for her? That's because of Zhou. Never mind, let's not talk nonsense. It will be troublesome if he spots us. It seems that the relationship between Jiang Dai's campus beauty and Yizhua is unusual. In the martial arts hall, voices rang out. Ahem, be quiet and study hard. The classroom became quiet only after the teacher gave a stern reprimand. Outside, Jiang Dai looked at Lin Yuan with some surprise, with a big smile on her face. Why are you here? Lin Yuan stared at her for a while and asked. Don't you have anything to say to me? Jiang Dai shook her head with a strange expression. No. She felt a little guilty when Lin Yuan stared at her and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Well, after all, they are a family of martial saints, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for Lin Yuan. If someone bullies you, remember to tell me. Lin Yuan continued speaking. Jiang Dai still shook her head, but her eyes were red. Lin Yuan said nothing and said, okay, let's go back. The conversation outside came into the classroom. Many people opened their eyes wide and stared outside without blinking. There's melon. There is definitely a big melon. The 3rd Martial Arts Hall. A group of people in martial arts uniforms were having a class, when suddenly a voice rang out. Who is Zhou Ziming? Everyone turned around and saw a young man in military uniform with a stern face walked in. 2 guards followed behind. The most important thing is the 6 military emblems on the shoulders of this young man. There was a commotion among the crowd after the Zhongbei battle. Almost everyone had seen Lin Yuan on TV, so they recognized him at first sight. I am. Zhou Ziming still didn't quite understand what was going on, but he was naturally clear about Lin Yuan's identity. Seeing his unfriendly expression, Zhou Ziming couldn't help but become nervous. Lin Yuan's eyes fell on him, and he said calmly, It's you who bullied Jiang Dai? When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They all knew about the rumors in Shengwu Academy these days, and they were also clear that it was Zhou Ziming who fanned the flames. Could it be that this military general has some special relationship with Jiang Dai? Zhou Ziming was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he felt a suffocating feeling instantly. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp breaking sound. Crack! The sound startled everyone. This is a murder, and the person involved is from the Martial Saint family. Why does it smell like a boss? Chapter 68. Don't give the Martial Saint any face. Don't cry. I won't comfort you. Yizhua. Zhou Ziming's face flushed red, and he spoke with difficulty. His whole body was in midair, and his throat seemed to be grabbed by an invisible big hand, as if it was about to be crushed. Yizhua, have I done anything to offend you? Lin Yuan's current identity is known to the world. Zhou Ziming was naturally no exception. Now he could clearly feel that Lin Yuan wanted to kill him. Not only Zhou Ziming, but even the students taking classes in this martial arts hall were all looking at this scene with shocked expressions. The youngest and most outstanding general in the military wants to kill the direct descendant of the martial saint family. You know, behind Zhou Ziming stands a martial saint. Even the head of the military, no one dared to kill the other party right away. Otherwise, the wrath of a martial saint is not so easy to bear. Lin Yuan looked at him indifferently and said lightly, "Do I need to tell you that Jiang Dai is my girlfriend?" As soon as these words came out, many people around were shocked and their faces changed. They are all aware of what happened in Shengwu University in the past 2 days. Everything behind this is because of Zhou Ziming. And what Zhou Ziming did in the classroom that day was indeed excessive. All of them dared to be angry, but not to speak out. But he never thought that Jiang Dai was actually the girlfriend of a peerless general in the military. Hiss. Inside the martial arts hall, many people gasped. Now they understood. Now I understand why Lin Yuan came to Shengwu University in person and wanted to find Zhou Ziming. It turns out that the campus beauty Jiang is the girlfriend of the military chief. Yizhua, I didn't know that Jiang Dai was your girlfriend. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to do it even if you gave me 10 times the courage. Zhou Ziming's face turned pale. After understanding what had happened, he was filled with fear. On that day, Lin Yuan angrily killed the general in Jiangbei. Even the military turned a blind eye. He would really believe that Lin Yuan would kill him. Yezu, please show some mercy. Considering that the young master doesn't know about this, can you spare him this time? Outside the martial arts hall, several strong men from the martial arts academy came. Among them, there was an old man wearing a gray robe and dressed like a butler, who spoke hurriedly. Stop! 2 guards stepped forward with stern expressions and blocked them outside. It's too late. Lin Yuan glanced at him expressionlessly. He exerted a little force with his palm, and the space twisted instantly. Zhou Ziming's neck was deforming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yezu, can you please let this matter go for the sake of the martial saint? The head of the family will definitely come to apologize in person in the future. The old man from the Zhou family's expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to step forward, the momentum of the 2 guards suddenly exploded. Make him stop abruptly. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood this seemingly simple sentence. In fact, he wanted to use the martial saint to remind Lin Yuan that if he really killed Zhou Ziming, the martial saint would not give up easily. In fact, with the strength of a martial saint, it would be easy to sense what was happening in the Holy Martial Academy. It only takes a breath to get here. But this is Kyoto, an area where mental power is forbidden. No one is allowed to use mental power to spy. Not even a martial saint can do that, unless permission is obtained from the military or the Dasha prefecture. Crack! The sound of breaking bones was heard, and everyone's face changed. Zhou Ziming was killed. The body fell heavily to the ground, and the old man of the Zhou family looked at the scene with a ferocious expression. But facing Lin Yuan now, he didn't dare to say much. After doing all this, Lin Yuan turned around and left, and many people had gathered around him. Jiang Dai, she's my girlfriend. If anyone dares to bully her again by relying on her family's power, this will be the outcome. Lin Yuan said calmly. How to say it? After all, Jiang Dai is the campus belle of Shengwu University and has many suitors. To do this, it is also to solve this little trouble once and for all. Otherwise, if something like this happens again in the future, wouldn't he be wronged again if he is not in Kyoto? Lin Yuan said this and left. It took a long time for the Shengwu University students who were watching to recover from their shock. Yizhua so handsome. The son of a martial saint family, he can be killed at will. He is the pride of the military, and his reputation is well-deserved. In the future, I want to be like Yizhua. Look at her boyfriend. There was a cry of surprise. Some people secretly vowed to regard Lin Yuan as their goal. Some people were shocked. After all, Zhou Ziming is a direct descendant of the martial saint family. Now that he has been killed in Kyoto, it can be said that it is a slap in the face of that martial saint. Besides, there are also many female classmates who stare at their boyfriends fiercely. At Shengwu University, the bell for the end of get-out-of-class rang. Jiang Dai walked out of the classroom and found that everyone around her was looking at her strangely. Although I've gotten used to it these days. But today, she always felt that there was something wrong with these people's gazes. It seems like there is a kind of envy. Jiang University campus beauty. Wow, you're actually dating my idol, and you didn't even tell me. That's too much. Yizhua is so handsome. If he were my boyfriend. Hee. Now you don't have to worry about being disturbed by Zhou Ziming. Yizhua has solved this problem for you. At this time, several girls gathered around. Hearing these voices, Jiang Dai was stunned for a moment, and then immediately thought of something. She trotted forward anxiously. As expected, in the third martial arts hall, an old man was carrying someone on his back and leaving with a gloomy face. The classmates around her no longer looked at her with the same eyes as before. Jiang Dai immediately understood what was going on and hurriedly chased after him towards the school gate. At the same time, at the school gate, Lin Yuan prepared to leave step by step. Commander, do you want to notify the military? A guard asked. After all, this was the murder of a member of the Marshal Saint family. If the Marshal Saint received the news and came over, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly, no need. With Xiaoxin's ability, he must know what happened in Shengwu Academy. And the Zhou family is one of the Marshal Saint families behind the Jiangbei cave battle, so how dare the Marshal Saint come out? Just in time for early settlement. Lin Yuan. Before Lin Yuan walked out the door, Jiang Dai's voice came from behind him. Lin Yuan signaled with his eyes, and the two guards tactfully stepped back a distance. Jiang Dai walked towards Lin Yuan with slightly red eyes. Although she acted like she didn't care much these days, she felt very aggrieved in her heart. However, she didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Yuan. In addition, since the incident in Jiangbei was completely exposed, Lin Yuan's identity has been revealed. A young six-star general in the military, the pride of the military. So dazzling. Chapter 69. The Zhou family's Marshal Saint is confused. Does he have to endure being slapped in the face? Jiang Dai walked towards Lin Yuan and stood there for a long time before saying, thank you. Lin Yuan stared at her and asked, so, why didn't you tell me? Jiang Dai pursed her lips and muttered in a low voice, I thought you didn't want me anymore. What happened to the Jiang family happened too suddenly and quickly. In addition, Lin Yuan's identity is dazzling. After coming to Kyoto, I didn't go to see her, so I started to have some fantasies. Furthermore, standing behind Zhou Ziming is the Marshal Saint. You are my girlfriend. If we break up, I will tell you in advance. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Dai raised her little face, her eyes sparkling in her red eyes. Can we not break up? The two guards stepped back a little, but the two old men at the door were very active, leaning on the window for fear of missing any information. Kyoto, Zhou family. The old man from the Zhou family brought back Zhou Ziming's body. The entire hall fell into deathly silence. The Zhou family looked at the body lying on the ground, with anger, shock, and confusion in their eyes. In Kyoto, no? In Xia country, there are still people who dare to touch their Zhou family. Moreover, he is a direct descendant. As the hall fell into deathly silence, two figures rushed in. A man and a woman, both middle-aged. God damn it, that beast dared to touch my son. I want him to pay with his life. No, I want his whole family to pay with their lives. The two of them were howling loudly in the hall, making fierce noises from their mouths. Hearing this, Zhou Hao, the head of the Zhou family, slammed the table and stared at the old man. Who on earth dares to touch anyone from my Zhou family? The old man shuddered and said quickly, it's someone from the military, the peerless general who appeared in Jiangbei, Lin Yuan. He quickly recounted what had happened. The appearance of this name caused the entire Zhou family to fall into silence. Lin Yuan is a peerless general in the military. He is the person Xiao Shun values the most. And from what the old man said, this matter was ultimately all because of Zhou Ziming. However, with a family like the Zhou family, there are many shrewd people. Soon, some people thought that someone might have secretly set up a plan to use Lin Yuan as a gun to provoke a conflict between the Zhou family and the military. But it doesn't matter now. What matters is that the person is dead. Moreover, he died in Kyoto, with so many people watching. It was a severe slap in the face of the Marshal Saint family. Master, big brother, this is your nephew. You have to make the decision for him. At this time, seeing the silence in the hall, the man who was lying on the ground, crying, stood up and spoke loudly. Zhou Hao frowned, his eyes showing a complicated look. Lin Yuan's current identity is not that simple. If you want to cause trouble for Lin Yuan, you may not be able to get past the military. If it was an ordinary officer, it would be easy to say, I will report this matter to my father first. Lin Yuan is now the most valued person in the military. Even if we come to them, the military may not respond. Zhou Hao looked at his brother's heartbroken expression and couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to the military, even though he is the head of the family, it is difficult for him to take charge of the overall situation. Okay, let father come forward. Lin Yuan, this little beast has gone too far and killed my son. I want him to pay with his life. The man snapped. Seeing this, Zhou Hao strode out. In a villa of the Zhou family, an old man was sitting there. This person was actually Zhou Tianxiong, the 6th-level Marshal Saint of the Zhou family. Xia country ranks 10th in combat power on the saint list. Father, my third brother's child, Zhou Ziming, was killed today. Zhou Hao stood outside the door and spoke respectfully. Zhou Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes, a ruthless look appearing on his face. Useless trash. My grandson was killed in Kyoto. You don't want to think about revenge and kill that man's family. Why do you come to me? Zhou Tianxiong opened his cloudy eyes, and his whole body shook with an aura that was already surging. Father, father, that man is the six-star general of the military, Lin Yuan. Although Zhou Hao was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, he still spoke. After Zhou Tianxiong passed the position of the head of the family to Zhou Hao, he has been keeping out of worldly affairs. It gives people a feeling of being out of touch with the world. But when he heard the name Lin Yuan, his eyelids twitched violently. Obviously, he had heard of this name. Lin Yuan. How did that little beast offend Lin Yuan? Zhou Tianxiong's tone suddenly turned cold. Even when facing his family, there was often coldness in his eyes and tone. This. Zhou Hao recounted what happened. Zhou Tianxiong's face turned pale after hearing this. You know, he had intervened in Jiangbei in the past. The military has already come under suspicion and is investigating the matter thoroughly. He had also specifically instructed his family members these past few days to keep a low profile and not be targeted by the military. Otherwise, once exposed, Shaoxin will not let him go. But after all his planning, he didn't expect to provoke Lin Yuan. Father, how should we decide this matter? Zhou Hao asked. Nothing happened, Zhou Tianxiong said coldly, and then said, remember, tell everyone in the family to keep a low profile these days, and avoid Lin Yuan if you see him. If anyone from the Zhou family seeks revenge privately, don't blame me for being ruthless. Zhou Tianxiong knew very well that. Now is not the time to fall out with the military. At least, we have to wait until this competition is over. Or, the marshal outside the pass can get rid of Shaoxin, who is a big worry for him. Otherwise, if Shaoxin got angry, he might not be able to withstand 2 punches. That Shaoxin is too powerful. He ranked first on the Xia Kingdom's Martial Saint combat power list, and escaped unscathed after charging into the starry sky. Even the Martial Saint has to bow his head when seeing him. Yes, father, Zhou Hao responded. But in his heart he was shocked. When did his father become so easy to talk to? Even if your grandson is killed, you ask the family members not to seek revenge? Is Lin Yuan really that scary? Zhou Hao was deeply shocked, but he did not dare to disobey Zhou Tianxiong. However, what he didn't know was, the reason why Zhou Tianxiong was worried was that the turmoil in Jiangbei had not yet passed. You know, the turmoil in Jiangbei is too big. It's not just as simple as the death of the demon-suppressing army, but there are people who are colluding with those outside the pass. Even, it is collusion with foreign races. If Shaoxin knew about this, would he let them go easily? Wait until Zhou Hao leaves. Zhou Tianxiong's figure immediately disappeared. Outside, the Zhou family hall. After Zhou Hao spread the news about Zhou Tianxiong, the entire Zhou family was stunned. Especially Zhou Ziming's parents. They are even more incredible. Brother, did the old man really say that? How is it possible? That was his own grandson. He was killed, and we are not allowed to seek revenge in private. Brother, have you found your father yet? Zhou Hao also had a headache after hearing these words. But he still said very seriously and earnestly. Remember what father said, otherwise, if you anger father, no one can save you. Chapter 70. For martial saints, the competition begins. In a martial arts hall in Kyoto, Zhou Tianxiong appeared here, although he told the Zhou family not to seek revenge privately. But this does not mean that this matter will just pass. Zhou Tianxiong is a 6th-level martial saint. When he was young, he acted in a domineering and decisive manner, and would not tolerate anyone refuting what he had decided. Zhou Ziming was killed in Kyoto. One can imagine how he felt at the moment. In a room in the martial arts hall, Zhou Tianxiong's figure appeared here, and there were 3 people sitting beside him. The aura of these 3 people is almost the same as Zhou Tianxiong, and they are all level 6 martial saints. That Lin Yuan came to Kyoto alive. Zhou Tianxiong spoke first, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He killed your grandson today. Are you just going to let it go? If this gets out, your Zhou family will lose face. Hearing his words, a martial saint next to him chuckled and immediately spoke. Zhou Tianxiong's eyes darkened and his aura fluctuated. Chenlan, stop making sarcastic remarks here. The 4 of us are now in the same boat. Once the military has found out what happened in Jiangbei, do you think Shaoxin will let you go? Zhou Tianxiong said coldly. After these words were spoken, the 4 of them fell into silence. Given Shaoxin's character and the importance he holds in Lin Yuan, he would definitely visit him in person. That's true. Besides, Lin Yuan, that little beast, was so decisive in his actions that he even killed Yi Tai in Jiangbei. Even if Shaoxin lets us go, he probably won't. The Wang family's martial saint nodded with a grim expression. Is there any news from outside the pass? When Zhou Tianxiong saw that everyone else was on the same front, he stopped talking and asked directly. According to what that person said, when the competition starts, Xiao Xin will be forced to leave Kyoto, and the chances of him coming back this time are slim. The Chun family's martial saint pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. This? What does he mean? Xiao Shun is our strongest fighting force. If something unexpected happens, how can we resist the aliens in the future? Hearing this, the martial saint of the Meng family, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but frown. Snort. So what? The guy outside the pass is also level 9. Isn't it the same if he comes back? Besides, if you are being lenient now, have you ever thought about what will happen to us in the future? Zhou Tianxiong snorted coldly and said decisively. Everyone nodded, and the martial saint of the Wang family asked, what should Lin Yuan do on the battlefield? I'm afraid no one who is currently participating in the competition can be his opponent. Chun family martial saint smiled and said, don't worry, that person has already prepared a way to deal with Lin Yuan. He is currently at my home. After hearing this, the others nodded one after another. Lin Yuan left Shengwu University and returned to the military. Xiao Shun didn't say much about him killing people from the Zhou family. The military's investigation these days has made some progress. Therefore, the people of the Zhou family were killed. Furthermore, in recent years, the martial saint families have been fighting for power, and the old martial saint of Daxiao Mansion is unable to manage it. I have always turned a blind eye. This also led to some children of martial saint families behaving arrogantly and domineeringly in Kyoto. This is still an era of martial arts, and warriors are supreme. If it were according to the law, most of these descendants of martial saint families would probably lose their lives. Kill him and you're done. Death is not a pity. However, this news caused a sensation in Kyoto. This was the first time in the 400 years of the martial arts era that a direct descendant of a martial saint family was killed in Kyoto. The martial saint behind him was rarely angry. It seemed like a very small thing happened. This puzzles many people, but people with discerning eyes or some status know it. Zhou Tianxiong is not so easy to talk to. When he was young, he was domineering and ruthless. Although he would not take revenge for any slight, at least he would not let others slap him in the face like this. A big storm is brewing in Kyoto. Lin Yuan returned to his residence and sat on the sofa. There were brand new newspapers on the table. In addition to some information about the international front, there is also information about the domestic front. Lin Yuan picked it up and took a look at it, frowning. Southern, when did this battle line appear? Lin Yuan stared at the newspaper and asked with a frown. The girl who was responsible for taking care of Lin Yuan's daily life stopped what she was doing. After taking a look at the newspaper, he replied, it seemed to have appeared 3 days ago when you entered the true dragon level. It's only been 3 days, and such a big shadow has appeared in the sea? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. According to the proportions in the newspaper, the black shadow is probably several hundred meters long. Last time in Jiangbei, the alien race spent a huge price and gathered almost all the large alien beasts. And then they were annihilated by nuclear weapons. This time the dark shadow in the south is an abyss. The news from the military is that the aliens are preparing a new battlefield. The girl responded seriously. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. Those alien races spent a huge price to create large numbers of strange beasts, and almost all of them gathered in Jiangbei to kill him. Unfortunately, they were all wiped out by a nuclear weapon. It would be reasonable for the foreign races to come on their own in this new front opened in the south. But Lin Yuan always felt that something was not right. After all, the aliens are in Jiangbei and have suffered heavy casualties, so they want to open a new front after only a few days. We are being too hasty. In these few days, we may not even have enough time to create the cannon fodder monsters. Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, get some clothes. The girl nodded and picked up a coat and put it on Lin Yuan. In the military headquarters, in a conference room. Marshal, the battle on the southern front was opened too quickly. It's very strange. Lin Yuan pointed at the picture on the screen and spoke in a serious tone. We have already sent people to survey this front. The aliens have spent a huge price to open up a new teleportation space. Xiao Shen nodded, then smiled and said, don't worry about this matter, the military will handle it. Lin Yuan was about to say something when Xiao Shen raised his hand to interrupt him. Lin Yuan, you have to remember that this military competition is more important than anything else, so I hope you can treat it with all your strength. Yes, Marshal. Seeing this, Lin Yuan had to swallow back his subsequent words. Xiao Xin stood up only after Lin Yuan left, staring at the front line without saying a word. Military competition. The rules are not that complicated and are divided into 2 parts, measuring combat power, measuring realm, and measuring chi and blood. The other part is to enter the battlefield of all races opened up by the martial saint and the alien races. Compare killing enemies and achievements. The person who ranks first overall will obtain the right to inherit the next military marshal. After the turmoil in Kyoto passed, the day of the competition quietly arrived. On this day, the military training ground became lively. Chapter 71. That figure looks familiar. Military training ground. There were a lot of people standing there, in addition to those who were participating in the competition. There are also the 7 martial saints of Kyoto, who rarely make an appearance in the military. After all, this competition is also very important to the martial saint family. There are also descendants of the martial saint family in the military. If he could come out on top, he would get the position of the next successor to the military. The struggle among the martial saint family that has lasted for many years will finally come to an end. This competition is no small matter. You have to know that those who can get this spot are all at the general level or above. Xiao Shun and the 7 saints of Kyoto are on the viewing platform. And below, testing is underway. The first part is an examination of entry qualifications, and those whose combat power does not meet the requirements. Even if you enter the battlefield of all races, the chance of survival is very small. The first one is the 1-star general of the 78th Division of the Western Region, Su Yi. The second one is the 1-star general of the 47th Division in the West. As names appeared one by one, figures emerged from the crowd and landed on the stage. And the screen also displays various indicators of the test person. In the first part, nothing major happened. After all, everyone here is from the military and is used to seeing big storms. It was only when several people from the Martial Saint family came on stage that there was a commotion in the crowd. The man from the Martial Saint family was a 3-star general in the military. A true dragon-level warrior of the Zhou family. He is also Zhou Ziming's cousin. Lin Yuan killed Zhou Ziming, but the Zhou family did not react at all. This competition might not be that simple. The man on the stage looked at Lin Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, and a cold light flashed. But he did not stay there for too long. After all, there were so many martial saints sitting there. Lin Yuan glanced at the other person. This was not the first time he had seen this kind of look. It seems like these people from the martial saint family can no longer hide. But think about it. Isn't the reason for creating such a big commotion in Jiangbei just for this competition? Next, the Eastern 6-star general, Lin Yuan. An officer on the stage shouted. Lin Yuan stood up and landed on the stage. His combat power had been tested when he entered the true dragon level. But few people know about it. Only a few senior military officials knew about this. Well, let's start. Lin Yuan nodded. His blood and energy burst out, and he punched forward. Bang! A huge sound was heard. The numbers on the instrument suddenly jumped, and many people watched that scene. Because before this, they had only heard of the name of this outstanding military general, but they didn't know what exactly made him so outstanding. Many people are still unclear about this. Not only these people, but also Zhou Tianxiong on the stage and several people from the martial saint family, all looked over there. Combat power exceeds 100 million. The picture freezes. The officer's trembling voice rang out, plunging the training ground into deathly silence. The combat power exceeds 100 million. Isn't this comparable to the combat power of a martial saint? Lin Yuan is not a true dragon-level warrior. Many people were dumbfounded and shocked. The combat power of a true dragon level was comparable to that of a martial saint. No wonder he is hailed as the military's peerless general. Zhou Tianxiong withdrew his gaze coldly. His expression seemed calm, but he was shocked in his heart. This little beast is really perverted. However, once you enter the battlefield, you and Xiao Shun will go to hell together. Thinking of this, Zhou Tianxiong couldn't help but look at Xiao Shun coldly. The latter noticed and glanced over. Zhou Tianxiong immediately turned his head away, looking as if nothing had happened. As expected of the military's peerless general, Marshal Xiao has a great vision. It seems that he is the only one who can be the successor to the military. Seeing this scene, 2 martial saints spoke one after another. Xiao Shun waved his hand and said calmly, This is a military hero who was almost killed in Jiangbei. A chill came over me. Zhou Tianxiong and the other 3 martial saints felt a chill in their spine. Xiao Shun must be hiding something else. Oh, I'm ashamed to say that. My grandson is also responsible for the Zhou family's affairs. He was so smart that he caused this situation. I hope the marshal won't think too much about it. My Zhao family has never been involved in Jiangbei's affairs. Upon seeing this, Zhao family martial saint could not help but make a promise immediately. What Zhao's I did naturally reached his ears. Who is Xiao Shun? This trick can be seen through at a glance. Rather than being targeted by Xiao Shun, it is better to reveal your cards early. You old thing. I was wondering how my grandson offended Lin Yuan, and it turns out you were the one behind it. Marshal, I suggest that we immediately investigate the Zhao family. He is trying to sow discord between the Zhou family and the military. It is clear that he has ulterior motives. When Zhou Tianxiong heard this, he couldn't suppress his anger. Snort. I don't think I'm the one with the bad intentions, am I? Zhao Xuanqing sneered, with an ambiguous tone in his voice. Zhou Tianxiong's face changed, and he was about to speak. Xiao Shen raised his hand to interrupt. The military has almost finished its investigation. There is no need to argue. Let's send them to the battlefield of all races first. Xiao Shen spoke, and the martial saints behind him didn't know what to say. But these words also alerted those martial saints. Xiao Shen most likely already knows. That day he intervened in the martial saint family in Jiangbei. Xiao Shen stood up, 100-foot-tall golden body condensed behind him, and he waved his hands. Above the martial arts arena, something similar to a space teleportation formation appeared. Those who participate in the competition may enter now. Xiao Shen spoke. In the battlefield of all races, there is also human territory. Moreover, with a martial saint in charge, the battlefield of all races comes from the starry sky. It was later opened by the martial saint, and when foreign tribes arrived, they established their own separatist regimes. There are many rare treasures inside. Things like true dragon liquid, special alloy materials, etc. There is everything in there. Therefore, it is a huge wealth for mankind. It can be said that it is something that cannot be given up. As Xiao Shen's voice fell, many people flew up and disappeared into the formation. Lin Yuan stood on the stage and was about to go in. Suddenly, I saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. That figure. She looked back at him before going in. That person is Yi Bai? Lin Yuan had a strange look in his eyes, but he also had a bad feeling. Thinking of the abyss that appeared in the south, and why Yi Bai was qualified to enter the battlefield of all races, etc. He turned and looked at Xiao Shen. Xiao Shen said nothing, but signaled him to go in quickly with his eyes. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and jumped up. In the martial arts arena, half of the people disappeared and the formation was closed. The martial saints left one after another, and a huge storm quietly began to take place. To the south, the endless sea. Suddenly, a wave rose up, as if some huge creature appeared below. The Southern Theater Command felt the abnormality first. There's movement in the abyss. Quickly notify the military. Shoka Kojimane. Chapter 72. They praise me as a god. Who else but me? Xiao Shen leaves Beijing. This abyssal invasion in the south. Beyond everyone's imagination, the sea fell in just 1 hour. And the alien army is marching towards the city. At this rate, within 2 or 3 days, more than half of the cities in the south will probably fall. This also caused a huge uproar in the country. Especially in major newspapers, news, and martial arts forums, there was a heated discussion about this. The abyss is invading, and the alien race is forming an alliance army. Is this going to be a full-blown war? I heard that this time in the south, there is a foreign leader whose fighting power is comparable to that of a 9th-level martial saint. No wonder the south fell so quickly. If this is true, won't all the cities in the south fall in a day or two? A 9th-level martial saint. Only a military marshal can suppress him. As far as the current human combat power is concerned, there is only Marshal Xiao. While these people were discussing this, some voices also emerged, which were about Xiao Shen. Because in the abyss in the south, an alien leader appeared. According to previously announced information, the alien leader's combat power is at least a 9th-level martial saint. In the face of such absolute strength, no matter how many demon-suppressing army troops come, it will be useless. The combat power of a 9th-level martial saint is too strong. In the eyes of aliens of this level, ordinary demon-suppressing army is no different from cannon fodder. And Xiao Shen is recognized by mankind as the most powerful fighter. If Yi Tai is like a guardian angel in the eyes of many people in Jiangbei, then Xiao Shen's status in Xia Kingdom is the same. After the events in the south came out, some people appeared and petitioned Xiao Shen to go to the south to suppress the abyss. Moreover, as the situation in the south became worse, these voices became louder and louder, and it didn't take long before these voices spread in major newspapers, news outlets, and the internet. It's as if there is someone pushing this from behind. In a martial arts hall in Kyoto, a few sneers were heard. The situation is developing well. Xiao Shen has to go now. Several martial saints from martial saint families in Kyoto were sitting among them. Zhou Tianxiong sneered a few times, and there was an unprecedented joy in his tone. Once Xiao Shen leaves Kyoto, the plan can be carried out. At the same time, they don't have to worry about their meddling in Jiangbei being discovered and Xiao Shen coming to visit. Yes, there's a lot of support in the country right now. Everyone is begging Xiao Shen to suppress the rebellion. Isn't he the god of war? Isn't he the patron saint in the hearts of the people? I wonder if he will go or not. The Wang family's martial saint also nodded and sneered. What if Xiaoxun really doesn't want to go? Someone spoke up. Zhou Tianxiong glanced at him and said calmly, if he doesn't go, the marshal at the border will take action. At that time, will he, Xiaoxun, still be the guardian god? Besides, if he doesn't go, he won't be called Xiaoxun. After these words were spoken, several martial saints nodded in agreement. The military received the news at the first opportunity and held a meeting for this purpose. At this time, the competition for generals had just begun, and the Abyss invasion occurred at this time, and many people in the military were suspicious about it. Marshal, the situation in the south may be the most serious in history. In the conference room, a general-level officer stood in front of the screen and made an analysis. In just 1 hour, the entire sea area has been occupied, and the battlefield has quickly extended to the city. According to this progress, more than half of the southern cities will fall within a day. Hearing this, someone in the conference room frowned. Based on the current military strength, how long will it take to suppress it? The general shook his head, sighed and said, I'm afraid it's difficult. There are no strange beasts in the abyss this time, but a large army composed of alien races. According to the news from the south, there is a leader among the alien races. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell into silence. In the 400 years since the martial arts were established, human warriors have had many dealings with alien races. The leaders of those alien races are comparable to 9th-level martial saints. If there is such a being in the abyss, I'm afraid the previous analysis was too conservative. Not only that, the current domestic outcry has made many people in the military sense that something is amiss, as if someone is pushing it behind the scenes. The purpose is to let Xiaoxun go to the abyss. However, in this situation, only Xiaoxun would be the most appropriate person to take action. Even if we send a few martial saints, they may not be enough in front of an alien leader of this level. On the contrary, it will increase combat losses. Marshal, I think you should not go for the time being. How about sending a few martial saints from the military to find out the situation first? Someone suggested. There are alien leaders in the abyss. Why send the military martial saint there? Will it only increase the casualties? Xiaoxun was sitting in the first seat and spoke calmly. But you are the soul of the military. If anything goes wrong with you, the military. Yes, Marshal, this call in the country is obviously pushed by someone behind the scenes, and they are definitely kidnapping you. There might be something weird in here. After Xiaoxun finished speaking, many people in the conference room spoke up. Although this abyss was fierce, it was too sudden and too strange. It seems to appear in a targeted manner. This is also why these people in the military are worried. The South is in such a disaster. The lives of hundreds of millions of people depend on it, and they praise me as a god. Who else can do this but me? Xiaoxun smiled faintly and spoke slowly. It was as if there was someone behind the scenes pushing him to not hear anything others said. After hearing this, many people in the military fell silent. According to the situation in the abyss, Xiaoxun is indeed the best choice. But if something unexpected happens, what should the military do? A general hesitated for a moment and spoke again. Hasn't the successor to the military already been chosen? If I hand over my position to him as soon as possible, my mission will be accomplished. Xiaoxun slowly stood up. A smile appeared on his face. These words are also full of profound meaning. Marshal, since you insist on going, we won't stop you. But this matter must be related to those martial saint families who intervened in Jiangbei in the past. Now the military has roughly investigated it. Marshal, won't you personally take action to clean up the mess? Seeing that Xiaoxun was determined to leave, no one said anything more. But those martial arts families in Kyoto really hope that Xiaoxun will clean up his mess before leaving. After all, if this matter is really related to those martial arts families in Kyoto, there may be a conspiracy brewing behind it. No need. If I hadn't come back, Lin Yuan would have been the next military marshal. Chapter 73. The former martial saint is back. You are seeking death. The battlefield of all races. This is a place with a very mysterious origin. The space inside is very large, like a secret place. In this space, any shovel of soil you dig can be sold for millions or even tens of millions in the outside world. Everything in this space is a treasure. It can be said that the development of human warriors to this day is also closely related to this space. Some powerful weapons and armor materials come from this space. In this space, in addition to humans, there are also many alien races living here, sharing the resources of this space. Xiaoxun's departure from Beijing attracted a lot of attention in the country. But in this secret place, few people receive the news. At this moment, the human territory. Those who participated in the competition appeared here. As a particularly important place for human beings, There is also a martial saint in charge here. Since coming in, the people participating in the Star General competition have almost divided into two camps. One is the camp led by Lin Yuan, and the other is the camp led by Yi Bai. Almost all of those who followed Yi Bai were descendants of martial saint families. The martial saint who guarded this place did not show up. Vanguard Battalion. Lin Yuan. A gnashing of teeth and an extremely cold voice slowly sounded. The voice is extremely familiar. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at the person in front of him. He seemed both familiar and strange. What was familiar was that this person was none other than the younger brother Yi Bai who was taken away in Jiangbei before. What's strange is how little time has passed. The aura emanating from Yi Bai was surprisingly stronger than that of an ordinary warrior. He even had a tendency to become a true dragon-level warrior. Lin Yuan was extremely surprised by this. You know, when he was in Jiangbei, Yi Bai was just a postnatal warrior. How long has it been? You ungrateful villain. Your father found you back then, and it's all your fault. You ruined Jiangbei and the Yi family. When Yi Bai saw Lin Yuan, his whole body was shaking with excitement. But it was not because he was happy. It was an excitement entirely caused by hatred. After all, he is now a true dragon-level warrior, and what Lin Yuan did in Jiangbei that day. It was all vivid in Yi Bai's mind. Revenge on Lin Yuan had been what Yi Bai had been thinking about day and night for these days. How could he not be excited when he saw it again? Lin Yuan looked at him calmly. His eyes fell on the people following Yi Bai. If I remember correctly, this man should be related to Guanwai Wuxing. You are following him. Have you decided to join Guanwai? Lin Yuan asked lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of those people from the martial saint family who were following Yi Bai all changed. You must know that the martial saint outside the Great Wall was exiled from Kyoto, and any warrior was forbidden to have any contact with him. Considering the relationship between the military and the outside world, or between Kyoto and the outside world, they are now on Yi Bai's side, which is no different from traitors. Lin Yuan, stop threatening us here. You killed my brother that day and didn't take my martial saint family seriously at all. I must teach you a lesson today. The man from the Zhou family said coldly. After hearing his words, the people behind him also spoke up. Yes, in Kyoto we might be a little afraid of you because of the military, but this is the battlefield of all races. There is no military. Is he still thinking about Marshal Shao? Lin Yuan, you are a despicable and shameless villain. How can you become the successor to the military marshal? The group of people spoke, with sneers on their faces. Seeing this group of people being so arrogant, the people following Lin Yuan became angry. Commander, why waste time talking to these traitors? Just clean up the mess for the military. Damn it, these traitors. Are you really not afraid of being held accountable by the marshal? Colluding with the martial saint outside the Great Wall is a serious crime. Yi Bai looked at Lin Yuan with cold eyes. From beginning to end, Lin Yuan never looked at him directly. This dealt a heavy blow to Yi Bai. At that time in Jiangbei, it would have been fine if Lin Yuan didn't even look at him. After all, Lin Yuan was the head of the military at that time. He is also a big businessman, but what about now? He is also a real dragon. So why is Lin Yuan so arrogant? Lin Yuan, today I will clean up the Yi family. Yi Bai walked out of the crowd step by step, with murderous intent suddenly appearing in his eyes. I'm curious, how did you manage to transform from a useless person to a warrior of this level? Lin Yuan looked at him with a serious expression. There is no other meaning at all. After all, it is unheard of to take a step from a postnatal warrior to the true dragon level. Yi Bai almost couldn't catch his breath. In Jiangbei, he is an undisputed martial arts genius, the bright moon in the eyes of everyone in Jiangbei. In Lin Yuan's eyes, he became a waste. Lin Yuan, you are looking for death. Yi Bai's aura changed, and the energy and blood of a true dragon-level warrior came out of nowhere. He threw a punch. The space was already distorted and shattered, and the wind from his fist seemed to be able to overturn a mountain. Lin Yuan glanced at him indifferently, took a step forward, and didn't even make any movement. Yi Bai's fist stopped abruptly in front of him, unable to move forward. How is this possible? Yi Bai's face looked extremely ugly, and he obviously didn't believe it. They were both true dragon level, but why was the gap between them so huge? Crack. Lin Yuan continued to move forward, and Yi Bai's arm, which was stretched out as a fist, was broken abruptly, and the sound of broken bones was heard. Hiss. Yi Bai's face changed. He sensed indifference and a hint of murderous intent from Lin Yuan. Boom. Right at this moment, the whole space suddenly became silent, as if everything around was beginning to slow down. A person with a whale shadow behind him appeared in this space. His appearance made everyone's eyes fixed. This man is a martial saint, and it was the martial saint who appeared in Jiangbei at that time. Leaf Whale. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. In this space, do people outside the Great Wall also have their own separatist base? Otherwise, why would Yi Jing appear here? Lin Yuan, I've told you before that young people shouldn't be too impetuous. There are too many things in this world that you cannot understand. Are you surprised to see Yi by today? Yi Jing stopped in the air and looked over with cold eyes. Surprise? If you mean a waste can be promoted to a true dragon-level warrior, then it is indeed surprising. Lin Yuan said lightly. When Yi Bai heard this, his eyes suddenly turned dark. Haha, you are too sharp and aggressive, which is not a good thing. But it doesn't matter. You're going to die anyway. I saw you were furious that day in Jiangbei. Was it because Yi Tai attacked you with nuclear weapons, or because of those dead, demon-suppressing soldiers? Yi Jing suddenly smiled and continued. I might as well tell you that the strange beast under the cave was created by me. The purpose is, it's to let Yi Tai use nuclear weapons reasonably so that he can send you to death. I just didn't expect that you were so lucky that you didn't die. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and the anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time was ignited again. I took a day off yesterday, so I didn't update. I'll make up for it. Chapter 74. If I fight with all my strength, what can a saint do? Lin Yuan was unexpected about Yi Jing's appearance, and his words made Lin Yuan sentence him to death. After the Jiangbei incident was over, many people understood. There must be someone else behind this. He initially thought it was someone from Kyoto, and he also thought of Yi Jing who had appeared in Jiangbei. But there was one thing that Lin Yuan had never expected. That is, the strange beast under the cave. It was actually written by Yi Jing. What a shocking news. Are humans colluding with alien races? What? He actually did it. Doesn't he care about the lives of so many people in Jiangbei? This is simply against the will of heaven. You are also a human being. You have no humanity and are not worthy of being a saint. If the martial saint of our military knew about this, he would definitely blow your head off. After Yi Jing's voice sounded, not only Lin Yuan had a cold look in his eyes. Even the demon-suppressing army standing behind him, participating in the competition and killing the enemies, exploded together. Humans colluding with alien races has never been seen or heard of in the entire martial arts world. Those alien races committed heinous crimes in this world. In just 400 years, how many civilians and demon-suppressing soldiers died? Humans hate aliens to the core. It is conceivable how angry they are after hearing Yi Jing's words. The martial saint was supposed to be the human spine, but he never came up with such a scum. Ha! Military martial saint? Don't dream. The places guarded by the military martial saints are the main fronts of the aliens' attacks. Can they get away? Yi Jing sneered a few times and looked at everyone with a teasing look. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the military looked gloomy. There are a total of 10 martial saints in the military. Except for Xiao Shun, who is stationed in Kyoto, the others are all distributed throughout the country. Moreover, every place guarded is particularly important and urgent. Once the martial saint leaves, alien races may take advantage of the situation and sneak in, unless there is an order from Kyoto. But this is probably impossible. After all, once the martial saint leaves, the front line he is guarding will inevitably become turbulent. How shameless. How could there be a scum like you among the human race? Don't be so arrogant, old thief. There is also a martial saint from our military on this battlefield, and he is the second most powerful warrior. After a moment's silence, someone spoke loudly. Yi Jing's expression changed slightly, and he looked into the distance unconsciously, saying, if he could come, I wouldn't show up. Yi Jing did not care about the verbal attack. Moreover, he would not kill people in the military. After all, they also have to return to the military. Furthermore, what I said before was not wrong. Now that aliens are invading, resisting them is the top priority. The reason why I did so much was actually because of Lin Yuan's incident. Otherwise, those people at the border should be able to return to the military headquarters smoothly and then work together to face the outside world. At the same time, the battlefield of all races. The place where the human race lives. A middle-aged man in military uniform and with a resolute face stood in the void. And in front of him, there were many aliens. The strength of these alien races is actually comparable to that of the martial saint. These alien races. It turned out that he stayed here after splitting up the battlefield among all races. Sulai, if you want to leave, you have to get past US first. A lizard man alien blocked the way. And after he finished speaking, all these aliens took a step forward. Why? Wasn't the lesson last time enough? Are you itching for trouble again? Sulai frowned and looked at these aliens. Several aliens changed color at the same time. Sulai was ranked second on the military's combat power list, although not as terrifying as Xiao Shun. But an ordinary martial saint of level 6 or 7 is no match for him. The strength of these alien races is mostly at the 3rd or 4th level of martial saint. The last time was to occupy the territory of the human race and the battlefield of all races. Angered Sulai, under the siege of more than a dozen alien races, some people were nearly killed. Therefore, from then on, unless absolutely necessary, they were really unwilling to provoke Sulai. Snort. I was just lucky enough to win last time. Do you really think we are easy to bully? The lizard man spoke again. Sulai sensed the situation in the distance with his mental power and frowned slightly. Immediately, the space cracked and his figure suddenly disappeared. Stop him, the alien spoke. Several aliens nodded one after another and started to take action immediately. This time it is about killing Lin Yuan, so these alien races will definitely go all out. You know, in the past 3 years, Lin Yuan has caused a lot of trouble to them, the alien race, on the battlefield. Moreover, it also allowed them, the alien race, to see the emergence of an unparalleled martial arts genius. They naturally can't let it grow. Yi Jing looked at them calmly, then said, My target is only Lin Yuan. Everyone else, please step aside. I will spare your lives. Those who can participate in the competition are all military geniuses. If a general under the age of 40 were killed, it would be a great loss to the military. Moreover, the marshal at the border would not agree. After Yi Jing finished speaking, the people behind Lin Yuan were all ready to fight. His eyes were fixed on Yi Jing. They had no intention of leaving at all. You know, in their minds, Lin Yuan was an unparalleled general. It is also the goal pursued by all of them. At the same time, it is also the military and the hope of mankind. Why did they join the demon-suppressing army? Haha. In that case, if it's an accidental injury, I don't think Marshal Yi will blame me. Yi Jing chuckled and said no more. Back off. If I fight with all my strength, what can a saint do? Lin Yuan spoke lightly. Although Yi Jing is a saint, his strength is only level 4. Not yet at the level of a top-level martial saint. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Yi Bai even sneered a few times. Lin Yuan, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. How can you look up to the greatness of the martial saint? Not only Yi Bai, but even those standing behind Lin Yuan couldn't help but speak in a low voice. After all, he is a martial saint. Commander, this man is a martial saint. If we attack together, there is still a glimmer of hope. That's right, Commander. As long as we can delay until our military martial saint arrives, he will die. Lin Yuan shook his head and said, No need. After saying that, Lin Yuan's aura began to change, and vast and boundless energy and blood surged out. A feeling of heat emanated from Lin Yuan, and the immortal cells in Lin Yuan's body also started up at this moment. It seemed as if there was a star inside Lin Yuan's body, providing him with a constant supply of power. That blood, it's like a furnace that never stops burning. Everyone felt this breath and was stunned for a moment. After looking at each other, they quietly stepped away. At that time on the martial arts stage, they saw with their own eyes that Lin Yuan's fighting power was comparable to that of a martial saint. If they follow along, it might only make things more difficult. After all, the man in front of them is a peerless general in their military. Chapter 75, Cutting the Divine Whale with a Knife, Evil Ways, Within the Authority. When Yi Jing saw this scene, his expression changed and his eyes became playful. He knew that Lin Yuan was extremely aggressive. But I didn't expect that even when facing the martial saint, Lin Yuan would still be so arrogant. It seems that I still overestimated you. I originally thought that you understood the gap between yourself and the martial saint, but now it seems that you are like a frog in a well. Yi Jing spoke lightly. His mighty energy and blood power swept across the space. A huge whale shadow appeared behind him, blocking out the sky and the sun. This is the Dharmakaya that can only be condensed after becoming a martial saint. The phantom of the divine whale roamed in the air, as if it could swallow up the sky and the earth. Even the rules between heaven and earth seemed to be driven by it. When everyone saw this, their faces became serious. The appearance of a Dharma body brought too much oppression. Even a top-level true dragon-level warrior would be powerless to resist in this situation. Lin Yuan looked at the scene with indifference, and in his heart he had already sentenced Yi Jing to death. All those involved in the Jiangbei incident will be liquidated one by one. He took out the handle of the sword from the void beside him and said indifferently, Whether it is true or not, you can try it out. Yi Jing snorted coldly, and the shadow of the divine whale behind him tumbled in the air and headed straight towards Lin Yuan. That bloody mouth looked like a black hole. Boom! Wherever the divine whale swam, the space was completely distorted and broken, causing huge invisible pressure to appear in this space. Some warriors with weaker strength couldn't even stand steadily under such pressure. Only a breath of time passed before the bloody mouth came towards Lin Yuan to bite. Another loud voice sounded. The phantom of the divine whale rose into the air again, and when everyone looked over there, a huge pit appeared in that place. This pit can definitely fill up a mountain. This whale swallowed a mountain in one gulp? Chief. Someone's face changed and he stepped forward anxiously. As a result, there was no one under the pit. Only light sea water remained. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart sank. Are the martial saint's strength and methods still too strong? Good. It's a good thing that Lin Yuan, the ungrateful villain, finally died. Yi Bai's eyes were red and he shouted excitedly. His hatred for Lin Yuan did not diminish at all, and in fact, it grew deeper and deeper in these days. If his strength did not allow it, he would have wanted to cut Lin Yuan into pieces. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, he would still be a talented young man who is the center of attention in Jiangbei, and the Yi family would still be the overlord of Jiangbei. Good death. Not only Yi Bai, but also those people from the martial saint family who were involved in the affairs of Jiangbei and stood behind Yi Bai. They were also extremely excited, especially the one from the Zhou family. After all, they all knew that their families were involved in Jiangbei's affairs, and the military would not let them go. Lin Yuan will not let them go either. If Lin Yuan didn't die, their fate would most likely be the same as Yi Bai's now, with their families destroyed and their loved ones killed. Therefore, they don't want Lin Yuan to die any more than Yi Bai does. How can a true dragon-level warrior survive under the Dharma image of the martial saint? This is obviously impossible. Yi Jing showed a satisfied smile on his face and was about to speak. Suddenly I noticed something was wrong. The divine whale image in the void suddenly became manic and rushed around in the air. And try as he might, he couldn't control it. This unusual movement instantly attracted everyone's attention. When many people were surprised, a voice rang out. Bang! 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 The sound was like a heartbeat, but also as loud as thunder, ringing in everyone's ears. What a hot breath this is! A hot breath came from the body of the divine whale, as if it had swallowed a furnace, the kind that could not be extinguished. It is burning inside its body right now. Yi Jing also noticed this. He looked at it intently and sensed a breath. He's not dead. Yi Jing's eyes suddenly widened. Any creature that entered the body of the divine whale would be refined in an instant. Lin Yuan was actually intact. Moreover, the furnace-like breath seemed to be about to evaporate the divine whale. No, spit it out. Yi Jing's expression changed drastically, and he shouted quickly. You know, this Dharma body condenses most of the combat power of the martial saint, not to mention the origin of the martial saint. Once it is damaged, it will inevitably suffer backlash, and the combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. The divine whale seemed to understand and spat Lin Yuan out, and along with the boiling sea water in the body. When Lin Yuan came out, Yi Jing's eyes fell on him, and he realized that it was on Lin Yuan's chest. There is something emitting golden light. What is that? It can actually emit such a huge amount of energy. Yi Jing's expression suddenly became serious. I think the changes that occurred in the body of the divine whale were caused by this thing. After Lin Yuan came out, he felt an extremely terrifying energy from Lin Yuan's chest. That feeling is like a star pressing down on you. I have a knife, please die. Lin Yuan stood in the void. The aura emanating from his body became stronger and stronger, and the immortal cell beat faster and faster. The energy in it is constantly charging Lin Yuan. If there is an instrument to test combat power, it will definitely be discovered that Lin Yuan's combat power is still soaring on the basis of the billion level. That is definitely an explosive combat power. You little bastard, that's really weird. Even Yi Jing felt the pressure from Lin Yuan. He did not dare to be careless and immediately controlled the divine whale. The size of the divine whale grew again, hovering in the sky, and the water it breathed in and out was like a river. In just a few seconds, this space became like a lake. The phantom of the divine whale tore through space and came towards Lin Yuan. The scene was like a falling meteor. Lin Yuan held the sword across his body, and after his figure flashed for a moment, he immediately disappeared from the spot. And in the next moment, a huge knife light appeared. The sword light was 100 meters long, covering the sky and the sun. Seen from below, the blade looked as if it could cut the sun in half. Squeak! The knife light came straight at it, and the divine whale was cut into 2 pieces. Then it fell heavily to the ground like a mountain. Puff! Yi Jing's face was filled with incomparable shock and disbelief, but in the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His Dharma body was beheaded. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Lin Yuan cut off the martial saint's Dharma body with one sword? This is too perverted. You know, He is a true dragon-level warrior. This? How is this possible? I am a martial saint. How could I lose to you? Yi Jing shouted in disbelief. However, just as he finished his words, a bone-chilling sword was pointed in front of him. It turns out that 2 chapters is really my limit. I owe 2 more chapters, crying face. Chapter 76. Your Majesty is invincible. Yi Tai is here. The long knife pointed in front of him, and the chill was overwhelming. Yi Jing stared at Lin Yuan intently, with turbulent waves rising in his heart. He is a martial saint, and Lin Yuan is only a true dragon-level warrior, but he was able to kill his Dharma body. Before this, Yi Jing knew that Lin Yuan's combat power was very strong, even exceeding the standard. But he is a 4th-level martial saint. You want to kill me? Yi Jing felt the murderous intent from Lin Yuan, and his voice couldn't help but tremble. So many people in Jiangbei died because of you. You deserve to die. As a human martial saint, you colluded with aliens. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The sword approached Yi Jing, and after the divine whale's body was cut off, he himself suffered backlash. Its current combat capability is far from its peak state. Faced with Lin Yuan, whose combat power has soared to the peak, Yi Jing is unable to resist at all. The long knife cut the skin, the knife in tin attacked, and all the internal organs in the body were crushed. Lin Yuan, you really surprise me time and time again. But do you think you can kill me like this? You are too naive. The methods of the martial outside the pass are far beyond your imagination. Even in this situation, Yi Jing still sneered. The tone suddenly became strange. This scene, Lin Yuan frowned. This behavior was very similar to when he killed Yi Tai in Jiangbei. Martial outside the Great Wall, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered. After coming to Kyoto, he asked Xiaoxin about it, but Xiaoxin did not tell him everything. He just said that the man was the first marshal of the military. Later he made a serious mistake and was exiled. But what big mistake had he made? Could he, Yi Jing, be resurrected? Lin Yuan turned his head and glanced at Yi Bai, who was already frightened silly, and his brows frowned even deeper. Yi Bai, from an acquired warrior, directly transformed into a true dragon-level warrior. This kind of thing is unheard of. Even some martial arts that burn chi and blood cannot improve the ability to such a great extent. Are you surprised and confused? It doesn't matter. You will be surprised again in the future. When Yi Jing saw the change in Lin Yuan's expression, he sneered. So much nonsense. Lin Yuan swung his sword and cut Yi Jing into 2 pieces. And at this moment, Lin Yuan was sensing very seriously whether any mental power or something like that had escaped. But Lin Yuan stared at this space for a long time and didn't find anything unusual. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it and turned to look at those people from the martial saint family. Commander Yi, we were also bewitched for a moment. Please spare our lives. Commander, I swear from now on, I will do my best to kill the aliens, and I will never have second thoughts. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Those people from the martial saint family were completely frightened by Lin Yuan. A martial saint died in his hands. With such combat power, let alone these true dragon-level warriors. If you collude with aliens, you will be killed without mercy. Lin Yuan spoke in a cold voice. Lin Yuan, I am from the martial saint family. You dare to kill me. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of the martial saint? Yes, Chief, you should think it over carefully. The martial saints of our 4 martial saint families are all level 6 or 7. Now that the marshal has left Beijing, if you kill us, those martial saints will not let you go after you get out. 4 martial saints are furious. Lin Yuan, you should think it over carefully. When these people from the martial saint family saw that Lin Yuan was determined to kill them, they couldn't help but speak loudly, using the title of martial saint to intimidate Lin Yuan. After all, a martial saint of level 6 or 7 is not comparable to a martial saint like Yi Jing. Entering the martial saint level, every level up is like stepping into a new world. Not to mention that there are 4 martial saints. You said the marshal left Beijing? Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold for a moment, and he stared at the person from the Zhou family in front and asked, This is what I heard from the elders in my family. They said that this time they will make sure that the marshal will never return to Kyoto. The person from Zhou family said with a trembling voice. When Lin Yuan heard this, his eyes instantly became extremely sharp. What a group of cruel and crazy people. Have you already set your sights on Xiaoxin? The human race's top combat force, the patron saint of mankind. I don't know how many wars he has fought regarding the survival of the human race. How dare these martial saints plan to this extent? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and thought carefully. He should be able to guess Xiaoxin's combat power and status. Kill him, Lin Yuan ordered. The demon-suppressing soldiers behind him were already furious with these traitors. Now, Hearing Lin Yuan's order, they all rushed forward. These people really deserve to die. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Yi Bai, whose face turned pale at this moment. Watching Lin Yuan walking towards him step by step, he crawled back unconsciously. Lin Yuan, what are you going to do? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Brother, if you kill me, father will not let you go. Yi Bai said in a trembling voice as he crawled backwards. Oh, when Lin Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but pause. Father is not dead. Father is not dead. At the same time, in front of the huge steel pass, a figure crossed the border and walked in. The moment he walked in, the air suddenly shook, as if some kind of regular force descended instantly. Want to suppress it here? Old man, hundreds of years have passed, and you are still on guard against me. You must have sent a Dharma body over, not the real me. Yi Zhanyun snorted coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the power of rules descending from the border weakened slightly. That Dharma body then tore through the space and disappeared. The battlefield of all races. When Lin Yuan heard Yi Bai's words, his expression became extremely solemn. Can a dead person be resurrected? There is such a saying. Do you really think this is a fantasy world with reincarnation? Buzz. Just as Lin Yuan was puzzled, the space suddenly shook and a Dharma body appeared here. That tall and majestic figure made Lin Yuan feel an extremely familiar aura. His eyes froze immediately, and he blurted out subconsciously, Yi Tai? The Dharma body paused in the void, and after seeing Lin Yuan, a playful smile appeared on his face. Good son, we meet again. Lin Yuan's pupils trembled, and his eyes were fixed on the figure in the void. Although it was a little unbelievable, he appeared before his eyes. Are you surprised? What you killed in Jiangbei that day was just one of my Dharmakaya bodies. I never thought that my plan of many years would be ruined in your hands. Yi Zhanyun said this with great emotion, his smile still on his face. In order to successfully expand his power into the upper echelons of the military, he separated one of his Dharma bodies and sent it to Jiangbei. Even his own wife and children. They were all sent here together, but unexpectedly, something unexpected happened to Lin Yuan. All plans were ruined. I see. So, you were the one behind all this. Lin Yuan was indeed surprised. The martial saint was actually able to cultivate 2 Dharma bodies, but Yi Tai didn't have any feeling of having a Dharma body at all. It looks like there is no difference from a real person. The person in front of me is extremely weird. Chapter 77. Believe in me, follow me, their plan failed, next. You can understand it that way. Yi Zhanyun smiled and continued. I admit that I chose the wrong person, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to find him later? We are father and son, and I still hope you can come outside the Great Wall and work with me to achieve great things. Lin Yuan looked at him coldly. Is colluding with alien races and harming our own people also part of the great cause? Yi Zhanyun said calmly. You must remember that the victors are kings and the losers are bandits. The chapters of history are written by the victors. If I return to the military, these things will naturally be erased. And for those who died, I will find a better body for them to inhabit, and they will become my most loyal warriors. His words were appalling. It sounds just like those evil, crooked, deceptive religions of the end times. The only difference is that the former seems to be able to do it. The latter, that's really a scam. Lin Yuan was silent. When he saw the man in front of him, he thought of the first marshal of the military mentioned by Xiao Shun. This man is so cold-blooded and heartless. In his eyes, human life seems to be just a tool. He seemed to have guessed why this person was expelled from the country. The devil's crooked way is to disregard human life. Believe in me, follow me, and I will grant you eternal life. We are father and son after all. How about that? In the void, the man opened his hands and suddenly looked sacred. No different from those pagans. I'm your fucking dad. Lin Yuan was silent for a long time before he spoke. The man in front of him was associated with Yi Tai, which made him feel disgusted, not to mention that he kept calling him a good son. I really can't stand it. Yi Zhanyun was stunned for a moment. His face paused, and he said lightly, he is indeed a rebellious son. There is no way to educate him. He looked at Lin Yuan deeply, then waved his hand and lifted Yi Bai up. You will soon find out that your choice today is completely wrong. Don't regret it when I return to the military. Yi Zhanyun said this calmly, and his figure immediately disappeared. Lin Yuan looked into the depths of the void and connected this man's words with the words of those disciples of the martial saint families just now. He always felt that some huge shock would happen soon. Commander, kill all those people. At this time, someone spoke up. Let's go to the military headquarters. In Kyoto, several martial saints sat together. Zhou Tianxiong withdrew his gaze from the light curtain, his face terribly cold. This little beast has such terrifying fighting power that he can even kill a martial saint. News of what happened in the battlefield of all races has been reported back. Hateful. So many geniuses of my Wang family died just like that. The Wang family's martial saint was also angry. Lin Yuan killed all the people from the 4 martial saint families in the battlefield of all races. Such behavior was done without any consideration of the consequences, or in other words, without taking their martial saint family seriously. He thought Xiao Shun was in charge of the capital. Haha, he is so unscrupulous. It seems that it is time to teach him a lesson. The Chen family martial saint spoke. Now that Xiao Shun is gone from Kyoto, doesn't it mean that the 4 great martial arts families have the final say? The old martial saint of Daxiao Mansion hasn't been involved in these matters for nearly 100 years. If it weren't for the stalemate among the several martial arts families, he might have stepped down long ago. It seems that their plan has failed. Lin Yuan is not dead. It's up to us to take over next. Zhou Tianxiong paused for a moment and said, "Let's kill Lin Yuan first. There are no people from our 4 great martial saint families in the battlefield of all races. This so-called first place has no meaning at all. The most important thing right now is to kill Lin Yuan first and prevent him from growing up, otherwise we will all die." The Wang family martial saint spoke in a stern voice. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded. As for the so-called first place in the military competition, it is meaningless to them in this situation. As for who will be in power, that will have to be put aside for now. If Lin Yuan grows up, their fate can be imagined. When Lin Yuan is beheaded and the military is completely leaderless, the marshal will surely use all means to return to the interior. Take over the military. Too many people are paying attention to what is happening in the battlefield of all races. Except for these 4 martial arts families. The other 3 martial arts families are also paying attention to the same. Zhao family. Zhao Xuanqing looked at the news coming from the battlefield of all races, his face solemn to the extreme. These people have gone completely crazy. Zhao Xuanqing saw the delicacy of the current situation. If Lin Yuan was beheaded, the military would be taken over by the man outside the pass. The status of these 4 martial arts families will soar. By then, those martial saint families who did not participate would probably have no good days left. Grandpa, why don't you take action now? There has been no news of Xiao Shun since he entered the abyss. Lin Yuan is facing the murder of the 4 great martial saint families. I'm afraid he won't be able to come out alive. Once it's done, if our Zhao family doesn't quickly take sides, will Zhou Tianxiong and the others let us go? Zhao Zai spoke hurriedly. Hearing his words, many people in the Zhao family nodded and looked at Zhao Xuanqing, waiting for his order. Zhao Xuanqing is now in a difficult situation. He knows very well what terrible consequences will occur once the marshal from outside the Great Wall returns to Kyoto. At that time, he was claiming to be Allah. Those who believed in him became like the walking corpses. Therefore, he was driven out of the pass by the old martial saint to guard against foreign invaders. If he comes back, the consequences will be disastrous. But now, if the Zhao family does not make a choice, the Zhao family will be destroyed. Grandpa, give the order quickly, Zhao Zai urged. The Zhao family fully support the military and must not have any relationship with the other 4 great martial saint families or the people outside the Great Wall. Those who violate the order will be expelled from the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanqing took a deep breath and used all his strength to make this decision. Although he knew the consequences, he was a martial saint. I should have become the patron saint of the human race like Xiao Shun, instead of fighting for power here. Hearing Zhao Xuanqing's words, many people in the Zhao family nodded. Only Zhao Zai, as if all his strength had been drained, sat on the ground. This scene did not only happen in the Zhao family, but the other 3 martial saint families all faced this choice. After all, this is a decision about the survival of the family. For a moment, the world in Kyoto completely changed after Xiao Shun left. The battlefield of all races. The human race is located in the military. Su Lai was sitting there, and a piece of news reached his ears, which made his whole face change. Marshal went to the abyss. His eyes were shocked. Xiao Shun was the military god, and everyone's faith. Just went into the abyss and never was heard from again. Moreover, he said that if he didn't come back, the next military marshal would be Lin Yuan. Chapter 78. The hunt begins. Millions of merits. Su Lai had just heard that he was ranked 2nd on the military's martial saint combat power list, and was stationed in the extremely important battlefield of all races. Xiao Shun left Beijing and entered the abyss without further news. But the abyss that erupted in the south was suppressed as a result. But without Xiao Shun, the military's combat effectiveness will definitely be weakened. The situation in Kyoto is delicate now. The military's martial saints are scattered all over the place and cannot return to Beijing. If the person outside the pass takes the opportunity to enter. Su Lai frowned. Matters concerning Lin Yuan had been a hot topic these days. Even though he was in the battlefield of all races, he had heard of it. However, does Lin Yuan really have such talent that Xiaoxun values him so much? Su Lai was skeptical, but since it was Xiaoxun who gave the order himself, the people in the military would not disobey. While he was pondering, a guard outside the door reported, "General, all the military personnel participating in the competition have arrived." Su Lai came back to his senses and said, "Let Lin Yuan come in." At the same time, Lin Yuan and other people participating in the competition stood outside. Lin Yuan was still thinking about what had just happened. He went in only after the guard came to inform him. "General Su." Lin Yuan saluted. Su Lai's reputation in the military was not small, second only to Xiaoxun. After all, he is ranked second in combat power on the military's holy list. Su Lai nodded and asked solemnly, "Did you meet that person just now?" Lin Yuan nodded, feeling puzzled, and then asked, "Yes, General Su. What is the origin of that man? Why did he say that the one I killed in Jiangbei that day was his martial arts body?" "As far as I know, a martial saint has never condensed two Dharma bodies before." Hearing this, Su Lai slowly stood up. He placed his hand into the military system, and then a mechanical sound rang out. "Welcome to the military system, Mr. Su Lai. Query the information about Yi Zhanyun." Su Lai spoke. "Looking for you." Lin Yuan looked at the screen. The military had a strict hierarchy and things involving military secrets were confidential. The authority will also increase. Even though Lin Yuan is now a 6-star general, he has no way to query information about Yi Zhanyun. Yi Zhanyun was born in Jiangbei in the 121st year of Wu Dao. He was extremely talented in martial arts and became a martial saint within 100 years. In the 271st year of Wu Dao, he succeeded as the military marshal. Soon, information about Yi Zhanyun appeared one by one, and it was extremely detailed, including the incident in which those who believed in Yi Zhanyun became walking corpses. After that man became a martial saint and succeeded the military, he became a god in pursuit of the ultimate martial arts. They secretly captured a large number of aliens, conducted genetic research, and transformed themselves. Su Lai stared at the screen and spoke slowly. Using alien genes to transform oneself? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, feeling a little unbelievable. After all, no matter how you listen to it, it is a horrifying thing. Su Lai nodded and continued. Later, he did achieve some results, using alien genes to break through to the 9th level of martial arts. But he is still a long way from becoming a god. For this reason, he cooperated with the alien race and obtained the alien race's method of increasing its strength, plunder. He strengthens himself by plundering other people's spiritual power and lifespan. After turning those people into shells, he will split his spiritual power into the shells and make them his most loyal believers. Lin Yuan frowned. This method was extremely similar to the abilities of the Corpse clan. "So what about Yi Tai? What is he?" Su Lai shook his head and said, "I don't know, but anyone who can enter the military and serve as a general must have gone through strict examination by the military. But I can't be sure. He is too close to aliens, so it's hard to say whether he has some special abilities." Lin Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. However, one thing can be confirmed. That is, Lin Yuan has really nothing to do with the Yi family. Otherwise, considering the sins of the man outside the pass, Xiaoxun would not have said so decisively that if he had not come back, he would have been the next marshal of the army. Now many people in Kyoto have their eyes on you. Lin Yuan, you have a heavy burden on your shoulders. Su Lai looked at him with a serious tone. Lin Yuan also understood in his heart the things that those martial saint families had done by colluding with foreign races and people outside the Great Wall. If these people are not cleaned up, the future of the human race will be bleak. "I see," Lin Yuan said. After hearing this, Su Lai said nothing more. "Get ready. The battle is about to begin. You only have 3 days." The battlefield of all races. For those participating in the competition, there is no hope of coming in first. They all knew it in their hearts. After all, there was a monster like Lin Yuan. Even the martial saint was killed. What can they use to compete for the first place? However, on the battlefield, killing enemies can also gain military merit, which is of great help in future promotion of military rank. And everyone who participates will receive rewards from the military. On the barren mountain, the corpses of the strange beasts fell one by one, and the light of swords filled the space. Lin Yuan was dressed in military uniform and had a stern expression on his face. At the same time, system voices rang out in his mind. "Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a true dragon-level alien. You will receive a reward, 1 year's chi and blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a true dragon-level alien. The reward is true dragon-level martial arts. As these sounds continued, Lin Yuan felt that his own energy and blood, as well as his cultivation, were steadily improving. Even the martial arts that emerged were gradually perfected with the help of the system. My cultivation has now reached the middle stage of the true dragon level, and only 1 day has passed. Lin Yuan thought silently in his heart. This true dragon-level battlefield is filled with true dragon-level alien races. The rewards that come out after the kill are also particularly generous. At this rate, all the aliens in this true dragon-level battlefield will be wiped out by him within 3 days. By then, his cultivation would be at least at the late true dragon level. At that time, he is only 1 step away from becoming a martial saint. Lin Yuan thought about it and no longer hesitated. He continued to swing the long sword towards the aliens in this space. In the military headquarters, Su Lai was sitting there. On the screen, Lin Yuan's merit value is constantly increasing. In just 1 day, the total merit value exceeded 10 million. General, the marshal's vision is still as sharp as ever. From this perspective, after killing all the true dragon-level aliens, the total merit will probably be 20 to 30 million. This merit can be promoted to 7 stars. More than 7 stars. If we consider his combat power and his current realm strength, he may even be 12 stars. 12 stars, isn't that full stars? Many people in the military side. This star rating is just a rating and does not represent the actual military rank. If you want to be promoted in military rank, you also have to consider your military achievements. Su Lai withdrew his gaze and understood in his heart. Why did Xiaoshen make this choice? However, Xiaoshen's last words were to hand the military headquarters over to Lin Yuan, and his mission was accomplished. What does it mean again? Su Lai stared at Lin Yuan's information and fell into deep thought. Lin Yuan was not the biological son of the Yi family. Chapter 79. Kyoto takes action, the genius of the alien race. In urgent situations, with every passing day, earth-shaking changes occur. Those alien leaders in the battlefield of all races. I was also shocked by Lin Yuan's actions. So many true dragon aliens were killed, and they were all the elites of their tribe. However, they did not dare to take action themselves. After all, if they take action, Su Lai will definitely not let them go. If Su Lai is angered, the aliens on the battlefield will have a hard time. This also put the 10,000 races on the battlefield. The leader of the alien race was extremely anxious. He couldn't just watch the elite members of his tribe being killed by Lin Yuan. Kyoto. In recent days, several major martial arts families have been unusually high profile. After Xiaoshen left, Kyoto changed completely. The military also received some news that many foreigners came to Kyoto in the past few days. As for where it came from, the military conducted a thorough investigation. It is precisely for this reason that many people in the Kyoto military are feeling extremely depressed. It seems that through this competition, the military really wants to change the military marshal. I heard that Lin Yuan killed so many people in the battlefield of all races that they turned pale and trembled with fear. We can't go on like this. The martial saints from the 4 great martial saint families gathered together. Back then, the battlefield of all races appeared, and the alien races wanted to secede, so a huge battle took place. Later, in order to stop the fighting and rest, the marshal held a negotiation inside the pass and made a treaty. The foreign races could establish their own regimes, but the number and strength of the garrisons were strictly controlled. With Lin Yuan's strength and Su Lai's deterrence, it is normal for him to be invincible on the battlefield. The Wang family's martial saint sighed, his expression helpless and solemn. Hearing this, several people frowned. Zhou Tianxiong sneered and said calmly, "We definitely can't show up, but why not open the passage and allow the aliens to send in more powerful combat power to eliminate Lin Yuan?" As soon as he said this, the 3 martial saints present all changed color. Are you going to violate the treaty? Chen family martial saint was shocked. The treaty was personally drawn up by a man from a secluded martial arts family. It contains the power of rules. Once aliens want to break it, they will be suppressed by the rules. Including Yi Zhanyun, who was outside the pass, the same rules were set by that person. As long as he wanted to step into the pass, he would be suppressed in an instant. This is also the reason why the battlefield of all races can be maintained. Otherwise, if there are no constraints, foreigners can enter whenever they want, and who would care about the treaty? However, humans are not oppressed by this treaty, and they can open the channel. With the strength of these martial saints, it is possible to do this. How? How can this be possible? Some people were shocked. The resources on the battlefield of all races are extremely precious. That is the greatest treasure of human warriors, and that treaty restricts alien races. It is also to prevent them from occupying more territory and grabbing more resources. This would violate the treaty and open the channel, allowing more and more powerful aliens to enter. Things are not that simple. Killing Lin Yuan is a must, but what is the difference between this and opening the door and letting jackals in? If this matter gets out, it will be no different from treason. Even more serious. If the battlefield of all races gets out of control, how serious will the consequences be? Zhou Tianxiong's face turned a little colder, and his expression was extremely calm. If he doesn't die, we will die. Don't forget that the military has 10 martial saints. Although they are stationed in various places and cannot escape, once Lin Yuan truly inherits that position, those martial saints will definitely obey his orders. Zhou Tianxiong's words left everyone silent. At this point, the 4 great martial arts families are now on the same boat. Moreover, it is exactly as Zhou Tianxiong said. As long as Lin Yuan is not dead, they will not be able to sleep or eat. Okay, let's do it. When the marshal outside the pass comes back, he will surely take it back personally. In that case, let's do it. The several martial saints hit it off immediately. The several major martial arts families had no connection with other races before, but after coming into contact with the person outside the pass, he was more or less contaminated. Therefore, not long after the decision was made, not far from the border, Zhou Tianxiong and the other 3 martial saints appeared here. Moreover, there are many alien races in front of them. I never thought that the battlefield of all races that we have coveted for so long would be opened by you humans. Ha! Among the zombies, a man exuding the aura of death stood up and laughed a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, the aliens beside him also laughed at him. They wanted to split the battlefield of all races, but they had no way to do so for many years because there were rules after all. But they didn't expect it to be opened by humans and let them in. Aren't they invaders? Zhou Tianxiong glanced at him coldly and said, "You should know that Lin Yuan is in there now. He killed all your aliens and routed them. Don't you want to kill him?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of those aliens instantly turned ugly. Previously on the eastern battlefield, they already hated Lin Yuan to the core. He wished he could refine Lin Yuan in an instant, assimilate him into his own kind, and then force him to deal with his own people. Of course they wanted to kill Lin Yuan. Moreover, in the long run, when Lin Yuan grows up, he will definitely become a big concern for them. Of course, now is also. Good. Open the passage and send us in. A woman with pale blue skin and wearing little fabric spoke coldly. They don't care why Zhou Tianxiong helps them. As long as they can kill Lin Yuan and seize more territories on the battlefield of all races, it will be a good thing for them. Let me be clear, this space has its own rules, and not many people can enter. You'd better choose a strong alien who has not yet reached the martial saint level. Otherwise, if they are discovered and suppressed by the rules, don't blame me for not reminding you. Zhou Tianxiong continued. You don't have to worry about that. Those who entered this time are all geniuses from our major clans. Their combat power is not much worse than that of a martial saint. An alien spoke up. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong didn't say anything more. He and the other 3 martial saints exchanged glances, then worked together and struck out towards the sky with a palm. After a moment, a golden light spread out. It was as if the gate of heaven was opened, exactly the same as when Shaoxin opened it that day. However, the channel they opened was much smaller. Don't go in yet. Zhou Tianxiong snorted coldly. The next moment, several figures jumped up among those alien races. Head into the passage. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong and others withdrew their hands and left without looking back. Lin Yuan, when I catch you, I will make you into a pet. On the battlefield of all races, several figures appeared. One of the women who had risen to prominence spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 80. Who did it? Su Lai's anger. In the battlefield of all races, 6 figures appeared. Each of them was extremely powerful, although they had not yet reached the level of martial saint. But as a genius from an alien race, his fighting power is comparable to that of a martial saint. These races originated from deep space, and their combat power is inherently higher than that of their human counterparts. In addition to their special identities, even if a low-level martial saint came, he would be unable to do anything to them. In this space, saints are in charge of all major races. Su Lai alone can fight against the leader-level strongmen of the alien race. Judging from the combat power alone, the strength is quite balanced. But with the addition of these aliens, the balance will inevitably be broken. Hey Nasha, my corpse clan has coveted Lin Yuan's body for a long time. His physique is stronger than those of our alien race. The corpse ancestor also specifically told us to be careful and not to hurt him. A member of the corpse clan spoke up, and when he mentioned the corpse ancestor, a look of devout awe appeared on his face. The corpse ancestor wants to parasitize him? The foreign woman called Nasha looked surprised. The corpse ancestor is the leader of the corpse clan and is extremely powerful, even in the starry sky. It also owns a star region. How could a strong man of this level actually be interested in a human body? Now is not the time to talk about this, you fan. I don't care what your corpse clan wants. But now we have to work together and kill Lin Yuan first. Another genius from another race spoke calmly. As soon as these words came out, several people nodded one after another. After all, Lin Yuan caused too much trouble. Moreover, they cannot allow it to continue to grow, otherwise it will become a considerable obstacle for the alien races. Let's go. The coordinates of the areas where our major races have been divided have been determined. Let's go back and take a look first. At this time, the military headquarters of the 10,000 races battlefield. Su Lai stood up suddenly, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. The space has been opened, and other alien races have come in. Who did this? Su Lai frowned. Could it be that the power of the rules has disappeared? This is obviously impossible. If that's the case, there would be more than just this number of aliens coming in. That is, someone opened the passage from the outside and let these aliens in, and this person was a human being. There are humans colluding with aliens. Although this situation has happened before, after all, the power of rules is a treaty, which is simply the result of negotiations. Humans can send humans in, and so can aliens. But the limitations are that there are limits on the number of times, quantity, and level. The alien race had already replenished its troops once during the competition, so this time it clearly violated the rules. Su Lai was immediately furious. From the news coming from Kyoto, he already knew some of the things that several major martial arts families had done. Now someone has opened the passage from the outside. I'm afraid it is related to these people. You are such a traitor. You dare to interfere in this battlefield. Su Lai slammed his fist on the table. The entire military couldn't help but tremble. You know, the battlefield of all races is the largest resource base for warriors to practice. That's why Su Lai was sent to take charge. This is to ensure that the alien races cannot carve up more territory in the battlefield of all races. Now that these aliens have appeared, the situation is instantly out of balance. With Su Lai's mental power, he sensed the strength of these aliens the moment they stepped in. Su Lai thought for just a moment, and the next moment his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He wants to rob and kill these aliens. He will not allow these alien races that can disrupt the balance to exist in this space. Located in the battlefield of all races, close to the area ruled by foreign races, Su Lai's Dharma body came across, without holding back any of his own strength. The huge power fluctuations caused the earth to roll over and the space to shatter. Su Lai. 6 figures of alien races stopped in the void, staring at the Dharma body with their hair standing on end. You know, the 10 saints of the military. Each of them is known as a killing god on earth, and has killed countless aliens on the battlefield. It is what alien races hate the most, and what they fear the most. Although Su Lai has been guarding the battlefield of all races for 100 years, he had also been on the battlefield before he came in. Who let you in? Su Lai shouted, and waves of sound came out of the body and mouth of the Dharmakaya, shaking the mountains and causing them to collapse in an instant. As soon as the words fell, the real body followed. You react really quickly, but since we were able to get in, do you think we were unprepared? The genius of the corpse clan spoke. His name was Yufan. As soon as he finished speaking, black smoke billowed in the sky, and following it came the alien leaders. They had already been notified before the aliens outside came in. This just happened to solve their urgent problem. Otherwise, if Lin Yuan is allowed to continue killing like this, the aliens in the battlefield of all races will be killed by him sooner or later. Su Lai, don't touch my clan's genius. An alien leader walked out from the black smoke and spoke in a stern voice. Su Lai's expression changed and his face turned pale. He has dealt with these alien leaders more than once, so he is naturally clear about the strength of both sides. If everyone is serious, it will be difficult to tell the winner for a while. Otherwise, he would have gone over and killed these foreigners long ago. Of course, if it's a one-on-one fight, Su Lai wouldn't be afraid. Hold! Su Lai spat and instantly felt the pressure. This pressure is not because of these alien leaders, but it is because once he is restrained by these alien leaders, these alien geniuses will play a very important role in the battlefield of all races. You go find Lin Yuan. Leave Su Lai to us. The alien leader spoke. As soon as these words came out, several geniuses from other races nodded. He immediately walked past Su Lai and wanted to leave. Su Lai's expression changed, and the Dharma body suddenly moved, and the entire space was blocked in an instant. The figures of those geniuses from other races were also confined to the spot. The Dharmakaya body stretched out its huge hand, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed several aliens. How dare you, Sulai, a bastard, launch a sneak attack. Your opponent is us. Go ahead, don't let Sulai hurt the genius of our clan. See this scene. Several alien leaders immediately started cursing, angrily accusing Sulai of launching a sneak attack. Sulai didn't care about whether it was a sneak attack or not, or about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. The group of aliens in front of me are all beasts worse than pigs and dogs. Only a fool would talk to them about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Kill if you can, no matter what means you use. However, under such circumstances, it would naturally be difficult for Sulai to succeed as his Dharma body had just moved. Several alien leaders stepped forward to resist. When the foreign geniuses saw this, they all glared at Sulai fiercely and then left quickly. Your opponent is us, man. Seeing Sulai still trying to catch up, an alien leader shouted. It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you think I, Sulai, can't do anything to you. Sulai had no choice but to stop. Immediately, all the fighting power of the martial saint was unleashed, and killing arrays fell from the sky one after another. I want to kill these aliens here. Then you come and try it. In this space, a war is about to break out. But the fact that the two sides have been able to maintain this relationship for so many years has already proven their strength. It is difficult to determine the winner of this battle. Sulai left the military. Several geniuses from other races soon arrived at the area where humans were. Lin Yuan, get out. Chapter 81. This is Return to You, Separate Your Territory. Located in the Terran Vanguard camp. A sound came from the sky, shocking many people in the military, and they all looked up at the sky. Aliens. This strength is probably close to that of a martial saint. Notify the military's true dragon-level team. Where's the leaf seat? In the military, someone immediately reacted and began to respond. Lin Yuan, why are you scared? The alien continued to speak. However, Lin Yuan was not in the military at this moment, but was in the territory of the alien race. However, when the news came from the military, Lin Yuan immediately rushed back to the military. It seems that he is still not ready to come out. The corpse clan member sneered with a teasing look in his eyes. I heard that he killed quite a few of our people in the alien battlefield these days. Why not give it back to him? The foreign woman laughed, her eyes cold. I think it's okay. Some of the foreign geniuses nodded. In the vanguard camp of the military headquarters, a group of demon-suppressing army soldiers stared at the sky. Not only that, a true dragon-level team has also arrived. It seems that this war is inevitable. Someone said, the strength of these aliens is too strange. I'm afraid they are close to being martial saints. Why are they here? Who knows? But we are probably going to die soon. Fuck him, we will try our best to make him shed his skin and increase the chances for the brothers behind us. In the vanguard camp, many members of the demon-suppressing army also discovered something was wrong. This alien race was too powerful. Shouldn't be on this battlefield. However, faced with this situation, no one had the energy to think too much. Then, let's get started. The man from the corpse clan laughed a few times, and then rushed into the vanguard camp first. Seeing this, several geniuses from other races behind them were not willing to be outdone and joined in. After all, before this, they had already received news that Lin Yuan had killed their alien race on this battlefield. This is their revenge. Of course, even if this incident had not happened, the aliens who came in would not let us go. At this time, a figure was like lightning, shuttling through the mountains. The origin of the battlefield of all races is mysterious, like a world that descended from deep space. The territory is huge, comparable to the territories of several of the largest countries combined. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan wanted to go back as quickly as possible, it would still take some time. About 10 minutes. The vanguard camp has fallen into deathly silence. No sound was heard, the air was filled with a bloody smell, and there were many corpses on the ground. When Lin Yuan arrived here, it was already like this. It only took him 10 minutes to get back. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan's blood boiled and his eyes turned red. What exactly happened? Among the alien races, the balance has been maintained for such a long time, and the vanguard camp has never experienced such a tragic battle. It was almost like no one survived. The vanguard battalion was completely wiped out. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and strode in. Chief, a faint cry came from the mountain of corpses. Lin Yuan went over quickly and turned over the pile of corpses. He saw a demon suppression army soldier lying in a bloody mess, hanging on for his last breath. Don't talk, just take a good rest. Lin Yuan fed the pills he had with him into the pot and spoke in a deep voice. Chief, those aliens are heading deeper. They are too strong. Suzhou was restrained by the alien leader and was unable to escape for a while. At this rate, our military will suffer heavy casualties. The man still spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. I understand. You should have a good rest first. Lin Yuan put him down and rushed towards the depths at the fastest speed. At this time, in the human territory, the news of the Vanguard camp's destruction had spread, and the demon-suppressing army immediately organized a second line of defense. 6 geniuses from different races just stood in the air. He looked at the scene with a playful look. After all, according to the rules of the alien battlefield, without Su Lai, their combat power is the strongest. He can really endure it, but he won't come out? An alien said with a smile. If he doesn't come out, then kill him until he comes out. I wonder how long he can hide. The foreign woman rushed forward directly. Faced with the fighting power of these 7 people, the second line of defense was quickly disrupted. The other side. Su Lai's blood was boiling and his anger was burning to the extreme. Every punch he threw burned his blood. I want to end this battle as quickly as possible. Ha! Su Lai, did you see it? Did you sense it? Your human vanguard battalion is all dead, and the people in the second line of defense will all die too. An alien leader laughed wildly. What's up, Su Lai? You want to leave? I tell you, it's impossible. Another alien leader also spoke. Su Lai's eyes turned red. Those soldiers, those demon-suppressing troops, were all under his command. Some people even followed him all the way here from the battlefield outside. But now, he couldn't end the battle even if he tried his best, and he couldn't return to the military. Su Lai, it's very simple to save them now. Just give up your human territory. Each of us 7 alien races only needs 1 city. As long as you agree, I will let them withdraw immediately. The alien leader spoke calmly. He wants to kill all the humans on this battlefield and seize all the territory. They can't do this. After all, the power of rules outside explains everything. But it would be no problem to take advantage of this opportunity to seize more territory. The resources here are so great that even the foreigners cannot refuse them. Otherwise, he would not have launched a war back then and wanted to divide the battlefield among all races. Although there was a ceasefire in the end, the area taken by the aliens was still too small and too barren. When Su Lai heard this, his whole body trembled. Even a strong man would feel heartbroken when faced with this situation. Protection is their mission, but he watched so many people die. Those are all lives. How should he choose? Su Lai was in a dilemma. No matter what choice he made, he would be guilty. You still don't agree? Do you want to watch so many people die in front of you? Su Lai, you are really cold-blooded and heartless. The alien leader then spoke. In that space, the second line of defense was about to be completely lost. Su Lai's eyes were as sharp as knives, and his murderous intent was even stronger. If you want to take the territory I protect from me, then you have to walk over my dead body. You can let them continue, but next you have to make sure you, and the rest of you, can fight me until your last breath. Su Lai's aura rose again, and he walked towards them step by step. The faces of several alien leaders darkened, and they immediately understood in their hearts that Su Lai was going to fight them to the death. Why do you have to do this, Su Lai? Are you willing to risk your life for those people and those places? Is it worth it? Someone among the alien leaders shouted. In the battles before this, it was true that the strength was evenly matched, but if they really fought to the death, they can't do it. Chapter 82. Sensation. The whole country is shocked. There is a traitor in the human race. In the battlefield of all races, the fighting situation suddenly became tense. The entry of 6 geniuses from different races broke this balance, causing the military guarding the battlefield of all races to lose many people. And this news also spread. For a time, all major military departments were in an uproar, and the whole country was in an uproar as well. The battlefield of all races is the largest area of cultivation resources. If this place is occupied by alien races, it will have a huge impact on the future of mankind. Kyoto Military Headquarters. In the conference room, a general sat at the head seat. In this conference room, the generals of several major military departments are all here. You know, what happened on the battlefield of all races was a matter of life and death, and the 4 great martial arts families are currently the dominant ones in Kyoto. The situation is becoming increasingly one-sided. The military does not belong to any individual force. Even if there is a change of commander-in-chief in the end, the marshal outside the Great Wall has returned. Even if there was opposition from the military, it would be of no avail. After all, the military's mission is to fight against alien races. Has everyone received the news from the 10,000 races battlefield? Those alien races that suddenly appeared are constantly invading the territory guarded by our military, and they want to seize more territory. General Su Lai is being held back by those alien leaders. The situation on the battlefield of all races is extremely grim. The general at the head spoke. He is currently the highest-ranking person in the military. There was an energy fluctuation at the border yesterday. I think someone must have forced the passage open. Someone frowned and said. When everyone heard this, their brows couldn't help but frown. The passage to the battlefield of all races has the power of rules. Alien races have one chance to replenish their troops every year, and the same is true for humans. But both sides have taken advantage of these two opportunities. How did this alien race open the passage and get in? You know, this rule is more restrictive for aliens, and it is almost impossible to break it. Humans can use their hard power to force it open, but they generally don't do that. After all, if the rules are broken, the alien races will definitely not agree and will once again launch a large-scale war. From this point of view, the only ones who can open the passage are humans. He Dingjun pondered for a moment and then spoke. As soon as these words came out, the general nodded and said, "Not bad, and he is also a martial saint. I'm afraid one of them is not enough. Could it be those people in Kyoto?" Someone asked. Many people in the military meeting room looked at each other, but in the end no one responded. After all, the military is now in a state without a martial saint in charge. Even if it is really those martial saint families who are causing trouble, what can they do? Reinforce the troops. Since the aliens broke the rules first, it is only natural for our military to send some more strong men in. Someone spoke loudly. But the problem now is that a martial saint must take action to open the passage in the military. A female officer said, "Let's find those martial saint families. Regardless of whether they are behind this or not, the most important thing now is to defend the battlefield of all races." The famous general on the first seat spoke. As soon as these words were spoken, many people nodded in agreement. Soon, the news spread among the military. The situation is critical, and the closest martial saints are those in Kyoto. The news spread within 10 minutes. Only 2 people came from the military. One was Zhao Xuanqing from the Zhao family, and the other was Cheng Qianli from the Cheng family. "General, we have only invited 2 martial saints. The martial saints from the other 5 great families are all sick and recuperating." The person in charge of inviting the martial saint in the military said. Upon hearing this, the faces of the senior military officials turned pale. They have all become martial saints. What other illness could it be? Even if it was, it wouldn't be necessary to call in all of them. Haha, it seems like this matter must be related to these martial saint families. Why are you calling in sick at this time? Isn't it because you don't want to take action? Someone in the military said coldly. Everyone knows this, but what can they do? Now there are only 2 martial saints. It may be difficult to open the door to the Dharma. At least one more martial saint is needed to open a small hole. Zhao Xuanqing already knew what had happened, and at this moment, he couldn't help feeling angry and helpless. The situation in Kyoto is too bad right now. The 5 of them are standing together. Some people have come from outside the pass in the past 2 days. It seems that they are preparing to take over the military in the next few days. Is there any news from the marshal? Cheng Qianli sighed, his face filled with worry. Like Zhao Xuanqing, he did not join Zhou Tianxiong and others at this time. But anyone with a discerning eye can see the current situation. I'm afraid the military will be taken over overnight. Once Lin Yuan dies, this matter can be put into action. Not yet. Since the marshal stepped into the abyss has been suppressed, and no riot has occurred. This shows that the marshal is still safe. The military general said, "It's not safe enough. If he doesn't come back, the world in Kyoto will be in turmoil." Cheng Qianli murmured. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Is there no better way right now? It was a long time before someone asked. Unless we recall all the martial saints in the military, but that's unlikely. Zhao Xuanqing pondered for a moment and said, "The places guarded by the 10 martial saints of the military are all border fortresses, and there are no top orders from the military. They won't move. Now that Xiao Shun has left, those martial saint families have seen this and dared to act recklessly." At the same time, the news of the 10,000 races battlefield spread throughout the country. Many powerful warriors have analyzed this matter. The content of the analysis is simple. How can the alien race send their geniuses in under such circumstances? There is only one possible result. That is, there is a traitor among the human race. Moreover, he is a martial saint. The news spread and caused a sensation across the country. Is there a traitor among the martial saints? My God, even the martial saint has become a traitor. Is there still hope for us humans? The 10,000 races battlefield is our largest resource area. What on earth were these martial saints thinking? They actually opened the passage to let the aliens in. Oh my God, the alien race is going to seize the battlefield of all races. Can General Su Lai hold on? I heard that the peerless general is also on the battlefield. I wonder if he can change the situation. After the news spread, all major newspapers reported the news together, and there was also a lot of discussion about it in the country. In many people's minds, the martial saint is absolutely the pinnacle of human combat power and is a hope-like existence. People like this have become traitors, and the future of mankind is bleak. At this moment, on the battlefield of all races, the second front line organized by the demon-suppressing army collapsed. Lin Yuan, aren't you coming out yet? The foreign woman said coldly. Several geniuses from other races stood together, still fighting desperately as they watched the defeated demon-suppressing army. He couldn't help but reveal a sneer. Kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice sounded from the sky, and a sword cut through the void and flattened the mountains. Chapter 83. The price of angering me is one sword to kill you. Several aliens instantly felt a strong, murderous intent coming. They turned around and saw a sword flying towards them. Who is it? After several geniuses from other races dodged away, someone asked angrily, "Aren't you looking for me? Why don't you recognize me when I come?" The voice was extremely cold. It was so cold that it made people's hair stand on end, and it seemed as if the voice contained the intent of a knife. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yuan's figure broke through the air, fell on this battlefield. Yizhua is back. Yizhua, kill these sons of bitches and avenge our dead brothers. Kill them. The remaining demon-suppressing troops became excited upon seeing this. The blood in my body is extremely excited. Lin Yuan, I thought you were going to be a coward forever, but you finally came out. The corpse clan member laughed loudly. Their mission this time is to kill Lin Yuan. How is it, Lin Yuan? So many people died in the vanguard camp and the second line of defense. They were all your kind. Do you like the gift we gave you? The foreign woman laughed. Upon hearing this, the geniuses from other races who came with them also burst into laughter. He looked at Lin Yuan with a very playful look. Zombies, Zerg. You pissed me off? Then you succeeded. Lin Yuan's eyes were gloomy, and he waved the sword back in his hand. That cell beat suddenly. Powerful fighting power began to rise from Lin Yuan's body, and the field of murderous intent unfolded. Such a moment. The expressions of several geniuses from other races changed. He has become stronger again, and more than just a little. It's really a monster. Looks like we can't let him go this time. Let's attack together. As soon as he finished speaking, several geniuses from other races became serious. They dare not be careless with Lin Yuan. You have to know that this is not the first time I have met Lin Yuan, so I naturally know his strength. Now that our strength has increased, we must not be careless. Lin Yuan fought with full strength. His sword was surrounded by frost, flames, thunder, lightning, and strong winds. There was also a faint golden hue on his skin, and his whole aura was so powerful that he had a majestic feeling. Even a martial saint is no more than this. Die. Lin Yuan's figure was extremely fast, and the light from the sword he chopped down could flatten even a mountain in an instant. The alien closest to him was about to step forward to resist when he suddenly felt the energy contained in the sword light. His expression suddenly changed. Save me. When the other aliens saw this, they just made some moves, but the knife light went straight through the nearest alien. Boom. His body was instantly chopped to pieces by the knife. This scene caused the expressions of several aliens to change drastically. He killed their alien genius with just one sword, and that was while he was fighting with all his strength. How is it possible? An alien opened his eyes wide and made an incredible sound. But before he could react, he was enveloped by murderous intent. Lin Yuan walked towards him. His figure was like a nightmare. No, don't. One knife, and he's dead. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of these geniuses from other races was infinitely magnified. Lin Yuan's fighting power is too strong now. It was so strong that it made them feel incredible, even terrified. What level is he now? The battlefield in the distance. Sulai punched down, and the ground shook. The alien leader's shoulder was broken abruptly. Lin Yuan, it's him. How could he be so strong? He killed one of the most talented people in my clan with one strike. Sulai, how about we stop now? You go save your soldiers, and we go save the genius of my clan. They all sensed Lin Yuan's appearance. However, what they didn't expect was, Lin Yuan's fighting power is surprisingly terrifying to this extent. The strength of the geniuses in their clan is comparable to that of a martial saint. Moreover, there are some geniuses whose status in the clan is not low. If they die here, they will have no explanation. Do you remember the truce now? Do you remember what I said? Sulai spoke in a cold voice. Several alien leaders were stunned, then gritted their teeth and said, Sulai, Do you really want to risk your life? Sulai said nothing, just kept punching. At this moment, under Lin Yuan's sword, the geniuses of the alien races are almost dead. The foreign woman turned extremely pale with fright. Lin Yuan, please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. She was scared. In her eyes, Lin Yuan was no different from the devil. You're willing to do anything? Well, tell me the coordinates of your home planet, and I'll remember them well. Lin Yuan made a cold voice. The foreign woman was stunned for a moment, then asked, What are you going to do? I will attack your home planet and make your Zerg queen go to the universe and reproduce for all races. Lin Yuan put the long knife on her neck and said coldly. The foreign woman shuddered all over and suddenly had a bad premonition. The queen is the queen of the Zerg. He is the creator of the entire Zerg race. As long as there are enough resources, it is not impossible to create 100,000 elite soldiers for the Zerg in one day. So, anyone in the Zerg can die, except the queen of insects. Lin Yuan, you devil, the Zerg will not let you go. The foreign woman said angrily. Lin Yuan ignored him and slashed with his long sword, killing him right there. Several great geniuses of the alien race were all killed. Lin Yuan did not stay here, but went to another battlefield far away. At this moment, Su Lai and several leaders of the alien race. The fight was so intense that it was dark and deafening. Everyone was seriously injured and had lost more than half of their energy and blood. The attacks launched were far less powerful than before. Lin Yuan, how dare he kill several of my clan's geniuses? He deserves to die. The alien leader has already sensed it. At this moment, a roaring sound was heard. You should take care of yourself first. The voice fell. Lin Yuan came through the air with an extremely cold look in his eyes. The current condition of several major leaders is far from what it was at their peak. If we have to compare, they are probably only as strong as a 4th or 5th level martial saint. Lin Yuan, do you still dare to come? The alien leader had a fierce look in his eyes and spoke loudly. Not only am I here, I'm also going to kill you. Lin Yuan's eyes were indifferent. The aura and murderous intent on his body are no joke. This made the faces of several alien leaders change. Lin Yuan, you want to kill us? Do you know what you are doing? The rules have been set long ago. If you kill us, how can our tribe let you go? Aren't you afraid of triggering a second war between alien races? A leader of an alien race spoke in a stern voice. The death of the alien leader means that the territory occupied by all races in the battlefield will disappear. So what is the value of the treaty that was obtained in exchange for a large-scale war launched to seize the territory of the battlefield of all races? Aren't they all invalid? Therefore, the strength in the battlefield of all races has always been balanced, and even Su Lai cannot kill all these alien leaders. Otherwise, those aliens will go crazy. I don't care whether there is a big war or not. You are invaders in the first place. If I don't kill you, there will be no war. Lin Yuan said in a cold voice, and the next moment, a figure immediately appeared in front of them. When Su Lai saw this, his expression changed slightly. But in the end, he didn't say a word. Chapter 84. The action has begun. The military has changed its leadership. Lin Yuan walked towards these alien leaders. After the great battle with Su Lai, these alien leaders were exhausted, and their strength has declined greatly. Faced with Lin Yuan's full fighting power, all the alien leaders were shocked. Lin Yuan's murderous intent was no joke to them. Su Lai, why don't you tell him to stop? Seeing that Lin Yuan's eyes were already red, no matter what he said, it would be of no use. The alien leaders had no choice but to place their hopes on Su Lai. After all, in their opinion, Lin Yuan was too young and could not understand the situation. Once they die, the alien race will definitely launch a bigger war. The alien race paid a huge price to obtain this land of resources in the battlefield of all races. How could I give up like this? Su Lai just watched like that. He naturally knew the consequences if these alien leaders died. But he didn't stop it and said nothing. These aliens deserve to die and be killed. And there are also those people from the martial saint families who collude with foreign races outside the Great Wall. Su Lai, are you crazy? When the alien leader saw Lin Yuan getting closer and closer, and Su Lai remained indifferent, he couldn't help but shout. Now you are afraid. When you came to this star region, didn't you think about your own fate? Senen's voice rang in my ears. Lin Yuan had approached quietly. The knife was chilling and emitting a blinding light. Puff! A flash of sword light appeared, and several alien leaders wanted to resist, but now they only had the strength of a 3rd or 4th level martial saint. It's so difficult to face Lin Yuan now. At the same time, the voice of the system rang in Lin Yuan's mind. Several geniuses from different races, several leaders from different races. These are all big fish for him. and the rewards he gets are particularly generous. At the early stage of true dragon level, with these rewards, with just a little practice, it is only a step away from breaking through to martial saint level. However, Lin Yuan was not excited about this, but turned to look at Su Lai. General, are you okay? Su Lai shook his head and said, it's okay. I just lost too much energy and blood. I just need to rest for a while. Immediately, Su Lai was silent for a while and said, now that the leader of the alien race has died in the battlefield of all races, the alien race will not give up. You have to get out quickly. The military needs someone to take charge of the situation. If we can find the marshal, that would be the best. Lin Yuan heard this and nodded. He knew very well what it meant to kill these alien leaders. But will the war stop if we just give in and allow foreign races to dominate the battlefield? No one has to die? Obviously, this is impossible. I see. In Kyoto, what happened on the battlefield of all races has not yet been fully revealed. People from several major martial arts families still kept the news at the moment when the genius from the alien race entered the battlefield of all races. Sir, now in the battlefield of all races, Su Lai is being held back by the leader of the alien race, and Lin Yuan is being besieged by the alien race's genius. I believe it won't be long before news of Lin Yuan's death arrives. At the Zhou family, Zhou Tianxiong spoke to a young man sitting on the seat with a very respectful look. The young man was Yi Bai, who was previously picked up from the battlefield of all races by Yi Zhanyun. Really? My dear brother, I won't let you die so easily. A strange light flashed in Yi Bai's eyes, and a hint of aura emanated from his body. Feeling that breath, the expressions on Zhou Tianxiong and several martial saints' faces changed. His expression became even more respectful. Sir, how about we start the action now? The several great martial saints in the military department are unable to come back. Now is your best chance to take back the military department. Zhou Tianxiong spoke in a low voice, watching Yi Bai's expression out of the corner of his eye. Yi Bai showed a look of hesitation, then nodded. Okay. As soon as these words came out, several martial saints all showed joy on their faces. If this is accomplished, the crimes they have committed will not be exposed, and they won't have to worry about being held accountable. At the moment, several people disappeared in an instant and arrived at the military headquarters. Zhou Tianxiong and others appeared on the military's training ground, exuding a powerful aura of oppression. The entire military was alarmed. Zhou Tianxiong, what are you doing here? Zhao Xuanqing and the people from the military came out with serious expressions. Do what? Zhou Tianxiong sneered. Now that the marshal is missing, the most suitable candidate for the competition has died on the battlefield of all races. But the military is the first line of defense against foreign races and cannot be without a leader for a day. I propose that the military appoint a new marshal starting today. Zhou Tianxiong's voice drowned out the military, and everyone's expressions changed after hearing these words. Especially the senior military officials. Their faces turned pale after hearing these words, and they were filled with shock and anger. Those who participated in the competition died. You know, they all knew what happened on the battlefield of all races before. But there is no way. The military does not have all the martial saints, so they cannot provide support. Now Zhou Tianxiong's words made the top military officials feel cold in their hearts. The marshal disappeared, and Lin Yuan died. Is the military's vengeance going to be let go just like that? Are these martial saints who committed treason just getting away with it? Even Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, two martial saints standing on the military side, were shocked when they heard the news. The game is over. Zhou Tianxiong, you colluded with alien races and killed my human race's genius. Now you dare to discuss the military's affairs. I tell you, it is not your turn to interfere in the military's affairs. The general from the military department took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, it is indeed not my turn to intervene, but this concerns the future of mankind. As a human martial saint, how can I sit back and watch? Zhou Tianxiong laughed a few times, his face looking extremely calm. You are worthy of being a human martial saint. The people in the military were very angry, but facing a martial saint, they were helpless. Hand over your military power, or don't blame me for being merciless. Zhou Tianxiong ignored him and looked at the people from the military and spoke calmly. Oh, if you hand over the military power, who among you can hold it? Someone questioned. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong stepped aside half a body position in front of everyone in the military. Yi Bai was standing among these martial saints. As soon as they saw Yi Bai, the expressions of the two martial saints, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, became frowned. Zhao Xuanqing took a deep breath and said, I'm afraid this person has the aura of the man from outside. Upon hearing this, everyone in the military was shocked. That person returned to Kyoto? How did he come back? How did he get over that hurdle? If it really is that person, the military power will really be taken away. After all, that man was once a military marshal. Even though he was exiled to the outside of the Great Wall, his merits are an indisputable fact. How? Zhou Tianxiong asked in a cold voice. It is not the place for traitors or outsiders to interfere in the affairs of the military. The general in the military department saw this and said it word by word. In that case, don't blame me. Chapter 85. Yizhua returns, and the martial saint kills. Zhou Tianxiong's face turned cold, and he immediately prepared to take action. Zhou Tianxiong, you are also a human martial saint. What good will this do you? Seeing this, Zhao Xuanqing couldn't help but step forward. Do I still have a way out? Will ye Lin Yuan let me go after what happened in Jiangbei in the past? Zhou Tianxiong shouted, and then looked at Zhao Xuanqing with a sneer. Zhao Xuanqing, you have lived for so long, but you are not as good as a junior. What do you mean? Zhao Xuanqing asked in a deep voice. As soon as these words came out, Zhao Zai's figure appeared in the crowd. Grandpa, stop it. Now that the situation is over, the change of military leadership is inevitable. Why should we risk hundreds of years of experience for this? Zhao Zai begged out loud. When Zhao Xuanqing saw Zhao Zai, he felt like he was struck by lightning, and his whole body was shaking as if he had been electrocuted. This is his most proud grandson, the one he is most optimistic about, and the one who will take over the Zhao family in the future. Now, he actually went to Zhou Tianxiong without telling him. You beast! How dare you? How dare you do this? Zhao Xuanqing's voice trembled, and the blood in his throat surged. At this moment, his martial arts heart was trembling. It seems like it will explode in the next moment. That was his most promising and proud younger generation. Grandpa, I did this because I don't want to see the Zhao family's foundation disappear. Please stop. Zhao Zai continued to beg. Evil creature. Puff. Zhao Xuanqing finally couldn't hold it back and spat out a mouthful of blood, his cloudy eyes filled with bloodshot. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zai was shocked and hurried forward. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Ha! Zhao Xuanqing, you never imagined that you have always been upright and honest all your life. Now your most proud grandson is standing with us. When Zhou Tianxiong saw this, he suddenly felt extremely refreshed. Roll! Zhao Xuanqing pushed Zhao Zai away, looked at Zhou Tianxiong, and said, Zhou Tianxiong, how dare you plot against me? Don't put the blame on me. He came here on his own. Zhou Tianxiong said lightly. I'm asking you one last question. Will you hand over the military power? Zhao Xuanqing's aura burst out, and for a moment the sky and the earth became dark, with a howling wind. Runes flashed in the sky, and the core of the formation appeared. Let's attack together. This old man is provoked and will not hold back when he strikes. Upon seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong spoke to the several martial saints who were following him. The latter nodded one after another and walked forward. Xuanqing, I'm here to help you. Cheng Qianli rushed out and joined the battle. In a battle at the martial saint level, at best, mountains could collapse, rivers and mountains could change their shape, and blood could flow for thousands of miles. In serious cases, the city will collapse, and the area within 1,000 miles will be turned into scorched earth, and all life will be killed. Therefore, battles of this level generally tear space apart, away from habitable areas. In the military, everyone was extremely anxious. 2 martial saints versus 5 martial saints. The gap is too big. It won't be long before the winner is known. This is almost a battle without suspense. Soon after they left, a piece of news came from the battlefield of all races. It caused a sensation in the military. Yizhua is coming back. At the same time, it also reached the ears of several martial saints. As soon as they left the space, Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial saints' expressions changed. That beast is not dead. Zhou Tianxiong was filled with disbelief. He was able to survive the siege by several geniuses from different races. This is too deadly. But it is precisely because of this that Zhou Tianxiong and other martial saints are even more worried and frightened. What will happen if this continues to grow? Let's go. Don't worry about them for now. Go kill Yi Lin Yuan first. Zhou Tianxiong didn't care about Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli. In comparison, Yi Lin Yuan was a greater threat. If he returns to take over the military, all plans will be ruined. Good. The saints nodded in agreement and immediately rushed to the exit of the battlefield of all races. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli immediately followed. The space vibrated and a crack opened. Yi Lin Yuan walked out. He had no idea what was happening in Kyoto, but he knew that he had to rush back to the military headquarters as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave, the space was filled with murderous intent, and a huge hand descended from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The surrounding mountains were all flattened when they came into contact with the big hand. Lin Yuan was caught off guard by this sudden palm strike, and it was impossible for him to dodge it. Bang! The handprint falls. The mountains were flattened, and the ground sank into a huge, deep pit. When Lin Yuan fights at full strength, he is comparable to a 4th or 5th level martial saint. But people like Zhou Tianxiong are all above level 6. Lin Yuan had no time to integrate and practice the many rewards he obtained in the battlefield of all races. As a result of this palm strike, he felt dizzy and his ears were buzzing. There was even a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. "Give me your life, you little bastard." Zhou Tianxiong was the first to appear in this space, and all his attacks were deadly. "Zhou Tianxiong? You old beast, why are you so scared? You don't even care about your skin anymore and you attack me, a true dragon warrior?" Lin Yuan wiped the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, "Your words are stronger than your strength. You still dare to speak nonsense when you are about to die." Zhou Tianxiong slapped with his palm. This killing move would be unstoppable even in the universe. You can also blow up an asteroid. Not only that, the Chen family's martial arts saint also rushed over. They knew that Lin Yuan was incredibly powerful, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. The two 6th level martial saints came here with the intention of killing him. The Chen family's martial saint also slashed with his sword, and its power was no weaker than Zhou Tianxiong's. Moreover, the domains of the two martial saints were fully activated, and Lin Yuan's entire body was restrained, unable to move at all. "Oh no, get out of the way." Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, who were far away, were anxious when they saw this, but the remaining 3 martial saints blocked their way. "I can't help even if I want to. Go to hell, little bastard." Zhou Tianxiong sneered and spoke. "You great martial saint families are really impressive." A voice was heard from the exit of the battlefield of all races. Then, a foot stepped out from it. Immediately afterwards, a Dharma body descended. "Su Lai, how dare you come out without the military's order? Aren't you afraid that the foreign races will take advantage of the situation and sneak in?" When Zhou Tianxiong saw this, his expression changed drastically. This Su Lai is a 7th level martial saint. The reason why he dared to act recklessly in Kyoto these days was that he knew that the military saint could not be mobilized without a military order. But I didn't expect that Su Lai would come out at this time. Su Lai's Dharma body faced the two people's territory, as if he was in an empty space, and protected Lin Yuan. The 2 attacks landed on Su Lai's Dharma image, and he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. After the previous battle, the energy and blood have not been replenished yet. He's injured. "Wang Tianyang, you and Qianlan deal with Su Lai. Leave that little bastard Lin Yuan to me." Zhou Tianxiong instantly noticed Su Lai's condition and gave orders immediately. Among the 3 martial saints who were fighting with Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, one martial saint rushed out and came here. "Su Lai is injured and his fighting power is not as good as before. You two should be able to handle it." After Zhou Tianxiong finished speaking, his eyes fell on Lin Yuan. "Little bastard, let's see how you run this time." Chapter 86. He exploded his own Dharma image and dared to bring foreigners into the capital. As Zhou Tianxiong finished speaking, the situation became clear in an instant. Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli were restrained by the 2 martial saints, and although Su Lai was very powerful, he had after all experienced a great battle in the battlefield of all races. The qi and blood have not been replenished yet, and the injuries have not healed yet. Therefore, facing 2 martial saints, Su Lai also felt a little difficult at the moment. However, as a member of the military, Zhou Tianxiong dared to attack him in person this time, and it was obvious that he was intending to break off relations. And he also wanted to kill Lin Yuan. "Lin Yuan, let me see who can help you now." Zhou Tianxiong laughed sinisterly a few times. Then he stretched out his big hand towards Lin Yuan and grabbed him. Zhou Tianxiong is a 6th level martial saint, and Lin Yuan is now comparable to a 3rd or 4th level martial saint when he fully combats. But facing the 6th level martial saint is still a bit difficult. But facing a scourge from a martial saint of this level, it is impossible to escape. Lin Yuan did not dare to be careless. He fought with all his strength, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of light golden color. At that time in the cave, he only retained a glimmer of hope by relying on his physical body. Clang! The big hand hit the flesh, making a sound like the collision of iron. Moreover, there was a slight cracking sound, and a crack appeared on Lin Yuan's skin. "With this kind of body, no wonder you were able to come out alive from the cave." I should have thrown a few more of them earlier so that you would die in the cave sooner." Zhou Tianxiong looked surprised. He was very clear about the power of his palm. If it were an ordinary true dragon-level warrior, he would be annihilated into ashes in an instant. Even a low-level martial saint would be seriously injured. I didn't expect Lin Yuan to be able to handle it. Zhou Tianxiong, if you can't kill me today, I will kill your entire family. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth. This palm had already injured him. If we continue like this, we won't be able to hold on sooner or later. Su Lai glanced at Lin Yuan's condition, and he looked at the two martial saints in front of him with cold eyes. What kind of thing dares to attack me? Su Lai said in a cold voice. Before this, these great martial arts families had to be extremely respectful when they saw him. Not to mention attacking him, even speaking loudly to him requires considering his facial expressions. At the same time, Su Lai also knew that Lin Yuan could not hold on for too long, and he had to solve the trouble in front of him as soon as possible. Su Lai pondered for a moment, and his blood suddenly surged. The Dharma body towering into the sky was shining brighter and brighter. Su Lai, you are crazy. Half of your combat power is in this Dharma image. If you self-destruct, your combat power will drop to that of a true dragon. When the two martial saints saw this, their expressions suddenly changed, and they spoke loudly. As soon as these words came out, everyone stopped, including Zhou Tianxiong. No one expected that Su Lai would choose to self-destruct his Dharma body. That is the foundation for becoming a martial saint. Walk. Upon seeing this, the martial saints did not dare to hesitate at all and quickly fled away. However, that Dharmakaya body moved extremely quickly and imprisoned the two martial saints in one hand each. The explosion of the martial saint's Dharmakaya body is as powerful as a nuclear weapon. Zhou Tianxiong's expression changed, and a trace of panic appeared in his heart. If Su Lai tried desperately to keep him here, his life would be in danger. Looking at Lin Yuan, Zhou Tianxiong hesitated. Step back immediately. The two martial saints that Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli faced also ran away. They came to Lin Yuan and quickly took him away. Bang! Shortly after leaving, a huge explosion occurred in this space. Su Lai eliminated the two martial saints by self-destructing his Dharma body, and at the same time, solved the immediate trouble. In Kyoto, Zhou Tianxiong knew that he had lost his last chance to kill Lin Yuan. Once people return to the military, things will become much more troublesome. As long as the military refuses to hand over the person, he really has no other choice. With Lin Yuan's talent, the military must value him very much. Even if he is facing a martial saint, the military will probably have people who will rush to fight for him. Moreover, Zhou Tianxiong still had some concerns. Killing people from the military? 1 or 2 would be fine, but could he kill so many high-ranking military officials? You know, the military is the patron saint of mankind. It is the first line of defense against alien races and strange beasts. He started a massacre in the military, which meant he was making enemies with the entire country. Sir, the situation is very difficult now. Su Lai blew up his Dharma body and saved Lin Yuan's life. Now that he is in the military, it is difficult for us to take action. Zhou family, Zhou Tianxiong said respectfully to Yi Bai. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai couldn't help but smile. Aren't the two martial saints outside the pass still in your Zhou family? Since you can't do it, leave it to us. Su Lai self-destructed his Dharma body, and his realm fell to that of a true dragon. Currently, there are only 2 martial saints in the military, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli. The 2 martial saints outside the pass are enough to deal with it. When the time comes, you won't need to mobilize the top brass of the military. You just need to turn the military upside down, find Lin Yuan, and kill him. This should be easy for you, right? Yi Bai continued speaking. Zhou Tianxiong and the other 2 martial saints looked embarrassed when they heard this. Isn't this just a disguised way of asking them to take action? Don't worry, this matter won't leak out at all, and you don't have a choice now. Seeing this, Yi Bai continued to speak. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong thought about it and realized that it really made sense. Now that it had come to this, did he have any way out? Good. Military department. A group of people walked back and forth. Zhang Yuye was invited over by the military overnight and was picked up by Zhao Xuanqing personally. The martial saint is on his way. The round trip took less than an hour. Soon, Zhang Yuye walked out of the room, and senior military officials came forward one after another. General Su's Dharma body was broken, and he had lost energy and blood before, which damaged his martial arts foundation. I have saved his life now, but it will be very difficult for him to improve his martial arts in the future, and his energy and blood will continue to decline until he becomes a white-haired old man. Zhang Yuye sighed. His Dharma body exploded, and it was a miracle that he managed to survive. Zhou Tianxiong. This bastard actually dared to attack someone from my military department. Some people among the senior military officials were very angry. As the second strongest fighter in the military, if Su Lai loses his realm and his energy and blood continue to decline, it will be a huge blow. It is also a significant weakening for the military. Although the top military brass were angry about this, the number one combat power had disappeared and the number two combat power had been abolished. The military's losses in the war were the largest in nearly 100 years. And it's not because of alien race. General, the most urgent thing now is how to deal with it. I'm afraid Zhou Tianxiong will not give up until he gets the military power. Someone spoke. The senior military officials nodded one after another, and someone asked, "Where is Yizhua? Where is he now?" You know, when Xiaoshan left. But he said that if he didn't come back, Lin Yuan would be the next marshal of the army. Chapter 87. Invite Yizhua to ascend the throne as the military marshal, and the 8 saints will appear. Lin Yuan looked indifferent. Sitting in a meeting room in the military headquarters, Su Lai blew up his Dharma body and Xiaoshan disappeared. All of this is related to that old dog, Zhou Tianxiong. If he were given a few more days, he would be able to digest his gains in the battlefield of all races and become a martial saint. He can even kill Zhou Tianxiong. But the problem is that the situation is too urgent now, and Zhou Tianxiong might come back at any time. He didn't dare to devote himself to cultivation. Bang! The door was knocked open. Senior military officials came in one after another. When they saw Lin Yuan, someone said, "Lin Yuan, our military has suffered such heavy losses. How can you still sit here and stare blankly?" Lin Yuan came back to his senses and looked at these people. The military cannot be without a leader for a day. The marshal once said that if he hadn't come back, you would be the next marshal of the military. Yezu. Everyone laughed. The military will have a chance only if it has a backbone. If Zhou Tianxiong knew that Lin Yuan was the marshal and still dared to take action, the nature of the situation would have changed. Please take over Yizhua, the successor marshal. Please take over Yizhua, the successor marshal. Please take over Yizhua, the successor marshal. A group of senior military officials spoke up one after another. Lin Yuan's military achievements and strength are indeed inferior to those of his successor marshal. But his martial arts talent, his future is more than just martial. Lin Yuan's eyes moved slightly. The military was in crisis, and now was not the time for him to refuse. Someone must step up and take the lead. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and stopped hesitating. After he agreed, a piece of information was instantly entered into the military system. When Xiaoshan left, it seemed as if he had expected it. Preparations have been made for it. Once Lin Yuan agrees, the military system will automatically enter Lin Yuan's identity information and notify the entire army. The first military order, the military marshal saint, return to the capital immediately. Eastern Fishin Mountain. In the military camp, a burly man who was 2 meters tall was staring at the news coming from the military system. The expression is extremely weird. "General, there is news from the military headquarters asking you to return to Beijing immediately." A general came in and reported loudly. The burly man sneered. "It's fine if a young boy becomes a marshal, but now he's ordering me around? No, I won't go." Seeing this, the general star couldn't help but whispered, "General, that is the order of the new marshal." When the burly man heard this, his expression changed. After holding it in for a long time, I couldn't find any good words, and finally said, "Fuck." Then he strode out of the barracks and disappeared on the spot. The Wild West Desert. General, the military has issued an order asking you to return to Beijing immediately." The yellow sand was flowing, and a warrior in armor emerged from the sand. He was holding a foreign head in his hand. "No." He spoke lazily and disappeared as well. Northern ice sheet. In the sea, countless strange beasts swam towards this world like a swarm of carp crossing the river. A blue knife flashed, bringing with it a bone-chilling chill. The sea area was instantly frozen by the sword light, and the strange beasts were also trapped in it. A woman in light blue armor landed on the ice field and put away her sword. Her eyes fell on the military system, and a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful face. Then she smiled and disappeared. The military order was conveyed. All the martial saints guarding outside received the news and rushed back as soon as possible. That night, the military faced a powerful enemy. Zhou Tianxiong came with the Wang family's martial saint, the Chun family's martial saint, and the 2 martial saints from outside the Great Wall. "Hand over Lin Yuan, and you will be spared from being killed." Zhou Tianxiong stood above the military headquarters and spoke loudly. This scene made the military personnel look extremely gloomy. Who dares to stand above the military? However, there is something happening right now that is even more shocking to the military and Zhao Xuanqing. That is, the 2 martial saints who suddenly appeared. These 2 people are obviously not the martial saints from Kyoto, nor are they from Xia country. This is from outside the Great Wall. This scene was unexpected to the military, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli. They originally thought that since Lin Yuan became the marshal, Zhou Tianxiong would not dare to do anything. Even if they were from the military, Zhou Tianxiong didn't dare to kill them. After all, the status of the military is too special. But what was unexpected was that Zhou Tianxiong actually brought the foreign martial saint into the capital. Zhou Tianxiong, the crime you committed cannot be redeemed by you alone. Zhao Xuanqing spoke in shock. Snort. The victors are the kings, and the losers are the bandits. Who will know what happened today? When that marshal takes the throne, you will be the sinners. Zhou Tianxiong snorted coldly and didn't care. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you can't publish the book, leave it to me. The martial saint from outside the Great Wall walked out and said lightly. Hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong said no more. Okay. The two martial saints from outside the Great Wall landed in an instant, staring at the top military officials. Weapons were taken out. Seeing this, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qinli walked out seriously. Zhou Tianxiong, on the other hand, scanned the scene, looking for Lin Yuan. I thought you were hiding and didn't dare to come out. It's better this way. It saves us trouble. Soon, Zhou Tianxiong fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan with a gloomy look. Lin Yuan looked at the scene coldly, without saying a word. Zhou Tianxiong also didn't want to waste time. He wanted to kill Lin Yuan so much that he even dreamed about it. So he immediately grabbed Lin Yuan. A military war is about to break out. In Kyoto, everyone looked up at the military headquarters, shock written all over their faces. Not long. There was a loud roar from the military headquarters. Who is causing trouble in the military? An extremely brutal aura permeated the air, along with a long spear, across the military training ground. Make everyone look back subconsciously. It was a Dharma body, emitting dazzling light under the night sky, and was coming from a distance, like the sun walking in the night. Holy again. That's Mr. Zhang San from the military. Why did he suddenly return to Beijing? Zhou Tianxiong's face changed. Isn't the military saint in charge of a strategic location? He will be punished if he leaves his post without permission. He's just a martial saint. What are you afraid of? The martial saint outside the pass said. Zhou Tianxiong nodded. Now that things have come to this, kill him if he comes. There is no way out. However, before he could finish his words, another terrifying aura came. Zhou Tianxiong and those martial saints all had changed expressions. Looking towards the source of the breath, he suddenly felt something was wrong and looked in another direction. But soon, in front, behind, on the left, no, in all directions. All of them exude the aura of a martial saint. Those Dharma bodies, like walking suns, rushed towards the military headquarters at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the 8 saints appeared. Is there anyone else? T. Chapter 88. Raise the flag, and the reckoning begins. The 8 saints appeared in the sky above the military headquarters. It was like a huge sun pressing down on everyone's head, making everyone's heart tremble. Of the 10 saints of the military, 8 have already arrived. To be precise, there should be 9. After all, Su Lai has lost his Dharma body and is still recovering from his injuries. After Xiao Shun entered the abyss, there was no news of him anymore. Master Zhang San, Su Pufeng. Why did you come back so suddenly? When Zhou Tianxiong saw this scene, he felt completely unwell. The reason why he dared to act so unscrupulously in Kyoto was that he did not take the military seriously. Firstly, there is the support of the martial saint from outside. Secondly, the military's martial saint is guarding the fortress, and no action is allowed without military orders. Otherwise, foreign invaders will take advantage of the situation and the city will surely fall. Zhou Tianxiong, I advised the marshal to expel your Zhou family from the family. But the marshal thought that you were a martial saint and should make some contribution to mankind. I didn't expect you to betray me and collude with foreigners and alien races. Now you dare to attack the military. The burly man stood in the air, and his voice was deafening. Zhang Yu, stop putting the blame on me. You are guarding the human fortress, but now you have deserted your post. Aren't you afraid that the aliens will take advantage of the situation and break in? If you do this, where will the city behind the fortress be placed? Where will the humans behind the fortress be placed? Zhou Tianxiong's face turned extremely pale. The 8 saints suddenly appeared and disrupted his plans. Everyone, no need to waste time. Kill the traitors. Lin Yuan said lightly. Hearing this, the general in the military department hesitated and said, Marshal Yi, although these people have committed heinous mistakes, their combat effectiveness is not bad. Why not leave them at the front line and let them kill the enemy? The 7 martial saint families in Kyoto may not represent the top combat power of mankind, but they are at least martial saints. Given the current situation, every loss of a martial saint will be a huge loss to humanity. Therefore, his idea was very simple, to let Zhou Tianxiong and other martial saints make use of their remaining energy. He dared to collude with the foreign tribes outside the pass today. You threw him on the front line. What if he turned around and defected to the enemy? Lin Yuan said coldly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong couldn't help but speak up. Lin Yuan, stop fanning the flames here. As human martial saints, how could we surrender to the enemy? As long as you keep us alive, we will definitely go to the front line and fight bravely. At least we can become a martial saint who guards a place. Now the situation has been decided. 8 martial saints from the military came in person, and they were no more than 5 martial saints in total. Moreover, these martial saints in the military are all warriors who have fought their way through battles, and their combat power is far higher than those at the same level. Even if the lineup is the same, Zhou Tianxiong and his team have little chance of winning. Kill, Lin Yuan said coldly. After hearing this, all the martial saints in the military nodded, and in an instant, 8 terrifying auras of pressure came. Zhou Tianxiong and several martial saints all turned pale. With 8 martial saints, the chance of winning is 0. Oh shit, this little beast clearly doesn't want us to live, kill him. Seeing this, Zhou Tianxiong couldn't help but shout. In this situation, there is still a glimmer of hope if we fight to the death. If you surrender, you will surely die. Boom. Zhou Tianxiong and the several martial saints beside him appeared in their dharma bodies, illuminating half of the sky under the night sky. The 8 saints of the military looked calm. Even if they come out alone, they can at least beat 1.5, let alone 2. Not to mention there are 8 more. After the dharma bodies of Zhou Tianxiong and others appeared, the martial saint of the military also took action. Flames were raging in the air, sword and knife lights were intertwined, and a burly dharma body came directly from the sky, wanting to step on Zhou Tianxiong with 1 foot. Crack! Zhou Tianxiong and several other people's dharma bodies were cracked directly by this attack. Then it shattered in an instant, and the momentum of those attacks continued, heading straight towards Zhou Tianxiong and the others. The dharma body was beheaded, and its combat power was greatly reduced. Faced with the attack of the martial saint in his prime, they had no chance to resist at all. With a bang, the military training ground was filled with a cloud of dust. On the ground, Zhou Tianxiong and several other martial saints were all dead. Marshal, what should we do next? In the military, many people watched this scene and felt very happy. The crimes Zhou Tianxiong committed are not enough for him to die 100 times. Clean up these martial saint families involved, and there will be no more of these cancers in Kyoto in the future. Lin Yuan said calmly. The general in the military nodded and immediately gave the order. For a moment, the military was in an uproar. Marshal Ye's flag fluttered above the military headquarters, and many strong men also walked out of the military headquarters. The direction is those martial saint families. In the military, after the 8 martial saints dealt with Zhou Tianxiong, they said goodbye to Lin Yuan in the military headquarters. Just like what Zhou Tianxiong said, they were guarding human fortresses and could not leave for too long. Even for a short while, I'm afraid those alien races have already smelled something and started organizing an attack. On the martial arts field, Cheng Qianli and Zhao Xuanqing breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. I also felt a little relieved that I did not stand in Zhou Tianxiong's camp. Otherwise, they would also be among those being purged today. Come here. Zhao Xuanqing seemed to have thought of something and shouted angrily in a low voice. Someone from the Zhao family brought Zhao Zai up. Zhao Xuanqing was particularly angry at Zhao Zai for betraying his family and going against his wishes, but you have to know that Zhao Zai is his grandson. Under normal circumstances, he would at most give a punishment. The halo of being the heir has been taken off, but now it's different. The military is in a critical moment of life and death. Zhao Xuanqing couldn't forgive him for betraying the family at this time, and he had seen all of Lin Yuan's methods. Zhao Zai knelt down tremblingly and said in a trembling voice, Grandpa, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. From now on, I will listen to you carefully. Zhao Xuanqing felt equally uncomfortable. After all, Zhao Zai is his valued heir and his grandson. But now, he had to make a decision. Erase Zhao Zai from the family tree and send him to the front line. Zhao Xuanqing waved his hands and said weakly. He couldn't kill Zhao Zai directly, but this punishment was no different from death. Erasing the family tree means that Zhao Zai will no longer be a member of the martial saint family. The danger on the front line can be imagined. It was almost a life-or-death experience for a young man who grew up in a martial arts family. Grandpa, no please. When Zhao Zai heard this, his expression instantly turned panic-stricken, and he couldn't help but beg for mercy from Zhao Xuanqing. Seeing that Zhao Xuanqing did not react, he turned his gaze to Lin Yuan. Yi Shuai, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Please let me go this time. Yi Lin Yuan looked at him calmly. He didn't say anything. He already knew what Zhao Zai had done. Facing such a smart aleck, fence-sitter, Yi Lin Yuan had no mercy in his heart. Chapter 89. After tonight, we must work together. Overnight, Kyoto changed. The military changed its commander. The Y-shaped flag was flying high above the military headquarters. 5 of the 7 great martial saint families were expelled, and the old martial saint, who had not intervened in disputes for many years, also took part in the fight himself. Such a big thing happened in Kyoto. It could not be concealed so early the next morning. The whole country is boiling and shocked. Overnight, the 5 great martial arts families were wiped out. This was simply horrifying. It's infuriating and creepy. Many people speculated that it was the aliens who acted secretly, otherwise who would dare to do so. When the whole country was in an uproar, news came from the Daxia Palace, making public what had happened overnight. However, this also caused even bigger waves. The human race's martial saint is colluding with alien races. The country was shocked. The martial saints were the pillars of humanity, yet they were colluding with alien races. Is there still hope for humanity? Fuck, this shocked me for a whole year. I'm witnessing the beginning of an era. Martial Yi, you're only 22, and you wiped out the 5 martial saints of Kyoto in one night. That's amazing. Those alien martial saint families colluded with aliens. They deserve to die. The only hateful thing is that I wasn't there, otherwise I would have kicked them a few times. Yes, I never dreamed that this would be the case. The future of the human race is precarious, and these martial saints are actually colluding with alien races. It can only be said that it is like this. It's better to deal with those tribesmen together. Don't you watch the news? Those martial saint families were massacred. The country was shocked. After learning what happened, everyone applauded. Where is the military headquarters? That is the first line of defense against alien races and the barrier for humanity. Zhou Tianxiong dared to attack the military. Moreover, Su Lai was seriously injured. At that time, there were also shadows of these martial arts families in Jiangbei. In this case, how could they not applaud? In addition, there was also another voice coming from within the country. That is the beginning of an era. Yi Lin Yuan is in his early 20s and succeeded as the military marshal. His combat power is at the level of a true dragon, and he can kill a saint. The hope of mankind, the hope of martial arts, belongs to Yi Lin Yuan's era, or in other words, at this time of invasion by all races, the era of mankind is about to begin. What happened overnight was too big. On that day, the old martial saint of Daxia Mansion showed up and put an end to the matter. Basically, it's very simple. All the traitors in Kyoto have been eliminated, and from today onwards, everyone will work together to resist the aliens. With the revelation of the old martial saint, the boiling noise subsided a little. Military headquarters, training room. Yi Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his energy surging around him, and his breathing was as loud as a huge bell. What happened last night made Yi Lin Yuan more eager to break through to the level of martial saint. If he was a martial saint at that time, he would not have been robbed and killed by Zhou Tianxiong, and he would not have to take the risk of recalling the martial saint to the military. In the battlefield of all races, the harvest was great. Enough for him to break through to become a martial saint. About 3 days. A terrifying aura came from the training room, overwhelming the entire military. Many people in the military looked in that direction. Everyone knows in their hearts that Yi Lin Yuan has entered the level of martial saint. At this moment, in the training room, Yi Lin Yuan's mind moved, and the system panel appeared in front of him. Host, Yi Lin Yuan. Age, 22. Realm, first level martial saint. Merit, 45.86 million. Martial arts, divine thunder blade technique, star severing blade technique, star exploding fist, immortal cell cultivation technique. Dharmakaya, red fire glazed golden body. The martial arts skills have undergone a qualitative change. Now, in addition to the martial arts he had learned before, Yi Lin Yuan has also mastered new martial arts. Moreover, they are all saint-level martial arts. Although the immortal cells were comprehended when he was at the true dragon level, this martial art was practiced to the extreme. Even saint-level martial arts cannot compare to it. Starburst. Yi Lin Yuan looked at the panel. An introduction to this martial art appeared in my mind. Star Blasting Fist focuses on strength. After reaching the highest level of training, you can blast stars with one punch. Seeing this, Yi Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Destroying a star with one punch is extremely rare, even in the starry sky. How much strength and power does this require? Marshal. When Yi Lin Yuan was checking himself, a voice was heard outside the door. Come in. Yi Lin Yuan spoke. An officer walked in and said excitedly, Marshal, have you achieved a breakthrough to the martial saint level? They all knew Lin Yuan's fighting ability very well. In the past, when he broke through the true dragon level test, his combat power was comparable to that of a martial saint. In the battlefield of all races, Yi Jing was killed again. Now that he has broken through to become a martial saint, his combat power will soar to such an extent that he may be comparable to a martial saint of level 6 or 7. This adds another powerful force to the military. Good. Lin Yuan nodded and asked, "What do you want to see me for?" "Marshal Yi, when we were purging the martial saint family, we discovered a person. I'm afraid you will have to deal with him personally," the officer whispered. After all, he is Lin Yuan's younger brother. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and a figure appeared in his mind. "Take me there." An interrogation room. Yi Bai's face was extremely gloomy. Now that he was caught by the military, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, the last time Yi Zhanyun used his Dharma body to cross the border, the rules had caused Yi Zhanyun to lose a Dharma body. Even if we gather one force this time, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach Kyoto. Not long after, Yi Bai heard a sound. "Lin Yuan, you are really surprising." When Yi Bai saw him, his expression changed, and he said coldly, "I only ask you one thing. If you can answer it to your satisfaction, I can consider sparing your life." Lin Yuan said lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that he was going to die, but Lin Yuan's words gave him a glimmer of hope. "Tell me about it." Yi Bai turned his head and said, "What on earth did Yi Zhanyun cultivate that could allow him to condense his Dharmakaya infinitely? And could he even bring people back to life from the dead?" Lin Yuan asked. This was the doubt in his heart. After all, what Yi Jing said when he died was too weird. Hearing this question, Yi Bai's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "If you are asking about this matter, I can only say that I don't know. But he does have the ability." Lin Yuan frowned. Could it be that such aristocratic families really have such special abilities? Looking at Yi Bai, he really looked clueless, so he didn't ask any more questions. That Yi Zhanyun is so weird. The danger level is no less than those alien races. Lin Yuan stood for a moment, then turned and left, signaling with his eyes. The two officers at the door walked in immediately. Lin Yuan, do you really want to kill me? It's not enough that you killed your father, but you want to kill your brother too? Yi Bai's voice sounded from inside. At this time, outside the pass, under the heavy fog, a Dharma image was able to cross the barrier. The power of rules descended, making it impossible for him to move forward. Lin Yuan, you really brought me so many surprises. But that's all. Chapter 90. Under the Abyss, you are the one he chosen. At the critical juncture, the power of rules descends. Although Yi Zhanyun did not come here in his true form, he is still a 9th-level martial saint with powerful strength. When a warrior reaches the realm of martial saint, he will reach a higher level. Even for some martial arts geniuses with outstanding talents, martial saint is still their limit. Every level after becoming a martial saint is like a threshold and also like a ravine. Lin Yuan, you really brought me so many surprises. In a secret room, Yi Zhanyun suddenly opened his eyes, and his cold face was completely bloodless. It was as if he was seriously injured. In fact, this is not difficult to guess. The Dharmakaya is the foundation of a martial saint. Logically speaking, every martial saint can only cultivate one Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Yi Zhanyun didn't even know which level he was at. Jiangbei Yi Tai, one of the 10,000 races on the battlefield. Now there is another. His way of practicing is extremely strange. But no matter what, the successive loss of so many Dharma bodies has had a significant impact on him personally. Yi Zhanyun walked outside the secret room. It seemed that everything was prepared here. There were more than a dozen young men and women, and some aliens. "Sir, these are all believers who are willing to follow you. As for these foreigners, we captured them from outside the Great Wall." A warrior outside the pass, Yi Zhanyun spoke respectfully. "Got it, back off." Yi Zhanyun waved his hand lightly, and the warrior outside the pass left tactfully. At this time, among those young men and women, a young man with a crew cut couldn't help but say, "Sir, I am dull in martial arts, but I heard that I can become stronger by following you. I don't know if it's true or not." A strange smile appeared on Yi Zhanyun's face. "Of course, you all want to become stronger?" The young men and women all nodded. The aliens looked at this scene with cold eyes, and one of them said angrily, "Yi Zhanyun, our cooperation has ended. Why don't you let us leave?" "Haha, the cooperation is indeed over, but it has also failed. Next, I still need your help." Yi Zhanyun smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Several aliens looked at each other, some of them not quite understanding what Yi Zhanyun meant. However, the next moment Yi Zhanyun stretched out his hand, and a formation suddenly appeared outside the secret room, covering all the young men and aliens. A terrifying pulling force came from the center of the formation, as if it was going to pull the blood out of several people. Ah! Several young men and women screamed in pain. The next moment, something like spirit appeared above their heads. Seeing this thing, Yi Zhanyun opened his mouth and sucked it into his mouth. You are. Among the aliens, some seemed to recognize him, with a look of disbelief and shock in their eyes. Even scared. But before he could finish his words, something similar to spirit appeared above his head. After being absorbed by Yi Zhanyun and losing their essence, these people and aliens all became like zombies with dilated pupils. It wasn't until Yi Zhanyun injected a trace of mental power into them that they reacted. Back off. Yi Zhanyun spoke lightly. Yes, sir. They bowed respectfully and then left quietly. This strange control method is somewhat similar to that of the tiger's minions, but it is completely different. Since the alien race recognized him, it means that Yi Zhanyun is very likely related to the alien race. After absorbing these essences, Yi Zhanyun's complexion improved a lot. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes. So what if I became the military marshal? It's mine. You dare to exterminate the alien race among all the races, then you will be attacked by the alien race. Xiaoshen is not here, so I will wait for you to beg me when the time comes. In the south, in a huge mountain range, a huge ravine extends for hundreds of meters. Looking from above, the ravine is bottomless, surrounded by smoke and clouds, and as black as a pool of water. Below is the abyss. Going deeper below, all one could see was a majestic Dharmakaya body, with nebula and debris swirling around it, pressing down horizontally. Beneath this Dharma body are countless corpses of alien races. In his Dharma body, Xiao Shun glanced at the news from the military, and a smile appeared on his face. My mission is accomplished. Currently, the strongest leaders of the alien race are all in the abyss. The purpose is actually very simple, which is to lure Xiao Shun away from Beijing. Fortunately, a major war was launched in Kyoto. This was something that Yi Zhanyun created by colluding with alien races. However, what no one expected was that this power grab actually failed. Lin Yuan summoned the 8 saints of the military to eradicate the cancer of Kyoto. In Kyoto, Zhou Tianxiong and those martial arts families initially just wanted to seize power. After planning a big move in Jiangbei, he fell into this vortex and failed to stop in time. In fact, think about it, they are powerful martial saints, and Lin Yuan is just a big sect, a real dragon. What is there to fear? It was precisely because of this that they came to this end. Even at the last moment, the 8 saints of the military arrived together. What they wanted was to bring that man from outside the Great Wall to Beijing and make him the new marshal of the military. So what crime have they committed? Maybe they were not the ones who committed the crime, but if they had killed people in the military at that time, that's completely different. First of all, the military does not belong to any individual force. At the same time, the military is also the first line of defense against alien races. Once he takes action, even if Yi Zhanyun returns to Kyoto, he will not be tolerated. Or it can be said that even if Yi Zhanyun can tolerate it, the people of the whole country cannot. Therefore, killing the people from the military would not benefit Zhou Tianxiong and his men in any way. We've got news from our clan that bastard Lin Yuan has taken back all of our territory in the 10,000 clan battlefield. What? He's so bold. He clearly doesn't take us, the alien race, seriously. Gather the army and launch the second war. This time, we must seize more territory, otherwise we will not give up. That's right. They were the ones who broke the rules first. Even if that person knows about it, we have a reason. Why is he pretending? If our clans send our ancestors over, we can crush him in a minute. Voices were heard from the bottom of the abyss. Then someone shouted, Xiao Shun, since you dare to take our alien territory, just wait for our army to attack us. Now, I don't want to keep you company anymore. Below the abyss, these alien leaders were only restraining Xiao Shun, and it was too difficult to kill him. This is the strongest one on the holy list. Therefore, there is no point in wasting time here. What they need to do is to leave quickly and gather the army to regain the territory of the 10,000 races battlefield. You called me here, but now you want to leave? Is that a good thing? Xiao Shun laughed loudly, and his Dharma body took a step sideways, pressing dozens of meters deeper into the abyss again. Rouse, please update 1 chapter today. I am so sorry and very sorry. Something really happened. Chapter 91. The epic times has begun, poisoning Lin Yuan. In the abyss in the south, Xiao Shun's voice sounded from below. Xiao Shun didn't explain the details of the affairs between the alien races and the martial arts families in Kyoto, but at least with his ability, he could guess a general idea. These alien leaders spared no expense in creating an abyss in the south. The purpose is to make him leave Kyoto so that the man outside the pass can come back, which is something the foreigners naturally cannot refuse. After all, this is a good opportunity to kill military masters, Lin Yuan, and even Xiao Shun. However, seeing that the plan had failed and the territory of the 10,000 races battlefield had been taken away by Lin Yuan, these alien leaders naturally did not want to waste time with Xiao Shun any longer. There will be no benefit for them to continue wasting time like this. In just a few months, they, the alien race, suffered heavy losses. From the caves in Jiangbei, where thousands of clan-class alien beasts were wiped out, to the battlefield of all races, the alien geniuses, and so on. In the eyes of the aliens, all of this was Yi Zhanyun's fault. After all, this cooperation was proposed by Yi Zhanyun. Xiao Shun, do you really want to suppress us here? You are a 9th-level martial saint, and you are only one step away from entering that realm. I can't imagine how this will benefit you. An alien looked at the huge Dharma body hanging above his head and spoke in a cold voice. There are only a handful of strong people like Xiao Shun among humans. You should know that Xiao Shun has been a 9th-level martial saint for 100 years. In the eyes of many people, he has a great chance of becoming a martial god. The god of war, compared to some alien races in the starry sky, is at least a domain lord. No one could understand why a warrior like this would waste time with them in the abyss. You don't have to know. Xiao Shun just smiled faintly. His mission has been completed. Lin Yuan has successfully ascended to the position of military marshal, and those martial saint families have also successfully established Lin Yuan's prestige. His current position in the military is almost unshakable. Then, the second war launched by the alien race is about to come, and he will not let these alien leaders leave. Otherwise, humanity's chances of winning the next war will be too slim. Of course, there is another very important reason, which is the arrangement from Lin Yuan's biological father. At this time, Kyoto military headquarters. The aliens acted quickly and had already assembled a large army at the border, preparing to launch a second war. After receiving the news, the military immediately mobilized the troops and made preparations. What is the situation at the border now? After Lin Yuan became the military marshal, he paid special attention to military affairs. And this time the alien race has launched a war again, and I don't think they will give up easily. He must be fully prepared. Marshal Yi, the situation is not that serious. Although there is no news about the old marshal in the southern abyss, the strongest fighting force of the alien race is also there. As long as these fighters don't go out, with our understanding of the alien races over the years, we won't necessarily lose this battle. In the military department, a general spoke up. Lin Yuan nodded, but couldn't help asking, what is the current situation of the marshal? That is unknown, but if something unexpected happened to the marshal, the South should have received the news. He then answered. After hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, this is not a solution. Xiao Shun has been in the abyss, which must have an impact on him and the military. We must find an opportunity to rescue Xiao Shun. This was Lin Yuan's own idea. He certainly didn't know that Xiao Shun was unwilling to leave the abyss, but wanted to suppress the top combat forces of these alien races. But then again, the alien race that Xiao Shun faced had combat power at least comparable to level 8 or 9. Given the current situation of him or the military, it would be difficult to take Xiao Shun away. Marshal Yi, before the old marshal left, he told you that if you succeed in becoming the military marshal, he would ask you to go to the Yi family martial arts gym in person. The famous general spoke. Lin Yuan frowned and asked with a strange look, Ye's martial arts school. Is it related to Yi Zhanyun? The first person he thought of was Yi Zhanyun. After all, this man had a deep background. The strange thing is that Yi Zhanyun is not a good guy now. So what does this have to do with him? Yes or no? The Yi family martial arts school has a deep history. If the marshal goes there in person, maybe he will know. Lin Yuan glanced at the other person, nodded, then stood up and left. At the same time, in a villa area in Kyoto, in a large courtyard, Sulai sat cross-legged on a mat. Having lost his Dharma body, his spirit was visibly depressed. Even the hair. There are also more silver threads. Sulai, how about what I said? Don't you consider it? Opposite him stood a man in black robe, who asked, You want me to betray the military? Impossible. Please go back. Sulai opened his eyes and spoke in a cold tone. General Su, is only about 120 years old, but he is already a 7th-level martial saint. If he can't even say he is a martial god, he still has hope of becoming a 9th-level martial saint in the future. You no longer have your Dharmakaya body, and your chi and blood have declined to the level of a true dragon warrior. Within a year, you will fall from power. Think about how glorious you were on the battlefield. If you become an old man with white hair in the future, would you be willing to accept that? The man in black robe smiled and spoke lightly. As soon as these words came out, Su Lai's expression changed. He has been a genius since he started practicing martial arts. A halo is essential. Even if you join the military, you will be a presence that will scare the enemy on the battlefield. But now, his energy and blood are constantly declining. Not to mention going to the battlefield. He may not even have many years left to live. You know, the decline of qi and blood is fatal to warriors, especially older warriors. Yi Zhanyun, can you really help me condense a second Dharmakaya body and let me return to being a martial saint? Su Lai was silent for a long time before he asked. Certainly. You have seen Martial Ye's ability. He has more than one Dharmakaya body. If you can join us, we will definitely help you return to the peak, or even reach a higher level. General Su, killing the enemy is killing them no matter where they are. Your grace should not disappear at this moment. The man in black robe continued. It is really exciting that this kind of ability really exists in the world. Su Lai sighed and his expression changed slightly. Seeing this, the man in black robe curled up his lips into a smile. Actually, what you are asked to do is very simple. Help us kill Lin Yuan. As for how to kill him, as the man in black robe spoke, he took out a porcelain bottle from his wide sleeves. This is a poison from the Corpse clan. Even a 9th-level martial saint would not be able to withstand it. Given your current status, Yiling must trust you 100%, right? Chapter 92. You call me master? Su Lai's decision. Kyoto, Ye's martial arts school. In Kyoto, the Yi family martial arts school has a deep history and has existed the longest. During those 2 years when martial arts were popular. With the rise of martial arts schools, disputes continue among the major schools. In order to gain students, they are willing to spend a lot of money to hire strong people and challenge other schools. During those years, not only in Kyoto, but also in martial arts schools across the country, there were fights every day. The only exception is Ye's martial arts school, where no one has ever dared to challenge. Lin Yuan arrived in front of the martial arts hall, and a lazy young master was sitting at the door. Seeing Lin Yuan, he half closed his eyes and said lightly, "If you want to join the martial arts school, fill out the form first, and then pay 10,000 yuan in tuition." As he spoke, he pulled out a form from the drawer and placed it in front of Lin Yuan. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. With Lin Yuan's current identity, is there anyone who doesn't know him? Jiang Bei killed the general with a sword. Jingdu wiped out the 5 great martial arts families overnight, and the youngest marshal in the military. The military sent me here, don't you know me? Lin Yuan didn't mean anything else by saying this. It's just, Xiao Shen asked him to come here. It's impossible that he didn't say hello in advance. Oh, I don't know him. What happened to the military? Do you know Ye's martial arts school? Before he could finish his words, a bang sound was heard. The young man opened the door of the martial arts hall and flew directly inside. Lin Yuan walked in and glanced at him indifferently. Lin Yuan, you dare to attack me. Do you know who I am? The young man obviously didn't expect Lin Yuan to suddenly attack, and he lay on the ground and said harshly. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. He said he didn't know him before, but now he knows him. However, he was too lazy to argue too much with these people. What Lin Yuan wants to know now is why Xiao Shen asked him to come here. The noise at the door attracted people in the martial arts hall. Soon, a group of people came out. In addition to the students and teachers wearing martial arts uniforms, there is also a girl. Who dares to act wildly in Ye's martial arts gym? After the group walked out, a martial arts teacher scolded. Lin Yuan glanced over and instantly made everyone in the group shudder. The murderous intent in him came from walking through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, let alone a grandmaster. Even a true dragon warrior would be frightened at the sight of this. After all, he is now a martial saint. Seeing this scene, the girl wearing a white shirt on the upper body and an A-line skirt on the lower body. She smiled sweetly and looked at Lin Yuan with her almond blossom eyes. This should be the young master. My name is Xiachua. It's our first meeting. Young master, please treat me well in the future. The girl said with a smile. Her eyes seemed to contain a pool of autumn water, which was very charming. With these words, one can immediately imagine a lot. Lin Yuan frowned, stared at her, and asked, "What do you mean?" The girl waved her white little hand, and the people behind her immediately bowed and left when they saw this. Visible. This girl has a high status in Ye's martial arts school. Master, it was the master who told me to wait for you here. He said that if you can come, it proves that you are strong enough to go home. The girl put her hands behind her back and continued with a smile. Master, have you heard of the 4 major families? Almost 5 minutes passed. Lin Yuan had almost figured out the whole story. He had indeed heard of the 4 major families. It is not an uncommon thing in China. These four families are the oldest families in the country and are also the first families to enter the martial arts. And it is very low-key, so few people know about it. It was just that when the alien races were fighting each other and the disputes were endless, strong men from the four major families came forward to mediate and set down the rules. Today's battlefield of all races is one of them. Including Yi Zhanyun being expelled from Kyoto and the rules of the border, they were also made by people from the four major families. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that he was actually a direct descendant of the Yi family, one of the four major families. According to the memories left by his predecessor, he had been alone before returning to the Yi family in Jiangbei. There is not a single bit of information about the four major families. Besides, he has come all the way here. Why would he come here to recognize his relatives? In short, no matter whether what the girl said was true or not, Lin Yuan definitely had no good feelings towards such parents. So, why did he ask you to wait for me here? The he that Lin Yuan was referring to was his own biological father. Of course I'm taking you home. The young master must have a lot of resentment in his heart, but the old master also has his own difficulties. Feeling the tone of Lin Yuan's voice, Xiachua couldn't help but defend herself in a low voice. That's not necessary. I'm fine now. Lin Yuan refused immediately. This is really too ridiculous. If it were someone else, they might not be able to accept it. So Lin Yuan felt that it was fine now. His martial arts strength and identity. Everything is going in a good direction, so there is no need to go back and recognize your relatives. Master, the girl's voice was sticky and her watery eyes looked quite charming. You don't have to say more. I will pretend that I have never heard of this matter, and you can just pretend that I don't exist. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, turned around, and left without looking back. First it was Yi Tai, then Yi Zhanyun appeared, and then some biological father. What is he? A slave of 3 surnames? Isn't this nonsense? Lin Yuan returned to the military headquarters. He took a big gulp of tea, which helped him calm down a little. Marshal Yi, General Su Lai is here. Outside the door, the guard's voice sounded. Lin Yuan responded and put what had just happened behind him. Lin Yuan was still very grateful to Su Lai in his heart. If Su Lai had not chosen to self-destruct his Dharma body, Zhou Tianxiong would not have given up so easily that day. Marshal Yi. Su Lai walked in and bowed respectfully. Lin Yuan hurriedly said, General Su, please sit down quickly. You are a senior in the military and you saved my life. You don't have to do this. Su Lai nodded and sat down. His expression changed for a moment before he said, Earlier, Yi Zhanyun sent someone to look for me. Hearing this name, Lin Yuan's expression became serious. Yi Zhanyun. He wanted to help me rebuild my Dharmakaya body, but the price was to give me a bottle of poison, saying it was from the corpse clan, and asked me to poison you. Su Lai took out a porcelain bottle from his arms. Lin Yuan stared at the porcelain bottle, and his heart trembled. If it was really Su Lai who took action, he might not be prepared. After all, Su Lai saved his life. But if that were the case, he wouldn't be called Su Lai. He destroyed his Dharmakaya to save him that day, and now he is poisoning him for his Dharmakaya. It is totally unnecessary. Yi Zhanyun is no longer a human being now, and he has a deep connection with you and the Yi family. I have updated the roles normally, and will try to update more often. Chapter 93. The Yi family's visitors and the past. Su Lai's words made Lin Yuan stunned. He knew very little about Yi Zhanyun, but this person was definitely a dangerous person. Who is he, and what does he have to do with me? Lin Yuan asked. Su Lai pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but say, You know a little about Yi Zhanyun, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. He comes from the Yi family, one of the 4 major families. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then showed an incredible look. Just now at the Yi family martial arts gym, the girl called him young master, and Yi Zhanyun was from the Yi family. Could it be that he really is? No, he has long severed ties with the Yi family. I'm afraid only the Yi family knows what the connection is. But you can rest assured about one thing. You have no relationship with him. Otherwise, the marshal would not have chosen you to be the military marshal. As if he had sensed what Lin Yuan was thinking, Su Lai spoke again. Lin Yuan heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Yi Zhanyun is no longer a human. He is no less dangerous than the aliens, and may even be more dangerous. If you want to solve this problem, you may have to go back to the Yi family. Su Lai said. In response, Lin Yuan just shook his head and said, No need to do that. I have already entered the martial saint stage, and it will take some time for me to break through to the 5th level. Even if I become the 9th level martial saint, I am not afraid. He has the system, so why should he be afraid of Yi Zhanyun? And asking him to return to the Yi family is simply impossible. Unless the military really encounters a powerful enemy, or the situation on the border deteriorates to an uncontrollable level. The Yi family can solve the problem, and only in this case will Lin Yuan consider it. Su Lai nodded. He was not surprised by this, but he also believed it firmly. In the battlefield of all races, Lin Yuan could kill a martial saint when he was at the true dragon level. Now that he has entered the martial saint level, it would be like a fish entering a vast ocean. Combat power and future are unpredictable. Since you have already made a plan, I won't say any more. However, given the current situation at the border, it would be safer for you to go there in person. Su Lai nodded and said, the several martial saints in the military each have their own duties, and there is no martial saint sitting in charge of the border now. In case of any emergency, it would be troublesome if there is no martial saint at the first time. Although Lin Yuan is only a first-level martial saint, his combat power is obvious to all. Even if any emergency occurs, he will be able to respond. That's what I was thinking. I'll set off in the next few days. Lin Yuan said. Okay, I'll go first then. Su Lai stood up and walked towards the door. Lin Yuan looked at the porcelain bottle on the table and couldn't help but say, General Su, I will find a way to help you reshape your Dharma body. Hearing this, Su Lai paused for a moment, then laughed and said, I am no longer at the age of competing for fame and fortune. Now, I am happy to make some contributions. He said this and walked out of the military headquarters. What the man in black robes said made Su Lai return to his peak and gallop on the battlefield. Su Lai certainly had a desire in his heart, especially in this era of martial arts, where strength was the only way to go. But he was no longer young and energetic, and had long since lost interest in fame and gain, so he joined the Shanwai for the sake of his Dharma body. It's really unlikely. Lin Yuan sat in the room with a pensive look on his face. The current strength is that of a first-level martial saint, which is far from enough according to the system's reward rules. Kill enemies and become stronger. Border is the best choice. So, next he has to prepare to go to the border. At the same time, in a room of Ye's martial arts school, a deep and powerful voice was heard. You mean he refused? In the room, Xia Chuhe looked at the screen with a respectful expression. There was a middle-aged man on the screen. If you look closely, his expression and appearance are quite similar to Lin Yuan. Master said, just pretend he has never been here. Xia Chuhe answered in a low voice. Hearing this, the middle-aged man on the screen's eyes dimmed a little, and he fell silent. I already know about his situation. It's really hard for him to accept it for a while. But this is his mission, he can't hide from it. The middle-aged man was silent for a while. Then he sighed, looking extremely lonely. Martial saint, martial god. Although there is only one word difference, there is indeed a world of difference. At this level today, a martial saint can only touch the threshold of the starry sky. Go find him again and tell him everything. If he still refuses, I will go there myself. The middle-aged man then spoke. Yes. Kyoto Shobu University. Lin Yuan was about to set off for the border, and the first thing he thought of was to tell Jiang Dai. When do we leave? Sitting on a chair in the campus, Jiang Dai listened quietly to Lin Yuan's words and asked softly. The situation in Kyoto changed overnight, and Lin Yuan became the military marshal. Jiang Dai also knew it. As the commander-in-chief of the army, Lin Yuan was mentally prepared for the gathering of foreign troops at the border. But when Lin Yuan said it himself, she couldn't help but worry about him. The second war launched by the alien army is so fierce that they will not stop until they achieve their goal. Early tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan replied. Jiang Dai nodded, and then said, I know you are a martial saint now, but you must be careful. Lin Yuan laughed, holding her smooth little hand, and said, with my current combat power, even if I were a 9th-level martial saint, I might not be able to succeed. Jiang Dai looked at him with her eyes open and smiled as well. She believed in Lin Yuan's words without a doubt. Although I am worried about him, I don't want to show it at this time. After I leave, if anything happens in Kyoto, remember to tell me first. You can go to the military headquarters, okay? Lin Yuan gave an instruction. This little girl is like a taciturn person. She keeps everything to herself. Lin Yuan knows that she doesn't want to cause trouble for him. So before leaving, I reminded him again. I know, Jiang Dai said with a smile. Lin Yuan was about to get up and leave when the girl he had met in Ye's martial arts school suddenly appeared in front of him. With a sweet smile on her face, she called out crisply, Master, why are you here? I have been looking for you for a long time. Jiang Dai also noticed her appearance, but her expression did not change much, and she looked calm. Before Lin Yuan could speak, Xia Chuhe smiled sweetly at Jiang Dai. Is this the young master's girlfriend? Should I call her young madam? Lin Yuan frowned and asked coldly, What are you doing here? Xia Chuhe sensed the coldness in Lin Yuan's tone and said with an aggrieved expression, The master told me to explain the matter to the young master. If the young master is still unwilling to go back, He will come here in person. Chapter 94. Yi Zhanyun's identity. Do I have to fight for it when I go back? Not interested. What's the matter? Tell me now. Lin Yuan spoke impatiently. He didn't have any feelings towards the master, but he was somewhat interested in what Xia Chuha was talking about. After all, isn't Yi Zhanyun also from the Yi family? Upon hearing this, Xia Chuha glanced at Jiang Dai out of the corner of his eye, and the meaning was self-evident. Then you guys go ahead, and I'll go to class first. Jiang Dai said with a smile. No need. You are not an outsider. Just listen here, and then leave. Lin Yuan said lightly. The young master is so considerate. He really gives me a sense of security. Lin Yuan. Will you tell me? Lin Yuan spoke with a headache. This woman really talked too much. Tell me, tell me. Xia Chuha sat on the chair and said, the young master was born in the Yi family, one of the 4 major families. She spoke word by word. Lin Yuan almost understood what was said, but this time, he was not as surprised as before. According to Xia Chuha, he was born in the Yi family, one of the 4 major families, and Yi Zhanyun was theoretically his second uncle. Due to the invasion of alien races, the Yi family proposed to form a demon-suppressing army to resist the alien races and also to train strong human beings. Yi Zhanyun came from the Yi family. He established the military and became the marshal of the military. However, later on, in order to pursue the ultimate martial arts power, Yi Zhanyun went against the original idea of forming a military and even extracted genes from alien races. Later, a large number of warriors turned into shells and were discovered by the military, and Yi Zhanyun's deeds were exposed. The current patriarch of the Yi family, Lin Yuan's current father, took action to expel him from the border. Therefore, Yi Zhanyun hated the Yi family, and also hated Lin Yuan's father when he was expelled from the family and outside the pass. He secretly colluded with foreign races and created a great chaos, intending to gain the support of domestic warriors. When he failed, he took the opportunity to take away the newly born Lin Yuan and abandoned him in Jiangbei. That's what happened later. So, why are you telling me this? Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. He really wasn't very interested in these things. He has become a martial saint, and you tell me he still has a father? This is totally unnecessary. Master, don't you want to know Yi Zhanyun's current identity? Xia Chuha asked. When he heard this, Lin Yuan became excited. This time when going to the border, not only will he have to face the alien army, but he will also have to deal with Yi Zhanyun. Tell me about it. Lin Yuan said lightly. According to observations within the clan, Yi Zhanyun is no longer a human being. Based on his martial arts skills, he has a great relationship with the corpse clan. Even his Dharmakaya body is actually a clone created by using his mental power. It has nothing to do with the martial saint's Dharmakaya. Those warriors who turned into shells became like this because they lost their spiritual power. This ability is unique to the corpse clan. Xia Chuha explained it. In other words, Yi Zhanyun is very likely to have been parasitized by the corpse clan? Lin Yuan asked with a frown. It is not uncommon for corpses to parasitize warriors, but for warriors of Yi Zhanyun's level, it is not an easy task to parasitize him. It's possible, but the clan said that he was parasitized by the corpse ancestor. The current Yi Zhanyun is the corpse ancestor. Xia Chuha spoke again. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Corpse ancestor? Analyzing from the known alien races, the leaders of these alien races are at least domain lord-level star creatures. Compared with human warriors, he is a martial god-level warrior. Looking around the world, the god of war has never been heard of. Perhaps it only exists among hidden families like the 4 great families. If this is true, this border war will be even more dangerous. If the young master is willing to return and inherit the family, the Yi family will help in this border war. Xia Chuha watched the changes in Lin Yuan's expression, and when she saw that the time was almost right, she spoke again. When you go back, you can inherit directly and command the Yi family? Lin Yuan asked. Xia Chuha shook her head and said seriously, it seems impossible, because the news about the young master was only reported back recently, so there is another heir in the family. Lin Yuan nodded and said, what I mean is, when I go back, I will have to fight with him. Let's have a big fight, and whoever wins will inherit it, right? That should be it. Xia Chuha said, I understand. You can go back now. I am not interested in fighting for the position of heir. Lin Yuan said lightly. He is a martial saint and a military marshal. Now the border is in crisis, and he is asked to return to an unfamiliar place to compete with others for the succession. How can I put it? No matter how I think about it, it doesn't seem right. I feel uncomfortable no matter how I think about it. If you have this much time, you might as well go to the border early. Maybe he has already become a 9th-level martial saint. No. Xia Chuha wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Yuan. Okay, You don't have to say anything. Lin Yuan stood up, then looked at Jiang Dai and said, "Go back to class. I'm leaving first." Uh-huh. Jiang Dai nodded obediently, and they left. Xia Chuha was left with a confused look on her face, feeling a little overwhelmed. The next day, the military was already in an uproar early in the morning. Lin Yuan was wearing a military uniform, and there were several helicopters parked in front of him. Besides Lin Yuan, there were others who went to the border this time. The General Military Headquarters dispatched 10 generals, all of whom were peak true dragon-level warriors. There are dozens of grandmasters. There are also some new recruits who have just graduated and want to make achievements. Set off. Lin Yuan said no more. After taking a quick look around, he was the first to step into the helicopter. Others followed suit. In the military headquarters, people stood in a row and saluted. Then a loud voice came out. "Congratulations, Marshal Yi." Lin Yuan's departure attracted a lot of people's attention. People in the country are very excited about this. The military marshal will go to the border in person, and the border battle will be won. In addition, there are the 4 major families and those outside the Great Wall. Yi Zhanyan hated Lin Yuan to the core and ruined his plans several times in a row. Even many of his martial saints outside the pass were killed. You have to know that outside the Great Wall, their survival is extremely difficult, and the same is true for warriors to practice. It is not easy to train warriors. At this moment, in a huge building outside the pass, Yi Zhanyan opened his eyes and a strange smile appeared on his face. "You're finally here. It's a good thing you didn't go back to the Yi family. Otherwise, if that old man took action, I would be in a bit of trouble." Yi Zhanyan sneered twice. The military's plan failed, and now he has to look further ahead. What does he want? The military. To be more precise, it means returning to the interior of the country, as long as he is given enough essence to restore his strength. What are the 4 major families? Chapter 95, Border Situation, First Battle. Chapter 95, Border Situation, First Battle. Border, Military Headquarters. Lin Yuan came here with people from the military. The person in charge of the main battlefield at the border was a 3-star general. With true dragon-level strength, his name is Ning Zhiguang. In a meeting room of the military headquarters, Ning Zhiguang was introducing the current situation at the border. This all-round war was different from what Lin Yuan encountered on the eastern battlefield. This war was fought by the combined forces of all known alien races. Including the cannon fodder monsters created, there are hundreds of thousands of them. Although Lin Yuan had been on a battlefield in the east before, there were not so many alien races there. Marshal, the alien army is composed of 6 races, namely Zerg, Corpse, Lizard, Ant, Demon, and Orc. From the situation, the leaders of these races have not entered the battlefield, so we can still cope with them on the battlefield. Among them, the demons are the most mysterious and rarely show up. From the information we have, it is very likely that the demons have a high status among these alien races. Ning Zhiguang introduced the current situation to the top leaders of the Demon Suppression Army in the conference room. Although these alien armies are large in number, it is possible to deal with this war as long as those leader-level strongmen do not enter the field. These leader-level warriors were pinned down in the abyss by Xiao Shun, and it was impossible for them to appear on the battlefield in a short period of time. This news had already reached the military in the south a few days ago. Lin Yuan was also very clear about this, but he knew that although Xiao Shun was a 9th-level martial saint, he would naturally have no problem facing these alien leaders alone. But now there are 6 alien leaders in the abyss. Even if Xiao Shun suppresses them with his Dharma body, he is afraid that he will not be able to hold on for too long. Therefore, now on the battlefield, either this war must be ended quickly, or someone must enter the abyss to assist Xiao Shun. It would be best if these alien leaders were killed in the abyss. But this is also a difficult point, because judging from the apparent strength of humans, Xiao Shun has already reached the limit of humans. Unless there is another 9th-level martial saint, entering the abyss will not have much effect, but will instead give the aliens an opportunity to seize the opportunity. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Based on our current strength, how long will it take to end this battle?" Ning Zhiguang shook his head and sighed. "It's difficult. Although we have some advantages, they are not big. This time the aliens came with the mentality of a big fight. We will not give up easily unless we hurt them." "That's a good idea," Lin Yuan said. The war launched by the alien race this time is nothing more than an attempt to take back the territory of the battlefield of all races and to establish more territory. Therefore, they would not care about some small losses, but if the war frightened the alien races, they would suffer heavy losses. The battle will inevitably end early, but this is a bit difficult to do. Even the current Lin Yuan cannot say that he is 100% invincible on this battlefield. as the aliens have too many tricks. Ning Zhiguang couldn't help but continue to speak when he saw this. Marshal, the situation on the battlefield is actually not as good as we imagined. In addition to facing the alien races, we also have to be wary of those outside the pass. After Yi Zhanyun's last plan failed, it seems that he has no intention of returning to the military. We were disturbed by them in the previous battles. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression became serious. As a time traveler, this kind of behavior is a very embarrassing thing, but Yi Zhanyun is too weird. If he really is the corpse ancestor, his strength is definitely at the domain lord level. Compared with human warriors, he is a martial god. The martial saint is considered the pinnacle of martial arts at present, so one can imagine what the martial god is like. It is rumored that the martial god-level strongmen have mastered the power of rules and can easily modify the rules of heaven and earth, and they can impose various restrictions when they take action. From this, it can be seen that Yi Zhanyun has not reached this point. Otherwise, the rules before the major hurdles would not be able to restrain him. I understand. All the people at the border will be treated as foreigners. If they interfere on the battlefield again, they will be killed as enemies. Lin Yuan said. Those people at the border, no. Now I don't know if they are human beings or not. The military is defending against foreign invaders, and these people are here to interfere and are no different from enemies. Now that we have a clear understanding of the situation on the battlefield, the next thing we need to do is to quickly improve our strength. Only by breaking through the god of war can we win this battle 100%. Of course, this is when Yi Zhanyun's strength has not reached that of a martial god. Otherwise, Lin Yuan should become a martial saint of level 6 or 7, and his combat power would be enough. It was at this time that the military sounded the alarm, and the battle situation immediately appeared on the military system. A small alien team appeared in the southern wasteland of the border. Number 10. Preliminary estimated average combat power, true dragon level. Coordinates, 90 degrees south latitude. A small alien team appeared in the forest in the northern part of the border. Number 10. Preliminary estimated average combat power, true dragon level. Coordinates, 30 degrees north latitude. Eastern border, quantity, 15. After an alarm was received from the military system, everyone in the military received the news, including the senior officials in the conference room. Ning Zhiguang took a look at the military system, then looked at Lin Yuan and asked, Marshal, how should we deal with this? Let the 756th Division handle it, and the others should not move for now. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he looked at the military system of the military again, and couldn't help revealing a hint of contemplation. This team in the eastern part of the border is led by a leader of an alien race, so I will go there myself. Lin Yuan continued. At present, he is the only martial saint in the border military. Of course, this was before the border situation deteriorated completely. If the situation really deteriorates drastically, the military, the martial arts alliance, some martial arts families, etc., all the martial arts saints from these forces will come. You have to know that resisting alien races is not the job of the military alone. Yes. Hearing this, everyone nodded. There is thick fog at the border. Outside the human living area, everything is covered with fog. There are all kinds of dangers hidden in the fog, the most common of which are strange beasts. However, after becoming a warrior, the fog has little impact on vision, and warriors also have mental power to explore. When mental power reaches a certain level, the perception of the surroundings is no less than direct visual observation. Even if it is separated by a mountain wall, the mental power can perceive it clearly. He, the one guarding the eastern part of the border, is the 45th Division of the human military. The strongest man there is only a peak true dragon. This time we must tear open a gap here. I heard that Lin Yuan has also come to the border. Is he coming? He is now a military marshal. How can he attack so easily? Besides, Yi Zhanyun hates him to the core. If he dares to come out, how could Yi Zhanyun let him go? In the fog, the sound of a conversation was heard. Starry Sky Realm. Leader, one of the alien leaders. Domain Lord, in charge of a star region, usually the supreme being of a certain race. Realm Lord, in charge of countless star regions, the supreme being in the universe. Chapter 96 The Lost Village, Mo Yuan's Black Gold, and Yi Zhanyun's True Body. Several voices were heard in the fog. Through the fog, one can clearly see that this is a group of alien creatures with horns on their heads. Their bodies are pitch black, and their heads are very similar to those of ants. Oh, there are lights on. Is there anyone here? In the deep mountains and dense forests, a faint light came from not far away, attracting the attention of these aliens. Let's go and take a look. The leader of the alien race spoke. As soon as the words fell, More than a dozen figures walked towards the faint light. This dense forest is located deep in the mountains. If there were no warriors present, this place would be extremely rare and difficult to be discovered. This village should be the kind that the indigenous people who have lived here for generations are isolated from the rest of the world. The arrival of foreigners broke the tranquility here. At the entrance of the village, an old man in cloth and several young men sensed the arrival of the aliens. It's indeed a human. I didn't expect there are humans in our area. It's really embarrassing. The alien leader spoke. Ever since the fog fell, any place covered by the fog is considered to be the area where aliens are active. Under such circumstances, there is actually a human village. Not only were they surprised, but they were also a little embarrassed. Strange. Monster. There really is a monster in the black fog. What should we do, village chief? A young man's voice trembled. Since the black fog fell, they rarely left the village, and they had never seen any aliens before. But roaring sounds can often be heard coming from the black fog. Therefore, rumors have been circulating in the village that there are monsters in the black fog. Take the old and young in the village to the back mountain, and the others follow me. The old man, known as the village chief, said with a serious expression. Moreover, after he finished speaking, he walked forward, and a faint energy of blood and energy actually flowed through his body. What is surprising is that this old man is actually a warrior. In this isolated place, with no method of cultivation, how could this old man become a warrior? Yes, village chief. The young man nodded and left quickly. So he is a postnatal warrior. TSK, quite interesting. An alien laughed a few times. Acquired warriors are too weak for them, and they can crush them to death with just a flick of their fingers. In this war launched by the alien race, the weakest among them is also a master, not to mention that there is also a leader-level strongman among them. Yin, I'll leave these people to you to deal with. The alien leader spoke, and a young man from the ant tribe standing behind him walked out. His aura was many times stronger than that of the old man. Yes, chief. The young man from the ant tribe curled up his lips into a smile, and his figure moved and disappeared into the darkness. Before the old man could react, he saw a huge black hand in front of him grabbing towards him. The sharp claws emitted a cold light, even in the dark. If you are caught by it, you will almost certainly die. Although the old man was a warrior, he had no experience fighting against alien races, not to mention such a huge gap in strength. He wasn't frightened, but he was completely unable to react. He just watched the big hand grabbing towards his face, but when the big hand was only an inch away from him, a flash of knife light suddenly appeared. The dark palm fell to the ground in an instant. Ah! The young ant screamed in pain. When this unexpected change occurred, the ant leader's expression froze for a moment, and then he looked around. Even he didn't notice the speed of the attack. Are there any experts in this village? Who? The ant leader shouted, and with a burst of his aura, the surrounding black fog was instantly dispersed. But he didn't see anyone, so he said angrily, "You are just trying to be mysterious. If that's the case, then I will massacre this village." As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of fire suddenly lit up in the black fog. The fire was particularly dazzling. Even the thick black fog could not cover its light. It was like a walking sun. The leader of the ants was the first to react, his eyes fixed. This is not the sun, but a Dharma body. It is the martial saint who has arrived. Isn't it said that there is no martial saint in the military at the border currently? The ant leader's expression turned serious. Compared with the human realm, his strength is also that of a martial saint, and he is a fourth-level martial saint. Even if a martial saint appeared in the military, he was not without the ability to deal with it. The ant leader had a cold face and took out weapons from the void. At this moment, the flaming Dharma body descended in an instant and landed here. Light up the world. Lin Yuan. The alien leader let out a strange cry. Not to mention the sound. Even the whole body was shaking. You know, Lin Yuan had already killed a fourth-level martial saint with the strength of a true dragon in the battlefield of all races. Now that he has been promoted to the martial saint level, what does the fourth-level martial saint mean to him? When the ant leader saw this, he reacted immediately and fled quickly to the back. He wanted to leave this place, and he was very clear about the gap between his strength and Lin Yuan. Staying here is no different from waiting to die. Leader, what are we going to do if you leave? Several young men from other races also came to their senses. The moment they saw the Dharma body, they were all panicked. Seeing that their leader was about to run away, they did not dare to stay. However, how could Lin Yuan let them go so easily? After being promoted to martial saint, the effect of the killing intent field became more significant. In just a moment, this space was blocked. The murderous intent was like a knife at the throat, pinning all these aliens here. Only level 4? I'm a little disappointed. Lin Yuan was still thinking that someone of a higher level would come and give him 100 or 80 years of cultivation. With his talent, at the very least he can directly ascend to the 9th level of martial saint, right? Lin Yuan, how dare you come out of seclusion? Aren't you afraid that Yi Zhanyun will cause trouble for you? The ant leader shouted. Lin Yuan looked at him strangely and said, why don't you worry about yourself first? You. The ant leader's tone paused, but he was helpless. The hatred between these star races and humans was too great, and he himself was well aware of it. Even if you beg for mercy, there is no way to survive. Lin Yuan, do you really think that you can be invincible on this battlefield when the leaders of my alien race are not here? You really underestimate us, the star races. The alien leader then spoke. Lin Yuan shook his head, his mind moved, and in the murderous area, the sword intent strangled him. And in Lin Yuan's mind, the sound of the system's reward also came. God, you must be sent by God to save us. Seeing this scene, the old man who was called the village chief immediately knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully to Lin Yuan. Not only him, but also the young men following behind him are like this. Chapter 97. A good material for making swords. After a group of aliens were killed, a voice sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Moreover, the reward this time is quite generous. After all, there is a strong leader among the alien race. However, after Lin Yuan killed these foreigners, the indigenous people in the village suddenly all knelt on the ground, muttering words like Allah. After hearing this name, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. At present, he has a general understanding of the situation outside the Great Wall, especially Yi Zhanyun. The name Allah was what those who believed in Yi Zhanyun called him when he made a big mistake in the interior of the country. Is this village related to Yi Zhanyun? Lin Yuan walked out of the fog with doubts, and his real body was retracted. Everyone, there is no need to do this. I am the marshal of the Great Xia army, and killing the aliens is my job. Lin Yuan helped several people up and spoke calmly. Hearing this, the old man in the lead showed a hint of surprise, and then said, Marshal of the Great Xia army. After all, we are also from the Great Xia. He spoke like this. Lin Yuan was also a little curious at this moment. There were actually humans living in this thick fog. What do you mean? Benefactor, please come in first. The old man brought Lin Yuan into the village and entertained him in a room. At the same time, he began to explain. I learned from the old man that his name was MANHUA and the village was called MANHUA village. This village has existed for a long time, even before the martial arts era, but it has never been discovered. After the advent of the martial arts era, thick fog appeared and the world changed dramatically. The people in the village were even more afraid to go out at will. Therefore, they have always existed in this village. I see. Then who is the Allah you are talking about? Lin Yuan showed a look of understanding and then asked calmly. It was about 100 years ago. A man came from the interior of the country. He called himself Allah and said he was the hope of the world. He stayed in our village for a few days. Mohai recalled and continued. We didn't believe it at first, but he was so magical. He could control fire, ice, lightning, and lightning. He was very similar to you. Moreover, Ta also gave our village strength. Now, the strength of one arm is already 1,000 pounds. Hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a strange look. This Yi Zhanyun really was fooling people wherever he went. This village is isolated from the outside world, so it's normal that they don't know about the arrival of the martial arts era. He actually used this little trick to fool people. Isn't this bullying honest people? But then again, with Yi Zhanyun's strength and vision, there is no need to waste his energy on a group of ordinary people. This village must have some unknown secrets. Lin Yuan thought about this and then asked, Is there anything strange in your village? Or do you have any requirements for the person who gave you the power? Mohai was stunned for a moment, and his speech became hesitant and extremely hesitant. The Allah you are talking about is not a good person. He committed a serious mistake in Daxia and was expelled from the border. As the Grand Marshal of the Great Xia army, which one do you think is more trustworthy? Lin Yuan paused and spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Mohai was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, Marshal, please follow me. In Mohai's eyes, the world has changed and become extremely dangerous. The fog was filled with alien races and strange beasts. It is a miracle that their village has survived to this day. They want to give the village hope and a future. He has to choose one to believe. The mountain behind the village was also shrouded in fog, but there was a cave halfway up the mountain. The cave was emitting a long, dark golden light. The moment he approached it, Lin Yuan felt an extremely strong energy. This is considered the ancestral land of our village. When that man came to our village, he came here to see it. As Mohai led Lin Yuan in, He continued. He told us that there is a magic stone in the ancestral land that can continuously grant us strength and protect the village. The price is, it requires nourishment with blood. Lin Yuan frowned and said, "Do you believe this?" I didn't believe it at first, but my power is real, and the village has remained intact over the years. Emohai said with a wry smile. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, because now he had walked in, the scene in front of him made him take a deep breath. There are almost dozens of young men and women in this cave, and the youngest are probably only in their teens. They all looked pale and very weak. In the middle of the cave, there is a dark golden stone about 5 or 6 meters high. A faint dark golden light emanated, making the entire cave feel a little cold. This is the magic stone. It was only the size of a goose egg at first. After nearly 100 years of nourishment, it has become this size. Emohai walked forward, took out food from his arms, and shared it with the youngest child. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly. The scene before him was so shocking, because this stone was called manhwa black gold. A few years ago on the battlefield, he had seen an alien using a weapon made of this stone. It was just a palm-sized dagger, sharp enough to cut through a large group of defenses easily, and it caused quite a stir on the battlefield at the time. Even the military was alarmed. After a series of research and analysis, it was found that the material of this weapon was called manhwa black gold, which came from the starry sky. The weapons created have a bloodthirsty effect, and it is the kind that keeps growing. The more bloodthirsty it is, the sharper and harder it becomes. According to the report given by the military, if this kind of weapon is allowed to grow on the battlefield, in the end, even the defense of a martial saint can be easily broken. No wonder Yi Zhanyun would spend so much time and effort on this ordinary village. It turned out to be for Mo Yuan's black gold. Judging from the way this piece of Ma Yuan black gold is growing, if it is made into a weapon, even a martial saint would not be able to handle it. Yi Zhanyun, you are treating the people in the village as food. This makes sense. Mo Yuan black gold does have the effect of isolating aura. Benefactor, do you have any way to take us away? Emohai looked at the very young child, reached out and touched his head. A trace of pity flashed across his face. If it weren't for the village, he wouldn't want to do this. These children, young people, are too young. But if he didn't do this, he was afraid that the village would be destroyed. The demand for this stone is increasing, and it also needs the blood of young people to nourish it. Now, it needs the blood of more than a dozen people a day. If this continues, even the blood of everyone in the village wouldn't be enough to feed the baby. Chapter 98. Yi Zhanyun's horror is Dharma body that crosses the barrier. I will notify the military and bring all of you villagers back to the interior. Although Lin Yuan was a little confused as to how could there be something in the starry sky in the ancestral land of this village. But he didn't think too much about it now. Instead, he quickly sent his coordinates to the military. Thank you, Marshal. In that case, please take care of this stone as well. Emohai pleaded. Isn't this something from your ancestral land? Why do you want me to deal with it? To be honest, Lin Yuan really wanted this Mo Yuan black gold leaf. He was not a hypocritical person. They wanted if they wanted. But the problem is that this thing exists in someone else's ancestral land, and it is nourished with their own blood. He really couldn't open his mouth to say it. Marshal, you don't know that this stone needs blood every day. If it lacks blood one day, it will absorb it by itself. Many people in the village have died because of this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed this scene to happen. Emohai sighed and said as he looked at the pale-faced members of the Mo family. When Lin Yuan heard this, he immediately understood. Although he couldn't open his mouth, since Emohai had spoken, he had no reason to refuse. There are 2 reasons. First, after the villagers left, the stone became ownerless. It is better to give it to him than to let the aliens take it away. Second, since this was Yi Zhanyun's arrangement, even if he didn't take it, Yi Zhanyun would take it. No matter how he looked at it, Lin Yuan couldn't let it go. In that case, I'll take it away. Lin Yuan nodded. This stone can kill people, but that's actually only because these people are ordinary people. With the strength of a martial saint, Mo Yuan's black gold cannot affect him. Take everyone to the village and wait. Someone will be here to pick you up soon. Lin Yuan spoke. Emohai nodded, and then said, Let's go. We will go to the interior of the country later. A dozen young men looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity and confusion, but after hearing Emohai's words, all of them showed a look of surprise. After all, once they return to the interior of the country, they no longer have to worry about any terrifying creatures appearing in the fog. There is no need to water the stone every day. Village entrance. Several helicopters landed. The military acted quickly, with almost a large team escorting them. After Lin Yuan put all the Mo Yuan black gold into the space ring, he also walked out. This stone can not only be used to forge a good sword, but it can also be used to make a set of armor. Marshal, everyone is on the plane. An officer saw Lin Yuan and immediately spoke. Take them back to the interior. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, his eyes looking not far away. In the fog, there seemed to be something running and flying. In short, it flew towards here at an extremely fast speed. Yes, Marshal. The officer nodded and immediately ordered the helicopter to take off. The village fell silent. Lin Yuan has not moved yet. Even if he moves, the team escorting MO and others will be intercepted. This thing is probably aimed at him. Boom. The fog dissipated. The flames filled the sky, and the entire space was illuminated in an instant. He was a man wearing an old military uniform, with a strong and handsome face, but he looked a little evil. Lin Yuan, we meet again. The man spoke in a low voice with an inexplicable smile on his face. After he appeared, Lin Yuan felt that the space was shrinking rapidly, and the terrifying pressure made him breathless. That immortal cell was about to burst out, beating bang 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 in his body. This is the first time that Lin Yuan has felt this kind of pressure since he became the martial saint. You are? Yi Zhanyan. Lin Yuan's eyes were alert, and his blood and energy began to flow quietly. He had seen Yi Zhanyan 3 times, each time in his Dharma body. Even so, although the Dharmakaya and the true body are different, they come from the same source. Even if they are different, there won't be much difference. The Yi Zhanyan in front of him was completely different from his Dharma body. Even his aura was different. Good son, you recognized me so quickly. Yi Zhanyan smiled faintly, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He was driven out of the interior by the Yi family that year, which made him feel resentful. Now he calls Lin Yuan his son. He was secretly happy. I am your father. Lin Yuan was a little speechless. This old guy was really a bit mean. It's just as outrageous as I remembered. It seems you already know your identity. Oh, I remember the way you knelt before me and called me father, with your eyebrows lowered and your eyes submissive. Yi Zhanyan chuckled, and thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This feeling is so refreshing. Lin Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. My cowardly appearance in the past became a topic that Yi Zhanyan used to disgust him. The dog that lost its home back then barked really loudly, and I even cut off 3 of its Dharmakaya bodies. Now that you are here in person, is your neck itchy again? Do you want me to chop it off? Lin Yuan sneered and spoke lightly. Hearing this, Yi Zhanyan's face turned a little colder. The 3 Dharma bodies had damaged his origin. Otherwise, he would be able to integrate better and faster. At that time, let alone a small barrier. Even if the top combat forces of the 4 major families gathered together, he would not be afraid. Snort, you are still as stubborn as ever. Do you think you can leave today? Leave Mo Yuan He Jin behind, and I might consider keeping you as my puppet. Yi Zhanyan stopped arguing and stared at Lin Yuan with eyes as sharp as a knife. Also, the palms contract slightly. As a result, this space is also shrinking rapidly. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his bones were creaking. The gap between him and the 9th level martial saint is still too big. Not to mention that there was such a strange existence as Yi Zhanyan, who came in person. I'm afraid he will be killed here completely. Lin Yuan was not careless. There was a bang 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 sound in his body, and his blood surged all over his body. His fighting power was fully unleashed in an instant. In the void, the sword came out. Lin Yuan's Dharma body appeared and expanded the space that Yi Zhanyan had shrunk. The real body held the knife and moved forward. A strong wind blew and Lin Yuan's speed reached the extreme. Clang! The sword slashed Yi Zhanyan's body, making a crisp sound, and the aftermath spread out. The whole forest was like being hit by an earthquake. You little beast, you're growing up really fast. Yi Zhanyan was secretly surprised. The gap between a 9th level martial saint and a 1st level martial saint is too huge, even bigger than a postnatal warrior facing a large sect. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a dimensionality reduction attack. But Lin Yuan was able to break free from his blockade. He was only a 1st level martial saint. If he were allowed to grow to level 9, Yi Zhanyan couldn't even imagine how strong he would be. The stronger you are, the more talented you are, the more excited I am. Because today you will die. Chapter 99 Yi Zhantian. Do you know how I have been living these years? At this time, Yi Zhanyan already thought in his heart that Lin Yuan would definitely die today. As a 9th level martial saint, he is outside the 4 major families. He is also a top existence in the entire world's martial arts era. Lin Yuan is just a warrior who has just entered the level of martial saint. No matter how strong his talent is, his combat power is far beyond his realm. However, facing a 9th level martial saint, he would definitely be defeated. Originally, As long as Yi Lin Yuan stayed inside the pass, he really had no way to do anything to Yi Lin Yuan for the time being. After all, in the Great Pass, he was bound by the power of rules. His real body was unable to pass the hurdle, or Yi Lin Yuan chose to return to the family and meet that person. No matter which of the two it is, Yi Zhanyun can't do anything to Yi Lin Yuan. But Yi Lin Yuan did not choose either of these two ways to survive, but went straight to the outside of the pass. He didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. How strong is a 9th-level martial saint? Yi Zhanyun was bathed in light, with various elemental powers flowing through his body, and the entire space was flashing with various array patterns. In his field, Yi Lin Yuan is not in a good condition now. The immortal cell that increased his combat power and enabled him to fight against opponents of higher levels was beating wildly under Yi Zhanyun's oppression. There was also a feeling that Yi Zhanyun saw through him at a glance. Nothing more. Yi Lin Yuan sneered, his tone indifferent. He chose to leave the pass, not because he was completely unprepared. Even if Yi Zhanyun attacked him, he could still escape from here even if he could not defeat him. Of course, there is another very important reason. When he came out of seclusion this time, he also thought that Yi Zhanyun would come to kill him. Therefore, Yi Lin Yuan's main purpose was to personally see the person who was despised and feared by everyone. At the same time, I also want to see his strength. Yi Zhanyun's strength exceeded his imagination. Even before this, he had already thought that Yi Zhanyun was very powerful and estimated that he was even stronger than a normal 9th-level martial saint. Now seeing it with his own eyes, Yi Lin Yuan was a little surprised. However, this was not to the point where things got out of hand. Yi Lin Yuan's mind moved, and the blood in his body began to boil immediately. Moreover, everything in this space seemed to slow down at this moment. I didn't expect that you, a first-level martial saint, could actually comprehend a trace of the power of rules. But do you think you can defeat me with just this? Now, let me tell you how big the gap is between you and a 9th-level martial saint. The murderous intent in Yi Zhanyun's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Yi Lin Yuan is too abnormal. His talent in martial arts is so monstrous that it is not enough to describe it as evil. You have to know that he is only in his 20s this year, but he has already become a martial saint. Give him another 10 years, or even 100 years. Is there any rival for Yi Lin Yuan in this world? Even if it is placed in the starry sky, I am afraid it can become the overlord of a star field. He didn't dare to let Yi Lin Yuan continue to grow like this. After all, the hatred between the two sides is too great. Not to mention, Yi Lin Yuan is the biological son of the old man in the Yi family. Originally, he just wanted to treat Yi Lin Yuan as a tool to pave the way for him, and then kill him when he was no longer useful. During this period, he can also satisfy his desire to take revenge on the old man in the Yi family. But what Yi Zhanyun didn't expect was that Yi Lin Yuan's growth was too fast, which became the biggest change in his plan. Behind Yi Zhanyun, the sky and the earth changed color and a thunderstorm raged. There was a terrifying oppressive force in his every move. After he finished speaking, Yi Zhanyun stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that covered the sky and the sun appeared out of thin air in the center of the thunderstorm, came directly towards Yi Lin Yuan to suppress him. Seeing this situation, Yi Lin Yuan was not careless at all, and his Dharma body immediately returned to his front. Before this, he practiced a martial art that could strengthen the body, and relying on this martial skill, he managed to withstand the attack of an alien who had just stepped half a step into the realm of martial saint, and then killed him. However, he was injured and returned to Jiangbei. After becoming a martial saint, this martial art transformed and became his Dharmakaya. The body is made of red fire and glass, and every move he makes can create 1,000 miles of red land. Not only does he possess powerful combat power, but his defense is also incredibly high. Before he became a martial saint, his physique had already reached the level of golden skin and jade bones. Now that he has become a martial saint, the defensive power of his Dharma body is enough to preserve his physical body even if he faces the crisis of the Jiangbei cave again. Yi Zhanyun's big hand can crush an asteroid even in the starry sky. Its power can be imagined. However, after the big hand touched Yi Lin Yuan's Dharma image, it suddenly stopped, as if it was blocked. Yi Zhanyun frowned and was surprised again. However, he did not speak this time. Instead, he exerted force secretly. As his palms suddenly tightened, cracks appeared on Yi Lin Yuan's Dharma image. A head-on confrontation won't work. It looks like we can only find a chance to leave first. Seeing this, Yi Lin Yuan couldn't help but think to himself. However, at this moment, there was a sudden movement in front of the pass, and the space shook violently with ripples. A Dharma body suddenly appeared from the void, took a step forward, crossed the barrier, and appeared in front of Yi Lin Yuan. This Dharma image is extremely majestic. and it seems that he is stepping on the sun, moon, and stars. There are all kinds of light shining behind him, which is extremely magical. When Yi Zhanyun saw this Dharma body, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen something terrible. Yi Zhentian. Yi Zhanyun muttered the name, which triggered the power of rules and made the entire space silent. Lin Yuan also saw this Dharma body. After hearing Yi Zhanyun read out the name, he also looked at the Dharma body curiously. You made a big mistake back then, and I wanted to let you out to atone for your sins, but I never thought you would become what you are now. Look at yourself now. Do you still look like a human being? Yi Zhentian's eyes fell on Yi Zhanyun, with a hint of disappointment in his tone. Then, Yi Zhentian, you still have the nerve to mention the past. It was you who made me leave the family. It was you who made me establish the military, and it was you who. At this point, Yi Zhanyun suddenly sneered and said with anger in his tone, Yi Zhentian, I am now like this, all thanks to you. Do you know how I have been living these years? In this thick fog, there are alien races and beasts everywhere. I deal with those beasts every day. What about you? Have you ever asked me anything? Yi Zhanyun roared, his voice filled with resentment. Hearing this, Yi Zhentian sighed, looking helpless. No one can help you with the mistake you made back then. The military has become the patron saint in everyone's mind. If I let you go, what will others think? Chapter 100. Father and son meet. A fate you cannot escape. But you don't understand. You only know that I drove you out of the customs and made you stay in this thick fog. Yi Zhentian sighed and spoke slowly. In order to make humans have stronger combat power, Yi Zhanyun left his family and founded the military. The military department is directly under the jurisdiction of Dasha Prefecture. After the military was founded, it survived many invasions by alien races and strange beasts, and therefore had a good image in the hearts of the people. At the same time, it also inspired the development of martial arts among the entire nation. This was originally a very good phenomenon, but Yi Zhanyun took an unconventional approach. In order to become more powerful, he chose a path that was unexpected to everyone and could be said to be anti-human. He abandoned human genes and integrated the genes of other races. He even sold out information from the military in exchange for the alien race's cultivation methods, but was ultimately resisted by everyone. At that time, Yi Zhanyun was the military marshal. His status is very high, so even if the old martial saint of Dasha Mansion is dissatisfied with him, it is not easy for him to speak directly. However, if such a malignant tumor controls the first line of defense of the human race, chaos will inevitably occur in the long run. Therefore, Yi Zhentian had to take action at this time. Punishing Yi Zhanyun was something he found completely unacceptable. In his opinion, it was Yi Zhentian who asked him to do all this. Finally, they wanted to drive him out of the pass, causing him to live in this thick fog for so long. Therefore, he hated Yi Zhentian more than he hated anyone else. After learning the news, he took away Lin Yuan, who was just born not long ago, as a revenge on Yi Zhentian. Good. Even if it's as you said, 100 years have passed. Why don't you let me return to the interior? Aren't you treating me as a tool to help you create your military? Not only did you have no intention of letting me go back, you even never asked about me in these 100 years, Yi Zhentian. You have such a cruel heart. When you inherited the position of patriarch, I was the one who stood behind you all the time, and until now, Yi Zhanyun shouted, his eyes red. When he saw Yi Zhentian, he could no longer hide the hatred in his heart, and he wished he could kill him right now. Do you have any remorse at all? Your way of cultivation has harmed so many people. Yi Zhentian spoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhanyun sneered a few times. What's wrong with my training method? Now that the era of martial arts has arrived, the strong will prey on the weak. If humans don't have stronger people, they will be devoured by alien races sooner or later. Yi Zhentian, how many people died when you took the position of the patriarch? You didn't even blink an eye. How come it's considered an unforgivable crime in my eyes? Yi Zhentian shook his head and said, This is different. What's the difference? Are people who die in your hands not human? Are people who die in my hands more precious than anything else? Seeing this, Yi Zhanyun felt even more hatred in his heart. Because in his eyes, Yi Zhentian's answer was too hypocritical. Someone died in the same situation, so why should he be punished? Yi Zhentian was silent. He looked at Yi Zhanyun without any change in expression, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yi Zhanyun became even more certain that Yi Zhentian was guilty. He couldn't help but sneer and said, So, now we each go our own way and no one interferes with each other. Do you see him? This is your son, the one I took away from him back then. He even called me daddy for several years. Ha ha. Lin Yuan had been listening with great interest, curious about what had happened back then. But now, After hearing Yi Zhanyun's words, he couldn't help but feel speechless. Why is he everywhere? So he is just a jiezi, used to annoy people, right? As expected, Yi Zhintian's expression immediately darkened after hearing this, and he said in a cold tone, "It seems that I still thought too highly of you. After so many years, you have never changed." After saying this, the Dharma image moved. With a slight movement of his hand, all the aura emitted by Yi Zhanyun and the special effects behind him were turned off. Yi Zhanyun's face changed, and he immediately said angrily, "Yi Zhintian, you hypocritical hypocrite, don't you still want to kill me?" There was a faint murderous intent in the air, as light as falling petals, but the energy contained was enough to kill a martial saint. "What you said is not completely unreasonable. At least from the moment I learned that my son was taken away by you, you have been sentenced to death in my heart." Yi Zhintian was not angry about this, and his tone remained calm. "Then why did you tell me so much?" Yi Zhanyun felt a chill in his heart, for he had seen Yi Zhintian's methods with his own eyes. In order to inherit the position of family head, how many forces were wiped out and how many fellows from different camps were killed? In short, Yi Zhintian is a man who will do anything to achieve his goals, and he is cold-blooded and ruthless, leaving no room for trouble. Yi Zhintian actually wanted to kill him. Haha, that's for the people in the tribe to see. After all, the path you're taking is unheard of. In fact, there are still people in the tribe who want to see how far you can go. Yi Zhintian smiled faintly and admitted generously that he was indeed a smiling tiger. "You can't kill me. You are just a Dharmakaya body that forced its way through. What can you do to me?" Yi Zhanyun looked solemn as he looked around, trying to find an opportunity to slip away. "Indeed." Yi Zhintian nodded and pointed his fingers forward. The space fused, thunder gathered, and a sword light fell from the sky and fell on his head. Boom! Yi Zhanyun was trapped in space. When the sword fell, he caught it head-on. After the aftermath dissipated, he let out a muffled groan. It can be seen that this big sword caused him some injuries. "Yi Zhintian, don't be too proud too soon. Sooner or later, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." Yi Zhanyun knew very well that if he continued like this, even this Dharma body would be able to kill him. He had to leave now. After Yi Zhanyun muttered a few words, flames suddenly burned on his body, and his blood and energy surged instantly at this moment. At the same time, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Yi Zhintian looked at this scene with a normal expression. The martial arts that burned his blood and essence, his younger brother was becoming more and more difficult for him to understand. After coming to his senses, Yi Zhintian looked at Lin Yuan beside him, his eyes filled with hope, kindness, and guilt. The golden body that was 100 feet tall just looked at Lin Yuan, seeming a little at a loss. "Lin Yuan," Yi Zhintian shouted. Lin Yuan understood at this time that the owner of the Dharma body in front of him was his biological father. Lin Yuan looked calm. Yi Zhintian's appearance caught him completely unprepared, but more because of his identity as a time traveler and the farce he experienced when he was in Jiangbei. Lin Yuan was unable to accept it for a while. Chapter 101, I Am the God of War, an immortal golden body, a second-level martial saint. Lin Yuan looked calm, without much turmoil in his heart. The person in front of him was too unfamiliar. Even if they were really related by blood, Lin Yuan couldn't accept it now. There are too many factors causing this. Therefore, after hearing this voice, Lin Yuan just turned around to look at him, and then said calmly, "Thank you for your help, goodbye." In fact, even if Yi Zhintian hadn't taken action, he could have escaped on his own. "Lin Yuan, wait a minute." Seeing this, Yi Zhintian's majestic eyes flashed with helplessness as he faced his own son who had been lost for many years. Yi Zhintian felt too much guilt in his heart, but as a man, he didn't know how to start. Lin Yuan stopped, turned around, and looked at the Dharma body without saying a word. "I know you have a lot of complaints against me. I feel guilty about what happened back then, but I had no choice at the time. I didn't even know that you were taken away by Yi Zhanyun. His cultivation method is a path that no one has ever taken. After you were born more than 20 years ago, he suddenly disappeared." Yi Zhintian was silent for a while before he began to explain. "You don't have to explain these things to me. I just think that I am doing well now. As for the heir mentioned before, I am not interested in participating." Lin Yuan interrupted what he was about to say and spoke calmly. He didn't feel anything about these things. After all, as of now, he didn't need other people or forces to intervene in his martial arts or identity. Yi Zhintian nodded. He had no doubt about what Lin Yuan said. After all, the man in front of him was a military marshal in his 20s. A martial saint in his 20s. In this era of martial arts, even a martial saint who is 100 years old can be called a genius among geniuses. What's more, he is at Lin Yuan's age. Your growth has indeed exceeded my expectations. Yi Jintian said, but when he said this, he paused again, and then said, but next, martial saint is not your ultimate goal. If you want to become a martial god, it is not enough to just have martial arts talent. When Yi Lin Yuan heard this, something suddenly came to his mind. The martial saint is the threshold to contact the starry sky. The god of war is someone who truly has a certain say in the starry sky. But becoming a god of war is not that easy. Just like Xiao Shang, who is known as the strongest fighter on the holy list, and once fought his way into the starry sky and escaped unscathed. His talent in martial arts is so high that he has been in charge of the military for nearly 200 years and has been a 9th-level martial saint for 100 years. If one can become a martial god with talent and resources, then Xiao Shen should have become one long ago. According to the rules of the starry sky, the martial saint corresponds to a leader-level alien race, who is usually one of the leaders of a race. The god of war corresponds to a domain lord-level powerhouse. To reach this level, one needs to be recognized by the rules. If you look at it this way, perhaps only one martial god is allowed to exist among each race. So, is there a martial god among humans? Yi Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the Dharmadhatu in front of him, and he felt somewhat skeptical that a 9th-level martial saint like Yi Zhanyun was so afraid of Yi Jintian. So what realm is he in? After Yi Jintian noticed Yi Lin Yuan's gaze, he nodded slightly and said, you guessed right, I am the human god of war. So, this is your fate that you cannot avoid. If you want to become a martial god, you must return to your family and become the heir. Yi Jintian sighed, and then continued, you are my son, I don't want the next martial god of mankind to be someone else. In fact, there is an heir in the Yi family. With Yi Lin Yuan's disappearance and the current situation in the starry sky, the successor must be chosen as soon as possible. Yi Jintian was also very clear about this, even though he really hoped that the heir would be his own son. But he had to be prepared, because even if he refused, those people from the Yi family would not agree. Now that he knows Yi Lin Yuan's whereabouts, Yi Jintian wants Yi Lin Yuan to return to the Yi family and become the heir again. However, competition is essential. I see. Yi Lin Yuan nodded, then said seriously, I know what you mean, but I also have my own ideas. The successor is about becoming a martial god. I don't want to compete with others. My path to martial arts is to become stronger. So I refuse. Yi Lin Yuan said that even if he wanted to become a martial god, he must become the heir, or get recognition from the rules. Yi Lin Yuan still didn't want to think about it. It was a simple reason. Since he joined the army, he had been through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. He experienced life and death situations hundreds of times and slept in the open air. He has relied on himself to get to where he is today, becoming the military marshal. Now, why is it for the position of heir? Let him return to the family and compete with others. To put it bluntly, is he worthy of it? In other words, if you wanted to go back and be the heir, you can. But he didn't want this so-called competition. Since he wanted to acknowledge him as his son, he had to act like a father. Lin Yuan, you have to think carefully. This is the path you must take. There is no way you can escape. Upon hearing this, Yi Jintian couldn't help but speak anxiously. I thought clearly, so I'm sorry. After Yi Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left. At the same time, the border military headquarters. Marshal, those who were brought back have been settled. Ning Zhiguang came over and spoke to Yi Lin Yuan. Yi Lin Yuan nodded and said, okay, I understand. Does the military have a blacksmith? Ning Zhiguang looked thoughtful when he heard this, and then said, yes. What level of weapon does the marshal need to forge? Yi Lin Yuan took out the Mo Yuan black gold from the storage space and said, it is at least a saint-level weapon. This piece of material is enough. When Ning Zhiguang saw Mo Yuan's black gold, his expression changed instantly. This thing had appeared on the battlefield before, and many people in the military knew about it. Such a large piece. I'm afraid only Master Zhang San can forge it. He is a saint-level blacksmith. Ning Zhiguang smacked his lips. Mr. Zhang San? The burly man who had appeared in the Kyoto military headquarters before appeared in Yi Lin Yuan's mind. He ordered, then send it over and ask him to forge a sword for me. If there are enough remaining materials, forge a set of armor. This piece of Mo Yuan black gold material has evolved several times. If forged into a weapon, the material would definitely be able to reach the saint level. His sword was a major level weapon, but it was a bit weak to use now. Ning Zhiguang nodded, and then said to Mo Yuan Heijin, yes, Marshal. Yi Lin Yuan didn't say much after this battle. He realized how terrifying Yi Zhanyun was, and now he had to practice harder. Moreover, the martial god mentioned by Yi Jintian. Do I have to become an heir to achieve a breakthrough? Chapter 102. Ink Gold Blade. Ink Gold Suit. Comparable to God-level suit. Military training room. Lin Yuan sat in it. As a military training room, in addition to having the necessary facilities, it also had a function that could improve the training efficiency of warriors. Gravity. Although practicing under gravity is extremely difficult, the efficiency is several times that of an ordinary practice room. Lin Yuan adjusted the gravity to 10,000 times. Such gravity was equivalent to 1,000 mountains pressing down on one's head. Even a martial saint could feel some pressure. Realm, first level martial saint. Gravity, 10,000 times. The qi and blood in Lin Yuan's body were all boiling under the powerful pressure. When he was practicing immortal cells before, he compressed the qi and blood that overflowed from his body into the cells. The cells undergo qualitative changes, and now there is no excess qi and blood in the body. Therefore, Lin Yuan's method of cultivation is very simple. He concentrates all the energy of qi and blood in his body and compresses them into the cells. Then wait for the qi and blood to recover, and repeat this process again and again. After practicing this way for about several hundred times, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that the cells in his body began to change. And, just like the immortal cells last time, possessing the same power and effect, that is to say, he now has 2 immortal cells in his body. The combat power bonus brought by the first immortal cell allows me to fight against a level 6 or 7 martial saint at a level 1 martial saint. What if both immortal cells are fully activated now? Lin Yuan opened his eyes and thought curiously. He turned his eyes to the combat power testing machine placed aside. This combat power testing machine was made of special materials. Theoretically, it is the best testing instrument in the world. The maximum test range is the 6th level martial saint. Above that, the only way to test it is through actual combat. Because up to now, there is no material that can withstand the full force attack of a martial saint of level 6 or above. Lin Yuan came to the combat power testing instrument with a calm expression, but the 2 immortal cells in his body were all activated at this time. The energy and blood in his body were all in a boiling state. At this moment, his fighting power had reached its peak. Bang! A punch was thrown, and a huge impact force fell on the testing equipment. Dust rose up, and the combat power testing instrument just jumped once before exploding. The wall of the training room was also broken through. The huge sound instantly attracted the attention of many people in the military. Many people looked inside and saw a huge hole in the wall of the training room. And then, a man stood there. This scene made many people gasp, because the training room can withstand 10,000 times the gravity, so it can be imagined that the material is not ordinary. Being able to break through the training room is so powerful. When the dust dispersed, Lin Yuan had a strange look on his face. It seemed that he had underestimated his own strength when he was at full power. At first, he thought that if he punched, it would be like in other novels, causing the equipment to explode, or causing some test crystal to shatter because it could not withstand his talent. I didn't expect that I could blow up the wall of the training room with just one punch. However, at the moment when the instrument started jumping, Lin Yuan noticed one thing. His combat power jumped to more than 800 million at that moment. In other words, his current combat power is at least that of an 8th level martial saint. Of course, there is definitely more to it than that. Lin Yuan was somewhat satisfied with the result, and he changed to another training room. After the fusion of the second immortal cell, the realm became somewhat loose. I'm about to become a level 2 martial saint. In addition to improvements in qi and blood and combat power, breaking through to level 2 martial saint will also improve my health and combat power. The most significant effect is the change brought about by the Dharmakaya. As a martial saint gains a level, the manifestation of his Dharma image becomes more obvious, and his physical body will also be improved. After Lin Yuan felt the loosening of his realm, he immediately devoted himself to cultivation. Domestic, Tongzhou City. Yi family. Before the martial arts era began, few people knew about this city. But after the opening of the martial arts era, this city gradually appeared in the public eye, because here, there is a martial arts family, one of the 4 major families. Yi family. This is an extremely ancient family that existed before the martial arts era began. The Yi family is located inside a big mountain. From the outside, it looks more like a manor, occupying almost half of the mountain range. Yi family hall. Yi Zhentian walked out slowly. There were quite a few people sitting in the hall. Master, has the young master agreed? An old man spoke up, looking curious. Those who can sit here are basically the relatives of the Yi family. After learning about Lin Yuan's existence, not only Yi Zhentian wanted Lin Yuan to come back to inherit the family, but his relatives did the same. After all, Lin Yuan is Yi Zhentian's biological son, with pure blood. Lin Yuan inheriting the Yi family is what all the Yi family members want to see. No, he has some deep resentment towards me. Yi Jintian sighed and spoke. He didn't understand what Yi Lin Yuan meant, but just thought that Yi Lin Yuan refused because he had some resentment towards him. After all, Yi Lin Yuan had been missing for so many years, and Yi Lin Yuan's experience was not good. What should we do then? As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the Yi family hall frowned. The emotions on his face were very complicated, including worry, anger, and even a hint of murderous intent. Master, now that your bloodline has been found, Yi Yao's heir should be abolished. If you can't bring yourself to do this, I am willing to help, even if it means killing her. An old man stood up with a cold expression and murderous intent on his face. As soon as he said this, the eyes of many people in the hall turned cold. Obviously, this statement was recognized by them. Yi Jintian frowned and did not agree to their proposal, but did not deny it either. This approach is too extreme. Yi Yao's status in the Yi family is extremely special, and he cannot be killed just like that. In short, this is a turmoil caused by Yi Lin Yuan's disappearance at the beginning and then the appointment of another successor. Now he has grown into a difficult existence for the Yi family members. Let's wait and see. With Lin Yuan's talent in martial arts, I'm afraid he will soon reach that barrier. He should come back then. At this time, someone whispered. These words seemed much more rational, and the murderous intent that was originally flowing in the hall gradually disappeared. Then we'll see. If it doesn't work, we'll make another plan. I caught a cold yesterday and had a severe headache, so I took a day off. Chapter 103. The rivers flow backwards. Amazing and incomplete power of rules. Border military headquarters. A small-scale attack by an alien organization was resolved, including a leader-level alien. After this situation occurred, the alien race faced a problem. That is, Yi Lin Yuan appeared at the border. Before launching this war, the aliens knew that several of their major alien leaders were trapped in the abyss. But this war had to be launched for a simple reason. All the territories gained from the alien battlefield in the Great War that year have now been taken back by Yi Lin Yuan, which is unacceptable to the aliens. After all, they came to invade. How could they take back the territory they had taken with great difficulty? Moreover, once this gap is opened, there is no telling how humans will become more and more aggressive in the future. However, Yi Zhanyun has disappointed them too much. You must know that Yi Zhanyun has cooperated with them many times recently, with only one purpose, which is to kill Yi Lin Yuan. Under normal circumstances, the Big Pass has the power of rules, and Yi Zhanyun's real body cannot pass through. They just think about it and let it go. After all, the power of rules set by the Big Pass cannot be easily broken by a martial saint. But now that things have come to this, Yi Lin Yuan has already passed the critical moment, and Yi Zhanyun did not seize such a good opportunity, but instead let Yi Lin Yuan go back safely. He himself ran away in fear. Now it is a little difficult for the alien race to launch another attack. After all, the strongest leader of the alien race is still in the abyss. This battlefield, Yi Lin Yuan's realm might not be the highest, but his combat power was definitely there. If we launch another attack next time, it will most likely end in failure. The aliens don't want to see such unnecessary losses. Therefore, they had to think of other ways, so that at least someone whose combat power was not inferior to Yi Lin Yuan would appear on this battlefield. At this time, in the military, Yi Lin Yuan was still immersed in his own cultivation. After the second immortal cell appeared, his Dharma body also transformed into an immortal golden body. His realm also broke through to the second level of martial saint. Strictly speaking, a martial saint can cultivate a Dharmakaya, and with the blessing of the Dharmakaya, his combat power can be doubled. To master the power of rules, one must become a martial god. The god of war corresponds to the domain lord of the starry sky realm, in charge of a star field. They are people who are recognized by the will of the universe and can therefore comprehend the power of rules. But there are also some people with extraordinary talents who can comprehend some power of rules in the realm of martial saint. But this power of rules is not complete. Nevertheless, this power should not be underestimated. For example, the power of rules at the Dagwan level. Yi Zhanyun is at the peak of martial saint, and he has the so-called corpse ancestor parasitizing on him. Such a person can be ranked among the top in combat power, even among many martial saints. However, facing the power of rules established by Yi Jintian, before he breaks through to the level of martial god and masters the power of rules, he will probably never be able to take even a single step towards the Great Barrier in his entire life. The military at this moment. There was a thick fog and a drizzle of rain was falling. There was no sunlight in the sky, only a few flashes of sword light flickered in the fog. This situation has been going on for 2 or 3 days. Many people in the military knew that this was the result of Yi Lin Yuan's practice. Many people were surprised at first. After all, Cultivation could make the sword light appear in the sky, which was a wonder even in the era of martial arts. After a while, most people get used to it. But today, the sword light became stronger and more dazzling, once again attracting the attention of many people in the military. The space was still, and the black fog-filled scene also stopped. The drizzle stagnated in the air, as if the entire space had lost gravity. The knife flashed, and its terrifying power caused the thunder and lightning in the fog to roar together. The rivers formed by the rain water became still and then flowed backwards. All of this makes people feel no energy fluctuations, as if it is a natural scene, created entirely by nature. Many high-ranking officials came out from the military. He stared at the scene intently, his expression extremely shocked. This is hell. The rivers are flowing backwards. Space is still, but I can't feel any energy fluctuations. A senior military official had a strange look on his face and spoke in a horrified tone. This is probably the legendary power of rules. It is said that warriors who master this power can easily change the rules. However, even a martial saint would find it difficult to master this power. Who has come from the military? A knowledgeable senior military official spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the senior military officials all became solemn. In this space, they did not sense anyone, nor did they feel any energy fluctuations. Therefore, no one knows who the source of the power of rules is. If it was an enemy, let alone the entire military, the destruction of the barrier would be just a matter of days. Where's the marshal? Should we notify him? Someone said. The marshal is still in seclusion. Wait, could it be caused by the marshal's training? Someone raised this question. Upon hearing this, many people in the military gasped. Lin Yuan is a martial saint, and a martial saint is indeed a strong man in the world, but he has only just entered the martial saint realm, and he can already master the power of rules. As soon as the words were spoken, many people looked towards the training room. Over there, a figure walked out, and the raindrops suspended in the air seemed to sense something and made way for Lin Yuan when he came. This scene completely shocked the top military officials. The person who caused this scene was truly the military marshal. It's simply stunning. No wonder the old marshal said when he left that he wanted Marshal Yi to take over as the military marshal. Now I understand. The military should prosper, and humanity should prosper. Although Lin Yuan's talent and fighting ability are obvious to all of them, but the shock brought today is the greatest. It is not possible to comprehend even a little bit of the power of rules 100%. Lin Yuan mastered it not long after he became a martial saint. To what extent has this combat power reached? The aliens are making moves again. Lin Yuan walked over and saw so many senior executives standing together and couldn't help but ask questions. Ning Zhiguang shook his head, smiled bitterly, and said, Marshal, no, the aliens have been much more obedient in the past few days. It's just, the sight attracted us. Lin Yuan glanced around and realized that he had indeed gained some insights into the power of rules during his practice. Mastered a trace of incomplete power of rules, but he was not very skilled in using it. With a thought, he started to use it, and the raindrops fell down. The backward-flowing rivers also flowed down like a flood. Tell me in detail about the alien race's situation over the past 2 days. Lin Yuan did not dwell on this topic for too long. He is the current military marshal, and he is also the first line of defense for humanity. He has a great responsibility. Chapter 104. Mo Yuan Saber. How to test its combat power. Starry Sky Temple. Chapter 104. Mo Yuan Saber. How to test its combat power. Starry Sky Temple. Military meeting room. Lin Yuan listened to everyone's reports with a calm expression. The alien race has been inactive since their defeat in the last small-scale battle. However, the army did not withdraw, and Lin Yuan didn't think that the aliens would give up so easily. The martial arts era lasted for more than 400 years, and alien races have appeared for more than 300 years. They will not give up easily until their goal is achieved. Moreover, he also took back the territories of the alien races in the battlefield of all races. If they gave up, wouldn't they have to withdraw and leave Blue Star? Don't let your guard down for now. Always pay attention to the situation of the aliens. If there is any situation, report to me immediately. Lin Yuan gave an order, then looked at Ning Zhiguang and asked, How is the thing I asked you to do last time? Ning Zhiguang reacted immediately and said, It has been made and delivered yesterday. He took out a space ring and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took it and used his mental power to investigate. Inside was a pitch-black sword about 1.23 meters long and a set of black armor. According to what Master Zhangxin said, the quality of these 2 items has reached the standard of saint-level weapons. Ning Zhiguang said. Lin Yuan nodded. The standard of a holy weapon was another huge boost to his combat power. But now comes the problem. Before he mastered the power of rules, before he broke through to the second level of martial saint, and before he had this set of equipment, his combat power had already defeated the best testing machines. How do we test his combat capability now? The major leaders of the alien race are not here, in Yi Zhenyun's words. To be honest, he is not sure enough now. This inevitably gave Lin Yuan a headache. At the same time, broken stars are floating in the dead and cold starry sky. Sir, several of my alien leaders are being held in the abyss. Currently, a martial arts genius has appeared among humans, and he is very powerful. Not only did he take back the territory that previously belonged to us, but he also massacred a large number of our troops. If we don't get rid of this man, it will be difficult to take over this star field. A warship passed by like a meteor, and a voice was heard from inside. The person who spoke was none other than the Ant tribe, one of the major alien races. Now that their leader is being held back, the supreme leader of the tribe, as the soul of the race, generally will not go out easily. In addition to the dangers, there are also the limitations of the rules of the universe. Of course, as the supreme beings, if the time comes when they really have no other choice, they can come even if it costs them some price, and they have to fight against the rules of the universe with their own strength. But it's just not worth it. Moreover, if there is a surprise attack by some star race or something happens to the Supreme, it would be tantamount to the annihilation of the race. Do you know what the price is for asking me, the Starry Sky Temple, to help you? In the battleship, a young man in a white suit, with animal ears and blonde hair, spoke softly. The people of the Ant tribe quickly said, "Of course I know. Once we get the origin, several of our tribes are willing to offer a peace." Not enough. The young man smiled, held up 3 fingers and said, "I want 3. The Ant tribe members' faces changed slightly when they saw this, and they could not help but retort, "Sir, the origin of this star field is no more than 10 pieces. If you take 3 pieces, how will my tribes divide them? That's none of my business. When Starry Sky Temple makes a move, we always negotiate prices based on the matter and the person." The young man shook his head and chuckled. "Well, as long as the adults can help us solve this problem, $3 is $3. The alien gritted his teeth and agreed. "Come on, take me to see this so-called genius. I never thought that someone who can be so troublesome to you could appear in this star field." There was a hint of curiosity in the young man's eyes, and his tone was full of disdain for the ants. After hearing this tone, the ant's expression changed. Although he felt a little unhappy inside, he did not show it, but he was thinking in his heart, if the leaders of his several major clans had not been tied down, why do you need to take action? A guy who takes advantage of someone's misfortune. Yi family. Yi Jintian opened his eyes, and there were array wheels flowing in his pupils as he looked at the sky. As the god of war, the ruler of this star field, his perception is connected to the rules of the universe, and any alien entering this star field will be sensed by him. He immediately thought of the purpose of this foreigner's visit. Yi Ruailing. He shouted softly. The door opened, and an old man walked in slowly. The head of the family. This person is a member of the Yi family. In terms of seniority, even Yi Zhenyun has to call him uncle. However, in a powerful family like the Yi family, seniority is considered only when clan members gather together, and at other times only status is considered. Go to the border. There are more people coming over there in the starry sky. Yi Jintian rubbed his eyebrows, his tone full of fatigue. This is not something he can control. If he could take action, he would have killed all those aliens long ago. But after killing these aliens, what will we face next? Is it a stronger alien race, or the arrival of the supreme beings of those killed alien races? What? Are they going to attack the young master? Yi Ruailing was stunned. Then he suddenly thought of something and spoke in a somewhat anxious tone. Yi Jintian nodded. "Yes, I'll be right there." Yi Ruailing walked out of the room, flew into the air, and disappeared on the spot. The gate of the Yi family. No way. At the door, there were several servants standing. After sensing the fluctuations in space, they shouted loudly, and the no-fly rule was immediately activated. Of course, this was not something they could control, but they could use it. In an instant, the space shrank. Yi Ruailing's figure fell from space. His face was cold and hard. His tone was full of anger. "Open your dog eyes and see who I am." "I'm sorry, this is the young master's order. Whoever leaves the family must explain the reason." A servant spoke expressionlessly. Yi Ruailing's eyes were extremely sharp, and his aura began to circulate. He sneered and said, "No matter who it is, this is the Yi family, and I am a member of the Yi family. Who the hell does she dare to say such things to me? Get out of here, or don't blame me for harming innocent people." The 2 servants still stood there, unmoved. You bastard. You really recognize me as your master. That's good. Clean up the mess early. Yi Ruiling said coldly, just about to take action. A terrifying pressure suddenly came from behind, and it also brought with it a trace of the power of rules. Yi Ruiling's expression changed. He suddenly stepped back and turned his head at the same time. Behind him, there stood a woman, her eyes as calm as water looking at him calmly. Yi Yao, you dare to attack me? Yi Ruiling questioned with an unpleasant expression. You violated the clan rules, and I have shown mercy. If you do it again, you will not be able to escape punishment even if you are a clan member. Chapter 105. Leader-level alien race. The Yi family supervising the battle. Is it against the rules? In front of the Yi family's gate, Yi Yao said with a calm expression. She was wearing a white dress. Her long black hair was like a waterfall, and her expressionless face was delicate and beautiful. Yi Ruiling's expression was extremely ugly. He glanced at Yi Yao coldly, but said nothing more. Because Yi Yao's position in the Yi family is too special, ever since Lin Yuan disappeared. She was trained as the heir, which was something Yi Jintian and everyone in the Yi family agreed to. After all, a family like the Yi family must have an heir. However, what no one in the Yi family expected was that Yi Yao's ambition was too big. After becoming the heir, he manages almost the entire family. Even the Yi clan members, their previous status and the industries they managed were all destroyed by her. The Yi clan members were naturally angry about this, but there was nothing they could do. Because in Yi Jintian's opinion, since Yi Yao is the heir, the Yi family will be handed over to her sooner or later. Yi Jintian did not intervene for many years. The Yi clan wanted to take back the power, but they were unable to do so. Now Yi Yao had already mastered a trace of the power of rules. Considering Yi Jintian's identity, Yi Yao seems to have gained a hint of recognition from the will of the universe. In this case, unless Yi Jintian takes action personally. Otherwise, no one in the Yi family could control Yi Yao. However, Yi Jintian didn't think so. The reason was very simple. Yi Yao had obtained a trace of recognition from the will of the universe. Before Lin Yuan appeared, he thought this was a good thing. After all, the heir of the Yi family was recognized so quickly, which was a good thing for both the Yi family and him. With the appearance of Lin Yuan, Yi Jintian had an idea. Even if Yi Yao got a trace of recognition from the will of the universe, it would be easy for him to take back the power or eliminate it directly. But doing so would make it more difficult for Lin Yuan to become a martial god. After all, it was he who wiped out the person recognized by the will of the universe. If the will of the universe is aware of it, how could it recognize Lin Yuan? Therefore, Yi Jintian kept Yi Yao. The goal is to let Lin Yuan do this himself, so as to gain the recognition of the will of the universe. Yi Yao is very strong. His current realm is already the 6th level martial saint. He is also recognized by the will of the universe and has the power of integrated rules. From this point of view, the chances of Lin Yuan defeating Yi Yao are very small, but so what? With him around, Lin Yuan will definitely win. After all, Lin Yuan is his biological son. This may not be fair to Yi Yao, but that is the fact. Yi Jintian has never been a kind-hearted person. To achieve his goal, what does a Yi Yao count for? Snort. Yi Ruiling snorted coldly and strode away. Yi Yao did not continue to dwell on this matter. He stood there calmly. After a moment of silence, he left. At the frontline military headquarters, a warship landed in the area where the aliens were located. This was immediately discovered by the military. In response, the military held a meeting to speculate on the purpose of the warships that had arrived. This is not difficult to guess, because the battle line is too stalemate now, and the alien race does not have strong combat power and dare not act rashly. Therefore, this battleship is most likely a reinforcement. Marshal, instead of sitting there and waiting to die, why don't we take the initiative and attack? In the meeting room, someone lost his patience. If we continue like this, we will be too passive. It is unknown what the combat effectiveness of the warships is. This also made the top military brass feel uneasy. I also agree with taking the initiative. That warship adds an unknown to the alien race's combat power. I'm afraid that if a war breaks out, we will be caught off guard. Ning Zhiguang also nodded and looked at Lin Yuan. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. Now the unknown combat power of alien races has appeared, disrupting the military's combat plan. Wait and see, Lin Yuan said lightly. What kind of fighting force was coming? Although he didn't know, it couldn't be a martial god. If it was the god of war, Yi Jintian's true body would have probably arrived by now. Moreover, the alien races don't have to wait until now. It is estimated that the war had already begun when they arrived in this star field. As long as he is not a god of war, he is not without the ability to fight, so it is a good opportunity to test him. What is the current level of my combat power? When the senior military officials heard this, they still had some opinions about the decision, but after all, it was the marshal who spoke. They all had no choice but to nod. The fighting at the front stopped for 2 days. Early this morning, the fog was so thick that the military alarm was sounded. On the main battle line at the border, the alien army advanced and approached the pass. Lin Yuan stood in front of the pass. Next to him stood the senior military officials, and the demon-suppressing army was also ready. Sir, that man is Lin Yuan. He is currently the marshal of the human military. A leader from the alien army introduced him. The blond man's eyes fell on Lin Yuan, and after just a glance, he sneered. A second-level martial saint. Even such a weak person can scare you like this. It seems that your Sky Blue Star region has really fallen into decline. If nothing works, you can join my Starry Sky Temple. Hearing this slightly mocking voice, all the races in the Sky Blue Star region looked grim. Sir, don't underestimate this man. Although he is a second-level martial saint, his combat power is terrifying. Even a 6th or 7th-level martial saint will not be able to gain any advantage in his hands. An alien leader spoke. Hearing this, the blond man waved his hand and slowly stood up. And in the blink of an eye, the figure appeared in the air, overlooking the pass. Lin Yuan, someone has offered to buy your life. I, the Starry Sky Temple, will take the job. Are you going to wait for me to kill you until you are the only one left? Or are you going to come out on your own? I am not interested in other people. After all, the price they offer is only enough to buy your life. The blond man spoke calmly, but his tone was extremely aggressive. It seems like he can break through this barrier alone. Marshal, the realm of this alien is unfathomable. Even the several great martial saints in my military department do not have such momentum. This alien is probably a peak martial saint. Seeing this, Ning Zhiguang walked over and whispered to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. A 9th-level martial saint, he came just in time. It is most appropriate to use him to test my strongest fighting power this time. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he also appeared in the void. Compared to them, you are still somewhat human. Lin Yuan observed the blond man carefully and said, Haha, most of them in the Sky Blue Star region are like this, but I am different. I come from a more advanced star region, and behind me is the Starry Sky Temple, one of the major forces in the starry sky. When the blond man said this, his eyes fell on Lin Yuan again, and he chuckled. You have good talent. If no one offered to buy your life, I would invite you to join the Starry Sky Temple. Lin Yuan frowned. Starry Sky Temple. This was the first time he heard of the power in the starry sky. It seems that the coming war will become more and more brutal. Chapter 106. Peak Combat Power. Invincible in the Holy Realm. Shocking. The void vibrated for a moment. An old man suddenly appeared in the void less than 100 meters away from the pass. Just watching this scene quietly, his appearance attracted the attention of Lin Yuan, the blond man, and the aliens. This is an 8th-level martial saint. But to everyone's surprise, he had a strong power of rules, as if he had brought it with him. Among the alien races, a leader came to the blond man and said, Sir, don't worry. Our battle is all within the rules. That man can't interfere. Do you think I'm an idiot? The power of that rule forbids killing. The blond man snorted. My lord, that man cannot take action. Once he does, it will be against the rules. Then the supreme leader of our clan will descend, and it will be a disaster. Seeing this, the leader of the alien race couldn't help but speak anxiously. That's your business, but I can beat him until he has no power to fight back. It's up to you whether to kill him or keep him alive. The blond man shook his head. This war was not originally between the Starry Sky Temple and the human race, and he came only to help. If he breaks the rules when killing is prohibited, he will never be able to leave this star field. But within the rules, he can still take action. When the alien leader saw this, although he despised the blond man in his heart, he still nodded in agreement. You are lucky. You have the power of rules to forbid killing. Otherwise, the blond man smiled and said to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. He also felt the power of rules, although he didn't know who this old man was. But it also disrupted his plans. How can he get the reward if killing is prohibited? Besides, I'm afraid the blond man won't use his full strength. Oh, I thought you were so high up in the Starry Sky Temple, but it turns out you're afraid of the rules. The blond man's face turned cold, and he said in a low voice, Are you afraid of the rules? Any strong man from my Starry Sky Temple can destroy the star field you are in at will. I just don't want to cause any more trouble. After talking for so long, you are still afraid of the rules. So, is it the Starry Sky Temple that is trash, or are you trash? Lin Yuan nodded, his tone calm. You want to irritate me? The blond man put away his expression, stared at Lin Yuan with cold eyes, and said, You succeeded. The Starry Sky Temple has such a high status in the starry sky that it is well known among all races and few are not afraid of it. Therefore, as people of the Starry Sky Temple, most of them have their own pride. This time I heard the word garbage from Lin Yuan's mouth. The blonde couldn't stand it anymore, and he trailed off. The figure also moved, and his powerful fighting power caused the space around him to distort, and he punched straight at Lin Yuan's face. Lin Yuan stepped back and said calmly, "It seems that what I said was right? Whether it is true or not, you will know if you try it." The blonde man was furious. When he heard Lin Yuan speak, he didn't want to say more. After Lin Yuan dodged the first attack, his movements became faster and stronger. Even without any elemental special effects, every time a punch is thrown, one can clearly see the space compressing and exploding. The power of each punch can easily blow up a mountain. "You're so cruel. Are you in a hurry?" Lin Yuan dodged while speaking. "I'm in a hurry. No. I just want to smash you into a pulp now." The blonde man didn't want to argue with Lin Yuan too much, but Lin Yuan kept chattering. Moreover, every word fueled his anger. So as he became more and more angry, his means of attack became more and more powerful. He stood in the air, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan's figure, knowing that this was not a solution. Therefore, the blonde man formed seals with his hands, and in this space, heavy machinery like steel monsters suddenly appeared around him. After 4 steel machines appeared, they seemed to be connected to each other in some way. After the gears turned, they formed a small space. And the force of gravity came, making Lin Yuan frozen in it. Seeing this, the blonde man shot out and headed straight for Lin Yuan in the space. Lin Yuan was also amazed in his heart at the blonde man's methods, but when the cells in his body beat, the gravity caused by the steel machinery is directly offset. When Lin Yuan was cultivating the second immortal cell, the gravity he had to endure was 10,000 times greater. What does this mean to him? The blonde man thought that this attack would kill Lin Yuan, but he never expected that when he was about to touch Lin Yuan, his figure suddenly moved, he dodged sideways, and as he passed by Lin Yuan, another voice came from my ear. "It seems you are really anxious. Lies hurt no one, but the truth is the sharpest knife." The blonde man smiled strangely, his face gloomy to the extreme. "I will kill you." He was really irritated by Lin Yuan. He doesn't care about any rules prohibiting killing now. And below, when a group of alien races saw this, they became extremely excited. They were also worried that this person from the Starry Sky Temple was afraid of the rules. After all, the person they found was really the lowest level of combat power in the Starry Sky Temple. If placed in the Starry Sky Temple, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is garbage. But now, Lin Yuan actually angered the other party. It saves them the trouble. After all, the rules prohibit killing, so they don't dare to really kill Lin Yuan. Otherwise, that person would not let them go easily. And this person from the Starry Sky Temple spent 3 origins to make a move, but he didn't even kill the person. There is no such good thing. At this moment, in the void, the blonde man completely exploded. Killing moves made of heavy machinery appeared out of thin air everywhere in the void. At this moment, the blonde man's combat power has soared to the limit. The whole sky is filled with heavy metal. Seeing this, Lin Yuan knew that his goal had been achieved, and he took a deep breath. The 2 immortal cells beat at the same time, and a layer of black armor appeared on the body. The Mo Yuan sword in his hand also appeared. Clang! The collision between the knife and the heavy metal made a crisp sound. The moment the sword touched the heavy metal, it paused slightly and then cut through. It was cut directly in half. The blonde man's eyes narrowed, and his expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? Even if you have a saint-level weapon, your combat power is impossible to reach the level of cutting through heavy metal. These heavy metals of his are no different from holy-level weapons. In theory, both sides are equal. There is only one explanation for why Lin Yuan could cut it so easily, and that is that his combat power is higher than his. How is this possible? He is only a second-level martial saint. Even if his fighting power is very strong, how strong can he be? Nothing is impossible, but if you don't try your best next time, you won't have a chance. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. He was very satisfied with his fighting ability, but he had not yet used his full strength. Chapter 107. Kill the strong men in the temple and prepare for the next war. Before the big mark, the battle in the air shocked many parties. The aliens thought that this would be an absolutely crushing battle. After all, they had spent a huge price to find these powerful men from the Starry Sky Temple. Even if the opponent's combat power is not ranked well in the Starry Sky Temple, but he is still a leader-level person. Compared with the realm of human warriors, he is the peak martial saint. Now he is fighting back and forth with Lin Yuan, and it can even be seen clearly from the battle that Lin Yuan has the upper hand. Sir, stop joking with him and end the fight immediately. Yes, Lin Yuan is very powerful and is a big obstacle for us. Please kill him immediately. Kill him, sir. How could you bear to see him insult you like that? Among the alien races, several leaders stood up and shouted towards the sky. They thought that the strong men from the Starry Sky Temple did not use their full strength, and they never thought that it was because Lin Yuan was too strong. Because before heading to the Starry Sky, the aliens had already evaluated Lin Yuan's combat effectiveness. The combat power of a first-level martial saint is at most comparable to that of a 6th or 7th-level martial saint. Even if he looks down on the opponent, he can at best fight against an 8th-level martial saint. Therefore, a 9th-level martial saint is completely enough. Not only the aliens, but also Yi Ruiling, who was watching not far away, had an expression that was particularly interesting. This was the first time he met Lin Yuan, even though he had heard many things about Lin Yuan in the clan. We know that he is a martial arts genius and has become a martial arts saint at the age of just over 20. But now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was still shocked by Lin Yuan's fighting power. The fighting power of this blonde man was that of a genuine 9th-level martial saint. For this purpose, Yi Jintian specifically ordered him to come in person and bring his power of rules. What I'm afraid of is that something unexpected might happen to Lin Yuan on the battlefield. But now it seems this is totally unnecessary. The blonde was now furious. Many eyes and voices were directed at him. Before this, he had boasted that he could crush Lin Yuan with one hand, even if he saw the power of the rule that prohibited killing. He also said in an extremely arrogant manner that he could defeat Lin Yuan. But now, he finally realized that he had underestimated Lin Yuan. Try your best. I admit that you are qualified now. The blonde man spoke indifferently. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lin Yuan to death, and he completely ignored any rules prohibiting killing. If his strength wasn't so weak, perhaps he wouldn't have to worry about the so-called rules at the beginning. Rules have always been made for the weak. When you are at the same level or at a higher level than your opponent, what do the rules matter? Even if the lord of this star field was really angered by killing Lin Yuan today, what can happen? Does he really dare to kill himself? If the Starry Sky Temple were to descend for the sake of Lin Yuan, it would be absolutely devastating. Of course, this is from an outsider's perspective. After all, he is from the Starry Sky Temple, but the blonde man himself knows it clearly. The Starry Sky Temple will not descend to this star field for him, because this would require a huge price. At least it would require resisting the rules of the universe. The blonde man took a deep breath, suppressed all his anger and emotions in his heart, and his face returned to calm. Boom! A huge voice sounded from the void. The blonde man was covered in armor, emitting an extremely dazzling golden light, which was particularly dazzling in the fog. At this moment, he was like the scorching sun descending upon the earth. The blazing aftermath created ripples in the void. He held a shield in one hand, and a holy sword appeared in the other. His terrifying fighting power caused all detection equipment to malfunction. Various dangerous alarms sounded at the military headquarters. You want to see my full combat power? I'll satisfy you. What you'll face next is the judgment from the starry sky. The blonde man yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden array pattern appeared in the space. It appeared under Lin Yuan's feet and above his head, like a golden hexagram. After this formation pattern appeared, it actually carried with it a trace of the power of rules. After feeling this power, there was a cry of surprise from the alien army, followed by various excited voices. Lin Yuan is strong. How can he resist the power of rules? The array pattern was carved one by one until it was fully formed, and then the sound of metal assembling was heard, and a small temple suddenly appeared from the array pattern. The huge gravity emitted directly sealed off the space completely. Upon seeing this, the blonde man swung the holy sword in his hand, and a holy sword emerged from the formation pattern under Lin Yuan's feet, like the power of a divine sword that came across space. When Lin Yuan saw this, he didn't look scared at all, but rather a little excited. This kind of killer move is really impressive. He held Mo Yuan's sword across his body. At that moment, the space stopped. Even the formation patterns above his head and under his feet stopped for a moment. The power of rules again. Among the alien race, a leader was completely stunned and blurted out. After all, before they went to the Starry Sky Temple to look for someone, Lin Yuan's combat power was not as strong as it is now. How come in just a few days, Lin Yuan not only broke through to the second level of Martial Saint, but even mastered the power of space? How much combat power will this reach? It was initially rated as level 8, so what about now level 9? No, level 9 may not be enough. The blond man also sensed a trace of spatial force emanating from the space. He stared at Lin Yuan intently. The space was originally blocked by the formation, but Lin Yuan was unharmed and walked out calmly. Are you surprised? This is the real me. Lin Yuan spoke lightly. The aura emanating from his body is definitely enough to put even a 9th-level martial saint under pressure. His entire fighting power has been fully unleashed. You, I advise you not to kill me. Otherwise, the coming of the Starry Sky Temple will not be something your star field can withstand. When the blond man saw Lin Yuan calmly walking out of the formation, he knew that he was no match for the other party. He couldn't help but threaten, trying to use the Starry Sky Temple to intimidate the other party. But why would Lin Yuan be afraid? First of all, he had never heard of the Starry Sky Temple. Secondly, isn't this person in front of him also from the Starry Sky Temple? And isn't he still begging for mercy from him? There is no room for negotiation with these invaders. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He moved his body, and the sword light pierced through the blond man's armor and killed him directly. This scene made the alien army completely panic. All the reinforcements brought from the Starry Sky Temple were killed. He was a 9th-level martial saint. The leaders of their tribe were pinned down in the abyss by Xiao Shun. At most, he is a 9th-level martial saint. In this case, who can stop Lin Yuan on this battlefield? Could it be that the supreme being of their tribe really needs to come? Chapter 108. Everyone is shocked. Is he still a human? Lin Yuan killed the strong man from the Starry Sky Temple. This scene completely stunned the alien army. Not only that, people who are paying attention to this war are not just on the battlefield. Outside the pass, there is a huge building in the fog, which looks like a small military headquarters. And here, it was Yi Zhanyun's old nest outside the Great Wall. He had been watching the battle at the pass. After all, after Yi Jintian showed up last time, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Lin Yuan in the short term. Otherwise, if he displeased Yi Jintian and he went through the barrier in his true form, he would be in trouble. This Lin Yuan is really surprising. He was able to kill a 9th-level martial saint. There was a flash of shock in Yi Zhanyun's eyes, and his tone became much colder. Originally, it was thought that the people from the Starry Sky Temple, even with Yi Jintian, could not kill Lin Yuan, but at least they could destroy his martial arts path. But he never expected that he would be killed by Lin Yuan. You have to know that he is a 9th-level martial saint, an alien who is no less powerful than Xiao Shun. He was actually killed by Lin Yuan like this. Is he still human? Yi Zhanyun snorted coldly, and while he was shocked, he also sneered a few times. Lin Yuan killed the strong man from the Starry Sky Temple so blatantly, and the other party will probably not let it go. Not only that, the alien race suffered a defeat this time and could hardly move an inch on the human battlefield. Even the territory they conquered many years ago was taken back. The alien race is currently struggling, but they will not give up so easily. Yi Zhanyun narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself. It seems that I have to hurry up, otherwise Lin Yuan will not let me go when he grows up. Yi family. What happened on the border battlefield could not be hidden from Yi Jintian's eyes. Yi Jintian is also a little shocked now. Ever since he learned that someone from the Starry Sky Temple had arrived, he immediately asked Yi Ruiling to go there with the power of rules. The meaning is very simple, which is to intimidate the other party and make them dare not kill. As the lord of this star field, he must abide by the rules of the universe. Once he takes action personally, the subsequent chain reaction will be the arrival of the supreme beings of all races. By that time, the situation on the battlefield will not be what it is now. However, what Yi Jintian did not expect was that Lin Yuan actually killed the opponent and even comprehended some power of rules. This made Yi Jintian surprised and happy. What surprised him was Lin Yuan's strength. He didn't expect that Lin Yuan could defeat the people from the Starry Sky Temple. The gap between the 9th-level martial saint and the 2nd-level martial saint is still too big. The good news is that Lin Yuan's strength is more than enough. As long as he returns to the family, becoming the heir is a foregone conclusion. But what gives Yi Jintian a headache is Lin Yuan seemed unwilling to return to his family. His expression moved slightly and was subtle, and everyone who was familiar with Yi Jintian knew it. As long as he has determined something, there is no possibility of changing it, just like Yi Yao, who has the status she has now in the Yi family. Yi Jintian tacitly agreed. After all, there was no news about Lin Yuan, and she was the heir of the family. Therefore, even the Yi family's relatives cannot change it. In Yi Jintian's eyes, Lin Yuan is already the most perfect and best heir. Meanwhile, Ozeki, the reinforcements brought from the alien battlefield were killed. The alien army collapsed in an instant. Currently on this battlefield, there was no one with combat power that could match Lin Yuan's. There is no point in the alien army staying here. Lin Yuan returned to the pass, feeling feeling quite satisfied. With his full combat power, he could kill a 9th-level martial saint. Moreover, when he killed the blonde man, although he used his full fighting power, he did not use his full strength. This shows that his combat power is above that of a 9th-level martial saint. Marshal, the alien army has dispersed. What are your plans next? The beheading of the blonde man gave a significant morale boost to the military. Before the blonde man came, the combat power of the military and the alien army was actually almost the same, except that there were a few more leader-level strongmen among the aliens. However, these leader-level aliens are at most at the level of 3rd or 4th-level martial saint. As long as the military's martial saint comes, there is still a great chance of winning this war. Currently, most of the alien race's combat power is concentrated in Dagwon. The other fronts should be relieved. Summon the military martial saints to come and completely wipe out the alien race. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then spoke. According to the current combat capability and morale of the military, the alien armies surrounding Xia State can definitely be eliminated. Even if the alien leaders from the abyss come out, the same can be done. Moreover, the morale of the military is high now, which is a good opportunity. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, all the senior military officials standing at the gate were shocked. They were stunned for a moment, and then they all became excited. So far, human beings, no matter which country they are in, have been adhering to the state of defense and striving to maintain human living areas. No country or martial arts organization has ever dared to say that it has completely wiped out all foreign races. This practice is absolutely unprecedented. Yes, Marshal. Upon hearing this, a group of senior military officials immediately agreed loudly. At the same time, I was particularly excited. If this succeeds, there will be no more threats from foreign races in and around Xia State. After the order was issued, it didn't take long for several martial saints from the military to once again arrive at the critical juncture. At this moment, the border military headquarters. In addition to the generals from the border, the 8 martial saints were also present in the conference room. When these martial saints heard what happened at the border, they were also greatly shocked. When Lin Yuan ascended the throne as the military marshal, he was only a true dragon-level warrior. Not long after that, he had already become a martial saint. Moreover, his combat power is enough to kill a 9th-level martial saint. With such talent and combat power, they feel a lot of pressure even now in front of Lin Yuan. I called you all back. Everyone knows what's going on, right? Lin Yuan was in the first place, looking at the saints and speaking. Everyone nodded. After the military sent out the message, the reason was explained. The alien race gathered most of its combat power at Dagwon. There are still hidden dangers in the place they are guarding. But Lin Yuan's move was called cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. He gathered the 8 martial saints at Dagwon and launched a fierce attack on the alien race. In order to preserve the alien army, the aliens from other places must come back to provide support. Otherwise, these major alien races would probably be completely wiped out. In that case, let's prepare for action. We have the advantage in combat power and manpower, so there is no need for any tactics. Let's just launch a fierce attack. I will personally take charge of the situation, just in case. Lin Yuan continued. If Lin Yuan had said this before, people would probably be suspicious. A 2nd-level martial saint is in charge personally. Those who don't know might think he is at the 9th level, but now absolutely no one doubts it. That powerful man from the temple is the best proof. Chapter 109. The army is defeated and an epic disaster is coming. Before the Great Pass, the war broke out. The battle situation was almost the same as originally expected. At this time, the morale of the army was high, and several martial saints of the army came in person. The strongest leader of the alien race was restrained, and Lin Yuan's presence brought them tremendous pressure. The battle line was losing ground, and the alien race suffered heavy losses. The war broke out, causing an uproar. The attention of people at home and abroad was focused on this sudden war. News from all sides is reported first. In July of the 401st year of the martial arts calendar, the new military marshal Lin Yuan led an unprecedented counterattack against the alien race. This was a decision that had never been made in the history of human martial arts. At the same time, this also shows that the alien race is not invincible, and we are not forced to defend ourselves. As soon as the news came out, there was an uproar in the country, which immediately caused panic among many people. Fuck, Marshal Yi has gone crazy. He is declaring war on the alien race with the entire country's fighting force, and all the great martial saints in the military have been dispatched. If we lose the war, the first line of defense against the alien race will be completely broken, and the consequences will be disastrous. Although I know Marshal Yi's strength, this decision is a huge mistake. It's over, it's over. Does anyone know what the current battle situation is like? When the news came out, people in the country were in panic. After all, the decision made by Lin Yuan was unprecedented and no one had ever done it before. In most people's impressions, alien races are too strong, and when they encounter an alien invasion, there is no way except to mobilize the army to suppress it. Moreover, sending troops to suppress the rebellion may not necessarily succeed. In short, the whole world has been in a passive defensive state for many years. Launch an attack on aliens? This is simply the opposite of Tian Gang Gang. At the same time, the domestic news spread internationally and caused an uproar internationally. Many foreign martial arts masters commented on this and talked about it in front of the camera. Because the decision made by Lin Yuan is almost going to change the situation of hundreds of years. If successful, it will be a huge step forward for mankind. Moreover, after the border war broke out, the foreign races immediately asked for help from foreign races at the borders of other countries, and got a response. After all, the alien races know that they can no longer defeat the Great Siam military on their own. However, such actions have also attracted the attention of countries around the world. If the alien races around their country reinforce Sia's front line, doesn't it mean that the alien races on their country's border are currently in a weak state? For a time, voices were heard from all over the international community. All of them were voices calling for launching an attack on alien races like the Xia Kingdom did. For this purpose, international news held a special live broadcast. Xia country's move is tantamount to digging its own grave. We have witnessed the strength of the alien races. Apart from protecting the existing safe zones, we cannot launch an attack on the alien races. Such a decision is bound to fail, and it will definitely fail. Moreover, this battle will consume the huge combat power of Xia country. After this battle, Xia country will no longer exist. On the international news broadcast, an internationally renowned martial arts master, whose ancestors had titles, now also has a martial arts saint in his family. In short, this person has a high international status. His words are very convincing and authoritative. Therefore, when his comments came out, the international community exploded. Oh my God, Marshal Xia is too young. Only he can make such a decision. If it were an experienced marshal, he would definitely not make such a decision. It looks like another country is about to fall. When will this era of martial arts end? Who on earth let Lin Yuan be the marshal? It was too hasty. We lost a martial arts ally. Oh my God, this is unbelievable. Internationally, many people listened to the analysis of the martial arts master. The tone of the conversation changed immediately. At first, they were shocked and excited by Lin Yuan's sudden appearance. I think he might be the hope of the martial arts era. He is also the spark of mankind. But now it seems that he is too young and tends to act impulsively. They actually used most of Xia's combat power to launch an attack on alien races. You know, what will they face if they fail? Without the military as the first front line, alien invasion will be like a storm in an empty land. The fall may only take a few days. From this point of view, Lin Yuan's decision was really stupid. The news spread. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Xia Kingdom's front line, observing how the situation was developing. 3 days later, another piece of news spread, and it became popular all over the world in a very short time. Xia country won a great victory at Dagguan, and 70% to 80% of the aliens were wiped out. This news came after the news broke. It immediately set off an international uproar, with various voices coming from all directions. Winning? How is this possible? Didn't the international grandmaster analyze that this battle is bound to be a defeat? What a crap grandmaster. I think he is just a good-for-nothing. We should have launched a fierce attack like the Xia Kingdom. That's right. We missed this great opportunity. Xia won a great victory on the front line, and all the foreign tribes that came to reinforce Xia have returned. The useless international grandmaster is nothing but mediocrity. There was a lot of discussion. Seeing this, those international martial arts masters who missed the opportunity at the beginning wanted to launch an attack on the alien race again. Unfortunately, the best opportunity has been missed. There was no way he could succeed, and instead his initial comments became a microcosm of what followed. 1 month later, Xia Kingdom military headquarters. Lin Yuan looked at various battle reports with a calm expression. This was within his expectations, and he had also seen the international voices. They missed an opportunity and didn't know what would happen next, but he couldn't think so much at this time. He is only the marshal of the Xia Kingdom's military, not the commander-in-chief of the world's army, so he cannot take care of so many things. But then again, those foreign tribes who came to reinforce the border of Xia State were concerned about these countries and therefore did not send their full support. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the outcome of this war will be. Marshal, at present, All the caves and abysses created by the alien races within the pass are shrinking rapidly, and there are only a few remnants of the alien races outside the pass, and the military is currently clearing them out. Someone reported. Lin Yuan nodded, and the situation at the border was completely stabilized. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the aliens are wiped out. However, at this time, Yi Jintian's figure arrived at the military headquarters, appeared directly in front of Lin Yuan. This is neither the real body nor the Dharmakaya, it is more like a projection. Lin Yuan, it's time for you to go home. Yi Jintian spoke. Lin Yuan frowned, wondering why this person came again, but at the same time he was ready to shake his head to refuse. However, this time Yi Jintian was the first to interrupt. I know you want to refuse, but I hope you can listen to what is going on before making a decision. Chapter 110 Agree to return to the Hui tribe. News about Shaoshun. In the military, Yi Jintian's arrival surprised Lin Yuan a little. But after hearing his words, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown and asked, "What do you mean?" Yi Jintian's tone was more serious than ever before, which made him realize that the other party's visit to Dagwan this time was a little unusual. Ever since he learned about Yi Jintian's true identity last time, Lin Yuan knew that in this world, or in this star field, there was probably no one that Yi Jintian could be afraid of. Therefore, it couldn't be a trivial matter that could make Yi Jintian so solemn. This star region is about to be in chaos. Yi Jintian spoke slowly with a calm tone, but it shocked many people in the military present. Is chaos coming? Seeing that the military has almost cleared out the surrounding alien races, there are very few alien races to be seen around Xia State, and even within the Great Pass. It can be said that the fight against alien races is developing in a positive direction. Where does the talk of chaos come from? Not only many people in the military present, but even Lin Yuan subconsciously frowned when he heard these words. He had a lot of things in his mind, and after Yi Jintian finished speaking, the first thing he thought of was the previous killing of a strong man from the Starry Sky Temple. Although he had never heard of the name of this so-called Starry Sky Force, but judging from the other party's background, it is definitely a force that cannot be underestimated. After all, the other party is a 9th-level martial saint. What Lin Yuan is thinking in his heart now is what the strength or ranking of that strong man in the Starry Sky Temple is. If it was really as he thought before, the other party was ranked at the bottom of the Starry Sky Temple, and the trouble seemed to be a bit big. A 9th-level martial saint is definitely a dominant existence in this star field, but he is at the bottom of the Starry Sky Temple. From this perspective, the gap in strength between the two sides is too great. If it was really a strong man from the Starry Sky Temple who came, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel nervous. This was not because he was afraid, but considering the strength of both sides, it would be strange if he was not nervous. Inside the military headquarters, everyone looked at Yi Jintian's projection. The atmosphere became extremely dull and tense. The alien invasion will not stop. You have almost wiped out the aliens this time. The news has been passed back to the aliens' home planet. Next, stronger ones will come. Yi Jintian continued speaking. In fact, the starry sky where the aliens were located had experienced spatial anomalies a few days ago. I'm afraid they have already started. As the lord of this star field, if Yi Jintian had no concerns about the alien invasion, he would have wiped out these aliens long ago. The reason why it has been maintained in its current state is because we are worried that there are stronger people behind the aliens, so we killed this batch. Will aliens give up easily? The answer is no. The origin of this star field is very important to alien races. After all, in the starry sky, it is the law of the jungle. If all races want to become stronger and evolve, launching plunder is necessary. Therefore, Yi Jintian managed to maintain the relationship between humans and alien races into their current state. Lin Yuan's attack on the alien race could not be hidden from his eyes. He did not try to stop it. Firstly, maintaining the status quo was not a way to survive, even if he could maintain it for 100 or 200 years. But what about 200 years later? If human beings do not make progress, their destruction is only a matter of time. The appearance of Lin Yuan gave him hope, but Lin Yuan had always refused to return to the family and become the heir. This time, the campaign to wipe out the alien race made the alien's supreme leader notice it and descend on this star field. This is a huge crisis and also an epic disaster facing mankind. It can be said that in this situation, Lin Yuan has almost no way out. He had no choice but to return to the family and become the heir. And only by gaining the recognition of the will of the universe and becoming a martial god can there be a chance of survival. This is what Yi Jintian thought in his heart. Even if such an ending would bring about the extinction of mankind, he just did that. A person who will do whatever it takes to achieve his goal. How strong is the stronger one? A 9th-level martial saint. Or a martial god? Lin Yuan asked in a deep voice. No worse than me. Yi Xintian's expression was solemn, but his eyes were fixed on the changes in Lin Yuan's expression. He looked serious on purpose, which was reasonable. After all, those supreme beings who descended were all leaders of major races, but Yi Xintian had always been a person who did not show his emotions. It's just that I did this deliberately to make Lin Yuan realize the seriousness of the problem. Just as he expected, Lin Yuan's expression changed immediately when he heard this. It's not because of Yi Xintian. After all, he is not familiar with Yi Xintian, but he is afraid of the strength of those who descended. If he is no worse than Yi Xintian, then isn't that mean he is also a martial god? Last time before the Great Hurdle, even if it was a strong man like Yi Zhanyun, Yi Xintian could easily suppress him by just sending over a Dharma body. Even now Lin Yuan is facing Yi Zhanyun. He didn't dare to say that he had completely defeated the opponent, because Yi Zhanyun's strength was too strange. What's even more bizarre is the parasite on his body, which is the ancestor of the Corpse clan. The god of war. Lin Yuan murmured. After a month of fighting with alien races, he killed many alien leader-level warriors, and the system also gave him a lot of rewards. But Lin Yuan knew very well in his heart that even if he refined all these rewards, it would be impossible to become a martial god in a short period of time. Therefore, once these supreme beings come, it will be too early for him. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Yi Xintian. So, what does it have to do with my return to the family? Yi Xintian suddenly came and told him these things. This is definitely not groundless, and at this time Lin Yuan did feel a little relieved. You must know that if the supreme beings of these alien races come, it will be absolutely devastating to the current human beings. Of course, you can only become a martial god if you return to your family, become the heir, and gain the recognition of the will of the universe. Otherwise, you will never achieve it if you bury your head in hard training. And once you gain recognition from the will of the universe, your ability to comprehend the power of rules, or your cultivation, will be greatly improved. This was the sentence Yi Xintian was waiting for. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he said it immediately. Is that enough time? Lin Yuan didn't think about refusing now. He was just concerned about the issue of time. After all, becoming a martial god is not as simple as drinking water. If those supreme beings want to descend into this star region, they must go against the rules of the universe. According to my estimation, it will take these alien races at most a month to arrive in this star region, and at most a year. Yi Xintian replied. Upon hearing this, the entire military headquarters fell silent, with looks of extreme despair. Chapter 111. Becoming a god in 1 month. Reporting to you on the golden stage. 1 month. Martial Yi is now a second-level martial saint. That means he has to break through 8 levels in a row within 1 month, and also break the barrier between martial saint and martial god. It's unbelievable. It's simply impossible to accomplish. Inside the military headquarters, someone immediately looked unhappy. You know, even some warriors with extraordinary talents will not be able to make any further progress after becoming a martial saint in their entire life. After becoming a martial saint, each time you advance to a new realm, you don't need to accumulate enough energy and blood, nor do you need to practice hard, but you need to gain insights. You have to appreciate the mysteries of the universe. Therefore, to become a martial god from a level 2 martial saint within 1 month seemed to all of them like an impossible task. Seeing this, Yi Xintian couldn't help but continue. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible. If we give up, the chance will be 0. How should we choose? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and answered without thinking. If that's the case, I'm willing to go back. Faced with such an epic disaster, he had almost no choice. Once we give up, the consequence may be the destruction of this star field. Even if there is only a slight chance, we cannot let it go. When Yi Xintian heard this, he was immediately delighted and almost couldn't help showing a smile on his face, but he still pretended to be calm and said, Okay, you finish the matter, and I will arrange someone to pick you up. After the words fell, Yi Xintian's figure disappeared. What followed was a long silence in the military. They all heard what Yi Xintian had just said. This time, mankind is facing disasters and challenges that are probably unprecedented. Moreover, as high-ranking military officials, they have very broad vision. The analysis of the situation is particularly clear. The disaster caused by the arrival of the alien supreme being means that the chance of success for humans is almost 0. Perhaps, there will only be a chance after Lin Yuan becomes the god of war. After all, they all saw Lin Yuan's fighting power. A second-level martial saint could kill a 9th-level martial saint. If everyone becomes a martial god, this matter must be kept secret by the military. No one is allowed to leak it. After Lin Yuan came to his senses, he began to give orders. Yes, Marshal. All the top military officials nodded. Now was a time of excitement in the country. After all, this was the first time they launched an attack on an alien race. And it achieved quite good results, almost causing the extinction of Xia Kingdom and the surrounding ethnic minorities. It can be said that in the eyes of many people, what follows is a safe and worry-free life. If this matter were exposed, it would only cause panic and riot. As for the idea that there is strength in numbers, it is almost impossible. After all, this is not a war between two forces with similar strength, but a war with huge differences. Once it is leaked, it will not attract nationwide participation, but will cause absolute turmoil. The military will continue to eliminate the surrounding alien races. Now that the battlefield has stabilized, I will go to the south. Lin Yuan said this, and then disappeared in the military headquarters. Southern Abyss. Xiao Shun was still suppressing the powerful leaders of these alien races in the Abyss, and these alien leaders naturally knew the news of the alien race's defeat. Xiao Shun, do you really have to risk your life? A roar came from the Abyss. Along with it, the power of qi and blood surged into the sky, the divine fire burned, and terrifying energy bombarded Xiao Shun's Dharma body. In the Abyss, an incomparably tall Dharma body stood in front of the Abyss, suppressing it with its majestic power. But after so many days of suppression, the alien army was defeated. These alien leaders were extremely anxious upon hearing the news and tried almost every means possible to leave the Abyss. Therefore, Xiao Shun's Dharma body is now in ruins. He himself was sitting upright on the Dharmakasayapa, his body also covered with streaks of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Despite this, Xiao Shun still had a calm smile on his face. You may not have thought about this result over the years. How do you feel now? From the Abyss, endless roars came from the alien race. Xiao Shun, Lin Yuan is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. You just let him go. You are laughing happily now, but what about the next step? Do you know what you are facing? Xiao Shun shook his head, his face calm. I know, but since that person agreed, he must have his reasons. That person? What does he think he is? The supreme beings of our tribe will come and suppress him in an instant. From below the Abyss, alien voices were heard. Yi Zhentian is the lord of this star field, and all the power of rules are inextricably linked to him. These alien races said that they did not take Yi Zhentian seriously, but they did not dare to call Yi Zhentian by his name, otherwise it would trigger the arrival of the power of rules. Another heavy blow. Why waste your time talking to him? After more than 3 months of suppression, his energy and blood have been exhausted. Now he is just burning his blood to hold on. Let's attack together. Today will be the day he dies. From the bottom of the Abyss, another alien spoke. After these words were spoken, the aliens were silent for a moment, and it was obvious that these words were agreed by all of them. And Xiao Shun's current condition is indeed like this. He has been using his Dharma body to hold on for 3 consecutive months without any rest. Even as a martial saint, it is difficult to persist for so long. Now, he was just burning his own martial arts foundation to suppress it. Just a moment later, a terrifying aura came from the Abyss, and attacks one after another were wrapped in terrifying power, rushing straight towards Xiao Shun's Dharma body. When Xiao Shun saw this, the light on his body became brighter, and his face became more calm. I have completed the task assigned to me. Xiao Shun was not afraid and spoke softly. All of this was arranged by Yi Zhentian. Yi Zhentian was very kind to him. It was all because of Yi Zhentian that he succeeded. He was able to sit on the position of military marshal because Yi Zhentian pulled him out of the pile of dead bodies back then, which is why he is what he is today. I will repay your kindness on the Golden Terrace and die for you with the Jade Dragon. Therefore, even though he knew that there would be no return once he went into the Abyss, he remained calm. In fact, the war with foreign races outside has ended. There is not much meaning for Xiao Shun to stay here, but he will not leave without Yi Zhentian's order. But what about Yi Zhentian? Perhaps Xiao Shun was just a chess piece to make Lin Yuan the military marshal, and now everyone has forgotten the existence of Xiao Shun. The Dharma body was shaken by these attacks. Seeing this, the alien leaders in the Abyss dared to come up from below and revealed their true forms. Go to hell, old man. An alien leader shouted, and now their eyes were red. The alien army was defeated and suffered heavy losses. You dare. In the sky, a Dharma body descended from nowhere, and the voice coming out of its mouth was like the mighty power of heaven, leaving waves behind. Chapter 112, Generous Rewards, Golden Body Breakthrough, International Shock. Above the Abyss, several aliens revealed their true forms. Xiao Shun's martial arts foundation was burning, and his Dharma body was now crumbling. Several aliens wanted to take this opportunity to completely get rid of Xiao Shun, and then leave the abyss and gather the remaining aliens to launch a counterattack against humans. Because in their view, the reason why their alien army was defeated was actually due to their absence. No matter what, the martial arts era lasted for so long, and they have been fighting in this star field for so long that they are well aware of the strength of mankind. No matter what, there is no way their alien army will be defeated. Even if Lin Yuan is strong, as long as they are in charge of the alien army, what big waves can they cause? It was because they were away that Lin Yuan took advantage of the opportunity. As a voice was heard from the alien leaders, several powerful attacks went straight towards Xiao Shin's Dharma body. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan's Dharma body appeared in the air and uttered a cold rebuke. The faces of several leaders of the alien race changed, and they turned their heads to look over immediately. Lin Yuan. Among them, the tone of a foreign leader was mixed with shock and anger. They didn't expect that Lin Yuan would dare to come here, considering that the alien army was defeated. These alien leaders hated Lin Yuan to the core. They wanted to get out so badly. Besides gathering the remaining alien races, their biggest goal was to find Lin Yuan. They were still a little cautious about this guy when he was in the previous level. After all, there are many martial saints in the Great Pass, and that person is in charge. Once alien leaders of their level enter the Great Pass, the nature of the war they trigger will be completely different. However, they did not expect that Lin Yuan would still be so arrogant after getting through this difficult time. Seeing Lin Yuan's arrival, several leaders of the alien race became furious, but also excited. It's really like searching for something everywhere, but finding it is actually a piece of cake. Lin Yuan. Xiao Shin also reacted. He sat upright on the Dharma image and looked at Lin Yuan with some doubt in his tone. Xiao Shin knew Lin Yuan's identity, so he was not worried that anything would happen when Lin Yuan came here. After all, the person standing behind Lin Yuan is the master in this star field. With a person like this, what can these alien races do to Lin Yuan? Yes, did Lord Yi ask you to come? There was a hint of happiness in Xiao Shin's tone. It seems that I still have some weight in Yi Zhentian's eyes. Lin Yuan was stunned, then shook his head. This star field is about to face an extraordinary epic disaster. I need to go back to the Yi family, so before that, I plan to settle all the things first. Lin Yuan explained his purpose, which made Xiao Shin stunned for a moment. Then he smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he had thought too much. Are you alone? Xiao Shin did not dwell on this emotion for too long, but looked behind Lin Yuan and asked. These alien leaders are different from other alien leaders. Each of these is comparable to a 9th-level martial saint, and their combat power is extremely formidable. Even after hearing that Lin Yuan had killed an alien who was comparable to a 9th-level martial saint before the critical moment, facing these 5 alien leaders was still too much pressure. No, I came alone. Lin Yuan smiled and said that he now had a clear understanding of his own combat power. It would be somewhat difficult to defeat 5 9th-level martial saints in their prime. But it's different now. These alien leaders have been suppressed in the abyss for several months. In order to break out of Xiao Shin's suppression, they have also consumed a lot of energy. To put it bluntly, this is an opportunity for Lin Yuan. What is his system? You will become stronger by killing enemies. The stronger the enemies you kill, the richer the rewards you will get. This is definitely a great opportunity for him. You still want to chat? You don't even take us seriously. At this time, several aliens standing below the abyss could no longer sit still. They all rushed out and were about to go back directly, causing devastation to the entire Xia country. These 2 people started chatting in front of them. Lin Yuan, since you are here to die, it saves us some trouble. An alien leader took a step forward with an extremely cold expression. The appearance of Lin Yuan disrupted almost all their expectations and plans. Although the war in this star field is not progressing very quickly, in the alien race's plan, as long as it is delayed until Yi Zhentian, everything will speed up. But Lin Yuan not only took back the territory that the alien race had occupied for many years, but even defeated their army. This is not the worst. There is another extremely serious problem. There is more than one race in this star field. The great defeat of Xia country on this battlefield has spread throughout the sky blue star field. What race are they? In fact, from the words of the strong man in the Starry Sky Temple, we can tell that the other party absolutely looks down on the race of the sky blue star domain. This incident happened again, and the army was defeated by humans. Wouldn't the Sky Blue Star region now become the laughingstock of all races in the starry sky? And these leaders are equivalent to the commanders of the army. The failure of the war is inextricably linked to them. Even if they return to the Sky Blue Star region, they will still be punished by the Supreme Being. After all, this time it was the face of the race that was lost. Don't waste your words on him. Let's attack together and kill him once and for all. Another alien spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, several aliens all nodded one after another. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color, the earth rolled, and terrifying energy burst out. The flesh and blood of alien races are more than twice that of humans. Therefore, in a situation of the same level, aliens have an absolute advantage. But it's okay now, these alien races are not in their prime. Otherwise, even for Lin Yuan now, it would be difficult to face it. Go ahead, I'll hold them off. When Xiao Shen saw this, his Dharma body became brighter again, and then he said to Lin Yuan. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lin Yuan walking towards those aliens. His Dharma image emanated terrifying energy and bursts of golden light. Court death. When the alien leader saw that Lin Yuan was retreating instead of advancing, his face became increasingly ugly. This guy is so arrogant. I didn't take them seriously at all. Do you think that if you break up their army, you can defeat them? It's simply a fantasy. Several top leaders of the alien race were all angered by Lin Yuan's actions. At this moment, the alien leader unleashed his full strength without reservation. His momentum was even stronger than when he faced Xiao Shen just now. Xiao Shen sensed these auras and looked worried. But if you think about it carefully, Lin Yuan is of such high status. Since he has come here, the person standing behind him will definitely not let anything unexpected happen to him. Chapter 113 Hui People. First meeting Yi Yao. The sky and earth changed color. The whole sky was shrouded in a terrible haze, with thunder and lightning, and heavy rain pouring down. An extremely huge golden building appeared from the void, trying to suppress Lin Yuan here. There was also a huge phantom shaped like a horned ant, walking in the sky and rushing towards Lin Yuan. There was also a blood mist filling the air, emitting a thick smell of death. A lifeless dried corpse could be vaguely seen reaching out to grab Lin Yuan. For a moment, all kinds of scenes appeared in the sky, and each attack was enough to kill a martial saint. Die! A cold voice sounded. All the scenes in the void started to move, and in an instant they rushed towards Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan saw this scene, although he was surprised at the methods of the aliens, he did not feel afraid. He fought with all his strength, and the dark Mo Yuan sword appeared in his hand. Black air emanated from the sharp blade, and a bloodthirsty light lingered on it, like a hungry beast. The true technique of divine thunder sword control. Lin Yuan muttered something in his heart, and then the scene in the sky changed again, and various golden array patterns appeared. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning seemed to be all drawn to Lin Yuan's Mo Yuan sword, flowing along with his sword light. Wherever the sword flashed, divine thunder fell instantly. When the alien's means were almost approaching Lin Yuan also moved. His figure disappeared on the spot, and the sword light raged and the divine thunder descended. This entire space was covered by Thor in an instant. Bang! As the sound of an explosion rang out, the scene created by the alien race exploded directly in the divine thunder. However, that's not all. Lin Yuan's sword light showed no intention of stopping. After solving the scene created by the aliens, it continued to move forward. He slashed directly at several alien leaders. What? This is impossible. That is my life corpse. How could it be beheaded? He is not a human. He is not a human. For a moment, the leaders of the alien race were all confused. Their combat power is not top-notch in the starry sky, but in this star field, they are definitely close to invincible. Now they released their fighting power almost without reservation. Even if they were not in their prime at the moment, they could still kill a 9th-level martial saint. Even 2 9th-level martial saints would probably die from this kind of attack, but Lin Yuan easily resolved it. And the knife flashed and was about to chop them alive. Can they not panic? No, the knife flashed too fast. Without giving the alien leaders any chance to react, he simply slashed at them and killed them directly in the abyss. Ding! Kill the leader of the alien race. Reward: God level, martial level, X1. Ding! Kill the leader of the alien race. Reward: Han Yuan, immortal, golden body. Ding! Kill the leader of the alien race. Various voices rang out in Lin Yuan's mind. His face was calm, and he was not at all disturbed by this. Having said that, this wave of rewards is particularly generous. If he digests it, he can enter the ranks of the 3rd-level martial saint. You know, there is a magical skill among them. As the name suggests, divine skills are martial arts created by the god of martial arts. They contain the power of rules and are extremely powerful. Lin Yuan just checked it out and didn't think about it anymore. He came to Xiao Shen and said, "Marshal, you can go back now." Xiao Shen came back to his senses from the shock. In addition to the shock, a smile appeared on his face. Now you are the marshal of the military. Haha, it's incredible. You can kill a 9th-level martial saint in a few months. Xiaoshan sighed. When he left, Lin Yuan entered the true dragon level. At that time, Lin Yuan's combat power was comparable to that of a martial saint. Now 3 months have passed. He can already kill aliens who are comparable to the 9th-level martial saint. And not just one. Such talent is too enchanting. I have to go back to my family. The matter is very important. The military is currently cleaning up the remaining forces of the alien race. With you in charge of the military, there should be no worries. Lin Yuan did not dwell on who was the military marshal, but spoke quickly. He was short on time, only 1 month. After resolving the issue of the abyss, he will return to his family immediately. Although Xiaoshan didn't know what was going on, he had already guessed something when Yi Jintian reappeared in his sight. Perhaps this will be a decision that changes human history or the current state of humanity. He nodded and said, "Go ahead. The military department has me." At the same time, the Yi family, in a villa. "Young master, news has arrived." A voice sounded. Yi Yao appeared in the room. She sat on the sofa and said calmly, "Go ahead. Lin Yuan may return to the family soon." The head of the family and the clan members have a high support rate for Lin Yuan. The person who reported was Yi Yao's confidant and could be considered one of her supporters. When Yi Yao heard this, his face remained expressionless and calm. There have been more and more things happening in the family recently, and it would be hard for Yi Yao to be unaware of it. The appearance of Lin Yuan directly threatened her position. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would be interested in knowing. "Young master." When the man saw that Yi Yao didn't show any reaction, he couldn't help but stop talking. Yi Yao knew very well what he wanted to say, and it was not difficult to guess. It's nothing more than killing Lin Yuan halfway and preventing him from returning to the family. In this way, there will be no one to threaten her. But this is in the Yi family. Who is Yi Jintian? Nothing could be hidden from him as long as he wanted to know about it. So, this idea is very stupid. Even if this person didn't say it, as long as something happened to Lin Yuan on his way back, it will definitely bring Yi Jintian's anger, and she will be to blame then. After all, she is the most suspicious. Go and accept the punishment yourself. If you have such thoughts again next time, I will report it directly to the head of the family. Yi Yao said calmly. Upon hearing this, the person reporting the incident broke out in a cold sweat. After saying something respectfully, he slowly left. Yi Yao's eyes remained fixed on the spot, and a look of confusion appeared on his calm face. She thought she would be the heir. So he tried his best to get Yi Jintian's approval, and that was indeed the case. But the appearance of Lin Yuan broke the balance. She would not do anything small, at least in Yi Yao's opinion. Even though Lin Yuan appeared, Yi Jintian still did not take away the title of young master that belonged to her. This may be a hint of fair competition. As long as she is good enough and gets Yi Jintian's recognition, she will have a chance. Isn't it? Chapter 114 Hostility, Next Plan. After Lin Yuan finished his work, he prepared to return to Kyoto. However, this war launched against foreign races caused a huge shock internationally. This was an unprecedented war of wiping out alien races. Before this, no one dared to even think about it. Because in martial arts for so many years, humans have always been on the defensive. In the eyes of many people, alien races are terrifying, unknown, and invincible. In this situation, it would be good enough to have a living area, but why are you thinking about clearing out the aliens? Therefore, the decision made by Lin Yuan almost changed human history. At the same time, it also completely detonated the international martial arts discourse. Many countries followed suit, but the results were not so good, and even led to a significant weakening of their martial arts capabilities. Therefore, many countries began to seek help from the Xia Kingdom's military. From the outside world's perspective, Xia is the only country that has successfully wiped out the surrounding ethnic minorities, and its martial arts strength and experience are far greater than theirs. However, Lin Yuan did not participate in this matter, and everything was handled by Xiaoshan. Lin Yuan left the military, and Xiaoshan took over. Kyoto, Ye's martial arts school. Lin Yuan's figure appeared here. As soon as he walked over, people from Ye's martial arts school came to greet him at the door. Yi Shuai. Completely different from the attitude last time. After finding out Lin Yuan's methods and identity last time, the people from Ye's martial arts school no longer dared to do anything to Lin Yuan. Even an ancient family like the Yi family does not take the military seriously, but don't forget that Lin Yuan has another identity. That is the direct bloodline of the Yi family, Yi Jintian's biological son. In a family with a strict hierarchy like the Yi family, there are very few people, just with this level of status, who can yell at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded and said, "Has the Yi family notified you?" "Don't worry, Marshal Yi. We are already prepared, and are just waiting for you to come back." The young man at the door smiled and said, "Marshal Yi has been traveling a long way. Why don't you go in and rest for a while?" Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "No need. Since we are ready, let's go now." As soon as the words fell, they arrived at the entrance of Ye's martial arts school. Xiachuha, who I met last time, also came out. When she saw Lin Yuan, she immediately showed a sweet smile on her face. "Master, you finally figured it out." She had a smile on her face and two dimples, which made her look cute. Lin Yuan looked at her strangely, then nodded. "Let's go." Xiachuha didn't say anything more. She was aware of the seriousness and urgency of the news from the family. She therefore at once set about making arrangements for her departure. Normally, it takes 2 or 3 days to travel from Kyoto to the cities where the 4 major families are located. However, due to time constraints, we chose to travel by plane. If Lin Yuan were alone, he could arrive in about half a day. Although a martial saint cannot break through boundaries, he can move a short distance in an instant. And it can also fly for a long time. The speed is about the same as a high-speed train running at full speed. "Master, don't you have anything to ask?" On the way, Xiachuha opened her big eyes, looked at Lin Yuan and asked. Lin Yuan was resting with his eyes closed at the moment, while also trying to comprehend the mystery of the power of rules. He opened his eyes only after hearing her words. "What do you want to ask?" For example, the 4 major families have the 4 major families, and the heir who is competing with you. Xiachuha looked thoughtful, as if she was considering it seriously. Lin Yuan didn't say anything when he heard this. He didn't care about the so-called heir of the Yi family. "I just feel a little uncomfortable." After all, before he went back, that person had been trained as the heir. If I suddenly go back, I would seem like a villain. I believe that under such circumstances, no one would have a good impression of him. So Lin Yuan also thought about it in his heart. As long as the other party is not the kind of spoiled, arrogant, and domineering person, he doesn't want to do things too drastically. As for the 4 major families, Lin Yuan was indeed a little curious. Being as famous as the Yi family, what about the foundation of the other 3 families? The Yi family has Yi Jintian, who is also a martial god. Could it be that the other 3 families also have such strong people? But this idea was rejected by Lin Yuan. According to Yi Jintian, only one domain master is allowed to appear in a star field. This is the rule of the universe. The rules do not allow this world to have a second martial god. If that's the case, then why are the other 3 families as famous as the Yi family? Is there a martial god in charge of each of the 4 major families? Lin Yuan was silent for a while before asking. Hearing Lin Yuan's words, Xiachuha immediately replied with a smile on her face. "It is not allowed by the rules, so the ones that appeared in these 3 families are all wild gods. They have not been recognized by the will of the universe, but their strength has reached the level of martial gods, so they are called wild gods." Wild god. Lin Yuan was puzzled for a moment. Xiachuha nodded, and then continued. "In terms of strength alone, they are not much different from the martial god, but compared to the martial god recognized by the will of the universe, they are far behind." Why is that? This touched upon Lin Yuan's blind spot in knowledge. After all, the memories left to him by his original body were all basic knowledge learned in school. Even in the military, descriptions of the god of war are very rare. After all, a strong person of this level is a little out of reach even for a genius. Well, a martial god who is recognized by the will of the universe has mastered the complete power of rules and can also receive the blessing of the power of rules. I heard from the patriarch that by becoming the master of a star field, one can come into contact with the power of origin and gain the blessing of the power of origin. This kind of thing seems to be somewhat similar to Buddhist incense. Xiachuha rarely showed a serious expression, and it was obvious that these things came out of her mouth. It also consumed a lot of her brain cells. Lin Yuan nodded, and he understood why Yi Jintian wanted him to be the heir. Gain recognition from the will of the universe. Those supreme beings of alien races who suddenly appeared were the founders of their races and the only ones in power. If he does not get the recognition of the will of the universe, even if he becomes a god of war, the gap between him and the opponent will be huge. Not long. A plane landed and Lin Yuan arrived at the city where the Yi family lived. At the same time, the city was in a state of complete excitement. Back then, Yi Jintian became the patriarch of the Yi family in order to become the domain lord. It caused a huge bloody storm. The other 3 families paid a heavy price for this, and the 3 wild gods had no good feelings towards Yi Jintian. According to the rules of becoming a domain master, they are losers. After the failure, they were suppressed by Yi Jintian for many years. The appearance of Lin Yuan attracted the attention of more than just the Yi family. Chapter 115, Ascension Conference, the great clans compete. The other three major families also learned about Lin Yuan's appearance. However, with Yi Jintian around, no matter what happened to them in the past, they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Yuan. Although both are martial gods, the wild god is far inferior to the martial god who is truly recognized by the will of the universe. In terms of combat power alone, Yi Jintian can chase these three wild gods by himself. In this situation, they certainly dare not act rashly. However, it is still possible to collect some information privately. Because of Lin Yuan's arrival, the wild gods of the three major families all understood what Yi Jintian meant. Do you want Lin Yuan to be recognized by the will of the universe and become the heir, or in other words, the next domain lord? However, in a star field, only one domain master is allowed to appear if approved by the rules of the universe. In other words, the rules of the universe will only recognize one person. In this situation, Yi Jintian wanted Lin Yuan to be the heir. You have to give up something, and this thing is most likely the recognition of the will of the universe. This is a very rare opportunity for the wild gods of the three major families. Yi Jintian gave it up so that Lin Yuan could successfully gain the recognition of the will of the universe. But isn't this also an opportunity for them? You know, once Yi Jintian gives up, this position will be vacant, and Lin Yuan will not be the only one who can sit on it. So, the three major families were all ready to make a move at this time. They will not attack Lin Yuan, but are waiting for an opportunity. This opportunity is the path that Yi Jintian took when he became the heir and was recognized by the will of the universe, the Ascension Conference. 100 years after the rise of martial arts, humans have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. It is nothing in the universe, but among humans, it is an era where geniuses emerge frequently and strong people dominate. And some people step into the realm of martial saint, and some people step into the realm of martial god. From then on, the will of the universe came, and the election of the master of the star field gradually came into the sight of these powerful people. The Ascension Conference was a preparation for this, and martial arts had been going on for 400 years. The Ascension Conference was held twice in total. The first time was in an exploratory stage. There were too many people participating, and it took a long time. In the end, no one was recognized by the will of the universe. The second time, humans summed up their previous experiences and improved the rules of the Ascension Conference. The Ascension Conference is hosted by the top martial arts families from various countries in the world, and the participants are all from these families. As for others who want to participate, the conditions are extremely harsh. Not only does he have to have strong strength, but he also has to join these top families. This condition is very unfair to ordinary people, but this is the fact. These top families have monopolized the places in the Ascension Conference. But think about it another way. If we can really win the Ascension Conference and wait for the recognition of the will of the universe, when you become the domain lord, will you even need to take the world's top families into account? At that time, let alone joining their family, what their family is. It is clearly your own family. Who dares to say no? Xiachuha came out with Lin Yuan. When on the plane, Lin Yuan felt the unusualness of this city, although its architectural style looked no different from modern ones. But the whole city is filled with tranquility and peace. It seems that the people here don't have to rush around for a living. There is only one feeling, that martial arts prevail. There are martial arts schools everywhere in the streets and alleys. Pedestrians on the road can see people practicing everywhere, by the lake and on the roadside. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan didn't care. After all, this place was ruled by four major families, so it was inevitable that martial arts would prevail. Master, it's still a long way to go from here to home. If you find it troublesome, you can also fly directly. In principle, flying is prohibited for warriors in this city. But you are a martial arts saint and the young master of our family. Xiachuha was walking on the street, turned around, and looked at Lin Yuan and said. Lin Yuan nodded habitually, but before he could speak, he heard Xiachuha speaking hurriedly. Of course, if you walk by yourself, you will definitely not find the way. My suggestion is that you can take me with you. As for me, I will just hold you. Anyway, with your strength, I am just an extra accessory. Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, but the scene appeared in his mind. Having one more pendant doesn't have much impact. It just seems a bit unsightly. Let's go ahead and lead the way. Lin Yuan spoke. Xiachuha showed a very disappointed expression, then continued walking towards the street with Lin Yuan. Passing by a martial arts gym, several young men were practicing boxing at the door. When they saw Xiachuha and Lin Yuan, they stopped what they were doing. Hey, isn't this Miss Xia? She usually looks so high and mighty. Why is she hanging out with a country bumpkin today? The leader was a young man with a crew cut, who came out and spoke in a teasing manner. He seemed to be talking to Xiachua, but his eyes never left Lin Yuan. Obviously, this person should know Lin Yuan. Ji Huangchen, open your dog eyes and see clearly. This is my young master. Xiachua put her hands on her hips and said fiercely, Young master? What kind of young master? Could it be the son of the head of the Yi family who was recently rumored? TSK, it doesn't look that good. Ji Huangchen looked Lin Yuan up and down, his tone full of disdain. The status of the four major families is very high, even higher than that of the martial arts families in Kyoto. Therefore, people from the four major families never take outside warriors seriously. Even though he knew Lin Yuan's identity and what he did outside, he was still not afraid. This was a test, and it was tacitly approved by the family. Yi Jintian, after giving up that identity, is his strength still the same as before, and can he defeat several major families? If so, the worst that can happen is that I will just make amends. Anyway, it's just a minor fight and won't cause any big trouble. If not, these major families could have prepared in advance. Master, this is the eldest son of the Ji family. Don't be fooled by his pretty face. He is actually an old man in his 50s or 60s. Xiachua spoke in a low voice. Xiachua, have I been too nice to you? I call you Miss Xia because of the Yi family. You are an outsider, and without the Yi family, you are nothing. Ji Huangchen's expression suddenly turned ugly. In this era of martial arts, 50 or 60 years old is still considered young, and old age has nothing to do with him. But having said that, Ji Huangchen really didn't dare to do anything to Xiachua. He knew very well what Yi Jintian thought of Xiachua. If you mess with Xiachua, the consequences will be serious. Chapter 116. The Power of the Dragon. Yi Yao is here. In front of the martial arts hall, Ji Huangchen and his men stopped Xiachua. It attracted a lot of onlookers. After all, many people here knew Xiachua's identity. Of course, it is the Yi family behind her. In the past, the Yi family was definitely the leader among the four major families. And it was a crushing victory. So no matter how arrogant Ji Huangchen was, he didn't dare to cause trouble for the Yi family. Did you get shot today? That person looks a little familiar, but I can't remember him for a moment. I heard that the new marshal of the military, Lin Yuan, killed a 9th-level martial saint from Shinkom with his 2nd-level martial saint status. I have some impression of what you said. I heard that Lin Yuan is Lord Ye's biological son. Then this time I come back. Damn, isn't it going to be with Miss Yi Yao? There was a lot of discussion around. The situation was not completely ignited until someone revealed Lin Yuan's identity. Lin Yuan is Yi Jintian's biological son. When he came back this time, there was no need to think about what would happen, but Yi Yao was not someone to be trifled with. The fact that she can gain recognition from the will of the universe says it all. Therefore, everyone was completely shocked. Something big is about to happen in the Yi family. I don't want to waste time talking to you here if you just want to taunt me and provoke me, so that I can attack you and test my strength. Then I'm sorry, you don't even have the qualifications to anger me. But in order to quickly solve the current trouble, I can satisfy you. Lin Yuan frowned and spoke calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone around looked at Lin Yuan strangely. Although they had more or less heard about Lin Yuan's deeds and his strong fighting ability, Ji Huangchen had been practicing for more than 60 years. He is a genuine 6th-level martial saint, whose combat power is even higher than his own realm. Lin Yuan is only a level 2 martial saint. Can he really kill a level 9 martial saint coming from the starry sky? Many people have only heard about it, but have never seen it with their own eyes. Ji Huangchen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but struggle inside. He had also never seen Lin Yuan kill the strong man from the starry sky, but the news should not be false. If he really took action, he would feel a little scared. Losing face is no big deal, but Lin Yuan is famous for killing people without blinking an eye. It would be a waste of time if you lose your life. Haha, Master Yi misunderstood what Brother Ji meant. At this time, another young man walked out of the crowd and spoke with a smile. It's the Qin family. They're here too. Is the world going to change? It seems like things are not as simple as they seem. What else can we do? Young Master Yi is from the Yi family. Even if all the people from the 3 major families come, I'm afraid no one would dare to say anything. That makes sense. The appearance of the young man once again caused surprise among the people around him. Although they are all in the same city, there are only a few people from the 4 major families who show up to manage their businesses. And they are not the core figures of the family. People like Ji Huangchen and the young man now are core figures in the family. Now they appear together. Is it to welcome Lin Yuan? This is obviously impossible. These 3 major families have no good feelings towards the Yi family, and the same is naturally true for Lin Yuan. Since Master Yi has become a martial saint, have you ever heard of the power of a giant dragon? This is the standard for measuring the fighting power of a martial saint. The young man smiled and chuckled. The second standard for measuring the combat power of a martial saint? Huh. It seems that you want to test my fighting ability, but you don't want to fight yourself. Are you afraid of being beaten to death? Lin Yuan also smiled faintly, but he was somewhat curious about the power of the dragon. After hearing this, the young man did not get angry, and still smiled and said, "Don't you want to take a look, Master Yi? Interesting. In that case, take me to see it." Lin Yuan was not worried about any conspiracy. As long as Yi Jintian is around, these three families won't dare to make any moves in secret. Moreover, they have already arrived at the doorstep of the Yi family. Can we say that what happened here could have been hidden from Yi Jintian's eyes? Unless there is something wrong with these three families' brains, they would not plot against him here. Everyone came to a square. There is a huge stone in the center, emitting a faint light. The layout here is becoming more and more retro, with a bit of ancient martial arts flavor. Young Master Yi, please look here. This is the magic stone for testing. It has a mysterious origin, and there is only one of its kind in the world. The young man introduced himself. Lin Yuan said nothing, and strode directly towards the sacred stone. And see this scene. The young man just stopped smiling, and everyone, including Ji Huangshan, looked over there. The Ascension Conference is about to begin, and Yi Jintian asked Lin Yuan to come back at this time. The purpose is self-evident. But this time, it is also an opportunity for the three major families. So, they had to find out Lin Yuan's strength. After all, they had heard about it from outside. They still have doubts about Lin Yuan's true strength. The power of a dragon is equivalent to 1 million gene of strength. The genius martial saints of the four major families have an average of about 10,000 dragons. Ms. Yi Yao's last test unleashed the power of 20,000 dragons. I wonder how young Master Yi will react. In my opinion, it has the power of at least 10,000 dragons. 10,000? You are underestimating young Master Yi. He can kill a 9th-level martial saint. I don't think he is worse than Miss Yi Yao. When Lin Yuan walked up, many people around started talking about it, and many of them made guesses. Here, Yi Yao is definitely the strongest among the younger generation. Even an older martial saint like Ji Huangshan could be suppressed by Yi Yao. Yi Yao is almost leading by a huge margin. Otherwise, she would not become the heir of the Yi family, nor would she be recognized by the will of the universe. When everyone was speculating about this, a loud bang came from the boulder, instantly silencing everyone's voice. At the same time, changes began to occur on the boulder, and the shadow of a giant dragon could be vaguely seen wandering above it. Then a number appeared. 50,000, 50,000. Fuck, even a 9th-level martial saint wouldn't be able to perform this, right? Damn, this is the first time I've seen the power of 50,000 dragons. After a moment's silence, the sound burst out, and everyone was amazed at this. Lin Yuan's strength is so much higher than Yi Yao's. However, as everyone was amazed, the voices suddenly died down at this moment. Many people looked in that direction. Over there, a woman in a white dress walked towards this side with a calm expression. Her appearance made the whole scene quiet. At the same time, many people began to be shocked. Lin Yuan came here to compete for the heir. Yi Yao's arrival at this moment marks the first time they meet. Lin Yuan also noticed a gaze and turned to look over there. When their eyes met, their sharpness was revealed. Chapter 117 Bowing Surprising. Yi Yao's appearance made many people present hold their breath. Before Lin Yuan came here, his name had already spread out of the Yi family. Therefore, many people are aware of Lin Yuan's identity. As the heir of the Yi family for so many years, Yi Yao has a very high status in the Yi family, second only to one person. Apart from some members of the Yi family who have lived for 200 or 300 years, there is Yi Jintian. However, those people in the Yi family have lived for so many years that they have long become indifferent to worldly affairs and rarely ask about family affairs. Before Lin Yuan appeared, Yi Jintian had always regarded Yi Yao as his heir, so as long as she didn't do anything out of line, Yi Jintian would not interfere. Over time, her status rose rapidly, and almost half of the Yi family's affairs had to go through her hands. This matter is no secret in this place. The other three major families, and even people living in this city know about it. Someone who can control so many core industries of the Yi family and manage so many things. In the eyes of many people, she is the next heir of the Yi family. However, the appearance of Lin Yuan changes this absolute thing. One is the legitimate son of the Yi family, and the other is rumored to be Yi Jintian's daughter. However, in the Yi family, Yi Jintian has only one wife, and since Lin Yuan disappeared, there has been no news of a second child. Some people say that Yi Yao is Yi Jintian's illegitimate daughter, while others say that Yi Yao and Yi Jintian have no blood relationship. There are many rumors like this, but no one dares to say it openly. For someone of Yi Jintian's status, he doesn't bother to care about these rumors as long as they are not too excessive. As for Yi Yao, no one dared to tell her about her status and position to her face. In short, no matter what, Yi Yao's status and position in the Yi family cannot be changed. When the two met at this time, many people around them looked at each other with strange eyes. Miss Yi is here. When Ji Huangqin saw Yi Yao, he took the lead to step forward and greet him with a faint smile on his face. Yi Yao nodded calmly. Although she was not very fond of Ji Huangqin, the other party's family was also one of the four major families, so she responded out of politeness. Miss Yi, you're here just in time. Let me introduce you. This person is from outside. He is the son of Master Yi, who has been rumored in the Yi family for a long time. Ji Huangqin remained expressionless when he saw Yi Yao's cold attitude. He would not feel that the other party's cold attitude was an insult to him, because many people knew that Yi Yao treated everyone like this. Besides, the status of both parties are not on the same level. Even if he is really not given face, Ji Huangqin has to endure it even if he is angry in his heart. After hearing Ji Huangqin's words, many of the onlookers had strange expressions. After all, Lin Yuan is Yi Jintian's biological son, and this matter originally came from the Yi family. How could Yi Yao not know about it? Do they need your introduction? Many people had strange expressions on their faces, and everyone understood what Ji Huangqin meant. It is nothing more than provoking conflict between Yi Yao and Lin Yuan. After all, the two are in a competitive relationship now. To others, it is not real. It is not clear what the reason is. For example, Yi Jintian is the domain lord. If he wants one of them to become the heir and inherit his position, Yi Jintian himself must make some sacrifices. But in the eyes of Ji Huangqin and other families, this is definitely a good opportunity. Both Lin Yuan and Yi Yao have the opportunity to become Yi Jintian's heir. They would be very happy to see the two of them fight and both suffer losses. At this point, their chances at the Ascension Conference are much greater. When everyone was watching the excitement, Yi Yao came to Lin Yuan with a calm face and said calmly, "The master of the family ordered me to pick you up." This scene not only stunned the onlookers. Ji Huangqin opened his eyes wide, looking incredulous. Aren't these two people in a competitive relationship? Why does Yi Yao have such an attitude? You know, everyone here knows Yi Yao's character very well. Not only does she act in a strong manner, but she also has the same expression every day. No matter what happened, there was no change in expression on his face. Now, is this bowing to Lin Yuan? At this time, some people began to speculate. Maybe it was because Lin Yuan was Yi Jintian's biological son, and she was just an illegitimate daughter, or a girl. The Yi family has already made a decision? Not only them, but even Lin Yuan himself was surprised, although he knew that the Yi family had an heir. But that's all. I didn't expect the heir to be a woman. Moreover, he was so polite to him. Lin Yuan thought in his heart that no matter who looked at him, he was here to compete with Yi Yao for status and position. As a latecomer, the other party should be very angry and disgusted with him. I didn't expect this attitude. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Thank you for the trouble. Since the other party was not the same as he imagined, and was sarcastic or made things difficult for him, there was no need for him to give them the cold shoulder. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person, and he is a latecomer. Please follow me. Yi Yao nodded, then took Lin Yuan and walked towards the Yi family. Fuck, am I dazzled? Miss Yi Yao is so polite to Lin Yuan. This is the first time I've seen her with this attitude. Don't mention it, it's really weird. Could it be that the Yi family has already made a decision to take away Miss Yi Yao's identity and give it to Lin Yuan? It's not impossible. After all, judging from their identities, although Lin Yuan has not been in the family for many years, his bloodline is definitely purer than Miss Yi Yao's. When they left, a burst of discussion broke out at the scene, and many people were shocked by Yi Yao's attitude. This was done deliberately, and there must be some ulterior motive. Or from the heart. Wonima, Yi Yao is sick. Why did he become like this? Ji Huangqin also came back to his senses from his dazed state and spoke to the young man next to him. The young man's name is Yuan Yi, and he is a direct descendant of the Yuan family, one of the four major families. Haha, I'm afraid this is just for us to see. After all, the Yi family's affairs have become a hot topic. Who among our three major families doesn't know about it? Yuan Yi's expression changed for a while before he smiled faintly and spoke. After all, the two heirs fell out and fought openly and secretly, which gave others opportunities. With Yi Yao's intelligence, even if he really hated Lin Yuan, it won't be revealed here. Ji Huangqin nodded thoughtfully, then said, Yi Jintian, did you really give up that position? Chapter 118, The Country of Terror. In the square, many people stood still. Although people from the other three families were shocked by Yi Yao's actions, they had different opinions on this. They didn't think Yi Yao would really bow to Lin Yuan, because these people know Yi Yao very well, and they know that he is definitely not someone who would bow his head so easily. However, they are not clear as to why this is the case. But at least this time, there was some gain. After all, they have already understood Lin Yuan's strength. As a third-level martial saint, his combat power can definitely kill a ninth-level martial saint. This is a very difficult thing to do. Even Yi Yao's combat power may not reach this level. It is not an easy task to crush Lin Yuan in the Ascension Conference and gain the recognition of the will of the universe. Fortunately, the Ascension Conference is not only open to young people. Even the wild gods in these families can participate, because this is an opportunity to compete for the territory master and also an opportunity to gain recognition from the will of the universe. Among the younger generation, there is no one whose fighting power can match Lin Yuan, but there are still people from the older generation. Relatively speaking, gaining recognition from the will of the universe is just a threshold. In other words, one must be strong enough to be eligible to participate in the Ascension Conference. If Yi Jintian really gave up any position, the impact would be too great. At the same time, Lin Yuan left the military and Shaoxin took over. In recent days, the world pattern that has lasted for hundreds of years has also changed. Lin Yuan organized the military to launch an attack on the alien race, which was a great victory, prompting many countries to follow suit. However, they missed the best opportunity, and not only did they fail to expel the aliens, but they also greatly reduced their country's martial arts combat effectiveness. This also verifies what an internationally renowned martial arts master said earlier. Once the foundation of a country's martial arts combat power is damaged, it will no longer be possible to resist foreign races, and what may next be faced is national destruction. In the past few days, the Xia Kingdom's military has received a lot of requests for help. Shaoxin was also hesitant about this, because the Xia Kingdom had just experienced a great war and had no time to recuperate. Besides, even if the Xia Kingdom's military were dispatched, they would not be able to help. Those alien races are not fools. If they join forces, there will be a gap in their combat power. But if you don't take action, when these countries perish, the eyes of other races will naturally turn to Xia. Therefore, this war is inevitable. Just when the Xia Kingdom's military was preparing to go out, the alien race made a move that no one expected. All the alien races in this world withdrew from the main battlefield and returned to deep space. Moreover, they formed a powerful alien front. Although they have not officially launched an attack on humans, everyone knows that these alien races have joined forces. There will definitely be another big battle next. What they don't know is that it is actually because the supreme being among these alien races is about to descend that these alien races have withdrawn from the main battlefield and are preparing to launch a final attack on humans. This attack is absolutely catastrophic and devastating. However, these gave many countries a chance to catch their breath. After all, their martial arts combat powers suffered heavy losses. If alien races take the opportunity to launch an attack, the fall will be very fast. These countries had no time to think about why these alien races wanted to withdraw from the main battlefield, but instead took this opportunity to recuperate, cultivate more combat power. Almost on the same day that the alien race withdrew from the main battlefield, a piece of news shocked the world. Everyone's eyes were focused on one place. Sinful Nation. This city has some history. Before the arrival of the martial arts era, there were still people managing the place, but the managers put their own interests first, and this attitude almost became the style of the managers of this place. From generation to generation, they can do anything within their authority as long as it is beneficial. Therefore, before the arrival of the martial arts era, this place was a gathering place for many lawless elements. After the advent of the martial arts era, warriors rose to power, and the armed forces of the administrators completely lost their effectiveness, so they were occupied by some illegal foreign warriors. The sinful kingdom was completely destroyed. It has thus become a gathering place for illegal warriors from many countries. It is extremely chaotic here, with no one to manage it, no rules, and almost no constraints. In this place, everything depends on preference, mood, and strength. The only rule is that you cannot harm ordinary people who are not warriors, otherwise you will be hunted down by all the warriors in the country of sin. This is the last bit of kindness in this country. However, at the same time, when the alien army withdrew from the main battlefield, the country of sin once again broke out news that attracted the world's attention. The entire country fell. Too many people died, whether warriors or ordinary people. The entire country was shrouded in a mysterious black fog, isolating the spiritual power and making it impossible to detect. After the news came out, Some countries sent people to investigate, but to no avail. Someone who came out alive said, "The black fog was filled with people. They had hideous expressions and mutilated bodies, but they were able to move like normal humans. The most deadly thing is that these people are very aggressive. There are still many illegal warriors here. Those who can escape after breaking the law are definitely not weak. The only information we can get is some videos that appeared on the internet and photos of the country of sin. The footage in the video is almost the same as what was uploaded online. Those people were wandering around like zombies at doomsday, and solid black souls could be vaguely seen wandering in the black fog. Not only that, the ordinary people around, and the small countries that remain in the martial arts. They were also invaded by the black fog and fell into it. The country of sin has completely become a country of terror. There is a chorus of international public opinion, and many people are panicking about this, thinking that this is some kind of tactic used by alien races. Perhaps their country will be next. However, this is not the case in the country of sin, the central city. The air was filled with black smoke. Corpses were strewn all over the ground, and blood had dried on the floor and walls. In the huge central square stands a tall statue, and on top of the statue sits a person cross-legged. It's not enough. This little bit of mental strength is not enough for me to fully recover. The alien army withdrew, and Yi Zhanyun knew that he didn't have much time left. The passages between countries became unimpeded without the obstruction of foreign races. He must revive himself as soon as possible because those people from the starry sky are about to arrive. So he came to this sinful country. There is no one managing this place, and there are a large population and many spiritual warriors. It is his best food. We must unlock more strength before the Ascension Conference begins. Even if it means becoming a wild god, we will have more chances. Nobody knows. What exactly is parasitic inside his body? Some people in the Yi family said that Yi Zhanyun was no longer a human being. He was possessed by the corpse ancestor. But judging from his condition, he doesn't look like he's being parasitized at all. The corpse ancestor is the supreme being of a certain star field. The rules of the universe will not allow a martial god to become the lord of 2 star fields. My computer is broken and my phone is slow. Chapter 119. The Yi family's status before the beginning. The emergence of the country of terror has attracted almost the entire world's attention. Many people speculated that this was some new method invented by aliens, while others thought that perhaps this was a zombie outbreak like the ones in the movies. It's because I was infected with a virus, but no matter what, countries around the world remain highly vigilant about this. Because it is unknown, no one knows what will happen next. Yi Zhanyun used his cultivation method to completely destroy the former country of sin. Nearly 80% of the people have become his most loyal believers. In fact, the so-called believers are nothing more than those whose soul power has been drained away. Yi Zhanyun transforms the soul power into his own and then distributes some of it to these people. In this way, whatever these people do is up to Yi Zhanyun's thoughts. However, the outside world still does not know what is happening inside the country of terror and is just being vigilant about it. Because now, the attention of various countries cannot be diverted to the country of terror. Now the alien races in the starry sky have merged and the battle lines have been deployed. Although the attack has not yet been launched, anyone can imagine what will happen next. After all, it is impossible for the alien race to withdraw. Fortunately, the coming of the supreme beings among these races has not been announced yet, and only very few people know about it. And this is a very small number, and if it hadn't been heard from Yi Zhentian, no one would have thought of it. This matter will never be made public until it can no longer be concealed, otherwise the world will face chaos. Currently among all countries, and even among the entire human race, the strongest combat power is the 9th level martial saint. If we heard that there were several martial gods coming from among the alien races, how could we resist? Therefore, once the news gets out, things will be completely out of control and unrest is inevitable. Let's talk about the other side. It has been a day since Lin Yuan returned to the Yi family. Ever since Yi Yao brought him back to the Yi family, the two have not had much conversation. However, Yi Yao did not do what he imagined and use any tricks on him after returning to the Yi family. For example, there are always some young men in the family who come to cause trouble, or he can't take a single step in the Yi family, etc. This seems a little incredible, but in fact, with Yi Yao's identity, it is not difficult to do this. Yi Zhentian hardly ever asks about the affairs of the Yi family, unless it comes to a major decision. After all, at his level, he has no time to care about managing the family. Of course, there is another possibility in this situation, that is, he is afraid of Lin Yuan's strength. According to the initial rumors, Lin Yuan killed a 9th level martial saint from the starry sky before the Great Pass. And then coming back here, The power of the giant dragon that was emitted from the testing platform was all proof of Lin Yuan's martial arts prowess. If you come to trouble Lin Yuan at this time, you will almost certainly be asking for trouble, and you may even lose your life. However, Lin Yuan thought this situation was unlikely, because everyone in the Yi family treated him with great respect. Even some older and stronger people, the clan members of the Yi family, are like this, and this is probably because of his status. It seems that Lin Yuan's identity has been recognized in the Yi family. It was already late when I returned to the Yi family yesterday, and I had just gotten up the next day. There was a knock on my door. Yi Zhentian walked in from outside. He was handsome, middle-aged, with dignity and heroism between his brows. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw Yi Zhentian in person. What he had seen before were only his Dharma body or his clone. This couldn't help but ignite a little hope in Lin Yuan's heart. Yi Zhanyun and Yi Zhentian both possessed Dharma bodies that could be divided into two. It is not impossible to recast Su Lai's Dharma body. While Lin Yuan was pondering this matter, Yi Zhentian seemed a little embarrassed. After all, it was the first time for him to see his biological son in more than 20 years. His inner emotions were self-evident: excitement, guilt, intertwined together. It will take at least a month for those alien races to arrive. The Ascension Conference won't last too long. It will be over in about 10 days. Although Yi Zhentian was extremely shocked in his heart, he spoke calmly at this moment. Lin Yuan nodded, then asked, "What are the arrangements next?" Yi Zhentian had already told him this before coming back. Lin Yuan's fighting ability is indeed very strong, but there is still a gap in his realm, and there is still a period of time before he can start. This period is a good opportunity for him to improve his realm. The country of sin. Yi Zhentian spoke. The country of sin. Isn't it infected by something weird? Lin Yuan spoke in confusion after hearing this. He had heard about the country of sin before, but the country of sin has been extremely strange recently. It is rumored outside that it is a country of terror. Almost no warriors who went to investigate survived. Yi Zhentian nodded and spoke slowly. It's not something weird, but because of Yi Zhanyun. A hint of shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Yi Zhanyun. In other words, everything that happened in the sinful country was because of Yi Zhanyun? You know, although the warriors of the country of sin deserve to die, in Lin Yuan's opinion, I would rather die than die at Yi Zhanyun's hands. This old thing is too weird after all. In addition, the country of sin also broke his last bit of kindness. Ordinary people living in the country of sin also could not escape Yi Zhanyun's clutches. Yi Zhentian pondered for a while and continued. He is parasitized by a supreme corpse, and he wants to use the power of his soul to completely revive him. In that case, why don't you stop him? Lin Yuan asked. After all, strangling Yi Zhanyun in the cradle would definitely be beneficial rather than harmful in the future. Inside him is the supreme being of the corpse clan. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhentian did not directly answer the question, but continued. Next, until the Ascension Conference begins, you will go to the Kingdom of Sin. There, you can comprehend a more complete universe rule, and your strength can be improved, which will be beneficial for you to participate in the Ascension Conference. Seeing Yi Zhentian say this, Lin Yuan didn't have time to think so much. Because he already knew the rules of the Ascension Conference, even those wild gods could participate. This is too much pressure for Lin Yuan. Okay, when do we leave? Lin Yuan nodded and asked. Now the outside is ready. Yi Zhentian said. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded and walked out the door. Yi Yao, Xia Chuha, and several older men were already waiting. Master. When Xia Chuha saw Lin Yuan, a smile immediately broke out on her face, and she waved. Yi Yao still had the same expression. Lin Yuan nodded to Xia Chuha, and Yi Zhentian walked out. Are they all going? Chapter 120. Departure, the world's most watched Ascension Conference. Are they all going? Lin Yuan asked. Yi Zhentian nodded and said, These two are the Yi family's clan members, and their seniority is very high, but you don't have to worry about them. You just need to know that they are 9th-level martial saints. Although Lin Yuan's strength has reached the point where he can kill a 9th-level martial saint, but Yi Zhanyun's strength is not that of an ordinary 9th-level martial saint. What's more, he has absorbed so much soul power, and his strength may have surpassed that of a 9th-level martial saint. If something life-threatening happens, at least he will have a chance to come. Lin Yuan nodded and had no objection to this arrangement. Yi Yao, you have already met her. She will go with you and will also participate in the Ascension Conference. When Yi Zhentian said this, there was a flash of unnaturalness in his eyes. If Lin Yuan didn't want to gain the approval of the will of the universe, he would not have allowed Yi Yao to participate in this Ascension Conference. He would never let Yi Yao go to the country of sin. However, He hoped that the two of them could spend more time together so that Lin Yuan could take away things from Yi Yao that were recognized by the will of the universe. Yi Yao, who heard this, had no idea about this. After hearing this, her heart was filled with ripples. Before Lin Yuan returned to the Yi family, she is the only heir, and after Lin Yuan appeared, the gap in status cannot be changed. This also means that her status as heir will most likely be taken away, but she sees Yi Xintian's move as giving her a chance. Give her and Lin Yuan a chance to compete fairly. The head of the family, Yi Yao, called out softly. Yi Xintian nodded calmly, his eyes just passing by lightly. Seeing this, Yi Yao couldn't help but pursed her lips. This was more or less unfair to her. Sometimes, she even felt a little aggrieved. Yi Yao had heard the rumors from outside, but Yi Xintian never admitted it. She never called Yi Xintian father once. It's not that I don't want to, but that I dare not. When she was very young, she tried it once, and ended up being severely punished by Yi Xintian, and sternly warned her not to call him father. Lin Yuan knew nothing about these things, and of course he was not interested in knowing them now. He now has only one goal, and that is to become a martial god as soon as possible, so as to prepare for what comes next. Okay, let's go. Yi Xintian spoke, and after the two old men agreed, they took the lead in opening the space channel. Then their figures disappeared together at the spot. The country of terror. On the square, Yi Zhanyun's figure was still sitting cross-legged on the statue. He gets news quickly about what's happening in the country. Almost the moment Lin Yuan set out, he received the news. However, what surprised Yi Zhanyun was that this time, it was not only the Yi family that came, but also people from all the families in the world that were qualified to participate in the Ascension Conference. I was worried that my soul power wouldn't be enough for me to fully recover. It seems that now it is enough. Yi Zhanyun was somewhat surprised. The entire sinful kingdom has fallen so far. But soul power was still not enough for him. But he did not dare to be too arrogant and directly go to other countries to do the same thing he did in the sinful country. After all, his current strength is not enough to allow him to do whatever he wants. But now, the arrival of these people is like a timely help for Yi Zhanyun. Ever since the news of the upcoming Ascension Conference spread to all the major families, the eyes of the world's top families have all fallen on the Yi family. Because Yi Xintian was the first person to pass the Ascension Conference and be recognized by the will of the universe to become the master of the star field. His actions may have a lot to do with becoming a domain master. Therefore, when Yi Xintian asked Lin Yuan to go to the country of sin, how could other families miss it? Just send someone here, no matter what they are here for. Just make sure they come first. Otherwise, at the Ascension Conference, because of missing a step, it will not be recognized by the will of the universe. That would be such a loss. After the news of the Ascension Conference spread among the major families, it caused a great stir in the world. Many people don't know much about the Ascension Conference. Because the last Ascension Conference was held hundreds of years ago, few people know about it nowadays. Only some older generation people who witnessed the Ascension ceremony may know clearly. Therefore, once the news spread, it immediately attracted attention from around the world. Some platforms, martial arts forums, newspapers, etc. All the news about the Ascension Conference was published. There is also a lot of discussion about this on the internet, including the world's largest martial arts exchange forum. The post received an explosion of clicks. The Ascension Conference. What is this? Why have I never heard of it? Me too. Isn't it just the college entrance exam or training camp? What is this? Is there any expert who can answer this? Although I don't know what it is exactly, this news came from some of the world's largest and top families after all, so it must be something extraordinary. What the hell? Everyone knows it's not simple. Why don't you tell me what this thing is? The forum exploded, and many warriors from around the world gathered here to speculate about the Ascension Conference. But no matter how they guessed, they had no way of knowing what the Ascension Conference was. Those who knew about this event, which happened hundreds of years ago, are probably already dead, and those who survived are at least martial saints. Therefore, as questions arose, more and more people paid attention to it, and its popularity became #1 on the world list. Just when everyone was talking about it, the person who founded the forum came forward. He is the founder of the world's largest warrior forum and also serves as the president of the World Warrior Association. He is also a martial saint-level warrior. He introduced the Ascension Conference to everyone, which eliminated everyone's doubts. However, what followed was an even more explosive heat. The Ascension Conference is an opportunity to gain recognition from the will of the universe, and also an opportunity to become the master of the star field. Several major families held a celestial ascension meeting in this world. Could it be that a stronger person appeared? You know, the current situation is very complicated and tense. On the starry sky front, Those alien races were eyeing us covetously, making almost everyone unable to sleep well. If this Ascension Conference is a killer move brewed by several top families in the world, it may really be able to solve the problem of the Starry Sky Front. They don't know the reason behind this. Even the president of the Warrior Association is unaware. In their eyes, there is only one big problem: the Star Front. As the news spread, almost everyone's attention was focused on the Warrior Conference. And these days, I'm afraid that many people from several top families will sign up. Meanwhile, the Nation of Terror. Bursts of low sounds were heard from the black fog, and outside the black fog, the space moved abnormally. One figure after another followed. Chapter 121. Do you expect Yi Zhanyun to resist the aliens? The Country of Terror. The arrival of the group immediately attracted Yi Zhanyun's attention. This was an opportunity for him, and it is related to whether he can completely unlock the power in his body. This made Yi Zhanyun very excited. After all, after the fall of the sinful country, the power in his body was still not completely unlocked. And given the current situation in the world, the kingdom of sin is his best and only choice. It is almost impossible to go to another country and create the same thing as in the country of sin. The countries that have survived to this day in this martial arts era are all martial arts powers, and the 9th level martial arts saints are rampant in the world? That's unlikely. However, this time many people from various countries came, and they were all qualified to participate in the Ascension Conference. In the realm of martial arts, the power of the soul is extremely powerful. Once he absorbs it, the benefits to him can be imagined. Yi family. After Lin Yuan left, Yi Zhentian still sat in his room. His room is large, but simply furnished. There was only one martial arts arena. He sat in the center, with a diagram of the yin and yang formation hanging behind him. At first glance, Yi Zhentian's figure appeared very majestic, with various scenes floating above his head. The sun, moon, stars, and the vast universe evolved behind him. The room shook for a moment, and an old man with gray hair and cloudy eyes appeared here. This is the oldest person in the Yi family, named Yi Sheng, and he has the strength of a wild god. According to seniority, he can be considered as an ancestor of the Yi family. Lin Yuan, has that kid already set off? Yi Sheng walked over and asked. Yi Zhentian opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and said, "Not bad. Yi Zhanyun has a parasitic corpse on his body. Now that he has conquered a country, his strength is about to be unlocked." Yi Sheng frowned, and when he said this, his eyes fell on Yi Zhentian. "Zhentian, I don't know what you were thinking. Now that the supreme being of the alien race is about to arrive, you are making such a fuss, causing the geniuses of the world's top races to go there and die. Send Yi Zhanyun to fully awaken. Do you expect him to be able to fight against those supreme beings?" Yi Sheng frowned and spoke. Few people know that the fall of the sinful country was only because of Yi Zhanyun. Many people only know that Yi Zhentian is the lord of this star field, and he decided to start the Ascension Conference. It means that he wants to give up this position and give it to the successor he chooses. As a result, every move of Yi Zhentian was watched by the great families of all countries in the world. This is also true for this trip to the country of sin. After Yi Lin Yuan set off, they rushed to send people there. This is actually giving Yi Zhanyun a head and awakening. There is no way Yi Zhentian didn't know this. But he did not take any action to stop it, especially in the current situation where a powerful enemy was at the doorstep. Every genius and prodigy. There will always be hope. Yi Zhentian let things develop like this. Yi Sheng understands it, but he doesn't understand it. What he saw clearly was that Yi Zhentian deliberately let the geniuses of these big families die, so that Yi Zhanyun could unlock his combat power. What I don't understand is what benefit this will bring to Yi Zhentian, the Yi family, or even the world. Do you expect Yi Zhanyun to fight against those alien supreme beings after he is completely unsealed? This is even more unbelievable. Yi Sheng knows Yi Zhanyun better than anyone else. His hatred for Yi Zhentian was too strong and too great. If given the chance, Yi Zhanyun would definitely kill Yi Zhentian without any hesitation. Yi Zhanyun has lost his humanity, and it is even more impossible for him to resist the alien supreme for the sake of humanity. After all, countless people have died at the hands of Yi Zhanyun over the years. If he had any humanity at all, he wouldn't have done this. Finally, the most crucial thing is that there is a parasitic corpse in Yi Zhanyun's body. Once the power is completely unlocked, will Yi Zhanyun become the corpse ancestor, or will he be Yi Zhanyun himself? This is also an unknown. However, judging from any of these 3 points, Yi Zhanyun will be a powerful enemy to humans after his power is unlocked. He didn't understand why Yi Zhentian did this. Yi Zhentian asked a question and then couldn't help but sneer. It was obvious that he didn't think so. Lin Yuan is currently only a third-level martial saint. Although he is very powerful, even a ninth-level martial saint is no match for him. But if I want to become a martial god, I still have a long way to go. Now there is only a little over a month left. It is still too difficult to become a god in a month. So, Yi Zhanyun will also be an opportunity for Lin Yuan. Yi Sheng was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes revealed a hint of shock. Did he deliberately want Yi Zhanyun to unlock all his power in advance? However, this state only lasted for a moment. Yi Sheng didn't think about it anymore. He knew Yi Zhentian's character. If he could achieve his goal, what would these geniuses from the world's major families matter to him? If Yi Zhentian stood in Yi Zhanyun's position, Yi Sheng dared to guarantee that Yi Zhentian would be even crazier than Yi Zhanyun. What about Yi Yao? How are you going to deal with it? After all, she has been with you for 28 years. She really wants to call you father. Yi Sheng sighed and spoke with some hesitation. She was never my child. I was attracted by her talent back then. Now that Lin Yuan is back and the Ascension Conference is over, let her go. Yi Zhentian said lightly. Yi Sheng stood there, just looking at him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Yi Yao was brought by Yi Zhentian anyway. As to whether it is Yi Zhentian's child or not, no one knows. However, Yi Yao has always regarded Yi Zhentian as his father over the years, even if Yi Zhentian was unwilling to admit it. After more than 20 years of relationship, could Yi Zhentian really be so cruel? Well, since you have made up your mind, I will not say any more. The country of sin, Yi Lin Yuan landed here. We will leave now. If we meet Yi Zhanyun, we will see what happens. The two old men who escorted Yi Lin Yuan and Yi Yao here left. Yi Lin Yuan could sense many auras around him, and those should be people from other countries. Yi Lin Yuan was in deep thought. Before coming here, Yi Zhentian said that he could comprehend the complete power of rules here. Yi Lin Yuan also thought about it on the way. The country of sin has become a country of terror. What kind of power of rules is contained here? Death, eternal life, or... He didn't know that before he became a martial god, the rules of the universe were all illusory to him. Therefore, you can only understand everything by yourself. Let's go in first. Yi Lin Yuan spoke, and Yi Yao nodded after hearing this. Several people disappeared into the black fog in an instant. Roar. As soon as I walked into the black fog, the roaring sound in my ears became clearer. In front of Yi Lin Yuan, there stood a group of soldiers, a huge army that could not be seen at a glance. This is what Yi Zhanyun called a believer. Yi Lin Yuan thought in his heart. Chapter 122, Easy, Gathering of Geniuses. There are so many of them. It seems that all the people in the entire sinful country have fallen. Yi Yao looked at the scene and said in a calm tone. She also knew why the country of sin fell and what happened to Yi Zhanyun. The Yi family was very clear about Yi Yao's status in the Yi family, so it was not difficult for her to know this. Most of them are grandmasters, and there are a few true dragons. Although there are a lot of them, we can handle them. Yi Lin Yuan spoke. These people have all lost their self-awareness and are very aggressive. Now they are all surrounding them. Even if they didn't take action, it would be difficult for Yi Lin Yuan and the others to get through here. Yi Lin Yuan took out the Mo Yuan sword from the space. After several battles, the Mo Yuan sword had been upgraded once. It is comparable to a divine weapon. There are many followers of Yi Zhanyun in front of him, which will be a significant improvement for his sword. Yi Lin Yuan had a vague premonition that after this trip to the land of sin, his Mo Yuan sword would completely transform into a true divine weapon. However, it is difficult to improve strength. The people here are too weak. Although the system can give out rewards, it seems a little bit inadequate for Yi Lin Yuan, who is already a third-level martial saint. After Yi Lin Yuan drew out his sword, he didn't say anything else and rushed directly into the army. Knife lights flashed everywhere, and various pieces of meat flew into the air. Yi Yao rushed to the other side and fought with these armies. Yi Yao's martial arts level is even higher than Yi Lin Yuan's. She is a 6th-level martial saint. Before Yi Yao had any memory, he had been brought back to the Yi family by Yi Zhentian. He has been on the road of martial arts for 26 years now. He is the one who was noticed by Yi Zhentian and trained as his successor. There is no need to say much about Yi Yao's talent in martial arts. However, his combat power is far inferior to Yi Lin Yuan. But no matter what, although the number of these troops is large, it is not a problem for Yi Yao and Yi Lin Yuan. It is only a matter of time to deal with the large army in front of us. After about 20 minutes, all the troops were killed. Yi Yao and Yi Lin Yuan were both covered in a strong smell of blood, and even Xia Chua, who did not join the battle, was the same. Do you feel anything strange? Yi Lin Yuan stood in a sea of corpses and blood, and suddenly turned around and asked. The killing intent has become stronger. Yi Yao spoke calmly. Lin Yuan frowned. When he became a grandmaster, he comprehended the realm of murderous intent. This kind of skill is honed through countless battles on the battlefield and killing millions of enemies. It can be said that the field of murderous intent is entirely made up of the corpses of countless enemies and washed by the blood of countless enemies. The Grandmaster can condense the chi and blood in his body and release it outwards, with an invisible aura circling his body. The zone can transform the strong wind into his own aura. If nothing else, it gives people an extremely powerful and mysterious feeling. This is the effect brought by aura, and the so-called domain also evolved from this. The field effect greatly improves combat power. Within the field, it can not only limit the enemy's performance, but also enhance one's own combat power. Therefore, this is the biggest gap between a sect master and a grandmaster, apart from hard power. After experiencing this massacre, Lin Yuan could clearly feel that his murderous intent had increased. Moreover, that murderous intent can actually affect oneself. After dealing with these armies, his eyes turned red, and for a moment he seemed unable to restrain his murderous intent. When he turned around, Yao's face was calm and his eyes were as clear as water. This is why Lin Yuan asked, could it be that killing can only affect him, or is it because of his state of mind? At this moment, Lin Yuan's martial arts path fell into a state of confusion. It was too early for him to come into contact with the illusory rules. It is simply impossible to understand or comprehend at this time. When Lin Yuan frowned and entered a blank state, Yao's eyes were always looking forward. Someone is coming up ahead. Xiaochua suddenly spoke and pulled Lin Yuan back. Lin Yuan came back to his senses and found that a layer of cold sweat had appeared on his forehead without him noticing. I remember the last time I had this feeling was in the Jiangbei cave, when I killed the corpse and felt the influence of the residual soul power. However, the impact was very small and had almost no effect on Lin Yuan, and that would only infinitely magnify the things that he least wanted to recall in his heart. He could still see himself, others, and the people around him in the spiritual world. But this time, there was that empty feeling of confusion, and there was nothingness all around, almost nothing. It was as if he was the only one left in the world. Lin Yuan didn't know what that was, but now he didn't think about it anymore. Instead, he followed the two people's gaze and looked forward. In the black fog, light scattered out. Several spaces suddenly exploded, and the black fog dissipated instantly. Then several figures appeared in all the places where these spaces were. Master Yi, we meet again. A voice sounded. Ji Huangshan looked towards Lin Yuan with a smile on his face. Not only him, but also Yuan Yi whom I met at the first time, and some unfamiliar faces. I think these should be the people from the three major families. But in addition to these, there were also some blonde-haired and blue-eyed people standing in some places. They could be recognized at a glance. They were obviously from big families abroad. When Lin Yuan saw these people, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why did these people come to join in the fun? Just when he was puzzled, those big foreign clans came over and talked something with the people of the three major clans with their heads down. Then, Yuan Yi stepped forward and said with a smile on his face, "Young Master Yi, this country of sin has become a country of terror. What opportunities are there for you to come here at this time?" Lin Yuan finally understood after hearing this. It turns out that these people rushed here because they thought there was some opportunity. But what opportunities can there be here? In the country of sin, all the warriors are loyal warriors who have been assimilated by Yi Zhanyun. Apart from that, there is Yi Zhanyun himself. This is not some fantasy world where any powerful person would die here and leave behind any precious treasure. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very clear that there was no opportunity here. I only learned from Yi Zhentian that one can comprehend the complete power of rules here, and that's all. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then said calmly, "There is no opportunity here. If you came here for this, you should go back quickly." If it were in the past, he would never say these words. After all, other people's life and death has nothing to do with him. But now it is different. Lin Yuan's identity is the military marshal, both in terms of identity and from the current world situation. He needs to give the other party some advice. After all, these people are the geniuses of the major clans in the world. They are the hope and powerful fighting force of mankind. Chapter 123 Death is like the wind, confusion, and helplessness. Of course, there is another very important reason. He was very clear about Yi Zhanyun's purpose of coming to the country of sin, so once these people were found by Yi Zhanyun, the chance of unlocking combat power has increased a bit. Lin Yuan didn't want to see this happen, so he spoke. "No chance. Isn't that too selfish of Yi Shao?" Yuan Yi put away his smile, and his tone became a little colder. Yi Zhentian gave up that position and started the Ascension Conference. At this time, Lin Yuan was asked to come to the country of terror. Then Lin Yuan said that there was no chance here. Who would believe it if he told others? Haha. I think Master Yi said this because he's afraid that we'll snatch the opportunity from him. Ji Huangshan couldn't help but chuckle, and the sound spread faintly. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted everyone's attention. They all looked at Lin Yuan with unclear meanings in their eyes. Young Master Yi is being too selfish. Now the alien army is setting up a battle line in the starry sky, and they may launch an attack on us humans at any time. At this time, we should all work together. No matter who gets the opportunity, we should share it with everyone so that the overall combat power of mankind can be improved. Ji Huangshan spoke again. As soon as these words came out, many people nodded in unison and turned their eyes to Lin Yuan. Master Ji is right. Now our entire world is on the same boat. Being selfish will not benefit anyone. If Master Yi insists on doing this, then we can only snatch it away. At this time, the major clans of the world standing in the void also spoke. Obviously, Ji Huangshan's few words made many people think that Lin Yuan wanted to keep the so-called opportunity for himself. If they don't want to share, they will naturally not let it go easily. As for any harsh words, these people dare not say them. After all, standing behind Lin Yuan is Yi Xintian. As a major family in the world, they all know what Yi Xintian means. When Lin Yuan heard this, he was a little amused for a moment. He tried to persuade others with kind words, but was regarded as someone who wanted to seize the opportunity for himself. He had only tried to persuade others because of his status. Since the other party didn't appreciate it, he didn't bother to care. Since you all think there is an opportunity, then go together. As long as we find an opportunity, I will never take action. How about handing it over to you? Lin Yuan sneered and spoke lightly. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, and then their expressions became excited. Only Ji Huangshan and Yuan Yi looked a little strange. He would never give in. As far as they knew, Lin Yuan was not that kind of person. Could it be that there is really some secret in this? Or maybe Lin Yuan was telling the truth, and there was no opportunity here at all. Never mind for now. Let's talk about it after we go in. Yuan Yi's expression changed. Under the current circumstances, it was impossible for them to leave. Whether you have the opportunity or not, you must go in and take a look. Ji Huangshan also nodded and said, let's go. In the country of sin, everyone is Yi Zhanyan's puppet. There are too many of them. In the next few days, Lin Yuan kept killing these puppets. From the edge of the country of sin, we are about to enter the center of the country of sin. And here, the puppets encountered are getting stronger and stronger. But to the geniuses of the major clans, these puppets are indeed not good enough. But the problem is that these puppets are not afraid of death, have strong attack power, and are numerous. Even the consumption was unbearable for everyone. In addition to the consumption of strength, there is also mental torture after so many years of killing. How many of Yi Zhanyan's puppets did they kill? There are countless of them, which has caused the entire country of terror to be filled with an unpleasant, pungent smell of blood. There is a violent emotion wandering around in everyone. Right now, things are pretty bad for this group of teams. Fuck, is there any chance? Now, someone finally couldn't sit still anymore and shouted with red eyes. So many days have passed, and every day I have been killing people. The bloody smell on my body has already invaded my body, and it cannot be washed away even if I wash for 3 days and 3 nights. Moreover, in this state of killing, many people's emotions began to get out of control, and they would become furious and jealous from time to time. Lin Yuan, are you kidding us? After hearing this, Ji Huangshan couldn't help but speak, staring at Lin Yuan intently. I never said there was an opportunity here. Aren't you the ones who said there was an opportunity? Lin Yuan spoke lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, many people turned their eyes to Ji Huangshan and Yuan Yi. After all, from the very beginning, it was these two guys who said that Lin Yuan came here to look for opportunities. Then I led them all the way here. You? Just as Ji Huangshan was about to speak, he felt a series of cold gazes coming towards him. He swallowed the words out of his mouth. Everyone, hold on. Lin Yuan must be here to look for opportunities. I don't believe he has no purpose. Ji Huangshan spoke loudly. When everyone heard this, although they were already impatient, they thought about how far they had come. A few days won't make a difference. So he endured it and didn't get angry. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also had many questions and doubts in his heart, knowing that things had come to this point. The journey through the kingdom of sin is almost over. He still has no idea what the power of rules that Yi Xintian mentioned is. When everyone fell silent, suddenly, a sinister laugh came from the black fog. It immediately made everyone alert. The energy fluctuations coming from the black fog were too powerful. This might be the strongest person they had ever met. When Lin Yuan felt this breath, he knew who it was the first time. Yi Zhanyan. After Lin Yuan and Yi Yao looked at each other, they made a decision instantly. Although the Yi family had 2 old men following them, but they will never show up unless it is absolutely necessary. And even if they do show up, they may not be Yi Zhanyun's opponent. It's just a way to delay time. The only one who can eventually get rid of Yi Zhanyun is Yi Zhentian. Run! Lin Yuan scolded in a low voice. Then the figures disappeared in an instant, including Yi Yao and Xia Chua. The 3 people disappeared so quickly that many people didn't react. Fuck! Lin Yuan ran away, and Zhao Jiyuan went there. Look what I said. When Ji Huangchen saw this, he became furious. Opportunity. Haha, what you said is not completely unreasonable. You are indeed an opportunity for me. Yi Zhanyun's true form appeared. He no longer looked like a human being, and there was an aura of death around him. His eyes were sunken and his face was extremely dark. Yi Zhanyun. Ji Huangchen's eyes suddenly widened. As a member of one of the 3 major clans, he naturally knew Yi Zhanyun. When he saw him appear, his face turned pale. Chapter 124, Sufficient Rations, Tianlang Gang. Yi Zhanyun. Could it be that person from back then? After hearing Ji Huangchen's voice, people from major international families spoke up. Yi Zhanyun caused quite a bit of trouble in the country back then, and he was also a marshal in the military at the time. Therefore, many people are paying attention to this matter. Even some small families abroad have heard of it more or less. People from these big families know a lot about this. It can be said that Yi Zhanyun was a person that frightened many people back then. Plus, some of the things he has done over the years are almost no different from those of aliens. Therefore, in the eyes of many people, Yi Zhanyun is no less dangerous than aliens. It's him. Ji Huangchen's throat was hoarse, his eyes were looking into the air, and he was extremely nervous. No wonder Lin Yuan ran away. It turned out that it was because of Yi Zhanyun. Ji Huangchen cursed Lin Yuan inwardly and was extremely angry. Lin Yuan, you screwed them so badly. But if you think about it carefully, this situation has almost nothing to do with Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan had already given them advice in the beginning, but they just didn't listen. Have you made your last words? Prepare to become my most loyal warriors, and I will grant you the power of immortality. Yi Zhanyun spoke in a low voice. He does have this ability, but after his soul power is drained, he loses his self-awareness. There is no difference between being alive and being dead. The starry sky is so boundless. Since the beginning of martial arts, star races have gradually appeared in the human vision. In the cold and dead universe, even someone as powerful as a domain master would not dare to talk about eternal life. Death is the rule of the universe, and no one can change it. But the lifespan of the Corpse clan is the longest among these races. Their true form is soul, and they survive by inhabiting the bodies of various races. Theoretically, the longer the lifespan of the person being inhabited, the longer the lifespan of the Corpse clan will be. Therefore, the Corpse clan is extremely mysterious in the starry sky. As Yi Zhanyun finished his words, Yi Zhanyun's real body emerged from the black fog, and shrill screams were heard all around. It seemed as if dead souls were attacking them from all sides. Rush out, let whoever can escape be the first. This old man Yi Zhanyun is too weird. I don't want to be assimilated by him. Yuani looked at the souls around him, resisted, and spoke loudly to everyone. Everyone nodded immediately and began to fight with the soul. Yi Zhanyun looked at this scene indifferently and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With these soul powers, my strength can be unlocked to the 7th or 8th level, but if I want to advance further. Lin Yuan. Yi Zhanyun narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that Lin Yuan was running away. Although he really wanted to kill Lin Yuan, he was faced with a big cake and a group of small cakes. His target was still on a group of small cakes. Although Lin Yuan made him hate him to the core, given Lin Yuan's strength, if he could take away his soul power. For Yi Zhanyun, it is definitely a great fighting force. He might even give up his own body and take over Lin Yuan's body directly. After all, Lin Yuan's combat power and physical body are too strong. The other side. After Lin Yuan and Yi Yao escaped, they arrived at the center of the country of Sin. Before this, they had killed too many puppets created by Yi Zhanyun. At this point, the trip to the country of Sin in Yining is about to end, but the power of rules mentioned by Yi Zhentian. So far it has not appeared. This is already the center of the country of Sin. There is no point in staying here. We might even be discovered by Yi Zhanyun. Lin Yuan frowned and spoke. Now Lin Yuan wants to retreat, because the kingdom of Sin has given him too little boost in combat power. The so-called power of rules is illusory. There is a big boss like Yi Zhanyun outside, and the benefits of staying here are extremely low. And it's dangerous. However, Yi Yao looked at what was in front of him, and a rare trace of emotion appeared on his calm face. What's wrong? Lin Yuan noticed his unusualness, and while asking, he also looked over. There, it was like an alley, empty and lifeless. But when Lin Yuan released his spiritual power, he sensed a faint breath. There is a layer of mental power there that can block detection. Someone was able to escape the catastrophe. It seems that he is quite powerful, Lin Yuan said. He was about to go forward to check, but Yao was still standing there. That place looks so familiar, as if it has appeared there before in my memory. Yao was silent for a long time before he spoke softly. She had clearly never been to this alley or place, but why did a few fragments of it flash through her mind? Yao's expression returned to calm, but the doubts in his heart still existed. Lin Yuan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He investigated carefully and found no mental fluctuations here, so a mental illusion was unlikely. In other words, what Yao said is true. Go and take a look. Since there are people who have escaped this disaster, take them away if you can, Lin Yuan suggested at this time. Good. Yao nodded and agreed. The three of them walked into the alley, passed through the barrier that isolated the spiritual power, and a dilapidated courtyard appeared in front of them. There was a little boy in the yard, who looked about 12 or 13 years old. When he saw Lin Yuan and the others, a fierce look immediately appeared on the little boy's face. You bastards, my family has no money left, and even the food has been taken away by you. What else do you want? The little boy's eyes were fierce, sharp as a knife, and filled with hatred. You mean, there are other survivors here besides you? Lin Yuan keenly noticed the information from the little boy's mouth and asked. When these words came out, the little boy was stunned for a moment. Aren't you from the Tianlang gang? Lin Yuan shook his head and said calmly. I was passing by and noticed the presence of someone here, so I came to take a look. Sheng, who's here? At this time, a woman in plain clothes and with a sallow complexion came out. His thin figure and skin color were obviously caused by long-term malnutrition and serious illness. Mother, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to have a good rest? The little boy immediately went over to support him, his words full of concern. The woman looked at Lin Yuan and Yao, but her gaze stayed on Yao's face for a moment. You two are from Xia country, right? There are demons everywhere here now. If you don't mind, you can take shelter here. There is a formation here to isolate the aura, so those demons can't find this place. It was not difficult to tell from the woman's words that she was also a Xia person. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, thinking that since the journey to the country of sin had ended, it would be good to get to know the survivors here. But Yao acted more and more strange today. He just stood there in a daze, not moving at all. Chapter 125, The Power of Rules, Killing. Lin Yuan naturally felt that Yao was abnormal. But he didn't say much, just looked at the other person deeply and followed him in. The woman then told Lin Yuan about the current situation in the country of sin. After Zhanyun came to the country of sin, he carried out a large-scale assimilation here, and many people became his puppets. Here, many people have not encountered this situation, so those who are assimilated are called demons. In addition to this number, there are still some people who survived. And these people are all from the Tianlang gang. The Tianlang gang is the largest martial arts gang in the land of sin. Compared to ordinary forces, it is full of strong people. Therefore, they were able to isolate themselves from the demons' attacks through some means. The woman's name was Zhang Yi, and she was from the Xia country. Her husband's ancestors had already run businesses in the country of sin before the advent of the martial arts era. The so-called industry is actually nothing more than cheating and deceiving people, doing all kinds of illegal and high-profit businesses. After all, the evil country at that time was ruled by warlords, and interests were paramount. As long as it could bring them benefits, the rulers would not care what was done. This also led to the fact that after the advent of martial arts, this place became a holy place for many vicious and evil people. After the advent of the martial arts era, the family began to decline, and the role of the warlords became minimal. The ones who truly have the final say are warriors. This is a typical example of a family falling into decline after a change of times. However, despite this, as a former large family with a rich heritage, it was able to survive with difficulty after the advent of the martial arts era. When Yi Zhanyun appeared, this balance was completely broken and Zhang Yi's husband was assimilated. The entire sinful country is short of resources, so the serious gang searched everywhere for anything they could use. Naturally, this family couldn't escape. Lin Yuan sat in the room with a calm expression. But I can't help feeling sad inside, because the world's current structure has been completely broken. The alien races are eyeing humans covetously and may launch an extermination war against humans at any time. On the other hand, humans have no intention of working together, but instead suppress and bully their own people. This situation is inevitable. Lin Yuan also knew in his heart that no matter what the circumstances, it was extremely difficult to work together. There are always people who focus on the present and ignore the future for the sake of immediate interests. But in a sense, the alien race is too strong, and it is indeed difficult for humans to resist at the moment. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a fierce knock on the door, and Zhang Yi's face changed immediately. The little boy called Asheng had a gloomy expression, and murderous and fierce light flashed in his eyes. Lin Yuan glanced at the other party and said, "The killing intent in your heart is too strong, which will not be good for your future martial arts path." Asheng didn't care at all. He just gritted his teeth and said, "The people from the Tianlang gang killed my brother. As long as I can get revenge, I don't care about the martial arts path." Asheng, when talking about Asheng's brother, Zhang Yi couldn't help but have tears in his eyes. Lin Yuan didn't expect that there was this layer of matter involved. But looking at it this way, the Tianlang gang is indeed quite heartless, a mother and 2 children. They still did it despite such difficult conditions. "Open the door. Don't think you can escape by hiding inside." A middle-aged man's strong voice came from outside. Yao opened the door and saw 3 big men standing at the door, led by a man with a scar on his face and a beard. "Oh, there is such a beautiful girl. Is she your relative?" Scarface looked at Yi Yao with shining eyes, and then spoke to Zhang Yi. Yi Yao's eyes turned a little colder. She had always had a cold look on her face, and she became even colder after hearing Scarface's words. The temperature in the entire room dropped a few degrees, and the murderous intent was chilling. Scarface's expression changed slightly, and he knew at the first moment that the woman in the white dress in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. "Girl, are you a friend of this family? Regardless of whether you are or not, I still advise you to mind your own business. This family is being targeted by our Tianlang gang." Scarface's expression changed, and he spoke. "Asshole, I have nothing left at home. What else do you want?" There was a fierce light in Ah Sheng's eyes, with murderous intent and hatred intertwined together, and that look was frightening. "You little brat, I understand that it's not easy for you to live alone. So how about letting you join my gang?" Scarface narrowed his eyes and was secretly surprised. It seems that what the third in command said was right. This kid has too strong murderous intent and will become a disaster sooner or later. It must be removed as soon as possible. Dream on. I will never join you. Sooner or later, I will destroy your Tianlang gang. Asheng spoke loudly. The young man had a strong desire to kill, and he did not know how to hold back, so he said everything openly. After hearing this, Scarface's face trembled for a while, and then he spoke. "You also heard that our Tianlang gang kindly invited him to join the gang. But not only was he ungrateful, he even dared to say such things. You too. You also know that it is a must for warriors to root out the evil, so please don't interfere." Scarface looked at Yi Yao and Lin Yuan and spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and was about to grab Ah Sheng, but Yi Yao's eyes turned cold. The room only felt a flash of sword light, an arm fell down, and then a sword cut the throat. You dare to kill my Tianlang gang's people. Run, inform the gang leader." Seeing this, the remaining 2 people immediately fled in panic. Yi Yao did not stop him, but left a trace of mental power and followed. "I want to destroy them." Yi Yao spoke, his voice extremely cold. That murderous intent was actually even stronger than Ah Sheng's. As Yi Yao finished speaking, the space vibrated, as if causing a resonance between heaven and earth. Lin Yuan looked at him strangely. This woman was so angry, it was not like her style. Furthermore, such a powerful murderous intent could actually cause resonance between heaven and earth. This can only be caused by the power of rules. Killing intent, rules? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful, while Yi Yao ran straight to the Tianlang gang. She was moving at an extremely fast speed and hardly stopped. Seeing this scene, Lin Yuan couldn't help but follow. In his heart, he already had a rough answer to the power of rules. "Serious gang." The 2 younger brothers ran back in panic, their faces pale. "Why are you so panicked?" The 3 of them sat on it, surrounded by some members of the Tianlang gang. "Boss, something terrible has happened." A very strong man came from outside and killed Scar in one fell swoop. Hearing this, many people in the room changed their expressions. Scar is a master, and he killed the opponent instantly. Could it be that the opponent is a grandmaster? Chapter 126, Learning Martial Arts to Kill People. The Serious Gang is considered a top force in the land of sin, and its leader is a true dragon at the pinnacle. The true dragon warrior is second only to the martial saint, so one can imagine his status. Looking at the countries today, the population of those that remain ranges from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. There are only a few martial saints, And among the powerful martial arts countries, there are only a dozen martial saints. So in the eyes of most martial artists, a true dragon warrior is already very powerful. Scar was killed instantly in one move. Who did it? At the main seat, a middle-aged man with a serious expression asked quickly. Now that the sinful country has fallen, outsiders dare not enter. In the kingdom of sin, he knew some of the strong men, but there were very few who could kill Scar in one move. Moreover, most of these people were assimilated. Where did the person who killed Scar in seconds come from? It's a woman, she should be from outside. From the initial conversation, she should be a relative of Zhang Yi. The younger brother of the Tianlang gang quickly told the truth about what he knew. Chen Tianyu showed a thoughtful look. He knew Zhang Yi's identity. The other party was from Xia country. This is true for her husband and family. Could it be that the man is from Xia country? Chen Tianyu couldn't help but take a deep breath. Among the few remaining martial arts powers in the world, Xia Kingdom is definitely one of them. Moreover, he is the best in martial arts. The Xia Kingdom has a long history, spanning ancient and modern times. Its ancient heritage is numerous, and it has become even more powerful after the advent of martial arts. Let Xia country's martial arts rise rapidly and become a world martial arts power. Therefore, many people outside know about it. There are some ancient forces in the Xia Kingdom with unfathomable background, and even some countries dare not provoke them easily. If the other party really comes from a family of this power, the Tianlang gang will be close to destruction. Boss, someone has entered the spiritual realm. Suddenly, a member of the Tianlang gang ran in and shouted inside. Chen Tianyu's face changed, and after his mental power was released, two auras rushed straight here. He stared at the younger brother who had just escaped like an eagle, and asked coldly, "Did you bring the enemy here?" Boss, I am loyal to the Tianlang gang. How could I do such a thing?" Chen Tianyu frowned, slapped his hand, and the little brother of the Tianlang gang flew backwards instantly. And at the place where he flew out, a trace of mental power remained. Chen Tianyu's face was extremely gloomy. The hiding place of the Tianlang gang had been exposed. Swish! Two figures appeared here. Lin Yuan was still frowning at this moment. Yi Yao's emotions were fluctuating too much. There was only murderous intent in his eyes, as if the Tianlang gang had done something unforgivable. Although he and Yi Yao had not been together for long, he knew the other person's character and was definitely not someone who would lose his composure easily. It can be said that it is not an exaggeration to describe it as remaining calm even when the sky is falling. This behavior now is so strange. Just because of Zhang Yi's family? This reason is too far-fetched. To Lin Yuan and Yi Yao, Zhang Yi's family were no different from strangers. Even if they offered help, it was only out of kindness, and it was impossible for them to have such a strong murderous intention. Weird. So weird. How dare you, you bold lunatic, trespass into the territory of our Tianlang gang? Seeing Yi Yao and Lin Yuan, someone from the Tianlang gang shouted at them. Chen Tianyu waved his hand, but said very respectfully, "You two, please forgive me for the ignorance of my subordinates. I wonder why you two are visiting the Tianlang gang." After the two people came, Chen Tianyu sensed an unfathomable aura. The strength of the two people in front of him was far higher than his. "I'm afraid we've already reached that step. Why did Zhang Yi's family offend you? Why are you killing them so ruthlessly?" Yi Yao spoke in a calm voice, murderous intent rising in his heart. Chen Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. Was this really what he came for? He couldn't help but explain. "My lords, Zhang Yi's family has a long history, and they lived in the country of sin before the advent of martial arts. He was a fraud, a swindler, and a bully. Before the martial arts era came, many people were deceived and killed here." Lin Yuan knew a lot about this matter. During the period of warlord rule, a large family emerged in the sinful country, specializing in fraud and deception. This is prohibited in any country. Only here, the warlords value their own interests and therefore do not care. This has also led to many families breaking up and many ordinary people being deceived and living a life worse than pigs and dogs every day. It was either electric batons or pig cages. In short, it caused great turmoil in the world at that time. It is a family that is despised and hated by many people in the world. Even if that's the case, it happened hundreds of years ago. Now they are just ordinary people. Should their descendants bear the responsibility for the mistakes of their ancestors? Yi Yao spoke again. His voice remained unchanged. After all, this incident happened before the beginning of the martial arts era, and more than 400 years have passed since then. Those who did these things died long ago. Those who remain now are only his descendants with bloodline, and their crime does not deserve the death penalty. Lin Yuan frowned, feeling a little uncomfortable with Yi Yao's words, but if he looked at it objectively, it did make sense. He didn't say anything, but watched quietly. Your Excellency doesn't know that it's difficult to change the nature of that family. After the advent of martial arts, the family fell into decline. They tried every possible means to revive the family, and secretly did a lot of shameful things, but in the end they failed. After all, in the path of martial arts, one's own self comes first. Before the advent of the sinful kingdom, Zhang Yi's husband managed to become a grandmaster. Many people thought that the things that happened to his ancestors should have faded away after several generations. However, surprisingly, her husband is still doing fraudulent things in secret. He deceives ordinary people and warriors, gathers them together, and trains the strength of his two sons, Ah Sheng and Ah Hao. Although these two kids are young, they have killed more people than those fighting on the battlefield. When Chun Tianyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. After the Tianlang gang discovered this, they wanted to completely eliminate the trouble, but unexpectedly the country of Sin suddenly fell, leaving only 2 children. This is a headache for me too. After all, the 2 children are not very old, but they have been killing for years. They are cruel and have no regard for life. Finally, the Tianling gang had no choice but to take action to deal with him. Otherwise, he would definitely become a demon in the future. Otherwise, with the strength of the Tianlang gang, it would be too easy to kill the 2 children. Why would it take until now? We also want to see if they can turn over a new leaf. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yao's body trembled slightly. It's all nonsense, a fabricated story. Do you think I would believe it? Yi Yao spoke coldly. After all, this is just Chun Tianyu's one-sided statement, and those 2 are just children. Are they really as scary as he says? Chapter 127. Killing. How? The rules of killing. Sir, what I said is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone. Chun Tianyu's face turned pale and his palms were sweating. If the man in front of him was really a martial saint, he would not be able to fight him no matter what. Therefore, I can only explain it reluctantly. They are all your people, so whatever you say is what it is. Yi Yao's murderous intent became stronger and stronger, as if he was about to attack at the next moment. Lin Yuan stepped forward, frowned, and asked, "You said he kidnapped warriors and ordinary people and trained 2 children. What did he train them to do? To kill people? Killing people. It doesn't improve your martial arts at all. Even going to the battlefield and fighting strange beasts would be better than killing people. And you can also get praise from the world. Comparing the 2, the former's reason is obviously a bit weak. I'm not sure about this, but I heard that this matter is related to the fall of the sinful kingdom. The Tianlang gang has had many dealings with Zhang Yi's family, and I've heard some things. It's said that Zhang Yi's husband has seen the demon lord and wants to train him a human soldier who can only kill people. Once successful, even if the killing intent alone is enough to kill someone, it is very terrifying anyway." Chun Tianyu showed a look of reminiscence and spoke seriously. Lin Yuan suddenly had a clear feeling in his heart. The Devil's Lord was most likely Yi Zhanyun. Combined with his previous insights, the rule of existence of the country of sin is killing. In other words, Ah Sheng and Ah Hao were both trained as human soldiers who could comprehend the rules of killing intent. Once you understand a little bit of the rules of killing intent, killing with your mind is no longer a joke. But is this true or false? Ridiculous. Where is Ah Hao? Yi Yao asked, as if he cared a lot about Ah Hao. Dead. Chen Tian wanted to answer, his voice trembling. Just as he was about to explain, the space was suddenly shrouded in murderous intent, and countless swords and knives hung in the air and fell down in an instant. Yi Yao took action. Her murderous intent was too strong and too great. Her eyes were full of hatred, which was completely different from her usual behavior. It was so strange. There was no sign of her attack. Lin Yuan's expression moved, but he didn't make a move yet. The entire space was filled with blood mist and a pungent fishy smell. "What you do?" Lin Yuan turned his head and questioned with a cold expression. "These people have committed many evil deeds and deserve to die. I killed them to save trouble in the future." There were now a few traces of bloodshot in Yi Yao's originally clear eyes, and his tone was firm. "He has done many evil things? Hasn't he already explained the reason? Regardless of whether it's true or not, shouldn't we verify it before making a decision? You killed hundreds of people in a moment of thought. What's the difference between you and the evil person you mentioned?" Lin Yuan was furious, and he didn't know why. After arriving deep into the land of sin, many people became extremely violent, even Yi Yao, who was always as calm as water. Now he feels a little scared, afraid of what will happen next. When Yi Yao heard this, he stared at Lin Yuan, and his eyes suddenly turned red. Lin Yuan didn't know whether it was blood or something else, but at this point, it was useless for him to blame others. "Now I just hope that everything Chun Tianyu said is false." That way, you should feel better. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Yuan was silent for a while before he spoke. Now that things have come to this, there is nothing we can do but move on. The person is dead, so we have to conduct a search. As the saying goes, if you kill someone but don't touch the body, it's the same as not killing him. After some investigation, it was found that these things on the Tianlang gang were of great significance to Lin Yuan and Yi Yao today. It is no longer of much use and is not a good thing. However, a space was discovered in a basement of the Tianlang gang. When the two walked down, they found a young boy locked inside, and he was already dead. But there are already signs of activity. Lin Yuan recognized it at a glance. This was the sign of having his soul sucked away by Yi Zhanyun. This young man should be Ahao. Lin Yuan thought to himself that the boy's clothing, appearance were very similar to Ah Sheng. A trace of mental power shot out from his fingers and went straight into Ahao's forehead. Then the memory about Ahao began to play. Yi Yao also recognized him. When Lin Yuan was investigating, she could also see the memory about Ahao. What is the purpose of practicing martial arts? The middle-aged man spoke in a low voice. Next to him stood two teenagers. They are Ah Sheng and Ahao. Defend the country, join the army to serve the country, and contribute to the continuation of mankind. Ahao thought for a while and spoke loudly. No, Ah Sheng, you say. The middle-aged man spoke sternly. The purpose of practicing martial arts is to kill people. It is to make those who bully us pay the price. I will kill anyone who provokes me. Ah Sheng's eyes were gloomy and his words were extremely sharp. The middle-aged man smiled when he heard this. That's right, the purpose of practicing martial arts is to kill people. What I teach you are all killing techniques. Ahao, you must remember that killing people is the purpose of practicing martial arts. Kill them, Ah Sheng, Ahao. Kill. The middle-aged man scolded in a low voice. In front of the two young men, there were many people standing. They looked pale and frightened, and their bodies were trembling. No, no, please don't kill me. Help. Is there anyone who can save me? Child. One after another, fearful voices rang out, and the two young men rushed into the crowd without any hesitation, as if they were pouncing on prey. On sight, Lin Yuan frowned. What Chen Tianyu said was true. He did not lie. The purpose of learning martial arts is to kill people. Lin Yuan's expression was extremely uneasy. This sentence touched him deeply. Is it right to learn martial arts in order to kill people? Maybe that's not right. Practicing martial arts is for the continuation of humanity and to protect more people. But in a certain way, this is right. The rule of killing intent is only killing. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and turned to look at Yi Yao. Yi Yao's face was calm, and he did not feel any guilt for the wrong killing just now. Don't you feel any guilt at all? Lin Yuan asked the question. At first he just thought that Yi Yao was just cold-hearted. But I didn't expect that this person was so cold and heartless in his heart. Even if he killed 100 people by mistake, he remained calm. Yi Yao said nothing, looking dazed. The reason she killed people was never because of the truth or falsehood of Chen Tianyu's words, but because of another reason. In a space, Yi Zhentian slowly opened his eyes, his face expressionless. Zhentian, I shouldn't interfere in this matter, but is Yi Yao your flesh and blood? Opposite him, Yi Sheng was also sitting here. It seems that nothing that happened in Sin City escaped their eyes. Yi Zhentian heard this, but did not explain. She'd better not be. For so many years, you have been creating the fact that she is not your flesh and blood. Now, you let her think so again. If the truth comes out in the end. Yi Sheng sighed. Compared to Lin Yuan, Yi Sheng honestly believed that he must have the deepest feelings for Yi Yao. After all, Yi Yao has been in the Yi family for more than 20 years. But if it comes to status, Yi Sheng will also stand on Lin Yuan's side without hesitation. This is the gap caused by identity. But no matter what, this trip to the city of Sin was too unfair to Yi Yao. Chapter 128, Enemies. In this space, Yi Zhentian heard these words, and his expression remained calm, as if he were an emotional person. Seeing this, Yi Sheng couldn't help but sigh. No one could change what Yi Zhentian had decided. Now that things have developed to this point, there's nothing much to say. I just hope the relationship between these two people won't be so awkward. On the other side, the country of Sin. After learning what had happened, Lin Yuan was angry at Yi Yao's indifference. But there was no more to say now. After all, the current situation was not enough to support the two of them to have a bad relationship. Go back. Lin Yuan pondered. There are only two things in his mind now. First, the power of rules. Although he witnessed an unexpected and infuriating incident during this trip to the Tianlang gang, it was not completely without gain for Lin Yuan. At least, from this visit to the Tianlang gang, they have gained a certain understanding of the power of rules in the country of Sin. Second, it is about Zhang Yi's family. From the leader of the Tianlang gang, we learned that the two teenagers had been completely corrupted by murderous intent. If it grows up in the future, it will definitely be a disaster. Moreover, Lin Yuan gradually understood at this time that Ah Sheng and Ah Hao were both trying to comprehend the rules of killing intent. It can be said that nowadays they have become soldiers who only know how to kill people. Whether to stay or not kept going back and forth in Lin Yuan's mind. Don't kill me, please. A trembling voice was heard from the dark alley. A little girl, only 12 or 13 years old, huddled in the corner, looking ahead with horror in her eyes. I've given you everything. All the supplies are here. Please let me go. The little girl begged bitterly. And in front of the little girl was a Shang. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "Okay, leave the things behind and you can go." Thank you. The little girl felt relieved and turned away quickly. A strange smile appeared on Ah Sheng's face. He flipped his palm and a dagger appeared out of thin air. Call out. A sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the dagger flew straight towards the little girl's descendants. Seeing this, Ah Sheng smiled with satisfaction. Ah, the little girl seemed to have noticed something as well. She turned around and found an extremely sharp dagger pointing straight at her face. This made her scream in fear. At this moment, the dagger suddenly stopped in the air, and Lin Yuan walked in. Yao also came with him. Big brother. When Ah Sheng saw that it was Lin Yuan, a hint of gloom flashed across his eyes, and he showed a look of great surprise. You are no longer human. It seems that I have to get rid of you. Lin Yuan thought deeply before speaking. This boy is cruel and merciless, disregarding life. He has been infected by the rules of killing for a long time and has become an emotionless soldier. If he is allowed to grow in the future, he will definitely become a god of killing, and then he will become a great help to Yi Zhanyun. Therefore, this child must not be kept. Lin Yuan didn't think much about it. The aura around him moved slightly, and an invisible big hand grabbed towards Asheng. Don't want. Yi Yao suddenly exclaimed, releasing his own aura to dissolve Lin Yuan's attack. Lin Yuan frowned, his expression cold. Yi Yao, can't you see his situation? Protecting him like this will only pose a threat to the future of mankind. Yi Yao pursed his lips, his face pale. No matter what, I won't let you hurt him. Chapter 129, Spiritual Illusion. No matter what, I won't let you hurt him. Yi Yao stood up, right in front of Lin Yuan, with an unprecedented firmness in his tone. Do you know what you are doing? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, his face calm. But in his heart, he had already felt a little unhappy because of Yi Yao. However, there was one thing that Lin Yuan was still a little confused about. Although he had only been in contact with Yi Yao for a short time, he still had some understanding of Yi Yao's character. She would never help a stranger like this for no reason, especially someone like Ah Sheng. Even though he is still a child, he has lost his humanity after being trained in murderous intent. It can be said that Ah Sheng is now a killing machine without any emotions. This kind of person must not be allowed to stay here, otherwise he will become a big problem in the future. But why does Yi Yao protect the other party so much? Since coming here, Yi Yao's behavior has become extremely strange. The same thing happened when he was in the Tianlang gang. This made Lin Yuan think of something. Could it be that he was infected by the murderous intent here and became like this? But soon, Lin Yuan put this idea behind his mind. Those who followed him in had all become extremely violent due to long-term fighting. But for some martial arts masters, the impact of this murderous intent is too small. It is unlikely to cause a person to change his character directly. This was what Lin Yuan was confused about, so at this moment, he stared at Yi Yao intently, trying to find a clue from her eyes. I'm not crazy. Anyway, I won't allow you to hurt him. Yi Yao regained his composure and spoke in a calm tone. What if I must kill him? Lin Yuan questioned. Hearing Lin Yuan's unquestionable tone, Yi Yao couldn't help but remain silent for a moment. She knew Lin Yuan's strength, and if they really had to fight, she wasn't very confident in her own fighting ability. But, for Yi Yao, she is also in a state of struggle now. Ah Sheng, Zhang Yi and the dead Ah Hao. But it gave her an extremely familiar feeling, as if she had seen everything here and these people before. Moreover, there is a deep relationship. With Yi Yao's strength, if it were in the past, this situation would not have affected her at all. Her determination to practice martial arts was so strong. But she grew up in the Yi family, and no one dared to spread rumors in front of her. But it is inevitable to hear something. Coupled with Yi Zhentian's attitude towards her, and now that she was here and such a scene appeared, it was hard for Yi Yao not to think of something. Therefore, she had her reasons for having to stop it. But for Lin Yuan, he also had reasons to kill Asheng. The rules of killing intent have infected Ah Sheng, and he is now an emotionless killing machine. In the future, he will definitely become Yi Zhanyun's right-hand man and capable general. But Yi Zhanyun, putting aside the fact that Starry Sky has not arrived yet, Yi Zhanyun is Lin Yuan's #1 enemy. Moreover, the feud between the two has reached the point where one of them must die. Under such circumstances, Lin Yuan would never allow anyone to become Yi Zhanyun's force. After hearing Lin Yuan's words, Yi Yao said nothing. He just looked at Lin Yuan without any intention of moving aside. Obviously, she has made her decision. Lin Yuan looked at her deeply. The space shook instantly, and a black sword appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Chapter 130, Understanding the Rules of Killing Intent. Lin Yuan stared at Yi Yao, and the other party did the same, with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes, and vaguely, one could see a bit of stubbornness. In fact, Yi Yao knew that he could not defeat Lin Yuan. Ever since Lin Yuan first came to the Yi family, she was amazed by the fighting power he displayed. By now, the journey to the kingdom of sin is almost over. During this period, Yi Yao has seen too many unexpected things from Lin Yuan. Whether it is combat power, martial arts, or the spirit of martial arts, this is much better than her. After all, Lin Yuan started out fighting on the battlefield, plus the things in Jiangbei brought him too much baptism. Despite this, Yi Yao still insisted. Up to now, everything she saw, felt, and remembered was telling her one thing. The Ashing in front of her is her younger brother, and that Zhang Yi is her mother. Having lived in the Yi family since she was a child, she had heard too many rumors and did not believe them at first. But Yi Xintian's attitude towards her made her doubt. Seeing these things now, Yi Yao suffered a huge blow to her heart. Faced with all this, how could Yi Yao let Lin Yuan kill a Sheng? I don't know what you are thinking right now, but I hope you can understand that Sheng is no longer a human being. He has been infected by the rules of killing intent and has become a human soldier who only knows how to kill people. Behind him stands Yi Zhanyun. I don't need to explain how terrifying that man is. If we leave Sheng behind, it would be irresponsible to the future of mankind and to the world. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and issued a final warning. I know, but now, you can't kill him yet. If that day ever comes, I will end it myself. Yi Yao nodded, but still didn't give in. End? How do you end it? Yi Zhanyun is full of unknowns. Can you guarantee that Sheng, whom you let go today, will not become another Yi Zhanyun in the future, and will not become the #1 enemy of mankind in the future? Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. No matter where you are, you must never be too soft-hearted. Letting the tiger go back to the mountains is a big taboo in this era of martial arts. After all, our ancestors have given us too many warnings. It was because Cao Cao let Liu Bei go that the mat weavers and shoe sellers fought a decisive battle with him in Hanzhou. Or maybe Xiang Yu let Liu Bei go, etc. These are all due to the womanly kindness in troubled times, which led to irreversible mistakes. Of course, things are not that serious now. Even if Lin Yuan really let Ashing go, he would not think that Ashing could really grow up to become the next Yi Zhanyun. But what if? Hearing this, Yi Yao couldn't help but fall silent, but she still stood in front of Lin Yuan, with no intention of moving aside. Even though the conversation had gotten to this point, Yi Yao still refused to move aside. Lin Yuan didn't intend to waste any more words at this time. His aura changed, and a strong murderous intent spread out. Divine fire flowed around his body, illuminating the heaven and earth. As the space cracked, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The space in front of Ashing began to shake violently. It seemed as if something would break through the void and come out in the next moment. Seeing this, Yi Yao also took action. As the heir of the Yi family, she was the next lord of this star field before Lin Yuan appeared. Its strength can be imagined, and its combat capability should not be underestimated. Therefore, after she made a move, a huge pressure immediately descended from the void, causing the surrounding high-rise buildings to collapse instantly. The air made bursts of explosions due to the excessive pressure. Two martial saints took action, and both of them were geniuses among geniuses. At this moment, the sky and the earth lost their color, dark clouds gathered, and a drizzle floated in the sky. Each raindrop was like a sharp blade that could easily kill a great clan leader. Lin Yuan was secretly surprised. It was the first time he saw Yi Yao take action. This method was indeed different from those of the martial saints he had seen. These raindrops actually contained some power of rules. Not to mention the powerful ones. Even Wu Sheng would be injured after being baptized by them. However, for Lin Yuan, this is not a powerful martial art or a strong opponent. Not to mention that Lin Yuan's target was not Yi Yao, but a Sheng behind her. It is unlikely that he would kill Yi Yao just based on this matter. After all, Yi Yao is a member of the Yi family and is currently the heir of the Yi family. In short, this is what Lin Yuan saw. He also didn't know why Yi Yao protected a Sheng. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. Once his aura is released, all the raindrops will avoid falling on him. And in the next moment, Lin Yuan's Yuan sword broke through the air from another space and slashed directly at Ashang. Yi Yao wanted to stop him, but he never expected that Lin Yuan was standing in front of him. Puff! As the voice rang out, Ashang fell to the ground. Yi Yao's pupils suddenly contracted, and at this moment, she stood there in a daze. It was as if it had suffered a huge blow and was accompanied by a slight shattering sound, crisp and harsh. The heart of martial arts was suddenly shattered at this moment. Lin Yuan noticed this change. His body paused, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why? Just killing Ashang actually shattered Yi Yao's martial arts heart. Who is Ashang and why is he so important to her? Who is he? Why is he so important to you? Lin Yuan didn't expect this. He asked with some guilt. The heart of martial arts is too important. Once it is broken, it is fatal to a martial artist. Judging from the training of martial artists in the past, once the heart of martial arts is broken, it will be almost impossible to make any progress in the future of martial arts. Even in the subsequent practice, it is very easy to go astray and die. It can be said that once the heart of martial arts is broken, the upper limit of a martial artist stops there. Yi Yao didn't say anything. His fair and delicate face was pale, and his whole body was shaking, as if he might fall down. At the same time, in a certain space, a smile appeared on Yi Jintian's face, which had never had any expression before. Obviously, all this was within his expectations. Everything that happened in the country of sin was real and unreal. At least before Yi Zhanyun appeared, everything was real. As for what happens afterwards, it is nothing more than a mental illusion. He took advantage of Yi Yao's inner self-doubt and planted memories in Yi Yao's mind, making her mistakenly believe that Ashang and Zhang Yi were her closest relatives. In the kingdom of sin, the greatest era is the rule of killing. The human soldiers trained by Yi Zhanyun have absorbed too much murderous intent. Killing him can gain a huge amount of murderous intent. These murderous thoughts are enough for a warrior to comprehend the rules of killing intent. Of course, the warriors here refer to geniuses among geniuses. Chapter 131, Dharmakaya Transformation, Level 4 Martial Saint. The other side. Above the square filled with black smoke, Yi Zhanyun's aura became more and more terrifying, attracting the geniuses from various clans who followed him. They have all been killed by him and become his food. The current Yi Zhanyun is no longer someone that a 9th-level martial saint can contend with, but he is still a long way from reaching the realm of martial god. Becoming a martial saint is not that easy. Even becoming a wild god is equally difficult. Among the many gifted people, only a handful can reach this level. Not to mention, he lost his qualifications in the Ascension Conference that year and was unable to participate when he had the best chance to become a wild god and compete for the Domain Master. Of course, even if he participated in the last Ascension Conference, the chance of becoming a Domain Lord was also very small, almost zero. After all, Yi Jintian was too strong back then, and his talent was truly unprecedented. He was the most dazzling person since the beginning of the martial arts era. He dominated an era until today. Under such circumstances, Yi Zhanyun had no chance to compete at all, so he chose to stand on Yi Jintian's side. This paved a smooth path for his future martial arts career, but later he took an unconventional approach and ended up in this situation. I am almost there, and I can completely unlock all my powers. It seems that I can only find Lin Yuan and Yi Yao. Yi Zhanyun opened his eyes, and his aura spread out. The deathly aura spread over his body and throughout the space like a rolling black cloud. However, Yi Zhanyun had this idea, but did not take any action. Now Yi Jintian already knows Lin Yuan's identity. If he wants to do anything to Lin Yuan, Yi Jintian will definitely notice it. Thinking of what he had done before, Yi Zhanyun couldn't help feeling a little scared. The last time Yi Jintian sent a Dharma body over, it almost cost him his life. He also thought that Yi Jintian would issue an order to hunt him down completely starting from the last time. But in fact, what Yi Zhanyun imagined did not happen. Yi Jintian did not make any move towards him, just like before. This made Yi Zhanyun a little confused. What did he do? Not to mention how much harm it has caused to humans, because he knows that Yi Jintian will definitely not care about this. If it weren't for his status, Yi Jintian might not have bothered to care about him back then. He knew Yi Jintian very well. A big reason why Yi Zhanyun could be so disregardful of life was due to the influence of Yi Jintian. When the dispute started, too many people died in Yi Jintian's attempt to reach that position. But this cannot be blamed on Yi Jintian. When the dispute started, it was destined that people would die. If Yi Jintian had not been ruthless, he and his family would have been the ones to die. Yi Zhanyun is now a little suspicious about Yi Jintian's true purpose. After all, he knew Yi Jintian's methods. He stole Lin Yuan, But Lin Yuan was his own son. And he also made Lin Yuan call him dad for so many years. Who could tolerate this kind of behavior? So, Yi Zhentian didn't look for him after the big hurdle, which made Yi Zhanyun very confused. Yi Zhanyun's eyes changed, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Of course, he wasn't going to look for Lin Yuan. At least not yet. He didn't have the courage. If Yi Zhentian was really angered, even if he escaped into the starry sky, he would probably be caught by Yi Zhentian. In the country of Sin, in a closed room, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged in it. After killing a Shang, a strong murderous intent entered his spiritual world. After this murderous intent entered, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed the rules of murderous intent that existed in the country of Sin, so he immediately found a place to comprehend it. In fact, neither Lin Yuan nor Yi Yao knew that all this was arranged by Yi Zhentian. In Lin Yuan's opinion, Yi Yao's behavior was too strange. What even surprised him was that a Shang was really that important to Yi Yao. He killed him in front of him, and Yi Yao's martial arts spirit collapsed at this moment. Lin Yuan was very shocked at that time. There's even a hint of guilt in it. But after thinking about it, A Shang might become a powerful weapon for Yi Zhanyun in the future. He killed him in advance for himself and for humanity. Yi Yao's partiality for him and his refusal to explain the reason led to this result. After A Shang's death, Yi Yao felt as if he had lost his soul and left the country of Sin in a daze. And Lin Yuan was here to comprehend the rules of killing intent. After Yi Zhanyun's disturbance in the kingdom of Sin, there were too many murderous intents in it, which was of great help to Lin Yuan in comprehending the rules of murderous intent. Lin Yuan closed his eyes tightly, and there was endless murderous intent surrounding him. In this space, it seemed that countless sharp blades were condensed, and the chill was overwhelming. However, Lin Yuan did not sense it. His consciousness was immersed in another space, which was caused by absorbing too much murderous thoughts. In this space, he saw too many reasons for the formation of murderous thoughts, and he had to experience them personally. These include hate turning from love, revenge for one's fathers, revenge for having one's wife stolen from him, and so on. No matter which one you choose, you must be determined to kill in order to get out of it. Otherwise, you will fail to comprehend the rules of killing. The rules of killing intent are extremely pure. There is only the intention to kill, and no right or wrong. Therefore, no matter how compassionate or kind you are, it cannot be accomplished. It was unknown how long it had been, but a Dharma body slowly appeared above Lin Yuan's head. This Dharma body did not stand across the sky and earth like the previous one, but rather seemed like a smaller version. However, one can clearly see on Lin Yuan's body that lines emitting murderous intent are being carved on it, forming a mysterious array pattern. Every stroke strengthened Lin Yuan's Dharma body, and the murderous intent contained therein was even more terrifying. Once the killing intent rule is released, those who are not strong enough may be killed by the killing intent rule in an instant. For those with the same strength, the killing intent rule can not only restrict their actions, but also affect their minds. The killing rules also have a special ability to deal with those who are stronger than themselves. The combat power is forcibly doubled, and the killing power and combat strength are all increased to the physical limit. It can only attack but not defend, and the combat power is unknown. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, and the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared in an instant. And at this moment, the murderous intent he released could cover a quarter of the territory of the kingdom of Sin. The rules of killing intent have been successfully comprehended, and the array patterns engraved on the Dharmakaya's body are the best proof. Lin Yuan had a feeling that wherever his murderous intent covered, he could kill anyone he wanted. So the rules of killing intent are related to the coverage of mental power? Chapter 132. The sky and the earth are eclipsed, the horror of the killing rules. At this time, Lin Yuan suddenly had this idea. Because the way the rules of killing intent work is very similar to mental power, it also covers a range based on thoughts. Mental power can see through the mental range, just like a plugin's perspective, mainly within its range, no one can hide. It can also have the effect of seeing through, and can predict the opponent's next move and attack direction. Of course, this is only a conclusion made relative to warriors of similar strength. If the strength difference between the two sides is too great, even if the mental power covers the other party, it will still be like a pool of stagnant water. The killing intent rule has a similar effect. If within the killing intent range, it can kill people instantly. So, the stronger the mental power, the larger the range of murderous intent, and the stronger the power of rules. Lin Yuan thought so in his heart, but it was still difficult to put it into practice to verify it. Lin Yuan put away his Dharma body. Now there were magical array patterns engraved on his Dharma body, and the power it contained was even stronger than the previous Dharma body. The Dharmakaya underwent a transformation. As a result, Lin Yuan's own combat power also increased. In addition, his realm broke through to the 4th level of Martial Saint. In addition, I received system rewards for killing some enemies in the country of sin. Overall, the gains from this trip to the country of sin were very good. It's time to leave. I wonder where Yi Zhanyun is now. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. With his current combat power, if he met the original Yi Zhanyun, he definitely has the strength to fight, but now it is different. Yi Zhanyun has absorbed too much soul power, and his strength has become unknown again. Therefore, it is better to be cautious. Lin Yuan broke through the void and escaped all the way without encountering any danger along the way. Yi Zhanyun seemed to have disappeared from here. Only his puppets were left, wandering aimlessly in the country of sin like zombies. When we arrived at the edge of the country of sin, there were many people standing outside. The breath made Lin Yuan frown, because all the people who followed him were dead. The degree of danger of the sinful country is self-evident. What else would anyone dare to do? Moreover, this aura is powerful and profound, and does not seem like that of the younger generation. Lin Yuan broke through the black fog and walked out. The next moment, an angry voice rang out. Lin Yuan, where is our clan's genius now? There were many people standing in the air. Some are just Dharma bodies, while others are their true bodies that descend, stepping on flying swords, bathing in divine fire, and surrounded by flowing light. The various scenes almost illuminated half of the sky. Surprisingly, all the people here are 9th-level martial saints. In today's era of high martial arts, it is not an exaggeration to say that they can become the ancestors of the family. There were no less than 10 of them. What were they doing here? Were they here to call for justice? Those so-called geniuses were not killed by him, Lin Yuan. He tried to persuade them with kind words, but they just didn't listen. Count Ryan, this trip to the country of sin was all caused by the 4 major families of Daxia. No matter what, you must give us an explanation. At this time, a man standing in the sky, dressed gorgeously with a rose on his chest, spoke. People from the Western countries have also come. It seems that the loss of these geniuses makes them very angry. But come to think of it, this trip to the country of sin was caused by the 4 major families, and it seems like a conspiracy no matter how you look at it. Bullshit, the geniuses of my Ji family and Yuan family also died. What explanation do I have for you? The head of the Ji family was furious and immediately retorted. You have to know that the person who died in there was his eldest nephew, the genius of the Ji family. And right now, it seems that only the Yi family is fine. Why should these 3 families be included in it? Hearing this, the man called Duke Ryan, sitting on a battle armor made of mithril, spoke. In that case, please let the Yi family speak. All the people from our big families are dead. Why did you come out alive? As soon as he opened his mouth, all the people from the Western countries fell silent. It can be seen that this person has a high status among Western countries. Tell me, it's hard to persuade you, damned. We didn't inform any of you before we came here. You came here on your own. Xia Chuha walked over, stood beside Lin Yuan, put her hands on her hips and spoke. She came out very early and left when Yi Jintian started to create the illusion. Lin Yuan turned his head and saw Yi Yao's figure there. But her eyes were dull, and she was no longer as high-spirited as she used to be. Despite this, she looked even more beautiful like this, and it seemed as if she would not resist no matter what you wanted to do to her. It can instantly arouse a certain desire. Who is this person? Duke Ryan frowned and asked in a cold voice. Ji Dongming's eyes moved, and he said intriguingly, she is just a maid of the Yi family. She has grown up in the Yi family and is used to being arrogant and domineering. Maid. Duke Ryan was stunned and his face immediately turned gloomy. His status in the Western countries is so high that even a maid dares to shout at him. It seems that the Yi family's discipline is getting worse and worse. The things I grow in my back garden just happen to be lacking nutrients, so you can take care of it. Duke Ryan has vampire blood and walks on mithril, but it was the advent of high martial arts that gave him a new life. You know, one of the things vampires fear the most is silver. Master, look at him. Xia Chuha shrank her neck in fear, and could not help but look at Lin Yuan beside her, shaking her arms and speaking in a tender voice. Lin Yuan's face was dark, but he didn't say anything. After pulling his arm out of the other person's arms, he said calmly, Old man, don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you have some status in the Western countries. If you have the ability, you will know the deaths of those people by yourself. Why are you pretending here? Duke Ryan's expression changed. Before coming here, he had heard that Yi Zhanyun was in the kingdom of sin. Otherwise, he would have gone in long ago. Why would he have to wait until now? He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist if that devil Yi Zhanyun targeted him. Lin Yuan, Do you think you can be so rude to me just because you have the status of the Yi family? When we were fighting on the battlefield, Xiao Shun was polite to me. How much contribution have I made to mankind? According to the International Federation Military Authority regulations, your rank is at most equal to mine. Ryan said gloomily. Lin Yuan sneered. What a great contribution. Why didn't I see you when I was wiping out the alien races? When you Western countries united to purge the alien races, why didn't you appear? Now you are out. Ryan's face became increasingly ugly. At that time, it was heard that the Daxia military was purging the surrounding ethnic minorities, and the Western countries were also preparing to follow suit. But Ryan knew that the reason why Xia Kingdom was successful was because Xiao Xin used his death as a bargaining chip to hold back the strongest leader of the alien race. Chapter 133, Great Tao Array Pattern. This is the key to success. But if you ask him to do this, he can't do it. Using life as a bargaining chip is too high a price to pay. Honor, sentiment, nation, these are what he does not have. Therefore, he could tell success or failure at a glance. In this kind of situation, it is almost impossible for him to take action. As expected, the warriors from the Western countries who heard this all turned their eyes to Ryan. They were also wondering why Ryan didn't show up when the idea of eradicating the surrounding alien races was proposed. After all, Ryan's combat power is definitely top tier among the Western countries. Unless he is a strong man among the royal nobles, he is invincible. If Ryan takes action, I can't say he will definitely win, but at least his chances of winning are much greater. Humph, do you think you can shake my position with just a few words? It seems that I must teach you a lesson today. Being too aggressive is not a good thing. Ryan was angry, but in fact his purpose of coming here was not entirely for those dead geniuses. Like the three major families, they all wanted to test whether Yi Jintian had really given up that position. Judging from the current situation, this possibility is very high. Lin Yuan is extremely talented, so Yi Jintian will definitely give way. Otherwise, he will become a shackle on Lin Yuan's martial arts path. It's really like sending a pillow when I feel sleepy. Lin Yuan looked normal. He had just comprehended the rules of killing intent and just wanted to test out its strength. It is not without reason that Duke Ryan dares to despise Lin Yuan. He is close to being a god and has been a 9th-level martial saint for 100 years. During this period, he was nourished with blood all year round, and both his chi, blood and combat power were kept at their peak, which was incomparable to the blonde man at the beginning. Duke Ryan flipped his hands, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Then a bloody smell came, and there were actually blood-colored rivers flowing. It was a dry and green palm with particularly creepy black nails. It instantly grabbed towards Lin Yuan, and the blood-colored rivers followed suit. These blood-colored rivers contain some power of rules. Once contaminated, the warrior's chi and blood will quickly decline, and the blood will dry up. This is a rare time rule among the rules of the universe. Killing intent field, open. Lin Yuan muttered silently in his heart, and at that moment, the sky and the earth lost their color. Everyone in this space felt as if their breathing had stopped and a huge rock was pressing down on their chest. Moreover, there was the whistling sound of swords clashing in my ears, the flashing of knives in my eyes, and the slight pain of cuts in my skin. The most fatal thing is that at this moment, their bodies have completely lost the ability to move, and their throats feel like they are being pressed against by a sharp knife. His throat will be cut in the next moment. Duke Ryan's figure stopped in midair, and the bloody river also stopped. In this space, only Lin Yuan could move. Kill. Lin Yuan spoke. A line of blood instantly appeared on Duke Ryan's throat, and then the sky and earth returned to color, and blood splattered. The body fell to the ground, and everyone present gasped for breath, their eyes filled with fear. For a moment, they actually felt like death was knocking on their door, that uncomfortable feeling of having their life and death controlled by someone else. How come he has become stronger again? Ji Dongming's breathing was heavy and his eyes were filled with shock. Compared to before, Lin Yuan's combat power has probably increased several times, but Ryan only survived for a breath in his hands. What kind of weird fighting power is this? Among the 9-level martial saints, Duke Ryan's combat power is definitely top-notch. Unless he is a martial god, who else can kill instantly? But Lin Yuan is only a 4th-level martial saint. How can his combat power be comparable to that of a martial god? As Ji Dongming thought about this, he became more and more shocked and frightened. However, the truth was not what Ji Dongming thought. Lin Yuan's combat power did surpass that of a 9th-level martial saint, but it also did not reach the level of a martial god. Otherwise, the god of war would seem too cheap. All of this is the effect caused by the rules of killing intent. Is there anything else you want to explain? Lin Yuan asked. The whole audience was silent, no one dared to speak. Ryan was killed instantly. Who would dare to explain? That would be suicide. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Lin Yuan didn't want to waste too much time here. So he said, let's go back. Xiachuha opened her eyes wide and looked at this place in disbelief. Although she knew that there were still two powerful men from the Yi family who had not shown up on her side. Lin Yuan's powerful killing move shocked her severely. Even Yi Yao, who had a blank expression on his face, had his eyelashes tremble. Lin Yuan's growth was so rapid that it felt like a long time had passed since I last saw him. Yi family. In the hall, Yi Zhentian sat quietly. Lin Yuan and Yi Yao were also here, and Lin Yuan told Yi Zhentian what had happened. Of course, here it refers to Yi Yao. Yi Yao's martial arts spirit collapsed suddenly, which surprised Lin Yuan. What was even more surprising was that Yi Zhentian was not at all moved by this. Let's put Yi Yao's matter aside for now. Yi Zhentian spoke calmly, and then said, come, take her down to rest. The indifferent attitude made Yi Yao, who was already empty, tremble, as if he was completely numb at this moment. Why? Lin Yuan frowned and looked at Yi Zhentian and asked, what why? Yi Zhentian was a little confused at this moment. He was really wondering why Lin Yuan said this. Don't you care about Yi Yao and at least check on her condition? After all, Yi Yao has been in the Yi family for so many years, and it is rumored outside that Yi Yao is Yi Zhentian's child. In fact, Lin Yuan also thinks so. After all, if you are not a member of the Yi family, how can you have the right of inheritance? Yi Zhentian was stunned and looked at Lin Yuan, who was silent for a moment. He tentatively said, isn't it a good thing for you that she is like this? At least no one will compete with you for the inheritance right. I never thought about the right of inheritance. I returned to the Yi family only for the upcoming disasters. She is your daughter. How can you be so indifferent? Lin Yuan was puzzled, perhaps because of the influence of the Jiangbei incident. At this moment, he couldn't help but question. Yi Zhentian now understood that there were still too many differences between him and Lin Yuan. He was the one who planned the matter of Yi Yao. In his eyes, as long as he could succeed, he could sacrifice any price. But Lin Yuan couldn't do it because he attached too much importance to feelings. Of course, Lin Yuan, there's no need to check my strength myself. I can see her problem at a glance, but there's no way to improve it now. After all, her martial arts heart is broken. Yi Zhentian chuckled. Since Lin Yuan attached so much importance to feelings, he had to do the same. Father and son should always be similar. But in this way, it would be even more impossible for Lin Yuan to know about this matter. But this also gave Yi Zhentian a headache. Yi Zhanyun, Xiachua, these are the chess pieces he arranged for Lin Yuan. Oh right, some strange patterns appeared on my Dharma image. I wonder what they are. When Yi Zhentian was having a headache, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Release it and let me see it. Chapter 134 Jilingxi. Lin Yuan nodded and released his Dharma body, which was still a smaller version of his Dharma body. It's just that there are many magical lines on it, forming a magical pattern. After seeing this, Yi Zhentian revealed a barely perceptible smile on his face. His ultimate goal of this trip to the land of sin was to make Lin Yuan realize the rules of killing intent. The patterns before your eyes are the manifestation of a thorough understanding of the power of rules. Judging from the current situation, Lin Yuan has completely comprehended the rules of killing intent, and his combat power has increased several times, plus the combat power of Lin Yuan that he knew before. Yi Zhentian was certain that at the current level of martial saint, no one could be Lin Yuan's opponent. As for the god of martial arts, this realm is still too far away for Lin Yuan. He is currently only at the 4th level of martial saint and cannot reach it. Although Lin Yuan is unparalleled in combat power at this level and can crush most of the people who enter the Ascension Conference, those wild gods are still too difficult to deal with. After all, at that level, there is a gap in hard power, and secondly, there is also a gap in martial arts. After becoming a martial god, not only can one comprehend the power of rules and regulations, but most importantly, the martial arts they comprehend are incredibly powerful, and the killing moves are all god-level martial arts. In this way, even if one is invincible at the level of martial saint, it is still difficult to face the martial god. This is the Great Tao Array pattern. Every time you comprehend a rule of power, it will be engraved with the power of the Great Tao. It will greatly improve your physical body, Dharma body, and your own strength. Your current combat power is probably hard to find an opponent at the martial saint level. Yi Zhentian did not worry too much about whether Lin Yuan could be invincible in the Ascension Conference, because he had another plan. Since he chose to let Lin Yuan come back and gave up that position himself, it is definitely impossible for others to get it. From Yi Zhentian's perspective, this is certain and absolute. He has suppressed these people for almost an entire era. If this position were taken away by someone else, the consequences can be imagined. Therefore, even if he couldn't get it, Yi Jintian would never let others get it. After he finished speaking, Yi Jintian released his Dharma body, and a vast and boundless aura flowed out. Under his tall figure, the sun and the moon were moving, and the stars were under his feet. Moreover, there are also patterns engraved on Yi Jintian's Dharma image. This was the first time Lin Yuan saw Yi Jintian's true form. Those he had seen before might have been created by other means. Therefore, Lin Yuan watched carefully at this time. After all, he really wanted to know whether the martial saint could cultivate a second Dharma body after its Dharma body was broken. For him, Su Lai chose to detonate his Dharma body. Lin Yuan has not forgotten this scene. When he observed carefully, he suddenly discovered that there were 4 kinds of patterns engraved on Yi Jintian's body. Does that mean that Yi Jintian has the power of 4 rules in his hands? 4 patterns. So this represents the understanding of the power of 4 rules. Lin Yuan asked curiously. Yi Jintian nodded, and then said, "That's true. For a martial god, it is indeed possible to comprehend the power of multiple rules. But for me, mastering the power of rules is not a big improvement." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He saw the powerful force of rules. Such a strong power, but it didn't improve him? Could it be that the limit after becoming a martial god? Soon, this idea was denied by Lin Yuan. There are too many races in the universe. Even the blonde man in the Starry Sky Temple, who is already a 9th-level martial saint, can only be at the bottom of this force. If someone said that the strongest person in the Starry Sky Temple was the god of war, Lin Yuan would definitely not believe it. There is one thing I don't understand. Can a martial saint really only cultivate one Dharmakaya body? If so, then why do you and Yi Zhanyun have so many Dharmakaya bodies? Chapter 135 Everything is Possible. Go to Ji's house. Then why do you and Yi Zhanyun have so many Dharmakaya bodies? Lin Yuan did not dwell too much on the previous question, but instead asked questions about the Dharmakaya. When he came out from the battlefield of all races, he was faced with being killed by the martial saint. In order to allow him to return to the military smoothly, Su Lai chose to detonate his Dharma body, and Lin Yuan always kept it in mind. No matter what, Su Lai is a strong man in the military. He has made so many contributions to the military, and the same is true for humanity. No matter from which level, he had reasons to help Su Lai reshape his Dharma body. At first, when Lin Yuan was practicing martial arts, he didn't know that a martial artist could cultivate multiple Dharmakaya bodies, because it has been clearly stated in the original theory of warriors. After a warrior becomes a martial saint, he can cultivate a Dharmakaya body, which is the foundation of a warrior and also the foundation of a martial saint. Once it is destroyed, it means the destruction of the foundation of martial arts. However, later on, Yi Zhanyun and Yi Jintian created more Dharma bodies one after another. In addition, when he was in the military, Yi Zhanyun also found Su Lai and promised that as long as he stood in Yi Zhanyun's camp, he could help him recreate his Dharma body. This made Lin Yuan even more clear that a Dharma body could not be the limit of a warrior, nor could it be the limit of a martial saint. But then again, at that time, Su Lai paid too high a price to get him back to the military. If Su Lai had agreed to the other party, Lin Yuan might not have been on guard. Yi Jintian looked back. He also knew what happened in Kyoto at that time. Because Lin Yuan's identity had been exposed at that time, he paid a lot of attention to Lin Yuan. It can be said that Xiao Shun left Kyoto and went to several major martial arts families in Kyoto. All this was within his expectations. At that time, Lin Yuan had just experienced what happened in Jiangbei and became famous, but this was far from enough. If Lin Yuan wants to become the marshal of the military, he must have enough prestige, and those major martial arts families are the stepping stones for Lin Yuan to establish his prestige. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, Yi Jintian immediately thought of Su Lai. It's difficult. Both Yi Zhanyun and I can only create the second and third paths based on our original Dharmakaya bodies. This is the foundation of martial arts. Those Dharmakaya bodies, strictly speaking, are not the foundation of martial arts. They are just incarnations created using some means. Their actual combat power is far inferior to that of the Dharmakaya real body. Yi Jintian shook his head. He was not exaggerating. But the fact is that the significance of the Dharmakaya in this high-level martial arts world is just like the nature of the golden elixir, Dantian, and spiritual sea in some fantasy novels. If the golden elixir is destroyed and the elixir field is destroyed, this person will definitely become a disabled person. Those who have reunited their golden elixir and opened up their elixir fields are all the protagonists in the book, the so-called Sons of Destiny. They are blessed by heaven. Not to mention that his Dantian is destroyed. Even if his meridians are shattered, he can still become a strong man in the world. But this is only a small part. For most people, it is extremely difficult to reunite the golden elixir and open up the dantian, almost impossible. This is Su Lai's current situation. It is extremely difficult to reunite with his Dharma body. So that's how it is. Lin Yuan was quite disappointed, and then he couldn't help but ask. Yi Zhanyan promised Su Lai that he could help him rebuild his Dharmakaya body. What method did he use? Yi Zhanyan is possessed by a powerful corpse clan member. His so-called reunion of the Dharma body is nothing more than using some means of the corpse clan to force Su Lai to return to the peak, and then stay in that realm forever, and become like those people in the kingdom of sin. Yi Zhantian replied. He has always been paying attention to Yi Zhanyan, ever since he learned that a powerful star possessed him. After all, the strong ones in the starry sky are too terrifying, and it is hard for him not to pay attention to them. But Yi Zhantian did find something strange. That is, there was no sign of being possessed on Yi Zhanyan's body. He is still himself, his behavior and character are still the same. This made Yi Zhantian wonder whether the so-called powerful starry sky master, the ancestor of the corpse clan, had been assimilated by Yi Zhanyan. This is also the reason why Yi Zhantian kept Yi Zhanyan. He was not curious about how Yi Zhanyan did it. He only knew that if Yi Zhanyan assimilated the strong men of the corpse clan, he would have unlocked all his strength. He still cannot reach the peak state of the powerful corpse clan. Therefore, Yi Zhanyan poses no threat to Yi Zhantian. On the contrary, the more strength he unlocks, the more helpful it will be to Yi Zhantian's next plan. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, looking disappointed. So, it is impossible to condense the Dharmakaya body again. Not really. It's just that no one has tried. Martial arts have only been developed for more than 400 years, but the strongest fighting force of mankind is already strong enough to enter the starry sky at will, and even blow up a planet with one punch. For so many years, humans have been pursuing power and exploring the path forward in cultivation. No one has ever tried to recast the Dharmakaya body, but this does not mean it is impossible. In the era of martial arts, there are all kinds of wonders and mysteries. Even if we can travel through the universe and return to the past and the future, it is not impossible. Seeing this, Yi Zhantian couldn't help but continue speaking. He looked serious, and his words were not joking or comforting. Okay, I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Yi Zhantian laughed and said, tomorrow is the 200th birthday of the Ji family's ancestor. You can go there on behalf of the Yi family. Lin Yuan said curiously, aren't those three big families at odds with the Yi family? Are they also going to his birthday party? Of course, it's not just for birthday celebrations. The man from the Ji family once entered the starry sky and obtained a treasure from the starry sky that can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and can also store the blood and energy of those who died in battle. Your trip this time is to borrow the treasure. Yi Zhantian said with a smile. This kind of treasure must be worshipped by the Ji family as a treasure. How could they easily give it to me? And Lin Yuan looked at him strangely and then said, besides, he is from the Yi family. You go ahead. He will have no say tomorrow. Lin Yuan left the hall. His expression was still strange. He really couldn't understand why the Ji family would lend him the treasure. Moreover, he is still a member of the Yi family. But since Yi Zhantian had already spoken, he didn't think much about it, thinking that Yi Zhantian must have already made arrangements. Lin Yuan returned to his residence and started practicing. Although he did not get any great rewards during this trip to the kingdom of sin. But if you can't bear it too much, absorb these rewards, and your realm will be able to reach a higher level. Chapter 136: The Vatican, the Shrine, and the Counselors. After Lin Yuan left, Yi Zhantian rarely came to Yi Yao's residence. In the past, he would never ask about these things, not to mention that Yi Yao is no longer of any value to him now. Because of Lin Yuan's appearance, Yi Zhantian put all his focus on him. Yi Zhantian waved his hand and felt a huge spiritual power sweeping over and pouring into Yi Yao's mind. Then, Yi Yao's dull expression changed a little, and his pupils visibly showed some spirit. I don't want anyone else to know about this. Yi Zhantian saw that her expression had recovered a little. When she turned to leave, a voice came down. Yi Yao opened his eyes, and a hint of bitterness appeared on his expressionless face. She still doesn't understand her own identity. I don't know what position I hold in Yi Zhantian's heart. What was the purpose of Yi Zhantian's actions in making her see those unreal things? If Yi Zhantian treated her as an outsider from the beginning to the end, then why did he let her become the young master of the Yi family before, and why did he give her the opportunity to compete after Lin Yuan came back? She sat in the room, stunned for a long time, but still couldn't figure it out. Early the next morning, at the Ji family. As one of the four major families, the Ji family is no less grand than the Yi family. Using the word villas to describe the Ji family is not appropriate enough, and using the word manor to describe it is not solemn enough. It is more like the mansion of ancient kings and nobles. At this moment, many luxury cars were parked outside the door. Even on some aprons, there are still many planes taking off and landing. In the hall of Ji family, Lin Yuan sat here early. As a member of the Yi family and Yi Xintian's biological son, even if Yi Xintian did not announce it to the public, Lin Yuan is now the young master of the Yi family and the next heir. But everything Yi Xintian did has already explained it all. Therefore, after arriving at the Ji family did not dare to neglect him. Two women stood beside where Lin Yuan was sitting to serve him. Although from the surface their relationship, the Ji family and the Yi family have no relationship. But we still need to take this kind of face-saving matter seriously. Soon, there was a commotion outside the door, and some guests standing at the door began to talk in a low voice. People from the Western countries are coming too. They are the saints of the ancient church. It is said that after the beginning of the martial arts era, they awakened a special bloodline. They are naturally strong in combat and are almost invincible among their peers. They can even fight against opponents of higher levels. They are simply natural combat maniacs. I had only seen Saint Seiya on the news before, but I never thought I would be able to see it with my own eyes in my lifetime. This is probably because the aliens withdrew their troops and the barriers disappeared. Otherwise, who would dare to go out so easily? There was a commotion at the door. I saw a burly and strong man wearing golden armor walking in with big strides. The aura he exudes is extremely powerful. Even if you stand next to him, you can feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. These are the saints of the ancient church of the Western countries. It is said that the probability of awakening is less than 1 in 100,000. It is known that there are a total of 12 saints in the ancient church. Every one of them is a martial saint-level warrior. Among them, the Holy Lord of the Holy See participated in the Ascension Conference that year, and he is probably already in the realm of wild gods. Such a person actually came to the Ji family in person. Was he here just to celebrate the birthday? Many people were shocked and confused by this. After all, after the beginning of the martial arts era, alien races arrived, and a thick fog shrouded the countries, with alien races running rampant. Few people dare to interact with each other casually, so the friendship between these big families is not deep. I'm afraid there is another purpose for celebrating your birthday. Boom! Before everyone could react, a vortex appeared in the air, as if the space had cracked, and a middle-aged man in a suit and tie walked out of it. He has a terrifying aura and an air of nobility. Members of the Western Parliament. Oh my God, this guy is here too. I've never seen anything like this before. Even the congressmen are here. The Ji family is putting on such a grand display. After the advent of the martial arts era, the Western countries formed an alliance. So many countries survived. Members of parliament do not belong to any particular country, but to the allies and have enormous power. Among the allies of Western countries, there are only 8 members of parliament. Their power can easily determine who will be the next master of the Western countries. The minimum requirement to become a counselor is to be an 8th-level martial saint. Of course, the country they decided on was not a martial arts powerhouse. For a country like the ancient Vatican, even if the parliamentarians themselves took action, they could not influence it. After all, the country where the ancient Vatican is located is not only strong in martial arts. On the Allied parliamentary benches, it occupied 2 seats. At this moment, there was another strange movement in the air, a shrill cry was heard, and black fog swept in. In the black fog, it seemed that there were many ghosts living inside. Is this a ghost den? The evil den controlled by the Shrine Maiden of Ingwa. I thought that after the advent of the martial arts era, that tiny piece of land should have been destroyed long ago, but I didn't expect that the so-called Shrine Maiden would appear. You know what? The fighting power of the Shrine Maidens cannot be underestimated. It is not easy for such a small place and population to survive until now. As everyone was whispering, a woman walked out of the black fog and landed on the ground. In addition, there are many big families from all over the world. Moreover, those who came here are quite powerful, and it is no exaggeration to say that this camp can be formed into a martial arts powerhouse. Lin Yuan also noticed the people coming. He glanced around and was also a little confused. Not to mention anything else, before the alien races withdrew their troops, few people traveled between the 2 countries. How could the Ji family have so many connections with the international community? However, there was nothing to speculate about for Lin Yuan, as it had nothing to do with him anyway. Lin Yuan sat quietly with a calm expression, and the people who had just arrived noticed Lin Yuan when they walked in. Lin Yuan's identity is very complicated now. His identity as a military marshal alone is enough to make them pay attention to him. not to mention that he is now a member of the Yi family. The other side. The atmosphere in the Ji family hall was depressing. Even though so many powerful people came from outside, they failed to make the people of Ji family happy. Especially the old man sitting in the main seat. His expression was extremely embarrassed. I didn't expect that after the alien army retreated, the situation would be like this. Ji Changming sighed. He had thought that the departure of the alien army was a great opportunity for humanity, but now that these people had arrived, he knew very well what their purpose was. Father, these international clans want to use their power to bully others, but my Ji family is not so easy to bully. Moreover, this is Daxia. Will the other three clans just stand by and watch? In the hall, a middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Ji Changming sneered. It would be fine if I just stood by and watched, but I'll be thankful if they don't add insult to injury. Chapter 137. Forced to abdicate. Ji Changming knew very well why these people came. Although the alien army has withdrawn now, they still have their battle lines set up in the starry sky and may launch an attack on humans at any time. This is a potential threat to the world, to various countries, to the Vatican, and so on. There is even a huge disaster waiting for them. If they want to avoid this disaster, or even survive this disaster, their current strength is definitely not enough. Therefore, in order to improve his strength in a short period of time, the treasure that Ji Changming obtained many years ago became the target of public criticism. You know, this is a matter of life and death, and the continuation of the race. In this situation, even the families that are part of the four major clans may not necessarily stand up to help them. Therefore, in Ji Changming's opinion, it was already quite good that the people from the four major clans did not add insult to injury. No way, we just don't get along with the Yi family. The Yuan family and the Lu family still have a good relationship with us. They will not take action, right? In the hall, a younger generation couldn't help but speak up. Those who can sit here are all core members of the Ji family. Even young people may be trained as heirs. There are never any friends in the face of interests. Ji Changming said this earnestly, then slowly stood up and walked out. Outside, many people surrounded Lin Yuan. Moreover, these people are all powerful figures from the international community. After seeing Lin Yuan, they had no choice but to come and say hello. Let's not talk about the previous one. Let's take the trip to the country of sin. The news that an earl from one of the Western countries was beheaded on the spot had already spread. Although the earl was not a member of the Alliance army, he was quite powerful and was a well-known 9th-level martial saint. Not to mention, Yi Jintian was standing behind Lin Yuan. They knew very well what Yi Jintian meant, although there had been news reports in recent days that Yi Jintian had given up that position. But they had all seen Yi Jintian's strength back then. A figure who dominated an era. Even if he really gave up that position, how many people would dare to look down on him? Unless someone can get into that position. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect you to come to Ji Changming's birthday party. The burly saint spoke in a respectful tone, with a strange gleam in his eyes. After all, they had all heard about the conflicts between the four major families of Daxia and the Yi family and the other three families. Why would you attend Ji family's birthday party? After hearing this, many people standing here looked curious. Lin Yuan smiled. The Ji family is also a family of Daxia, one of the four major families. Isn't it more normal for me to come than for you? As far as I know, since the advent of the martial arts era and the emergence of the barrier, the Ji family has had no contact with you. Like these people, Lin Yuan was also curious about what their purpose was. When these words were spoken, these people were stunned and didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, they came here for the Ji family's treasures, and it was impossible for them to say it out loud at this time. Someone among them was about to speak in the Ji family's hall. A group of people came out, led by Ji Changming, who was a genuine participant in the Ascension Conference that year. Moreover, he is a martial god. His appearance made the entire Ji family quiet down, and everyone's eyes turned to that direction. These saints, congressmen, priestesses, etc. who came here. When they saw Ji Changming, they all bowed their heads in greeting. Their strength was far from enough in front of Ji Changming. But this is not important. What is important is the forces behind them and the people standing behind them. Ji Changming glanced around and felt his heart sink. He cursed inwardly. There are so many people coming. In addition to the people from the three major clans, there are also many international forces coming. If it is just as simple as it seems on the surface, Ji Changming is certainly not afraid. He can suppress these 9th-level martial saints with just one hand. But he had to take into account the forces behind these people, as well as the people standing there. Even if he suppressed them today, people of the same realm as him would come later. The consequences are even more serious. After all, Ji Changming is not alone. There is a family standing behind him, and by then, the the Ji family will probably face an even greater disaster. As the saying goes, an innocent man is guilty unless he possesses a treasure. Before the Yi family was around, the three major clans formed an alliance to fight against the Yi family. And there are barriers between countries. Therefore, the Ji family does not have to worry about this, as the world situation has changed drastically now. The crisis of the Ji family ensued. Everyone please take a seat, Ji Changming said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, the Saint Seiya spoke impatiently. I heard that Mr. Ji once got a secret treasure in the starry sky many years ago. I wonder if the Holy See can let me observe it for a few days. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to Ji Changming, and naturally, the people from the Yuan and Lu families would not speak first. After all, the Ji family is their ally, but not speaking up does not mean that they will let it go. This kind of secret treasure is too attractive in today's environment. If any party gets it, it may greatly increase its strength. Even surviving a catastrophe is not impossible. Today is my birthday. Let's talk about it another day. I don't want to hear these voices today. Ji Changming's face darkened, and when his voice fell, waves of aftermath were stirred up. A huge sense of oppression swept over everyone's head, and the god of war was angry. Mr. Ji, please don't be angry. We're just borrowing it for a few days to observe it. We are not trying to take it by force. The Saint Seiya was not afraid at all, and even took a step forward despite the pressure. Not only him, but also the international powerhouses who came with him were the same. When Ji Changming saw this, his eyes narrowed. When he was about to get angry and drive these people out, the people from the two major clans spoke. Uncle Ji, the current situation is such that the continuation of the human race is in jeopardy. Since these friends from abroad want to see it, we will show it to everyone. This will also increase the chances for the continuation of humankind. The one who spoke was from the Yuan family, and he chuckled. Yuan Feng, what do you mean by this? Is it for the continuation of mankind, or does your Yuan family also have that idea? The middle-aged man standing next to Ji Changming couldn't help but speak angrily when he saw this. Old Ji, you are still too impulsive. I think what Brother Yuan said makes sense. What's the problem with letting us observe it? After all, this is all about enhancing human strength. Now the aliens may launch a second attack at any time. How can we fight against the aliens with our current strength? Chapter 138. The situation is clear. There are no friends in front of interests. At this moment, the scene was silent. Many onlookers looked at this scene in surprise. They had no idea what secret treasure the Ji family possessed. But the fact that so many powerful people from the international community have been attracted here has already proved this point. What's more, no matter whether it is the Holy See or the parliamentarians, there are war gods standing behind these powerful people. Although the Ji family has been in existence for hundreds of years, Ji Changming is still a god of war and a terrified man. But two fists cannot beat four hands. How many people of the same level can he beat? This time, these international powerhouses came with the clear intention of forcing Ji Changming to hand over the secret treasure. What surprised everyone the most was that the Lu family and the Yuan family, who had previously had very good relations with the Ji family, did not show any intention of helping at this moment. In fact, saying this at this time is too obvious. I advise the Ji family to think carefully. The general trend is unstoppable, and many powerful people will not return empty-handed. At this time, the middle-aged man from the Yuan family continued to speak. The Ji family is currently in a bad situation. There are the saints of the Vatican, the senators of the Alliance Army, the priestesses of the Shrine, and the two major clans of Daxia. It can be said that these people represent the most powerful combat power on this planet, and they all stand on the opposite side of the Ji family. Even if Ji Changming had extraordinary means, he couldn't deal with so many powerful people. He didn't even have the courage to fight to the death. Because the Ji family is behind him, the life and death of hundreds of people in the Ji family all depends on his thoughts. A century-old family that has survived to this day may also disappear into thin air. If he was alone and had no family concerns, he would have gone on a killing spree long ago, killing all these ninth-level martial saints in front of him. In his eyes, there is no difference between them and other people. You have to know who Ji Changming is. The martial god and martial saint in the world can even kill into the starry sky. The appearance of a god will destroy the world and turn mountains and rivers upside down. What are these ninth-level martial saints to him? Ji Changming's expression changed several times. His eyes fell on Lin Yuan, and then retracted them. Ji Changming couldn't help but sneer in his heart. These people all came for the secret treasure he possessed, even the Yuan family and the Lu family, who had a good relationship with the Ji family before. On the contrary, the Yi family, which they had always regarded as an enemy, did not make any statement. After the atmosphere fell into silence, Lin Yuan finally turned his gaze to the field. Now he finally figured out the whole story. These people all came for the Ji family's secret treasure. Even the other two major clans came the same way. Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. When it comes to interests, there are no absolute friends, even though he had only been in the Yi family for a short time. But they also knew that the Yi family alone suppressed the three major clans, and the three major clans were afraid of Yi Jintian's strength, so they formed an alliance. Competing with the Yi family, it seems that the relationship between the three major clans should be very good. But now, for the sake of the secret treasure, they are scattered. But then again, so many people knew about the existence of the Ji family's secret treasure, and so many powerful people came to the birthday party. It seems that the Ji family is in great danger this time. Even if Ji Changming didn't want to hand over the secret treasure, it would be impossible at the moment. After all, there is the entire Ji family, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Could this be the reason why Yi Jintian said that Ji Changming had no say in this? But looking at the current situation, even if Ji Changming handed over the secret treasure, it is unlikely to fall into his hands. However, if Ji Changming really wants to hand over the secret treasure, he must do it. Such a secret treasure cannot be given to others. Besides, since this was Yi Jintian's instruction, it means that this secret treasure will be of great help to him at this stage. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, then said calmly, "The relationship between the three clans is pretty good. Why did it become like this today?" When they heard Lin Yuan speak, many people looked at Lin Yuan and their expressions changed. Haha, what you said is not right, Master Yi. Although our relationship with the Ji family is good, this is also for the continuation of the human race, to increase our chances of survival before the great disaster arrives. If the Ji family doesn't hand over the secret treasure, it means they don't regard us as their friends. The middle-aged man from the Yuan family smiled and said calmly, "Yuan Hung, what did you say?" Some people from the Ji family couldn't help but stand up, looking like they were ready to take action at the next moment. The Yuan family keeps saying it is for the future of mankind, which can be said to be a complete moral kidnapping, and the Yuan family has no way to deal with it. A man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. If they were stronger, this situation wouldn't be here today. All right. Ji Changming spoke. He glanced at Lin Yuan, then at the people from the Vatican. "Since you all want it so much, I will be stingy for the sake of humanity." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. The Vatican, the Shrine Maidens, and members of the Western Alliance all took a step forward, staring at Ji Changming very passionately. "Wait a minute." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and spoke. "The Ji family is an internal family of Daxia. This is an internal matter of Daxia. Those who have nothing to do with it can leave. Mr. Yi, this is too overbearing. The Ji family is willing to hand it over. Do you think your Yi family wants to have it all to themselves?" The congressman narrowed his eyes and spoke in a cold voice. "Whether you eat alone or not is none of your business. I say again, this is an internal matter of our great Xia. Those who have nothing to do with it can leave. Since the advent of the martial arts era, the Xia has nothing to do with you. Even for the continuation of mankind, it is not your turn." Lin Yuan continued. "Master Yi, it's time now. We should all work together. Why are you rejecting these friends? Do you think you can fight the impending disaster by yourself?" The Lu family said in a cold voice. "You know, they rely on these powerful people from the international community to have a chance to make Ji Changming hand over the secret treasure. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the Lu family and the Yuan family. Not to mention that the Yi family is here. It would be of no benefit to them if these people left. You are a traitor, and you help others deal with your own people. What is the difference between you and a traitor and a running dog?" Lin Yuan suddenly changed the subject, his tone extremely cold. "You?" The people from the Lu family turned pale and red in the face and were speechless. "Mr. Yi, you have to think carefully. Behind us are the Western countries, the ancient church, and the Shrine Maidens. If a war breaks out, can your Yi family hold on?" The congressman spoke, but his eyes were fixed on the changes in Lin Yuan's expression. After all, as long as Yi Jintian is here, there is no need to worry about the Vatican countries. If he gets angry alone, it won't be a problem for him to kill these people.